The Forbidden Isle by Nick Thacker and Craig A. Hart. Chapter 1. Prologue. The boy's eyes widened in terror as the blinding light faded, leaving dancing spots in his vision. The captain watched from the corner of the small, stuffy room, his weathered hands gripping his hat. The photographer, a lanky fellow with wire-rimmed spectacles, fiddled with his contraption, oblivious to the fear he'd installed in the young islander. "Remarkable," he muttered, adjusting some dials. "Simply remarkable. The bone structure, the musculature, a perfect specimen of the Menchel people." The captain cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the clinical assessment. "His name is Kaiki," he said, recalling the melodic name the boy had whispered when they first hauled him aboard. "It means little sea in their tongue." The photographer barely spared him a glance. "Fascinating. Had you say he was caught in a fishing net?" The captain nodded, though the man wasn't looking. "Aye, one of our trawlers brought him in, tangled up with the day's catch. Poor lad must have been out too deep, holding his breath like they do." Kaiki huddled in the corner, his lean brown body trembling. His dark eyes darted between them and the door, seeking escape. The captain felt a pang of guilt. They'd brought him here against his will, to this forbidden place his people called Haoli Nui, the island of outsiders. Now, the photographer cooed, approaching Kaiki with his camera raised. "Just one more, my boy, for posterity." The flash erupted again, and Kaiki let out a strangled cry. He lunged forward, faster than the captain had ever seen a man move, and bolted past them both. The door banged open, and he was gone, his bare feet slapping against the wooden floorboards of the colonial-style house. "Stop him!" the photographer shouted, fumbling with his equipment. The captain hesitated, torn between duty and the growing unease in his gut. He'd seen the terror in the boy's eyes, a primal fear that went beyond mere surprise at strange technology. This was the look of a creature ripped from its natural habitat, thrust into a world it couldn't comprehend. With a sigh, he lumbered after Kaiki, his sea-worn legs protesting the sudden exertion. The house opened onto a bustling street where horse-drawn carriages competed with the occasional motor car. The captain scanned the crowd, searching for a flash of bronze skin among the starched collars and corseted waists of the island's European inhabitants. There, a glimpse of movement down an alleyway. The captain followed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He found Kaiki huddled behind a stack of crates, eyes wild and darting. "Easy now, lad," the captain said softly, holding up his hands. "I mean you no harm." Kaiki's chest heaved, his lean muscles coiled to spring. The captain noticed for the first time the intricate tattoos that adorned the boy's arms and torso, swirling pattern that spoke of deep waters and ancient traditions. "Home," Kaiki said in his native tongue, his accent thick but the word unmistakable. "Menchel." The captain's heart ached. He thought of his own youth, of the call of the sea that had pulled him from his family's farm, but he'd chosen that life. This boy had been snatched from everything he knew, a living specimen for the amusement of outsiders. "Aye, lad," he said, reaching out a weathered hand. He knew the boy couldn't understand his words, but spoke them anyway. "I'll get you home, but we must be careful. There are those who would keep you here, study you like some rare fish in a tank." Kaiki hesitated, then slowly took the captain's hand. As they crept through the back streets of the colonial town, the captain's mind raced. He'd need a boat, supplies, and a way to avoid detection. It would mean risking his livelihood, perhaps even his freedom. But as he looked at the young islander, He knew he couldn't do otherwise. "The sea brought you to us," he murmured, more to himself than Kaiki. "And by the sea, I'll return you to your people." As they neared the docks, the salt air filled the captain's lungs, bringing with it a sense of purpose. He may not understand the ways of Kaiki's people, their breath-holding prowess or their isolation, but he understood the pull of home. And he would see this child of the sea safely back to his own waters, come what may. The captain guided Kaiki through the maze of alleyways, avoiding the main streets where curious eyes might linger on the strange tattooed boy. As they neared the docks, the familiar creaking of ships and the cries of seagulls filled the air. The captain's weathered face softened with relief. Here, among the vessels and the smell of tar and brine, he was in his element. "There, lad," he whispered, pointing to a small fishing boat moored at the end of a rickety pier. "That's our ticket out of here." Kaiki's dark eyes followed the captain's gesture, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. The boy nodded, his posture relaxing slightly at the sight of the water. As they crept towards the boat, a booming voice shattered the relative quiet of the docks. "Hold it right there!" The captain turned to see the photographer, red-faced and puffing, flanked by 2 uniformed policemen. His heart sank. He'd hoped for more time before the alarm was raised. "That native is property of the National Geographic Society," the photographer wheezed, jabbing a finger in their direction. "Seize them both!" The captain's mind raced. He couldn't outrun the younger men, not with his aching knees and the extra weight of Kaiki, but the sea was their ally. "Swim, lad," he hissed, giving Kaiki a gentle shove towards the water. "Go!" Without hesitation, Kaiki dove into the harbor. The captain watched in awe as the boy cut through the water with the grace of a dolphin, barely making a splash. In seconds, he had covered a distance that would have taken a normal swimmer minutes. The policemen reached the end of the pier, their boots thundering on the wooden planks. The captain raised his hands in surrender, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He may face consequences, but Kaiki was free. As the officers roughly grabbed his arms, the captain caught a final glimpse of a bronze form slipping beneath the waves. He sent a silent prayer to whatever gods watched over the people of Menchel, hoping they would guide the boy safely home. Part 1. Chapter 1. Joe. Heaving a sigh into the growing darkness, Joe Rabid Dog Carville propped his legs on the top of the boat's side rail, letting his 60-year-old muscles relax after a long day of kowtowing to a group of millennials. The crew of young filmmakers were paying well, but they were getting on his last nerve. First, they wouldn't stop talking about their opinions on things, even things they knew nothing about, which, in Joe's crotchety opinion, was everything. Second, no matter how many times he asked, they wouldn't stop pointing those damn cameras in his direction. He'd been clear from the beginning. They were free to shoot their little nature documentary from his boat, as long as they kept him out of the frame. But did they listen? Hell no. "You're lending a real sense of authenticity to the footage," the director, who couldn't be more than 12, had told Joe, after the boat captain had complained for the 100th time. Joe had considered lending a real sense of his hard, leathery fist authentically against the kid's temple, but his shriveling bank account had restrained him at the last moment. They were paying well. Not enough to cover his current cash flow problem, but definitely enough to make a dent. No matter. One more day and these entitled lunatics would be dropped back off at Campbell Bay on Great Nicobar, the largest and southernmost of the Nicobar Islands of India. Joe pulled a ragged stogie from the front pocket of his fishing vest, along with a waterproof torchlighter. He chomped off the butt and spat the bit of tobacco leaf onto the worn and weathered deck of the ancient vessel. Enjoying the stillness that came when the film crew turned in for the night, he took his time toasting the foot, giving only moderate puffs until the cigar's end glowed with a vibrant red cherry. Then he let it settle for a few moments, and finally his first luxurious puff. Ah, yes. Now he remembered why he was here. There was nothing quite like nighttime off the Nicobar Islands. The sky was the deepest of purple, with stars that seemed ready to fall directly into the Indian Ocean, and water that fairly glowed with unspoiled beauty. Not for the first time, Joe felt the strangest urge to drop the rubber emergency craft over the side and just head off into the nautical darkness, rowing and rowing until his body gave out, and then surrendering himself to the enveloping comfort of the deep water. But that was just his past talking, and he'd be damned if he'd let that steal the peace he had found for himself. Not when he'd finally achieved his life's dream of running fishing charters in the Indian Ocean. Joe had discovered the Nicobar Islands during his time with U.S. Special Forces in the course of a mission he still wasn't allowed to talk about, more of that past he was still running from, and had fallen in love. Even more in love than with his wife, who had not relished the idea of moving to the, quote, butt side of nowhere, end quote. Joe had tried for years to settle and compromise, but he woke up one morning with the realization that life was short, and he only got one, presumably, and that if he was ever going to be happy, he needed to get the hell out of Suburbville and follow his heart. And so, he did. With the help of some Special Forces contacts he had, and the help of his wife, who'd made the divorce proceedings quick and mostly painless, Joe made his dream come true. And now he'd been on the job for 20 years, loving every minute of it. Well, every minute he wasn't with know-it-all film crews. Inhabited since ancient times, the Nicobar Islands had first been colonized by the Danish East India Company in the mid-1750s. He scoffed at that piece of history. It implied no people had existed there before, or that whomever existed there before were too uncivilized to warrant mention. He often imagined living among those peoples who inhabited these islands before any European settlers arrived. Nevertheless, the islands had been conquered, then sold to Britain in 1868. During World War II, the Japanese military occupied the islands until the British reoccupation at the end of that conflict. And in 1950, they became a Union territory of India, where they remained to this day. Joe loved learning about the ancient history of the islands. The Shompen tribe, living on Great Nicobar, were said to be of Mesolithic origin, and he had to admit that the undercurrent of danger was attractive to his warrior spirit. Just thinking about this made Joe's pulse jump, and as he did every night, he glanced off the starboard bow at the dark silhouette in the distance that lay silently atop the water. Menchal Island, the source of his adrenaline rush. Menchel. The mere whisper of its name conjured images of uncharted jungles and hidden shores, a place where the echoes of the ancient world still resonated with the power of untold secrets. The mere whisper of its name also conjured images of death. It was this allure of the unknown, the thrill of discovery, and the risk of death that had first drawn Joe to the Nicobar Islands and Menchel. A desire not just to escape, but to explore, to touch the very essence of adventure that few men dared to dream of. But as the years wore on, and Joe's body reminded him of the never-ending onslaught of age and mortality, the appeal of Menchel faded. Its mystery still consumed his imagination, or what was left of it, but his desire to remain among the living easily squashed his imagination. He knew Menchel's dangers firsthand, and had decided long ago he would swear off any expedition that would take him close to the tiny island. And yet, as Joe sat there, puffing on his cigar, the smoke curling up into the starlit sky, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. It was a relationship built on respect and understanding, a bond forged through countless storms and calm seas alike. The ocean had taught him about the nature of life itself, about its unpredictability, its beauty, and its dangers. It was a teacher like no other, and Joe was its willing pupil. The film crew, with their modern gadgets and ceaseless questions, represented a world Joe felt increasingly alienated from. They sought to capture nature, to frame it within the confines of their cameras, but Joe knew that the true essence of the Nicobar Islands, of places like Menchel, couldn't be contained or conveyed through a lens. The night deepened, and Joe's thoughts turned towards the next day, the last day he would have to endure the company of the filmmakers before returning to the solitude he cherished. As the cigar burned down to a stub, Joe flicked it into the ocean, watching as the embers died in the cool water. Menchel. Chapter 2. Joe. Joe jerked again and then swore roundly as his muscles and joints sent up a cacophony of complaints. He'd fallen asleep in his chair and would be paying the price all day. He glanced around for a cigar, finding fully half of the stogie unsmoked and lying dormant on the deck, wedged beneath an empty chum bucket that lay on its side against the railing. He rescued the stick, gave it a cursory brushing off, then stuck it in his mouth and used his torch lighter to rouse it back to life. It was a little harsher than before, but still enjoyable. Joe turned at the scuff of boat shoes on the steps leading below deck. Cash Edwards, the film director, eased into view, rubbing his head and grimacing as the light hit his eyes. In the next instant, he wrinkled his nose and emitted a fake-sounding cough. A little early for one of those cancer sticks, isn't it? Joe gave him a smile that was just as fake as the young man's cough. Actually, it's late. I usually have one with my pre-dawn cup of mud, but I slept in. Cash, who was clearly suffering from his inability to handle the intake of last night's booze, stumbled to the railing and leaned against it. Joe puffed at his cigar, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Cash barfed over the side of the boat. The older man grinned at the director's hunched back. How was that rum I gave you guys last night? Better going down than up, Cash admitted, turning. Yeah, you do look a little green around the gills. You want some breakfast? Got some leftover fish head stew I could... Cash turned back to the railing and held himself there, as still and stiff as a marble statue. Sorry, Joe said, his voice full of the grin he couldn't quite keep from stealing over his browned, leathery face. I keep forgetting not everyone is used to the roll of a boat on open water, how it goes up and down, to and fro, to and... You're an asshole, Cash choked out, leaning over the railing and giving the fishes another course. This time Joe let out a chuckle. Sorry, he said again, his tone only slightly more sincere. Rest of your crew about up? We head back by midday, so if you wanted any more, footage, then you should probably get moving. Cash spit several times and cleared his throat, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Yeah, I'll get 'em. He started toward the companionway. Take a swig of that rum. It'll get that taste out of your mouth. Hair of the dog as well. Cash moaned and quickly disappeared from sight. Joe turned back to look out over the ocean. While he'd be glad to be shut of the kids, he'd miss ribbing them. They'd been fun to torment, even if most of it had been in good humor. Another head bobbed up from below decks, and this time Joe's smile was genuine. "Hey, Joe." Sabrina, a perky blonde girl with a figure that no constricting athletic wear could completely conquer, practically bounced onto the deck. "Well," Joe said, "you seem in much better shape than your fearless leader." "You mean Cash?" Joe nodded. "He just got done horking his guts into the Indian Ocean." Sabrina, or Rena as everyone called her, let out a peal of crystal-clear laughter. "Now there was a sound that will be missed," Joe thought. Yes, he was a dirty old man to think of her that way, but she was a vision. "Cash is a weak sister when it comes to booze," Rena said. She let out a luxurious stretch, giving Joe a generous view of toned stomach as her top rode up. "And you?" "I can handle anything. Then again, I was sneaking drinks at 14. By the time I got to college, I could outdrink any guy on campus. By graduation, I probably had the liver of W.C. Fields."
W.C. Fields?
He was an old comedian back in...
"Oh, I know who he was," Joe said. "I'm just surprised you do."
Rena walked over to Joe's chair, her long legs poetry in motion, and then sat down. She stretched out those same wondrous legs and crossed them at the ankles, giving Joe a sparkling grin. "I love all those old comedians. Jack Benny, Fred Allen, Bob Hope."
"Milton Berle?"
"That old joke thief?" Joe chuckled.
"You're a wonder, Sabrina."
"Rena, remember?"
"Rena, then. Where'd you hear about those old-timers?"
"My dad had a collection of recordings. He worked for a WXYZ in Detroit years ago and rescued a bunch of old transcriptions when they were throwing them out. He brought them home and transferred them to cassette tape. I found them in his studio when I was, I don't know, maybe 10. I was hooked."
"You have restored my faith in humanity, Rena."
"Good." She bounded from the chair. "Hey, I'm starved. You have any more of that fish head soup from last night? It was inexplicably delicious."
Joe grinned and shook his head in amazement. "I do indeed. Keep an eye on things up here and I'll heat some up."
He headed below, still grinning. If only he were 20 years younger. Wait, maybe 40 years. Good Lord, how time had flown. Chapter 3. Joe. The crew dragged their sorry asses out of their bunks by late morning, stumbling around the deck like hungover frat boys. Coffee cups in hand, they prepped for their final day of shooting, checking gear and muttering about the endless sway of the boat. Cash materialized next to Joe like a ghost, albeit one who'd finally stopped puking his guts out. His skin had shifted from hospital green to merely seasick pale, which counted as progress out here. "So," Cash's voice had that sugary sweet tone that always meant trouble, the kind that made Joe's teeth hurt. "Last day and all. Been thinking," he paused, probably for dramatic effect, "we need something special. Something that'll make the network execs wet themselves. You feel me?" Joe sighed inwardly, a knot forming in his gut. He should have known this was coming. Hell, he had known. But like an idiot, he'd hoped to dodge it.
"Something specific you have in mind?"
he asked, the words tasting bitter. No point pretending he didn't already know where this was headed. Cash jabbed a finger toward the horizon, where dark shapes loomed through the morning haze. "If we could get some shots of that island—"
"Menchel?"
Joe cut in, his voice sharper than intended. "Oh, is that the name?" Cash's fake surprise wouldn't have fooled a 5-year-old. The bastard knew exactly what that chunk of rock was called, and more importantly, why nobody went there anymore.
"You know damn well it is, and no, we're not going there."
Joe's knuckles went white on the wheel. 3 days without sleep had turned his mood to crap, and this punk wasn't helping. "Aw, come on. You don't believe that nonsense, do you?"
Cash's smirk lit up like a neon sign that read, "Punch me." Joe fixed the young man with a hard stare, the kind he usually saved for poisonous snakes and tax collectors. "You mean that everyone who goes there dies? That nonsense?" Cash laughed, rolling his eyes. "Good Lord, you do believe it!" "Hell yes, I do." Joe's jaw clenched so tight his back teeth screamed. "But that's ridiculous!" Cash's smirk grew, making Joe's blood boil. The cocky little bastard lounged against the rail like they were discussing the weather, not an island that had swallowed dozens whole. Joe jabbed his gnarled finger into Cash's chest, hard enough to make the kid flinch. "Listen up, hotshot. You don't joke about things you don't understand." His voice came out like gravel in a blender. "Menchal Island kills. Period." "Oh, yeah?" Cash straightened up, trying to match Joe's intensity but falling far short. "And how exactly do you know that?" Joe leaned in close enough for Cash to smell the whiskey on his breath. "Because I've watched it happen, smartass. I knew the people who went there. Good men, strong men." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Every single one of them ended up dead. Not missing, dead. The lucky ones washed up on shore. The others?" He shrugged. "The island kept them." Cash's smirk finally cracked just a little. "Good. Maybe the punk isn't completely brain dead after all." "So what, they sail out there and catch some deadly virus? Drop dead right on the beach?" Cash snorted. "That's how all these stupid stories start. People see two things happen and decide one caused the other." Joe gripped the wheel tighter, his knuckles white against the weathered wood. The island squatted on the horizon like a dark stain, exactly where he didn't want it to be. "I don't care about your fancy logic. We're not going anywhere near that place." Cash wouldn't shut up about it, though. He stood at the rail, staring at the forbidden shore like a kid eyeing candy through a store window. "What if we just cruise past it? Stay offshore, grab some decent photos, quick and easy." "No." Joe tried to make it sound final. "I'll throw in another 1,000. The words hit Joe like a punch to the gut. He opened his mouth, closed it again. The offer dangled there, dangerous and tempting. Apparently, these kids did speak his language. "Ah, hell," he thought. "Money always speaks." That kind of cash would dig him out of the hole he'd fallen into lately. Plus what Cash already owed him for the day. Christ, it would solve a few of his growing list of problems. "Just one quick pass," he heard himself say, already hating that he was even considering it. Cash nodded. "Very quick." "We don't go ashore?" Cash shook his head, lips pressed into a thin line. "Nope." "And I'm not in the footage." Joe crossed his arms, leaning back against the wall with forced casualness. The boat felt cold through his thin shirt. Cash drummed his fingers on his hip, took a breath like he was weighing his next words. "Agreed." "Fine." Joe pushed off from the wall. "But I want my objection on the record." "Noted." Cash's mouth twitched. "The gods of Menchel will be notified of your innocence." The sarcasm dripped like acid. Joe shot him a dark look, but stalked back toward the helm anyway. His fingers flew over the nav controls, plotting the quickest route around the island. One pass would do it, just enough to keep his conscience quiet while getting back to Campbell Bay close to schedule. And if they ran a few minutes behind, well, the extra $1 in his account would shut up both his wallet and his constantly complaining bank account. Chapter 4. Joe. The island swelled before them like a tumor on the horizon, its jagged cliffs casting long shadows across the water. Black rocks jutted from the surf like rotting teeth, warning them away. Joe tried to steady his hands on the wheel, but the tremors wouldn't quit. Sweat dripped down his back despite the cool morning air. "Those fancy cameras ready?" His voice scraped out like gravel. He cleared his throat, tried again. "We're only doing this once, so no second takes. Screw it up and that's your problem." Cash bounced around the deck like a caffeinated puppy, high on the thrill of getting his way. His camera crew scrambled to keep up as he barked orders, pointing at angles and sight lines only he could see. They lugged their gear into position: tripods, boom mics, some of those massive lenses that probably cost more than Joe made in a year. The crew barked back their readiness, each word clipped in tight. They'd pulled this kind of stunt before, but Joe caught something new in their voices. A crack in the usual cocky bullshit. They felt it too. That sick wrongness rolling off the island like black smoke. Not that it would make a damn bit of difference. With their type, nothing ever did. The almighty story came first, even if it meant getting their asses killed to nail the perfect shot. Joe's hand shook slightly as he pushed the throttle forward. The engines growled underneath, vibrating through the deck plates and up his legs. As the boat inched along that cursed shoreline, the whole world went sideways. The air turned to soup, pressing down on his chest like a lead blanket. Sweat ran down his temples, even though the morning wind cut like ice through his jacket. His gut screamed at him to turn around, to get the hell away from this place before it was too late. But $1,000 was $1,000. And anyway, they were committed now. One quick pass, grab the footage, and gone. Simple. Until it wasn't. Joe's hands locked onto the wheel, knuckles bleaching white. Something yanked at the boat, not waves or current, but a greedy pull that made his guts twist. Like massive claws had snagged their hull, dragging them inch by inch toward that shoreline. The force crept up his forearms, dug into his chest like ice-cold fingers. His heart slammed against his ribs so hard it hurt, beating out a warning drum that screamed, "Run, run, run." Then reality slapped him across the face. What kind of dumbass was he, trading their lives, his life, for pocket change? $1,000 wouldn't mean shit if they all ended up fish food. Or worse. He couldn't help but think of the stories. The stuff he'd heard of the island, what they did to outsiders, before they killed them. Joe shuddered, an involuntary reaction. They had to bail right now, before whatever was coming caught up with him. Joe's heart slammed against his ribs like a trapped animal trying to break free. The air had gotten thick, wrong, like breathing through wet cotton. It was as if he just landed them on another planet, or this planet 100 million years ago. He glanced over the island's fog, half expecting a dinosaur to rear its head and break through, charging at him. Instead, there was silence. Heavy silence, all-consuming silence. "Hey, kids!" His voice cracked as he spun around, the words tasting like 3-day-old coffee grounds stuck to the back of his throat. The deck pitched under his feet, but it wasn't the waves doing it. Something else was at work here, something that made his skin crawl and his teeth ache. He caught one last glimpse of Cash's face before everything went sideways. The cocky little bastard's features had twisted into something Joe recognized, something he'd seen before, back when... But there wasn't time to finish that thought. Pain exploded across the back of his skull like a shotgun blast, and the world dropped away into an endless black pit. The darkness swallowed him whole, just like the island had swallowed all the others. His last coherent thought was that he should have known better. He really should have known better. Chapter 5. Joe. Joe's next memory hit him like a bad hangover. Someone moaning and cursing up a storm. Took him a good 30 seconds to figure out those pathetic sounds were coming from his own throat. Through what felt like a mouthful of cotton balls, he managed to pry his eyes open. Big mistake. The world spun like a carnival ride gone wrong, and his stomach did backflips to match. He found himself sprawled on the deck of his boat, which rocked beneath him like a drunk trying to walk a straight line. His head. Jesus Christ, his head. It had swollen to the size of a beach ball, or at least that's how it felt. Every heartbeat sent lightning bolts of pain shooting through his skull. Like an idiot, he tried pushing himself up on one elbow. Bad move. Really bad move. His arm gave out faster than a cheap lawn chair, and his head smacked the deck with a hollow thunk. The sound reminded him of his grandpa testing watermelons at the market, except this time the melon was his skull, and it was definitely overripe. Shit, he groaned, fully intending the curse to be at least 50% prayer. He hadn't felt so horrible since he'd fallen into a tiger trap during yet another of his Special Forces covert missions. His elbow skidded across the deck and something warm and sticky coated his skin. He looked down, squinting through the fog in his brain. Blood. Dark and fresh, spreading across the weathered planks like spilled wine. His hand shot to the back of his head where pain throbbed like a second heartbeat. More blood smeared his fingers, dripping between the creases of his palm. The world spun, and memories flickered like a busted TV set. Those damned kids. Those stupid, arrogant little shits with their cameras and their $1,000 bribes. He'd known better. Christ, he'd known better than to get anywhere near this hellhole. But greed made people do dumb things, and now here he was, bleeding out on his own damn boat while God knows what waited in the shadows. Something moved behind him. He tried to run, to see what fresh horror was coming for him, but his neck wouldn't work right. The darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, and somewhere in the distance, someone started to scream. Joe rolled again, fighting against the deck's sway. His muscles screamed as he forced himself onto hands and knees. The world spun, partly from the boat's endless rocking, partly because his skull felt ready to crack open and spill his brains into the sea. Bile burned the back of his throat. "Come on, rabid dog," he snarled through clenched teeth. "Get a hold of yourself, you damn panty waste. Move your ass." The old nickname tasted like copper on his tongue, but the self-mockery did its job. He lunged for the wheel, fingers clawing at smooth metal. Using it as an anchor, he dragged his worthless carcass upright, though upright was pushing it. Best he could manage was a drunk's slouch against the helm railing, feet jammed under the pilot chair to keep from face planting. The morning sun stabbed his eyes like white-hot needles. Cursing, he fumbled in the side compartment until his fingers closed around familiar plastic. The aviators settled onto his hawk blade nose like an old friend. Through the dark lenses, he could just make out Menchel's hulking shape off the starboard bow, squatting there like a hungry beast waiting to finish what it started. Joe rubbed the back of his head, wincing as his fingers found the goose egg where they'd clocked him. Blood had dried his hair, flaked off onto his collar. Those little shits had jumped him right at the helm. Classic amateur move. Should have seen it coming from a mile away. "Well, at least they didn't cut me afloat," he muttered. "But I guess they'll still need a ride back." The words tasted bitter, like the copper tang of blood in his mouth. They'd played him like a cheap fiddle, and he'd fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Then he heard it. A scream ripped through the air from somewhere deep in the island's interior, the kind of sound that turns your blood to ice water. It started low, built to a shriek that could have shattered glass, then choked off mid-wail. The silence that crashed in afterward was worse than the scream itself. Joe's spine went rigid. In 30 years at sea, he'd heard plenty of weird shit. Whale songs, storm winds that sounded like voices, the grinding of ice floes that could make a man lose his mind. But this was different. Wrong. Not human, not animal, something else entirely. The kind of sound that had no business existing in a sane world. Pain stabbed through Joe's head with every heartbeat. But that wasn't what made him want to puke. No, something else scratched at the back of his mind. A weird tickle that said, "Run, you stupid bastard, run." His hair stood on end like he had grabbed a live wire, and his mouth went dust dry. Out there in the fog, something moved. Something waited. And whatever the hell it was, it knew he was here. 3 choices lay before him, none of them good. He could sit tight and wait like a coward, hoping those idiots would somehow find their way back. He could play hero and charge onto that demon rock to look for them. Or he could gun the engines and haul ass out of here while he still had the chance. The smart play was obvious. Fire up the boat and never look back. But that meant leaving those dumb kids behind. Sure, they'd brought this on themselves. Sure, Cash was a grade-A asshole who deserved whatever he got. But could Joe live with himself if he abandoned them? He rubbed his throbbing skull, wincing at the goose egg forming under his fingers. The answer was right there, mocking him, same as it always did when he let his bleeding heart override his common sense. Doing what was right, and doing what kept you breathing, didn't always line up nice and neat. "I'm kinda leaning toward the last of those options," he muttered, his fingers dancing over the throttle like a drunk trying to remember piano lessons. "But I suppose I should." The thing zipped past his ear with a whistle, missing him by inches before it smacked the deck. That sound, that meaty thunk, hit him like a punch to the gut. Same noise his own skull had made when it bounced off the planks earlier. Some things you never forget, no matter how hard you try. And as he looked down, he realized that thunk must be the universal noise made by heads hitting fiberglass and wood boat decks. Because Cash's head, and only his head, lay before him, gazing up with wide, terrified, unseeing eyes. A mouth open, locked in an eternal scream. "The hell with it," Joe grunted through clenched teeth, and he hit the throttle with both hands. Part 2. Chapter 6. Kim. A whisper slithered into her ear. "Is today Taco Tuesday?" Dr. Kim Kirby jerked so hard her knee banged the underside of the communal standing desk she was currently working at. She'd been lost in genome sequences for the past 3 hours, and the sudden intrusion felt like ice water dumped down her back. "Is it what?" she squeaked, hating how her voice betrayed her startled state. "Taco Tuesday," the voice came again, somehow even closer this time. The words rode on a wave of coffee-scented breath that made her skin crawl. Kim spun in her chair, almost nose to nose with Dr. Luke Arnfett's sweaty face, or armpit, as she'd secretly nicknamed him. Not that he smelled like one, he just gave her the ick and it sort of rhymed. He was way too close. Close enough that she could count the pores on his nose, close enough to see his chest rising and falling way too fast, like he'd jogged to her office, or worse, like he was excited about something. Neither option felt good. What are you even talking about? Kim stared at Luke like he'd grown a second head. 2 years at this place, and she'd never seen him this worked up about food. Luke tapped his watch with enough force to crack it if it hadn't been made of that fancy Gorilla Glass. Lunchtime. On Tuesdays, the cafeteria lays out a taco bar. He shook his head in disbelief. Haven't you been working here for 2 years now? I usually pack my lunch. The words came out smaller than she meant them to, like confessing to a crime. The truth was, she'd never even set foot in the cafeteria. Too many people, too much noise, too much everything. Luke rolled his brown eyes so hard they might have gotten stuck that way. What's the point? It's not like you have to pay for it. Meals are free. His face lit up with the zeal of a cruise ship director trying to drag passengers onto the dance floor. Free tacos, Kirby. Free tacos. How can you say no to that? Because the cafeteria serves garbage that tastes like it was scraped off the underside of a cafeteria table. Plus, you can't stuff your face with tacos and type at the same time, and I need to actually get work done during lunch. Luke cracked his neck and squared up like he was about to deliver the mother of all lectures. Let me break this down for you, he said. First off, you absolutely can eat tacos and work. I'm living proof. Kim bit back a smirk. That explained the orange-tinted grease stains all over his reports. Half the time, his cover sheets looked like evidence from a Tex-Mex massacre. Last week's filing had what she hoped was hot sauce splattered across 3 pages. She'd been this close to calling in forensics. Secondly, Luke went on, drumming his fingers against her desk, we're on a ship, which means that stuff you're bringing for your lunches is the same stuff they're making lunch with. And I'm pretty sure any health benefits you're getting from bringing your own food is shot to hell by the fact that you never stop working. Your keyboard probably has more DNA evidence than our crime lab. Very poor self-care, doctor. She didn't bother looking up from her screen. Her salad sat untouched beside her, wilting under the fluorescent lights. But she knew he was partly right. The ingredients she'd plundered from the mess fridge that morning had already been about 10 minutes away from wilting. The best she could offer in rebuttal was a meek, "We're not those kinds of doctors." Luke ignored her correction, leaning in closer. And finally, this is the real kicker, never going to the cafeteria means you can't have lunch with me. He flashed that stupid grin of his, the one that usually got him his way. Not this time, though. Probably. I'm sorry, Kim said, feigning confusion, but I've lost track of whether you're arguing the pros or cons. Luke cocked a brow. And it's just that sardonic humor I'm missing at my noonday repast. Your presence aids my digestion. Again, pros or cons? Just once, Luke pressed. If you have a terrible time, I'll never ask you again. Kim sighed. And then her eyes widened when she realized she was actually considering the invitation. Luke Arnfett was not a bad-looking man. In fact, one might be justified in calling him handsome, with his puppy brown eyes, sandy hair, and athlete's physique. The crooked smile and that twinkle in his eyes that always spelled mischief. On the other hand, he could be, and usually was, highly annoying, and had the maturity of a 12-year-old boy. Plus, She suspected that, were she to cave to the pressure and have lunch with the guy, he'd find a way to make her have fun, and then he'd never leave her alone. Don't encourage him, she thought, but her growling stomach had other ideas. She was starving, the kind of hungry that made her want to gnaw her own arm off. And why shouldn't she eat? She'd cracked it. Finally cracked the problem that had kept her up for weeks. In a few hours, she'd present her findings to the whole research team. Her hands were already getting sweaty just thinking about it. What better way to kill the pre-presentation butterflies than stuffing her face with something greasy from the cafeteria? To hell with it. She deserved a taco, maybe 2 or 3. If that creep took her eating lunch as some kind of signal, well, that was his problem. She could always shoot him down later, preferably in front of his colleagues. That thought alone made her smile. Sure, she said, enjoying the way his brown eyes grew large with surprise. Sure, why not? You serious? You weren't? I mean, sure, of course, he blustered. Why not indeed? His face, all angles and cheekbones, broke into a rakish smile, the familiar confidence flooding back as if it had never faltered. Let's go. If you get there late, all the fresh tortillas that get delivered on Mondays are taken, and you're left with last week's old hard shells that taste like cancer. Kim felt a stab of pain, dulled by the years at the mention of cancer, but managed to push it back before it appeared on her face. Instead, she forced a smile. I bow to your expertise in all things research facility tacos, she said. Baby, you won't find a greater taco expert than me. Kim groaned inwardly, both to the use of the term baby and the obvious double entendre. If there had ever been a question about whether or not this decision would encourage the facility's most notorious Casanova, well, that question had been resoundingly answered. Besides, Luke said, they say it's getting a little choppy out at sea with the possibility of some real swells. Better eat now before they batten everything down. Or so we can barf it up later, Kim thought. But she followed Luke to the industrial lift that would take them to the deck housing the cafeteria. During the short trip upward, Luke kept sidling closer, trying to narrow the distance between them, while Kim edged away to maintain or, better yet, increase said distance. She was already at least halfway regretting her decision, and if Luke was right about the impending storm, then she could have a very unpleasant afternoon ahead. She checked her watch. Just about 90 minutes before her presentation. She just needed to get through that, and then she could go to her cabin and ride out the rest of this day. Chapter 7. Redmayne. The sleek black helicopter knifed through the rain clouds, dark metal against dirty cotton. Each drop hit the hull with a crack like bullets, the kind of rain that meant business. The pilot had warned them it would get worse before it got better, and for once, the weather guys weren't full of shit. Greyson Redmayne pressed his face against the cold window, squinting through sheets of water at the ship below. The research vessel Healing stuck out like a sore thumb, that blue hull and red tower screaming, "Here I am," to anyone bothering to look. White foam churned around her hull as the wind picked up, turning the ocean into an angry washing machine. Redmayne sprawled across the black leather lounge on the back of the chopper, doing his best to ignore the constant vibration that rattled his teeth. Sure, they'd tried to make it fancy, stuck in a side desk, bolted a TV to the wall, even added a door he could shut for privacy, like that meant anything in a tin can barely bigger than his walk-in closet. He kept the door open, watching the pilot's every move through narrowed eyes. The guy seemed competent enough, but Redmayne hadn't lived this long by trusting other people's competence. Every few seconds, his gaze darted between the cockpit and the window, mapping their route against what he'd memorized from the flight plan. This was a far cry from his Gulfstream. No champagne service, no room to pace, just the endless whump, whump, whump of rotor blades and that damn vibration. Most people would have killed for a ride in a tricked-out executive chopper like this. Redmayne just killed to avoid them whenever possible. Along the wall just outside the private area sat 4 stone-faced killers who looked like they'd walked straight out of a Michael Bay movie. Each one carried enough firepower to start a small war. These weren't your average rent-a-cops. They were Redmayne's personal shadow team, and wherever he went, they followed like well-armed puppies. The group had secrets darker than the storm clouds overhead. 2 of them didn't even use their real names anymore, having pissed off enough governments to fill a UN meeting. The other 2? They were just lucky Redmayne kept their files buried deep. If anyone knew what they'd done, there'd be wanted posters from Moscow to Madrid. Redmayne squinted through the sheets of rain, his eyes fixed on their landing spot, a white circle painted near the ship's stern that looked about as big as a dinner plate from up here. His gut twisted. No matter how many times he rode in this high-tech death trap, he couldn't shake the feeling that helicopters were just accidents waiting to happen. Sure, his pilot was the best money could buy, but that didn't mean jack if something broke, and things always broke at the worst possible moment. Redmayne had learned that lesson the hard way. The pilot, a gruff bastard Redmayne only knew as Pilot, twisted around in his seat and eyed his passenger. The motion made Redmayne's stomach lurch worse than the turbulence. He wished the man would just focus on flying the damn helicopter. "No need to be nervous, sir." Pilot's gravelly voice crackled through the headset, competing with the thundering rotors overhead. "I've set birds down and worse than this with my hands tied behind my back." Redmayne tried for a withering glare, but his heart hammered too hard to muster real anger. The storm clouds ahead looked like bruised flesh, and his knuckles had gone white where they gripped the seat. "Well, let's not institute any such limitations, no matter how tempting." "You got it, sir." The pilot's chuckle did nothing to settle Redmayne's nerves. Neither did the way the helicopter pitched sideways as they banked toward the research platform's landing pad, now barely visible through sheets of rain. The chopper nose-dived, and Redmayne's guts followed suit. "Oh, shit," he thought, pressing his lips together. That fancy-ass brunt from the marina was about to stage a comeback tour. Just as the smoked salmon and eggs started their backstage preparations, Pilot tweaked their angle. Crisis averted. For now. "Landing in 2, Pilot said, his voice stripped of all emotion. Every brain cell he had was laser-focused on not killing them all. Redmayne gripped his seat tighter as another gust hammered the chopper sideways. The storm had gone from bad to biblical in the last few minutes. Their bird bounced and jerked through the air like a tin can tied to a cat's tail. Redmayne's mouth went dry. He wanted to ask how screwed they really were. Wanted Pilot to tell him they weren't about to become tomorrow's tragic news story. But his ego wouldn't let the words out, and his churning gut seemed to agree with staying quiet. The helicopter slammed onto the deck with all the grace of a drunk trying to sit. No finesse, no skill, just a desperate grab for solid ground that somehow worked. Pilot killed the rotors with shaking hands. They weren't dead. Holy shit, they weren't dead. One of the guards heaved the door open, and the storm rushed in to say hello. Wind screamed through the cabin, bringing sheets of stinging rain with it. Redmayne stared at his harness, his turn to move. Now he just had to work out how to unbuckle without painting the cabin floor with his lunch. Chapter 8. Kim. The guy at the front looked like Einstein after a rough night. Wild white hair sticking up like he'd been zapped. He smacked his hands together, trying to play teacher to a room full of people who couldn't care less. "Everyone," he mumbled, his voice about as commanding as a sleepy kitten. The words died somewhere between his mouth and the first row of seats. "Could I possibly have your... could I?" Fat chance. The room buzzed with conversation, people yakking away like they were at a cocktail party instead of whatever the hell this was supposed to be. Nobody even glanced his way. You'd think the old guy was invisible. He gave it one more shot, wringing his hands. "If you could all possibly... if... Still nothing. Just the endless drone of voices drowning out his weak attempt at control. The poor bastard looked ready to curl up and die right there at the podium. Dr. Kirby pressed herself deeper into the corner, wishing she could melt into the institutional beige walls. Perfect. Just perfect. Nothing said respected researcher quite like watching your introducer tank harder than the Titanic. Old Professor What's-His-Name was dying up there, stumbling over her name like it was written in hieroglyphics. His voice creaked like rusty hinges, each pause more painful than the last. "Dr. Kerr..." And there went the rest of her name, lost somewhere between his brain and his mouth. The room full of scientists shifted in their seats, the awkward energy cranked up to 11. Someone coughed, someone else shuffled papers. Dr. Kirby contemplated her life choices and wondered if it was too late to switch careers, maybe become a hermit. Hermits didn't need introductions. Then it happened. Like thunder cracking through library silence, a voice roared, "Shut up, you bunch of damn nerds!" The room went quiet, like someone had hit a cosmic mute button. Luke, the smug bastard, dropped back into his chair, wearing the kind of grin that said, "Yeah, I just did that." Dr. Kirby caught his eye and mouthed a silent thanks. Shit, she thought, drumming her fingers on the table. First, he'd cracked her up at lunch with his stupid jokes, and now here he was, playing White Knight. These were not helpful developments, not if she wanted him to back off, and definitely not if she wanted to keep pretending she wanted him to back off. The old guy up front, decked out in his pristine lab coat, which matched his hair in a way that had to be deliberate, stuffed his hands in his pockets and tried to look tall. It didn't work. He had about as much physical presence as a garden gnome, but damned if he wasn't going to milk every inch of his 5'0" frame for all it was worth. "Thank you all for coming," he said in his creaky voice, hesitating now and then as if to catch his breath. "I think you all know our colleague, Dr. Kim Kirby. She is here to present her latest findings." With that brief introduction, the old man sort of slid off to the side and deposited himself into the nearest chair with a sigh of relief. She stepped forward, her boots squeaking on the polished floor. The sound made her cringe. So much for a dramatic entrance. "Thank you, Director Carnes, and thank you all for coming." The crowd of suits and lab coats shuffled around like guilty kids in church, finding their seats with whispers and the scrape of chair legs. Kim waited them out, counting breaths until the room settled. Her mouth felt like she'd been chewing sand. "As most of you know," she said, forcing steel into her voice, "my specific studies aboard the Healing have focused on the somniosis microcephalus." The Latin rolled off her tongue smoother than English ever did.
That's the Greenland shark to normal people. The tough bastard of the ocean. The thing laughs at toxic waste, shrugs off parasites, and basically flips the bird at everything Mother Nature throws its way. Luke's voice cut through the crowd like a foghorn at a funeral. Except a massive planet-killing asteroid. He wheezed at his own joke, probably thinking he was the next George Carlin. Kim wanted to strangle him. Sure, he had that whole disheveled scientist who probably models on weekends thing going, but right now his face was just begging for a meeting with her palm. Instead, she went with, "Anyway." She stretched the word until it nearly snapped, hoping Captain Comedy would take the hint. She'd barely gotten back on track when another voice, Dr. Graham, professional pain in her ass, chimed in from the cheap seats. "What makes you think it would? Attributes don't necessarily cross species." He had that smug gotcha tone that made her want to throw her laser pointer at his head. "That's why it's being studied, Dr. Graham," Kim shot back, counting backwards from 10 in her head. "To find out. We don't know until we study." Sometimes she wondered if these people had forgotten the whole point of being scientists. Right now, they were acting more like a bunch of kids trying to poke holes in her book report. Graham snorted like a pig finding truffles. "Waste of time," he said, not bothering to lower his voice in the cramped conference room. "I've said this from the start, and yet the leadership keeps throwing good money after bad, chasing unicorns and fairy dust. Years of this crap, and what do we got? Jack shit with a side of nothing." Dr. Kirby's fingers tightened around her pen until her knuckles went white. She knew better than to take Graham's bait. The man lived to stir up trouble, but something in her snapped. Maybe it was the 5th cup of coffee, or the tacos that were already starting to work their magic in her intestines, or maybe it was watching this pompous ass coast by on half-baked research for the last 3 years. "That's rich," she shot back, her words sharp enough to draw blood. "You want to talk funding? My entire annual budget wouldn't cover your coffee runs. But please, tell me more about how your groundbreaking work on, She pretended to check her notes. "What was it again? Oh, right. Studying the mating habits of lab rats is more deserving than my research." She leaned forward, coffee breath and all. "Even though your best-case scenario is teaching teenagers how not to make more teenagers." "And what the hell is that supposed to mean?" Graham shot back. "It means," Dr. Kirby said, "that even if you got everything you wanted from your studies, the impact on the human race would be negligible. They're passion projects, hobbies. My study has revolutionary potential." Graham leaned back in his chair, wearing that smug little smile that made people want to punch him. "Except that it's a pipe dream," he said, tapping his pen against the conference table. "Name one advancement in the last 12 months that suggests what you're doing is anything more than—" He paused, savoring the moment like a cat with a mouse. "What did you call it? A passion project?" Dr. Carnes pushed himself up from his chair, his arthritis making the simple movement look like a fight scene in slow motion. His trembling fingers tried to wrangle his wild Einstein hair into something presentable. Fat chance. Those white tufts had a mind of their own, springing back up like they were spring-loaded.
That is why we are—"
Carnes took a shaky breath, his stutter more pronounced under Graham's predatory stare.
"Here, Dr. Graham."
He gestured weakly toward the other end of the table.
"Please let Dr. Kirby speak."
Graham muttered something that would have made a sailor blush, and slumped back in his chair like a kid in detention. His arms locked across his chest, jaw tight enough to crack walnuts. Carnes shot him a look that could freeze hell before dropping into his own seat with a thud that said, "Shut up and deal with it." Dr. Kirby cleared her throat, clearly used to dealing with rooms full of testosterone and ego. "Now then,
The Greenland shark's been keeping scientists up at night for decades. Teams from Norway to Canada have been chasing these bastards through the dark, trying to crack their secrets, but none of them got anywhere. She paused, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, knowing that she didn't need to say the "until now" part out loud. Kim watched the room's mood flip like a switch. Even Graham uncrossed his arms, leaning forward despite himself. But right here, on this rusty tub we call the healing, we nailed it. We cracked the code that's had the whole scientific community scratching their heads, and let me tell you, it's bigger than any of us thought. I've been studying a flesh sample that we took from the fin of the Greenland shark we've come to call Mama, running it through various tests and some proprietary software coding I helped develop, along with a team I've partnered with. "What team would that be?" Graham piped up again.
Dr. Graham!
Carnes rebuked, mustering a much sterner tone of voice than anyone would have thought him capable of.
Please remain silent.
Kim heaved a sigh of relief. It was a question she was not interested in answering because her team happened to be two MIT dropouts not yet out of their 20s. She hadn't been kidding when she'd said funds were limited, but the two were geniuses and worked for peanuts, so it was a match made in research heaven, so long as no one found out. The ivory towers of academia would not be impressed were they to discover the source of the new software. She cleared her throat and went on. Chapter 9. Kim. Kim couldn't help but smirk. Time to drop the bomb. Now, being a woman, I have to apologize to Mama here. We ladies don't usually share our age, but this old girl's been swimming around for about 500 years, give or take a few decades. The room erupted in a mix of holy shit whispers and sharp intakes of breath. A few of the younger researchers actually stood up, craning their necks to see her data better. Even Dr. Carnes' wild Einstein hair seemed to stand a little straighter. The only one not losing his mind was Graham, who kept tapping away at his phone like a teenager in math class. Probably playing Candy Crush, the dick. She let the buzz die down before hitting them with the real kicker. But here's where it gets crazy. We found this gene, and I mean really found it, not some maybe sort of match. This thing's practically twins with something in human DNA. She paused, letting that sink in. Now, I can't stand here and tell you exactly what it does yet, but you better believe we're going to find out. And when we do... She didn't finish the sentence, didn't need to. The possibilities hung in the air like smoke. Luke's hand shot up like an eager kid in grade school. The move was so out of character, Kim almost laughed. He was usually the first to blurt out whatever popped into his head. But there he sat, arm raised high, clearly throwing shade at Graham's earlier outbursts. Kim caught herself smiling. Damn it. He had to stop being likable. It screwed with her head. Yes, Dr. Arnfett. She kept her voice professional, definitely not thinking about how his messy hair fell across his forehead just right. Do you have any specific markers that back up any possible human applications? He leaned forward in his chair, those blue eyes locked on hers like she was the only person in the room. Well, actually, there are... The door exploded inward with a bang that made Kim's heart skip. 4 men burst in, decked out in tactical gear, and carrying enough firepower to start World War III. They moved like sharks, smooth and practiced, spreading out to cover the room while everyone else scrambled back in their chairs. Through the chaos walked Mr. Moneybags himself, some suit wearing what had to be next year's fashion, crisp and perfect despite the armed circus he'd brought with him. His shoes probably cost more than Kim's car. Hell, his watch probably cost more than her entire wardrobe. Dr. Carnes shot up from his chair like someone had lit a fire under his ass. For a guy who usually moved slower than frozen molasses, he sure found his legs quick. His wild Einstein hair whipped around as he spun to face the intruders, looking more alive than Kim had seen him in 3 years of faculty meetings.
What is the meaning of this?
The old man barked/wheezed.
We're in the middle of an important research meeting.
Had the situation not been so terrifying, Kim might have laughed at the implication that Karn's true annoyance came from the interruption itself, not the fact that they all might be about to die at the hands of terrorists. The suited man took a step forward, smooth and confident like he owned the place. His bodyguards twitched, hands halfway into their weapons, before he waved them back with a lazy flick of his wrist. Kim's first thought had been terrorists, but no. These guys weren't here to shoot up the place. They stood like Secret Service, eyes scanning for threats, bodies angled to protect their boss. "Sorry to crash your party," the man said, strolling to the front of the room like he was giving a TED Talk. His shoes probably cost more than Kim's monthly salary. "I'm Greyson Redmayne." He jerked a thumb toward his personal army. "These guys, my bodyguards. Don't worry, they won't hurt anyone." His mouth twisted into a smirk. "Unless someone gets stabby, then all bets are off." He chuckled at his own joke while everyone else sat frozen, probably wondering if they were about to star in the world's weirdest hostage situation. The smile dropped from his face faster than a lead weight. "Let's cut to the chase," he said, scanning the room like a hawk hunting mice. "I'm here for Dr. Kim Kirby. Anyone want to point her out? Save us all some time." Carnes shuffled forward.
And what is your business with her,
Redmayne's smile turned sharp as a knife's edge. Gone was the friendly businessman act. This was all shark now. "I'd prefer to discuss that with her."
Of course,"
Carnes wheezed, his stutter worse under pressure.
Surely you can appreciate our position, Mr. Redmayne. How do we know you mean her no harm?"
"You don't, I suppose." Redmayne shrugged like they were discussing the weather instead of potential kidnapping. His next words came out wrapped in silk, but the threat underneath was clear as day. "But we mean her no harm." That grin again, all teeth and zero warmth. "And we'll find out anyway. Most of you appear to be wearing badge lanyards, so it would be a simple matter to narrow things down. But surely it would just be easier to—" "I'm Dr. Kirby." Kim stepped forward, chin up, shoulders back. No point dragging this out. Whatever this rich psycho wanted, he wasn't leaving without it. Might as well face the music standing up. Redmayne whirled around like a snake striking, his $1,000,000 smile flashing under the fluorescent lights. "Ah, Dr. Kirby." His voice dripped honey, but his eyes stayed cold and sharp. "Thanks for not dragging this out. God knows these things can get messy. Quick chat?" Kim's stomach did a backflip. She scanned the room, hoping someone, anyone, would jump in, maybe tell this guy and his gun-toting goons to take a hike. But no. Her brave colleagues suddenly found their shoes fascinating. Graham even pretended to focus down on his phone again, the chicken shit. "I suppose we could talk," she said, trying to sound braver than she felt. Her mouth had gone desert dry, and her heart hammered against her ribs like it was trying to escape. "Privately," Redmayne cut in. The words sliced through the air like a razor. His smile never wavered, but something in his tone made it clear this wasn't a request. The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Of course, this way." Kim led the way out of the conference room, and down the hallway to a small office. Redmayne followed her, and his guards followed him. Once at the office, Redmayne gestured for the guards to remain out in the hallway, and then he stepped into the office with Dr. Kirby. Chapter 10. Dash. As the hot Bali sun baked his skin, Dashford Dash Boone tried to keep his breathing even, preparing for the final push of the foot race. The man he was chasing was in far better shape than most of the thieves Dash had run down in the last couple of years, and he was beginning to reevaluate his life's goal of sampling every beer in the world. That little dream, and all of its impossibility, was the domain of a younger man. Not much younger, as Dash was by no means past his prime, but he had definitely noticed that the pounds were beginning to accumulate easier and drop off harder. It was very annoying. Dash took a deep breath, flooding his cells with oxygen, and surged forward. His hand darted out and he snagged the thief's collar. The man's shirt, worn and threadbare, tore down the back, but it slowed him down just enough. Dash grabbed the thief's upper arm, his own big hand nearly completely encircling the limb. Dash set his feet, and the duo came to a sliding halt. The thief struggled, but his speed far exceeded his brute strength, and Dash easily overpowered him. "Look," he growled out, his breath coming in gasps. "I can tell you're hungry, but you can't just go around taking other people's shit. The wallet you stole belongs to that little old lady at the cafe. Now give me the wallet!" The thief said nothing but glared at Dash with bloodshot eyes. Drugs, Dash thought, feeling a renewed stab of both pity and frustration at the man. He'd been prepared to give him a few bucks of his own money, but given the man's wild-eyed look, it was clear anything he received would go right into his arm. "Give me the wallet," Dash repeated, more gently this time. For a moment, the man seemed to surrender, as his shoulders slumped and his eyes cast downward. But in the next moment, something metallic flashed in the sun, and Dash felt an intense stinging and pinching sensation along his forearm. He didn't need to look to know what it was. He'd received a knife wound before. "God damn it!" Dash snarled. He pulled back his wounded arm and clocked the thief in the center of his drug-drawn face. The lights went out immediately, and the man slumped to the dusty ground, the knife clattering on stones. Dash bent down and rifled through the man's ragged clothing, quickly finding the wallet. Then he straightened and headed back toward the cafe. As he turned the final corner, a large form loomed suddenly before him, halting his progress. "Pardon me," Dash said brusquely, stepping to one side to go around the figure, which immediately moved to block his path. Annoyed, Dash gave the figure a better look. An enormous man with closely cropped blonde hair and shoulders the size of Gibraltar. His face was flat and broad, and he wore reflective sunglasses, causing Dash to stare at his own mirrored image. "Whoa, I look tiny," he thought. "Pardon me," he said again, a little ashamed as his voice automatically adopted a more genteel tone than before. "You, Boone?" It wouldn't be quite accurate to say that the giant spoke, because the words more rolled from his open mouth like distant thunder, seeming to shake the ground where the two men stood. "I might be." "Don't play games with me, shrimp. You, Boone." Dash felt a flash of annoyance, despite apparently being in imminent danger of being squashed like a bug. He suddenly had more empathy for the thief. "Yeah," he huffed. "Me, Boone." "Good. You come with me." I'm kinda busy here." "Doing what?" "Oh, little things like, minding my own damn business." The giant's cocked eyebrow rose above the top edge of his sunglasses. "That why you're running down pickpockets for little old ladies?" "You've been watching me." "For a while." There was an awkward pause. Then the giant said, "You'll come with me." Dash gave the man another once-over, this time noticing all the discreet bulges that may not have been noticed by most, but that Dash knew to be caused by the concealment of various deadly weapons. "What's this all about?"
"Someone important want to see you."
"Important people give me the hives," Dash said. "You're going to have to be more specific." The giant shook his head.
"Not here."
"Where then?"
"On the trip to see him."
Dash observed the man in silence for a moment. Yes, the man was armed, but there was a better than 50% chance that he could escape this situation alive. The question remained, did he want to escape it? If nothing else, this was very, very interesting. Finally, he said, "Why should I go along with this?" The giant smiled.
"Two reasons. First, I have been instructed to collect you at all costs."
"And by all costs, I'm assuming that includes the fate of my life and limbs?" The big man shrugged enormous shoulders. Dash sighed. "Okay, what's the second reason?"
"You stand to make a great deal of money."
Dash felt his ears perk up almost literally. "Now that is a reason I find compelling."
"We thought you might."
"Can I at least return this wallet?" The giant considered, then nodded.
"Be watching you. Run and you're dead."
"I'm about run out for the day," Dash said truthfully. "I just want to finish what I started here, and then you can have your way with me." The giant scowled.
"Not going to."
Dash ignored the man and walked toward the cafe where the old lady was waiting. She stood, slightly swaying, wringing her hands and looking breathless, as if she had actually exerted herself throughout the whole ordeal. "Here you go," Dash said, handing the wallet to the woman. She teetered forward.
"Oh, thank you, young man. Here, let me reward you for your bravery and hard work."
Dash hesitated, unsure whether or not he'd have any further use for money once the giant got through with him, but he couldn't quite bring himself to turn down any sort of reward. He nodded. The woman opened the wallet and flipped through some bills before pulling one out and handing it over to Dash.
"Thank you again,"
she said.
"I just don't know what I would have done."
"Of course, ma'am." The old lady turned and weaved off to rejoin her friends and their mimosas. Dash looked down at the single bill in his hand. "Oh, for God's sake," he muttered. $1? He glared toward the group of elderly women who saw him looking and waved merrily at him. For a brief moment, he considered going over and stealing all of their wallets, but then he remembered the giant and the apparent armory the giant kept stowed under his clothing and reconsidered. Besides, he wanted to find out just how much money he stood to make on this mysterious adventure. So instead, he turned and headed back to face whatever his doom might entail. Chapter 11. Kim. Kim dropped into the office chair like a sack of rocks, her mind racing faster than her caffeine-soaked heart. The desk in front of her belonged to everyone and no one, just another hand-me-down piece of furniture on this floating rust bucket they called a research vessel. "So, let me get this straight," she said, rubbing her temples. Those 3 cups of coffee from earlier weren't helping her think any clearer. If anything, they were making everything worse, turning her thoughts into a jumbled mess of what the actual crap. "You want me to join a team dedicated to curing cancer?" The words tumbled out of her mouth like marbles, each one sounding dumber than the last. She might as well have been pitching the plot of some old sci-fi novel written last century. But hey, at least those stories didn't usually feature armed commandos crashing research presentations. Then again, her Tuesday had already jumped the rails. Why not go full crazy? Redmayne's laugh bounced off the office walls, too big for such a cramped space. His perfect posture crumpled as he leaned forward, probably giving his $1,000 suit fits. Those sharp elbows dug into designer pants that cost more than her rent. Then, like someone had flipped a switch, the laughter died. His smile vanished, replaced by something cold and hard as winter steel. The transformation hit so fast it made her head spin. One second he was the amused billionaire, the next he looked ready to buy her life and sell it for parts. No, he shook his head, and something cracked behind that $1,000,000 smile. Gone was the smooth-talking suit who'd stormed her presentation. The mask slipped, just for a second, showing raw desperation underneath, like a drowning man catching sight of shore. "Listen," he said, running a hand through his perfect hair, messing it up for the first time since she'd met him. "Getting rid of cancer after it hits, that's plan B, last resort. What I want..." He leaned in close enough that she could smell his fancy cologne. "I want you to help me stop that bastard before it gets its hooks in. Kill it before it starts." His eyes burned with an intensity that made Kim want to step back, but she held her ground. This wasn't just business for him. This was personal. The kind of personal that keeps you up at night, that drives you to storm research facilities with armed guards. The silence stretched between them like a rubber band ready to snap. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper, but it hit harder than any shout. "I want you to help me make sure nobody else has to watch someone they love waste away in a hospital bed, counting down the days." Kim crossed her arms, trying to look tough, even though her knees felt like jelly. It was a good thing she'd taken the chair. "Okay. Why me?" Redmayne's smile widened. He leaned against the desk like he owned it, probably getting more wrinkles in his suit than it had seen its entire life. "I've heard of your research," he said, examining his manicured nails. "And I've got to say, you're onto something big with the Greenland shark. My own team's been sniffing around the same trail. But you..." He whistled low. "You've left them in the dust." He straightened up, adjusting his cuffs with the kind of practiced move that screamed old money. "And trust me, I've got the best minds money can buy. Or at least..." His mouth twisted into something between a smirk and a grimace. "I thought I did. But here you are, working miracles with pocket change and determination, while my all-stars can't get past square one." Redmayne took a step closer, invading Kim's space like he owned it. She planted her feet, refusing to back up even though every nerve screamed at her to run. His cologne hit her nose, probably some fancy French stuff that she couldn't pronounce. The sharp, woody scent filled the tiny office until she could barely breathe. "I need you on my team, Dr. Kirby." His voice was smooth as aged whiskey, practiced and precise. "And I'm not talking about some backroom lab rat position. You'd be running the whole show." He spread his arms wide, nearly touching both walls of her shoebox office. "Budget? Sky's the limit. Whatever you need, it's yours." His eyes swept over the worn desk, the stack of papers held down by a coffee-stained mug, the filing cabinet with one drawer that wouldn't quite close. His perfect nose wrinkled just slightly, like he'd caught a whiff of something unpleasant. "Plus," he added, reaching out to tap her peeling nameplate, "we could get you set up somewhere a bit more suitable than this closet they've stuck you in." The way he said suitable made it clear exactly what he thought of her current digs. A real lab, real equipment, real respect. Kim barked out a laugh, the sound bouncing off the cramped office walls. The room was barely big enough for both of them, decorated with nothing but a rickety desk and a dying plant that hadn't seen water in weeks. Look around, Mr. Redmayne. The healing isn't exactly the Queen Mary. Hell, it's not even the Staten Island Ferry. She gestured at the water stain creeping down one wall, though I guess that adds character. It serves its purpose, Redmayne said, his perfect teeth flashing in another snake charmer smile. He ran a finger along the dusty desk. But you're meant for better, Dr. Kirby. Much better. The resources I'm offering, well, let's just say you won't have to beg for grant money anymore. His eyes locked onto hers, cold and calculating despite the warmth in his voice. So, what do you say? Kim studied him for a long moment, weighing her options. On one hand, this guy had burst in with an armed squad like some B-movie villain. On the other hand, he was offering her the chance to do real work without scraping by on coffee and determination. The choice wasn't as hard as it should have been. I think, she said slowly, if we're going to be working together, you should probably call me Kim. She stuck out her hand, hoping she wasn't making a deal with the devil. Just don't expect me to call you Gray. Chapter 12. Kim. The wind screamed across the deck like a banshee, turning every step into a fight. The healing pitched and rolled beneath their feet, metal groaning as waves hammered the hull. What had started that morning as a light chop had morphed into nature's own demolition derby. "Let's go, pilot," Redmayne bellowed, his fancy suit soaked through. His perfect hair was a mess now, plastered against his skull by the driving rain. Gone was the smooth corporate shark. Now he looked like everyone else, cold, wet, and not happy about it. "Do you think we should wait until this blows over?" Kim had to scream just to hear herself think. The wind ripped her words away and scattered them across the Atlantic. Her clothes were glued to her skin, and she could barely see through the sheets of rain. The deck lurched again, sending them stumbling. Kim grabbed the nearest railing, her fingers going white-knuckled on the slick metal. The ocean stretched out around them in every direction, black waves topped with angry white foam. Each swell looked bigger than the last, like the sea itself was trying to swallow them whole. Above them, the helicopter's rotors beat against the storm, fighting to stay steady as the ship bucked beneath it. Pilot had the look of someone seriously reconsidering their career choices, not that Kim could blame him. This wasn't exactly standard flying weather, more like suicide mission weather. Either Redmayne didn't hear her or chose to ignore, because she received no response from the enigmatic billionaire as he jumped onto the foot and into the chopper. Kim had no choice but to follow, and reached up just as Redmayne turned to help. He pulled her up and into the cabin, the absurdly nice cabin. The pilot flashed a thumbs up and throttled up the beast. The rotors tilted as they lifted away from the healing's deck. Kim had logged plenty of miles in planes, but helicopters, that was new territory. She'd always taken the sane route, boarding the research vessel from solid ground like a normal person. Now, watching the deck drop away beneath them, she realized just how smart she'd been to avoid these death traps. The wind slapped them around like a cat playing with a mouse. Each gust sent them wobbling, and Kim's stomach did backflips that would have impressed an Olympic gymnast. Lightning cracked across the sky, turning night to day for split seconds that stretched forever. The thunder that followed rattled her teeth. Worst of all were the rotors. They wheezed and groaned overhead like they were about to give up and call it quits. Kim could practically hear them thinking about snapping off and sending everyone for an unplanned swim. Right then and there, she made herself a promise. If she survived this ride, she was done with helicopters. Let other idiots dangle from glorified ceiling fans. She'd stick to good old-fashioned boats and planes from now on. These things weren't meant for humans. They belonged in some demon's garage, not hauling people around through storms that would make no one nervous. The words exploded from Kim's throat, her face inches from Redmayne's. Spit flew, her heart hammered against her ribs like a drum solo. But the crazy bastard just stood there grinning, like getting screamed at by furious scientists was his idea of a good time. "Ain't it great?" he shouted back, still wearing that $1,000,000 smile. The wind whipped his perfect hair into chaos, turning him from polished CEO into mad scientist in seconds flat. The chopper lurched sideways without warning, skidding through the air like a drunk driver on ice. 20 feet of empty space vanished in a heartbeat as the massive wind gust grabbed the aircraft and threw it around like a toy. Kim's stomach did backflips as she watched the deck swing past below them. In the cockpit, Pilot was wrestling the controls like he was trying to break them, his knuckles white with effort. The engines screamed as he fought for altitude, trying to pull them up and away from the deadly dance of steel and sea below. For a moment, it looked like they might lose the fight. Then the nose lifted, and they clawed their way back into the safety of open sky. "Jesus Christ!" Kim shrieked, her voice cracking like a teenager's. Her hands clamped onto the seat so hard her knuckles went white. "I changed my mind. Take me back." The chopper kept climbing, each foot higher, making her regret every life choice that led to this moment. Through the window, the Healing shrank to toy boat size, bobbing on waves that looked deceptively gentle from up here. Her stomach lurched in the opposite direction, trying to crawl up her throat. "I will not puke. I will not puke," she repeated in her head like a prayer. "I absolutely refuse to—" The helicopter jerked right like a drunk driver, then skidded sideways through the air. The motor whined, fighting against wind that seemed determined to knock them out of the sky. Kim squeezed her eyes shut, but that only made it worse. Now she couldn't see what was coming, could only feel each stomach-churning move. "Oh, God," she moaned, tasting coffee, cheap tacos, and regret. Maybe throwing up wouldn't be the worst thing. At least then she'd have an excuse to make them turn around. But no, she'd signed up for this insanity. Might as well see it through, assuming they didn't all die in this flying death trap first. "Why are we doing this?" Kim shouted, but her inquiry was lost as Redmayne let out a whoop that any Texan would have been proud to call their own. Kim almost expected him to pull out a rope and try to lasso the storm like some folkloric Western hero of old. Redmayne caught her eye from across the cabin. His suit looked decidedly less perfect now, rumpled by the plane's constant jerking. The smug bastard still managed to grin like they were on a pleasure cruise instead of fighting through what felt like the end times. He handed her a headset, and she put the cans over her ears, the foam padding helping to drown out the sounds of the rotor and buffeting winds. She pulled the microphone arm down and placed it in front of her lips, just as Redmayne spoke again. "You can relax," he said, his voice no louder than normal. It was amplified and piped directly into her ears, easily audible over the engine's roar. "You don't have to worry unless Pilot tells you to." Easy for him to say. He probably did this 3 times before breakfast. Kim's eyes darted toward the cockpit, where Pilot sat wrestling with the controls, His shoulders were tense, but his movements stayed smooth, like he'd done this dance 1,000 times before. The plane shuddered and bucked as thunder cracked outside, but Pilot just kept working his magic, somehow keeping them from becoming very expensive fish food. They climbed higher through the storm, the massive gray wall of clouds swallowing them whole. Below, the healing grew smaller and smaller, until it was just a toy boat floating in a bathtub. The rain came down in sheets now, drumming against the windows like angry fists. Kim watched her old life disappear into the storm and wondered if she'd made the right choice. Too late for second thoughts now. She was along for the ride, come hell or high water. And from the look of those clouds, they might get both. "Losing visual contact with the sea vessel," Pilot said into the onboard communication system. "It'll be all instruments from now until this clears up or we fly out of it." "Will that take long?" Kim asked. Pilot shrugged. "Not if I can help it." She tried to settle back, to put her trust in the pilot, who really did seem to know what he was doing, but every time she tried to do so, the storm would lash out with renewed vigor. At one point, the bottom totally dropped out, and they dropped 100 or 200 feet before Pilot could level it out. Still doggedly and with rugged determination, they moved through the storm, seeming to crawl along at a mind-numbingly slow pace, although Kim knew that wasn't the case. Chapter 13. Kim. At last, the storm backed off like a beaten boxer stumbling to its corner. The rain thinned to a drizzle, then nothing. Kim's death grip on the armrest loosened for the first time in what felt like hours. Her fingers creaked in protest as she pried them free, crammed into permanent claws from hanging on for dear life. Through the helicopter's window, she spotted Salvation, a tiny airstrip cutting through the landscape below like someone had taken a razor to the earth. Just the sight of it made her want to cry with relief. Solid ground. Beautiful, wonderful, non-moving ground. The whole cabin seemed to exhale at once. The tension that had built up through their roller coaster ride through hell finally broke, leaving everyone looking like they'd just survived their own personal near-death experience, which, honestly, wasn't far from the truth. Even Redmayne's squad of stone-faced bodyguards showed cracks in their professional masks. These guys had probably seen some serious stuff in their time, the kind of action that would give normal people nightmares. But that storm? That had gotten to them. One of them actually closed his eyes for a moment, probably sending up a silent prayer of thanks. They'd spent the entire flight pretending the storm was no big deal, but Kim caught the way their shoulders finally relaxed as the skies cleared. Pilot guided them down with a kind of smooth precision that made the whole death-defying journey look easy. His hands moved across the controls like a pianist at Carnegie Hall, each adjustment perfect and precise. Like they hadn't just danced with Mother Nature at her angriest. Like the last hour of terror had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Kim made a mental note to kiss the ground when they landed, and maybe buy the pilot a drink. Or 10. Hell, after that display of skill, she'd buy him the whole damn bar if he wanted it. Anyone who could fly through that nightmare and keep them all alive deserved at least that much. Kim practically dove out of the death trap the second the door cracked open, her legs wobbling like a newborn giraffe's. The world spun a bit as her brain tried to remember what solid ground felt like. Behind her, she could hear Redmayne's laughter. The smug bastard was probably still wearing that $1 million grin. Her fingers ached from gripping the seat so hard. She flexed them, watching the color slowly return to her knuckles. Her heart still hammered against her ribs like it was trying to escape, and honestly, she couldn't blame it. That flight had aged her about 10 years. I take it you didn't care for the ride, Redmayne said, stepping out of the chopper with the casual grace of someone who hadn't just danced with death in a metal box with spinning blades. Kim shot him a look that could have melted steel. Are you kidding? She glanced up at the sky, suddenly very interested in finding religion. I need to find a church immediately. Her legs were still shaking, but at least the ground had stopped trying to throw her off. Small victories. Redmayne cocked an eyebrow, his perfect suit now looking like he'd slept in it. My dear Dr. Kirby, are you proposing? No. Kim's stomach still hadn't quite settled, and her legs felt like jelly. I'm becoming a nun. My survival is obviously a sign from above that I need to correct the error of my ways. Maybe take up knitting. Say a lot of Hail Marys. The laugh burst out of Redmayne like a thunderclap, deep, rich, and completely genuine. For the first time since she met him, the corporate mask slipped all the way off. His eyes crinkled at the corners as he threw his head back, shoulders shaking. Gone was the shark in a suit, replaced by someone who seemed actually human. I suppose it was rather exciting, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. His perfect hair was still a disaster, sticking up in ways that probably gave his stylist nightmares. Not the worst I've seen, but still pretty fun. You should try landing on an oil rig during monsoon season. Now, that'll put hair on your chest. He paused, glancing at Kim, or whatever the female equivalent might be. You have strange hobbies, Mr. Redmayne. Kim pulled off her headset, her ears still ringing from the chopper's roar. Her stomach hadn't quite decided if it was done doing backflips yet. The world still felt like it was tilting, even though they'd finally landed on solid ground. Redmayne smiled that shark smile of his, straightening his rumpled suit with practiced moves. Even after their dance with death and the storm, he looked ready to step into a board meeting. Maybe near-death experiences were just part of his morning routine, like coffee and crosswords for normal people. You're not the first to say so. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair, somehow making the mess look intentional. Rich people probably had special classes for that sort of thing. Now, come on, there's someone I want you to meet. Kim's legs wobbled as she stood, still shaky from their wild ride through the storm. Great, more surprises. Because crashing her presentation with armed guards and whisking her away in a helicopter during a monsoon wasn't enough excitement for one day. She followed him anyway, figuring things couldn't get much crazier. And again, with Redmayne, that might be exactly what she was about to find out. Chapter 14. Dash. Dash Boone leaned against the yacht's railing, watching gray clouds crawl across the sky like nails. The rain had backed off to a gentle patter, nothing like the biblical flood they'd missed, according to the weather guy at the airfield. Small favors. Behind him, the yacht's deck stretched out like a football field, all polished teak and gleaming brass. The whole thing screamed money, the kind of cash that made millionaires feel poor. Not that Dash cared about fancy boats. Right now, he just wanted answers. His blonde travel companion, and boy, that was a laugh, hadn't left the radio since they'd landed. The guy was built like a brick wall with legs, all muscle and mean looks, but here he was, clucking over weather reports like a worried grandmother. Every 5 minutes, he'd call control for updates on the storm, then start grilling them about distress calls. Dash couldn't help but smirk. Something about watching this human tank fret over weather patterns tickled him. The big guy probably bench-pressed cars for fun, but get him near a radio during a storm and suddenly he'd turn into Mother Teresa. It was like watching a grizzly bear bake cookies, wrong in all the right ways. Expecting someone? He had asked earlier, as the big man had made what had to be his 20th call to control.
"Yeah,"
the man had said. "And who might that be?"
"You'll see."
Dash drummed his fingers against the railing, trying to ignore the empty spot where a glass of scotch should be, and he knew there was very fine scotch on board a boat like this. 30 minutes of trying to crack the human mountain's shell, and all he had to show for it was zip. The big guy made brick walls look chatty. The rain came down in a light mist now, turning everything gray and dull. Perfect weather for brooding, which was exactly what Dash planned to do. A cigar would have helped. Nothing said mysterious stranger quite like puffing away while staring at storm clouds. But no, he was stuck here, empty-handed, playing 20 questions with a guy who didn't know how to give answers. Something shifted in his peripheral vision. Dash nearly jumped out of his skin as the giant materialized beside him, way too close for comfort. The guy moved like a cat despite being built like an excavator. He stood there now, neck craned back, eyes locked on the cloudy sky like he was expecting the second coming.
"You hear that?"
The words rumbled out of the big man's chest like distant thunder. Dash resisted the urge to take a step back. Personal space clearly wasn't in this guy's vocabulary. The rain beaded on the giant's shoulders, running down his jacket in tiny rivers. Whatever he was listening for, it had his complete attention, which was somehow more unnerving than being ignored. "No," Dash said. "What?"
"Chopper."
Dash strained his ears against the steady patter of rain. Nothing at first, just the wet slap of waves against the yacht's hull and the distant rumble of thunder. Then he caught it. That distinctive chop, chop, chop cutting through the gray afternoon. His eyes scanned the clouds, searching for movement. The sound grew louder, echoing off the water. Still nothing visible through the murk. Then the helicopter burst through the clouds like some dark predator, banking hard around the yacht's starboard side. Its rotors kicked up spray as it lined up with the landing pad, sleek and dangerous as a shark. Dash risked a glance at the giant standing beside him. For just a split second, the man's stone face cracked, the corners of his mouth twitched upward, and something that might have been joy flickered in those cold eyes. Then it was gone, quick as a camera flash, replaced by that same granite expression he'd worn all day. The massive bodyguard's reaction was interesting. Whoever was in that chopper clearly meant something to him, though Dash would bet good money the giant would rather eat glass than admit it. The helicopter touched down with barely a bump. Whoever was at the controls knew their stuff. The side door swung open and Dash watched as 4 men piled out, each one strapped with enough firepower to start a small war. They moved with military precision, spreading out to cover all angles. Their faces might as well have been carved from stone. These guys weren't your typical security detail. No, they had that special forces look about them, the kind of men who could kill you 6 different ways without breaking a sweat. They stood perfectly still, scanning the deck like they expected trouble to pop up any second. Next came another man, this one wearing what had to be a custom suit instead of tactical gear. He moved with the casual confidence of someone used to being in charge. When he reached the ground, he turned back toward the chopper and held out his hand like some movie star helping his date from a limo. A woman emerged, gripping his offered hand like it was a lifeline. Dash noticed how her legs shook as she stepped down, not the elegant exit her companion had managed. Her face was pale, and she swayed slightly even after both feet were on solid ground. Something about the way she moved set off alarm bells in Dash's head. He'd seen that look before, the unsteady steps, the barely hidden fear. This wasn't just someone rattled by a rough flight. No, this had all the marks of someone who hadn't exactly volunteered for their little helicopter adventure. The question was,
What kind of trouble had he just walked into? Who were these people? What did they want, he wondered. The civilian man walked toward Dash and the giant, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Jonas," he said, "I see you brought our man." "By hook or by crook," the giant, Jonas, replied. "He was not thrilled about it." For some reason, Dash felt compelled to defend himself. "I was basically kidnapped," he said. "What did you expect me to do? Thank you for interrupting my life?" The newcomer waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now. You can't have that much going on. I mean, look at you." Dash looked down at his clothing. Sure, he wasn't dressed in the finest of duds, but he didn't think he warranted such an insult. "I'm a casual guy," he said, once more on the defense. There was something about this man that annoyed him, although he couldn't quite pin down what. Maybe it was his confidence. Confident people were annoying, or perhaps the fact that he was obviously loaded, or maybe just the way he was still holding the woman's hand from helping her out of the chopper. She was blonde and shapely, a detail Dash had noticed immediately upon seeing her exit the chopper. And now he could see gray-green eyes that sparkled with intelligence, even through the worry that etched their corners. Of course, the other man said. "Please allow me to make introductions. My name is Greyson Redmayne, and you've already met Jonas Vertanien, my head of security. This young woman," and here Redmayne finally dropped the woman's hand as he gestured toward her, "is Dr. Kim Kirby." Redmayne didn't bother to introduce the four warriors standing in the background, but they appeared to be used to it. "I'm so pleased," Dash said, cringing just a little at the petulance in his voice. "But what I really want to know is what the hell is going on?" "And I would love to fill you in," Redmayne said. "But first I think we should all take 5 and freshen up, then meet for dinner. Over a repast, I will answer any questions you all might have." He gestured to the armed men. "See Mr. Boone and Dr. Kirby to their cabins, would you?" Chapter 15. Kim. Kim looked into the mirror and touched up her mascara. She wasn't going full face for dinner, but she did want to be presentable if for no other reason than it boosted her own confidence. She had brought a few of her own items, but had been surprised at how well stocked and appointed her quarters were. It was as if it had been especially created with her in mind, and she was beginning to think it had been. This Redmayne character was not simply a random rich dude with a bug up his butt. He obviously had resources, but he also knew how to use them properly and effectively, which was a quality that was surprisingly rare, even among the wealthy. In fact, the uber-wealthy were often less efficient with things than most, simply because they could afford to be lazy and sloppy. Not so with Redmayne. He was focused and resourceful, and obviously used his money to amplify the effects of both traits. Her thoughts drifted to the other man who'd been brought here, Dash Boone. Who was he, really? What was his role in whatever the heck this was? He wasn't a bad-looking guy either. Perhaps a little too beach bum for her taste, with his worn clothing and mussed hairstyle, the polar opposite of someone like, say, Luke Arnfett. No polish on Dash Boone with his crusty exterior. Although, Kim admitted, there was only that short meeting and the walk to their respective rooms to judge him by. And it sounded as if he'd been essentially kidnapped, which would be enough to put anyone in a bad mood. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," she said. The door opened and Redmayne stepped inside, looking almost impossibly chic in a tailored blazer over a thin turtleneck and pressed black slacks. He assessed her with appreciation. "I see the dress fit." "Yes," she said, feeling suddenly self-conscious. "I'm not sure I want to know how you knew my measurements." "I have far-reaching resources," he said. "Apparently."
Are you ready for dinner?
Kim was, in fact, starving, but she responded in a measured fashion, choosing to nod calmly instead of immediately drooling all over the floor, which is what she felt like doing. The last time she'd eaten was that stupid taco buffet with Luke, and her whole world had changed since then. It was definitely time to eat.
Excellent, Redmayne said. Then let's go get to it.
He held out his arm, and she accepted it with only a moment's hesitation. She still had reservations about the man. He was certainly intriguing, intelligent, and loaded, but she had some misgivings. Men in his position could easily lose sight of, well, propriety. They were so used to getting what they wanted that they sometimes stopped considering that what they wanted might run counter to another person's wishes. Not that she expected him to force himself on her, she didn't get that vibe from him, but he had been a little too familiar, holding her hand after exiting the helicopter, walking her arm in arm to dinner. It was entirely possible he was simply a gentleman, perhaps even a little old-fashioned, but Kim had learned to be careful and manage expectations. With that in mind, she felt a measure of relief when they entered a dining area, and he released her arm. He motioned to a chair at a large table that was already set with dining ware. One waiter was pouring water into glasses, and another was rolling out some chilling wine. Kim sat down at the indicated place and was immediately approached by the waiter with the wine cart.
"Might I interest you in a glass of red, ma'am?"
Kim considered refusing, thought it would likely be more prudent to refuse, but she had had a hell of a day, and so she nodded. "Yes, please." She watched as the deep red liquid splashed and swirled into the glass, and her nerves began to release through mere anticipation of the soothing alcohol. The door to the dining area opened, and Dash Boone walked inside, still wearing the truculent expression from earlier. His worn beach clothes had been replaced with a sports jacket and dark-washed jeans, but his hair was still flyaway, and he hadn't touched the beard stubble.
"Mr. Boone," Redmayne said, "welcome. You look refreshed."
"I feel like hell," the man grumbled. "Got any beer?"
"We have wine."
No thanks. I don't drink my fruit." Redmayne appeared to suppress a sigh as he turned to one of the waiters. "Carlos, do we have any beer on board?"
"I believe so, sir."
"Very good. Please supply Mr. Boone with whatever we have."
"Of course, sir."
Dash walked over to the table and plopped down into a chair without waiting to be seated. "This is quite a floaty you have here, Red," he said. Kim almost expected him to prop his feet upon the table, but for now the man exhibited at least that amount of good breeding. "Must have set you back a pretty penny. How much was this thing?"
Redmayne shrugged. "The yacht? I really don't remember."
Dash smiled sardonically. "If you have to ask, you can't afford it kind of things, eh?"
"Something like that."
"Hey, speaking of money, when your enormous friend picked me up in Bali, he mentioned something about me getting paid a large sum of dough. He never said how much." Redmayne smiled indulgently.
"And you want to know how much?"
"I just want to know how many politicians I'll be able to buy."
"The exact number will be decided based on how the mission proceeds."
"Oh, great," Dash groaned. "Not one of those performance-based deals. I hate those."
"I can imagine. But not to worry. No matter what, you will be paid more than you can make in a lifetime of recovering wallets for old ladies."
"Did I see a pool on my way back from my room?" Dash asked, changing the subject. Redmayne nodded.
"Yes, indeed. After dinner, if you'd like, you're welcome to take a dip. It's temperature-controlled and equipped with water jets."
Kim almost smiled as she watched Dash try, and fail, to come up with a way to be surly about the prospect of what amounted to a giant hot tub. "I guess that will be okay," he finally muttered. The waiter appeared with a bottle of beer and set it on the table.
Your beer, sir. Would you like it in a glass?"
In response, Dash picked up the bottle and popped the cap with his teeth. Kim shuddered, her own teeth aching in sympathy, as she then watched the man drain the bottle. Dash set the glass container down with a thunk and looked up at the waiter. "I'm hoping there are more of those." The waiter bit back a smile.
"Yes, sir. I have put several on ice."
He motioned to a second ice cart that now sat next to the chilling wine. "Wheel that sucker on over here," Dash said. "I want it within reach."
"Very good, sir,"
the waiter said, and promptly did so. Dash reached into the cart and pulled out another bottle, this time taking advantage of an opener that the waiter handed to him. He already seemed to be in a better mood, as his face relaxed a bit and the frown lines between his eyebrows mellowed. He's not at all bad looking, Kim thought for the second time that evening. If he'd smile and drop a little of the attitude, he might even be charming. His devil-may-care insouciance did have a measure of appeal, if only it wasn't quite so overdone. Chapter 16. Dash. Dash nursed his second beer, rolling the cold bottle between his palms. The yacht's dining room practically dripped money, all mahogany and brass and crystal glasses that probably cost more than his car. Not that he was impressed. Right now he just wanted answers. He slouched deeper into his chair, letting his shoulders go slack, playing up the buzzed act. Amazing how people opened up around someone they thought was 3 sheets to the wind, flash a dopey grin, maybe slur a word or two, and suddenly you're just furniture, the harmless drunk who wouldn't remember his own name tomorrow, let alone any interesting bits of conversation. Truth was, Dash could drink most people under the table without breaking a sweat. Years of dedicated practice, starting way back when he was stealing sips from his old man's whiskey collection. By now, his liver was probably made of steel, but nobody needed to know that particular detail. He took another pull from his beer, watching the others over the bottle's rim. The trick was to look relaxed while staying sharp, to catch every word, every gesture, every little slip-up that might explain why he'd been dragged onto this floating palace. Someone would crack eventually. They always did. In the meantime, he'd keep playing the happy drunk. Let them think the beer was doing its job. The truth would come out soon enough, one way or another. Dash was good at waiting, and even better at listening when people thought he wasn't. And so he kept drinking, even as the food courses began to arrive. They all began to eat, and the food was, predictably, far more delicious than boat food had any right to be. Dr. Kirby put the thoughts into words. "Mr. Redmayne, my compliments to the chef. An impressive feat under any circumstances." Redmayne smiled. "The yacht has an equally impressive kitchen. The chef is indeed world-class, but he's not exactly cooking over a Bunsen burner." As he drank, Dash was careful to keep tabs on his astuteness, but generally giving the impression that he was feeling the effects of the happy juice. Unfortunately for Dash, this also required him to act like a bit of a clod, which he noticed was making Dr. Kirby less and less interested in speaking to him. That was not the direction he wanted this relationship to go. It wasn't as if he'd set his cap for her, but she was an attractive woman, and he was a red-blooded man. Being spurned by an attractive member of the opposite sex was just the sort of thing to make any man cranky and desperate. Yet he stuck to playing his part and doggedly pursued the role of the drunk. "So, Redmayne," he said, beginning to slur. "What's your secret of success, eh?" Redmayne turned to look at him, breaking off a point he'd been making to Dr. Kirby. His smile was accommodating, and Dash knew he had fooled both of his dinner companions. "That depends on what you call success," Redmayne said. Dash rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh, come on, Red. Look around. You've got a yacht the size of Noah's Ark, and a helicopter that'd be the envy of an advanced alien race. So don't give me this horse puck about what success really means. Dash watched as Redmayne struggled to repress a sigh that ended up sort of seeping out the sides of his tightly held mouth. I inherited some of it, then turned that into a fortune by investing wisely in venture capital and other financial dealings. Anything shady? 'Cause I like shady, Dash said. I know you do, Redmayne said stiffly. Your reputation preceded you. Dash laughed raucously. Did it pick your pocket? This time, Redmayne actually did sigh, and Dr. Kirby looked as if she was going to get up and leave the table. Perhaps you've had enough, Dr. Kirby said, gesturing to the bottle of beer that Dash was even now finishing off. Nonsense, Dash said. He pushed down a surge of dismay as he watched his chances of swimming in a pool with a bathing suit-clad doctor slip out of his grasp. I can handle my booze. I'm celebrating, okay? I deserve it, given how I was bringed here. As boorishly as the question was presented, Dr. Kirby said, it is still valid. We've eaten and drunk. Care to clue us all in on what exactly is going on? Redmayne finished his last bite of medium-rare steak, dabbed his lips with a cloth napkin, and then settled back into his chair, wine glass in hand. You've both been very patient and willing to cooperate thus far, so I suppose I do owe you an explanation. I didn't have much of a choice about cooperating, Dash muttered. Redmayne smiled tightly. Yes, at times, Jonas Vertanen's methods leave something to be desired. I told him to be gentle yet convincing, which he took to mean don't kill anyone, and as far as I know, he thus far succeeded. Dash scowled and chomped into a baby carrot. Anyway, Redmayne continued pointedly, bringing you both here was not as random as it may appear. You are both here for specific reasons, and, despite evidence to the contrary, you are not required to remain or assist me. Dash opened his mouth to speak, but Redmayne held up a forestalling hand. I wanted to talk to you both and make my proposal. That's all. Once I've made my pitch, you can decline, and I will see you safely return to where you came from. For Dr. Kirby, that is back to the healing. For Mr. Boone, back to the streets of Bali. I vote for Bali, Dash said. But you have to hear my proposal. Can't be good. If it was, you would have just have had Jonas. Right. You would have just had him tell me what you wanted, and I would have jumped at it. Motivational speaking is not among Jonas's many talents, Redmayne said. His forte runs more along the... At that moment, the door opened, and the giant in question stepped inside. Yes, Jonas, Redmayne said, not turning a hair at the man's sudden appearance. A boat approaches off port. You expecting company? Redmayne frowned. No, I don't believe so. He pushed his chair back and stood up. Please excuse me, I need to take care of this. The waitstaff will clean everything up and take you back to your rooms, if you can't remember the way. And then both men left the room, letting the door click shut behind them. Chapter 17. Kim. Kim groaned inwardly as the door closed, and she sat alone with Mr. Beachbum. She immediately turned to that ubiquitous refuge all modern people turn to in moments of the slightest awkwardness. She whipped out her cell phone. To her surprise, she had service, and assumed the yacht had some sort of communications relay system aboard. Seeing she had a text from a friend back in the States, she began typing a reply. "What you doing there?" Dash asked after swallowing more beer. "Work stuff?" "Oh, she replied, deciding to have a little fun with the inebriated numbskull. "I just needed the mapping and sequencing information for chromosome 16, including all known instances in each location, and the NCBI updated annotated release for the long arm." She expected his eyes to immediately glaze over, but instead he grinned. "Now that's about a big a load of bullcrap as I ever heard." She opened her mouth to respond, but to her relief, the waitstaff began cleaning up almost immediately, leaving no doubt that dinner was now at an end. She stood up and refilled her wine glass. "I'll be taking this with me," she thought. "I like the way you think," Dash said, gesturing at her newly refreshed glass of vino. "It's free wine, what can I say?" Dash nodded and grabbed a new beer from an ice cart that had been faithfully restocked throughout the meal just before a waiter wheeled it away. "Just in the nick of time," he said. They started toward the door together. Dash grabbed the door handle and held it open for her. She nodded. "Thank you," she said, stepping into the passageway. Dash followed close behind. "You headed back to your room?" the man asked, opening his beer. "I don't know," Kim said, having been wondering the same thing. She had expected to be absolutely exhausted after dinner, and she was, but her brain was activated and worrying away, wondering what was happening and curious about the rest of the boat. "It seems a little early to turn in," Dash said, seeming to read her mind. "Would say we investigate this hunk of floating junk a little." Kim looked at him carefully, her eyes narrowing. The man's blood alcohol level seemed to have been cut at least in half over the span of about 5 minutes. Had he been putting on an act during dinner? He looked like a man who could handle a few drinks, and she'd wondered in passing at his level of apparent intoxication, but had dismissed it. Now she revisited that thought with a bit more interest. If he had been faking it, why? She opened her mouth to voice the question, but then thought better of it and snapped her mouth closed again. "You were going to say something?" he asked. "No," she said. "No, you weren't going to say something, or no, you didn't want to check out the boat?" "No, I wasn't going to say anything. Yes, I want to check out the boat." Dash grinned, and the crooked flash of teeth almost made Kim smile. Damn that charm. It always snuck up on her. "Then let's do it." Dash set off down the passageway with a jaunty gait, swigging at his beer, looking like a hyped-up college kid going to a tailgating party. Kim gritted her teeth. The man was such a contradiction. But with nothing else awaiting her other than a lonely evening in her room, she girded metaphorical loins and followed Mr. Dash Boone down the bright passageway. Had Kim not seen the yacht upon approach, or had been able to see a moon-splashed sea through the passageway windows, she would have been hard-pressed to tell whether she was on land or water. There were very few telltale signs to suggest they were aboard ship, and the luxury appointments called to mind the finest of hotel suites. Not that she had extensive experience with such things, but she'd seen a couple, and she had to admit that she much preferred the yacht. They rounded the corner and found themselves in a lounge of sorts. Upon second glance, Kim realized it wasn't a lounge of sorts at all, but rather a lounge for real, complete with a very real bar, which in turn was complete with a very real bartender. It was dimly lighted, with burgundy walls and plush chairs. It was, in fact, a miniature nightclub right there on the yacht. The bartender was a young woman with dark, shoulder-length hair, and wearing what was becoming obvious as the custom onboard uniform of Redmayne's employees, burgundy vest, white shirt, and black slacks, very professional and very unobtrusive. The bartender smiled at them, revealing white, perfect teeth, and when she spoke, a slight Swedish accent. "May I fix you a drink? It is an open bar on the house." Dash looked over at Kim with wide eyes. "That's a hard bargain to pass up." "Are you sure you should be drinking more alcohol?" She was nearly convinced he was completely fine, but this was her play to tease a confession out of him. Whether he knew it or not, he neatly sidestepped her probe by shrugging. "One more couldn't hurt. I'm not seeing double yet, and I don't consider it a night successful until I do." They both bellied up and ordered, with Dash getting an old-fashioned and Kim trading her wine glass for a minty mojito. "I'm going to be so sick tomorrow," she said. "Ah, but tonight we dance," Dash replied. "Figuratively, of course, my dancing is crap." Kim grinned daringly. "You can't be that bad. You being a man of the world, surely you've learned something. Come on, show me a few moves." "Most of what I've learned in my travels has involved not getting killed in dark alleys," Dash admitted. "This business of traveling around the world to become cultured and refined is all nonsense. If you really dig down into the places you visit, you inevitably come up with the darkest crap you can imagine. Or maybe that's just me." "Do you attract trouble?" They were walking now, moving down a second passage, leaving the bar and the lounge and the pretty bartender behind. "I suppose I do," Dash said. "Or maybe I'm attracted by trouble." He sipped at his drink. "By the way, how do you know I was a well-traveled man?" "I can smell it on you." "Geez, I know I could probably reform the old shower schedule, but I didn't think I stunk that bad." "I was speaking figuratively, at least partly." "We seem to be doing a lot of that." "A lot of what?" "Speaking figuratively." "That's because we're very clever." "Damn right we are." It was then that Kim realized they had both been referring to themselves as we. "I need to put a stop to that," she thought. "There is no we, not now and not ever. The man is funny and oddly charming, but much too rough around the edges." They had been slowly moving around the lounge as they spoke, not dancing, but sort of co-migrating. Now Kim found herself near the wall at the back of the lounge, and for the first time she noticed the wall was covered in various plaques and framed documents. She squinted to read the inscriptions. They were all awards and proclamations made out to Redmayne for various philanthropic work and financial donations. "Well, well," Dash said. "He's not only loaded, but he gives a lot of it away." "I'm glad to see it," Kim said. "That says something about a person." Dash snorted. "It does?" "You don't think so?" "I mean, it certainly could, and I'm glad he's doing it. But I've known lots of rich people who give away money to soothe their conscience, buy favors, or make themselves look good. In my experience, just being a nice person is usually low on the list of motives." "So you're a cynic?" "I'm a realist." Kim was all set to follow this line of thinking further, but stopped short as her thoughts were interrupted by the subdued popping of what sounded like fireworks on the 4th of July. "Sounds like we're missing the show," she said. "Let's go up to the—" She stopped speaking when she glanced over at Dash and found him frozen in place, his face an indecipherable mask. "Those aren't fireworks," he ground out. "That was gunfire." Chapter 18. Dash. Dash bolted down the passageway, looking for a way to the upper deck. At last, spotting a flight of stairs, he charged upward. He heard footfalls behind him and glanced back, almost laughing when he saw Dr. Kirby running close behind him, carrying her heeled shoes in one hand and the hem of her dinner dress in the other. He caught the flash of a well-toned calf, and then forced his attention back to the issue at hand. Those had been gunshots. He'd bet good money on it. At the top of the stairs was a wall of glass that looked out onto one side of the main deck. Dash made for the inset door, also glass, and put his shoulder to it, hoping he wouldn't shatter anything. He needn't have worried. The glass door absorbed his assault and sent him reeling backward, holding his shoulder with a grimace of pain. "Are you okay?" Dr. Kirby asked. "I'm fine. Merely shattered both my shoulder and my manly pride." "Allow me," she said. Stepping to the door, she gripped the door handle and turned it. The door swung open on soundless hinges. "I loosened it for you," Dash said. Dr. Kirby smirked. "Naturally." Dash emitted a low growl of both annoyance and appreciation. No one should be allowed to look that cute while smirking. Out on the deck, Dash heard loud voices coming from port side, and they both set off in that direction. While the rain had completely stopped by now, the deck was still wet, and Dash made sure to watch his step as he led the way toward the voices. He thought he recognized Redmayne's voice and perhaps Jonas's, but there were more he did not recognize, and those were the loudest and angriest. At last, through a darkness only partially dispelled by the deck lights, Dash could see a small group of men, several gesticulating wildly as they carried on what appeared to be a heated conversation. He held out a restraining hand, and both he and Dr. Kirby moved back against the wall and held still. "I don't have it yet," said a voice that Dash recognized as Redmayne's. "I told you I'd let you know as soon—" "Our source has warned us you cannot be trusted," said a deep voice, one unfamiliar to Dash. "He says you have a reputation for false promises." "Baseless gossip, libel if you want to know the truth. I assure you that you will be the first to know as soon as I get the sample. Believe me, no one is more eager than I am to get this into the right hands." "We'll be watching closely," the stranger said, and his surrounding cohorts all nodded and grunted in agreement. "I expect you will," Redmayne replied. "Although perhaps if you visit again, you could kindly refrain from shooting up my yacht." "I hope there will be no need for us to visit again," the stranger said, his words heavy with menace. "If I need to come back, then you will die for the inconvenience. May we never see one another again until the sample has been delivered." "And I wish that as well," Redmayne said. The stranger grunted, and then, one by one, the newcomers went over the side of the yacht and, Dash presumed, down ladders to their smaller craft below. This presumption was proven correct as an engine roared to life moments later, followed by the sound of a boat speeding away. Seconds later, the craft came into view as it bounced over the still choppy seas and disappeared into the darkness. "Well, that was weird," Dr. Kirby whispered. Dash waved her back, and they both scooted with their backs to wall until they were out of sight of Redmayne. Then they hurried back through the door they'd exited, and down the stairs. Not until they were back on the original floor, or deck as Dash thought it should probably be called, did they stop to take a breath. "Well, that was weird," Dr. Kirby repeated, this time at normal volume. Dash glanced around to make sure they were truly alone before asking, "How well do you know our Mr. Redmayne?" "Not well at all," Dr. Kirby said. "I know he is wealthy and has some sort of interest in my work." "Which gives him something in common with myself," Dash said. "You're fabulously wealthy?" Dr. Kirby raised an eyebrow. Dash laughed. "No, I admire your work. That's how I knew you were talking gibberish back at dinner when you tried to confuse the drunk guy." "You've heard of my work?" "Look, Dr. Kirby—" "Kim." Dash gave a brief, deferential nod. "Very well, Kim. While I may appear to be a below-average beach bum with questionable hygiene habits— actually, let's not kid ourselves, that's exactly what I am— but I am not stupid. While I don't have a degree of any kind, I pursued several until I dropped out of the traditional education system and embraced the life of the autodidact." Kim's brow had begun to settle, but now it shot back up. She responded with no shortage of thick sarcasm. "A student of life." "You say it with disdain, and I suppose I can understand why, especially given your credentials. However, and I don't expect you to believe this, but my own educational pursuits have gained me a wide breadth of knowledge in a great many different fields. My old man sort of drilled it into me. Learning is always the best defense against what life will throw at you, he'd always say." Kim shook her head. "Sorry, not disdain, no. But skepticism, yes. I've met so many self-taught experts who think they can do my job that I've become somewhat jaded. Hell, everyone thinks they're an autodidact, but no one seems to realize it's an actual thing. As I say, I can understand why, but I am familiar with your work." "You must read widely if you stumbled across it. Many, dare I say most, professional journals view my work with something of a jaundiced eye." I am well read, yes, but that's not exactly how I found your work.
No?
No. You might say I was looking for it, or at least something like it.
And why would you have been doing that?
Dash was prevented from speaking by the sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs. Moments later, Redmayne appeared, Jonas following close behind. I must apologize for the abrupt end to our dinner, Redmayne said. I was having a wonderful time, and I trust you both were as well. They both nodded silently. Excellent. Redmayne glanced from one to the other. And you've been amusing yourselves, I trust? We found the bar, Dash said. Redmayne let out a laugh that seemed to Dash to be a bit forced. I'm glad to hear it. My plan was to move the festivities to the lounge after dinner, which is why the bar was staffed. I'm happy you were able to take advantage of that.
Everything okay with the visitors? Kim asked innocently.
Visitors?
The boat you left dinner to meet.
Oh, yes, Redmayne smiled. Just some area fishermen looking for old scraps to use as bait. We give them any fish past its prime, leftovers. It helps them and saves us having to dispose of it.
How symbiotic,
Kim mused.
Redmayne clapped his hands together, clearly signifying a change of subject.
In any case, it's not too late for that drink, and I can fill you in on why you're both here.
Chapter 19. Kim.
Back in the lounge, with everyone but Jonas furnished with fresh drinks, Redmayne settled into a large leather chair. First, he said, I will attempt to answer what must be the burning question on both of your minds. Why am I here? You, Dr. Kirby, are the easiest and most obvious, so we'll start with you. Simply put, your research and my goals align quite well. You believe, or at least hope, that the secret to longevity lies somewhere in the DNA of the Somniosis microcephalus, the Greenland shark. I believe that as well. As a result, you and I are both working toward discovering exactly what that is, you through scientific expertise and I through patronage. Together, I believe we can achieve our shared goal much more quickly.
But why not simply let me continue my research aboard the Healing? Kim asked.
Redmayne shook his head. I may not be a scientist, but I know how organizations work. There's red tape, politics, personality clashes, and about 1,000,000 other stupid things that delay achievable progress on vital research projects. And that's only when everyone agrees that the goal is a good one. You are fighting a good deal of skepticism, people who think what you're doing is a complete waste of time and resources. Kim nodded. Beyond that, Redmayne continued, there are darker forces at work. As unbelievable as it may seem, there are those who do not wish for the human life expectancy to significantly increase.
Kim frowned. Who would fight against that? It seems like a win-win.
One can be forgiven for thinking so, Redmayne said. But think about all the industries that profit from death and/or extended illness. Anything that promises to drastically reduce those things will always face pushback, not to mention the politics of overpopulation. You're not just facing skeptics, Dr. Kirby. You're up against a powerful force dedicated to stopping you because they believe you may actually be onto something. And in the organization you were in, the closer you got to full discovery, the more pressure you would have begun to feel. In fact, and here his voice dropped to an ominous tone, I don't believe you would have ever been allowed to complete the research.
That final statement hung in the air until Dash could no longer take the silence and noisily clinked the ice in his glass.
And so, Redmayne said, I am offering to provide you with not only all of the resources you need to pursue your research with all possible speed and efficiency, but also to protect you and your work while you do it.
Kim took another look at the walls, covered in proof of Redmayne's generosity. He obviously had the means to make this all happen. Okay, she said. I'm with you so far. But why this particular research?
Redmayne sipped his own drink, then said,
First, because it's the most promising that I've seen. Good prospects with an incredibly high return. This would be a grand slam for humanity. Among other things, this could be the answer for that most horrible of all diseases, cancer. And I'm not just talking about a cure. I'm talking about prevention, something that would make cancer a thing of the past. And that's personal for me, as I've lost several of those closest to me at the hands of this disease. Most importantly, my grandfather. He raised me when my own parents died, and I inherited his wealth when he was taken. I loved him more than my own life, and on the day he died, I declared war on cancer and vowed to wipe it out. This is my best chance thus far of doing just that. As he'd spoken, Redmayne's eyes had begun to glow with fire and his jaw had clenched. Now he swore violently and drained his glass, then got up and began pacing. And this is why my methods may seem abrupt, intrusive, even criminal. I don't have time for niceties. I want progress, and I want it now. But research like this takes time, Kim said. Even with my recent advancements, I had a good deal of work to do. Then it will have to be expedited, Redmayne said. There is no time. Kim looked at him questioningly, sensing something greater than the mere impatience of an overindulged rich guy. Why the extreme haste, Mr. Redmayne? What aren't you telling us? The wealthy philanthropist paused, then sighed in resignation. It's just what we've been talking about. Cancer. I have it. The same as my grandfather, so the odds are not good. Don't misunderstand, I am not in a hurry just to save my own life. To be honest, I've lived a good life and have had a grand old time, but even that can become stale. No, it is simply that I refuse to go without having seen my mission through. I want revenge on this damned disease, even if it takes me with it. Kim looked at the man, so obviously passionate and genuine in that moment. Whatever Redmayne may be or be involved in, he was absolutely serious about this. Kim closed her eyes for a moment, and images of her mother floated before the vision of her mind's eye. Like Redmayne, she had a personal reason to see this through. She had a score of her own to settle. Chapter 20. Dash. Dash kept his mouth shut and his ears open as Redmayne and the doctor traded words across the fancy table. Something wasn't adding up here. The more they talked, the more his gut twisted with an ugly suspicion. He knew more about whatever game Redmayne was playing than he'd first thought. Way more. He took another slow sip of beer, letting the cold liquid wash down his throat while his mind raced. The pieces were there, scattered like breadcrumbs, but he didn't like where they led, not one bit. Rich guy with a private army, mysterious missions, people getting snatched up in the middle of their lives. Yeah, he'd seen this movie before. Usually didn't end well for the supporting cast. Still, best to keep playing dumb for now. Let them think he was just another sucker who'd stumbled into their web by accident. The drunk act was working. Neither of them gave him more than a passing glance as they talked. Perfect. Nothing loosened lips like a guy they thought was too hammered to remember his own name, let alone their secrets. Dash had played this game before, stumbling drunk on the outside, sharp as a razor on the inside. Amazing how people would spill their guts around someone they figured would black out by morning. He kept his eyes half-lidded, shoulders slumped just enough to sell it. Years of practice had taught him exactly how to look 3 sheets gone while keeping his wits razor sharp. Let them think the beer was doing its job. Let them write him off as another booze-addled moron who'd tell his troubles to anyone who'd listen. But behind that carefully glazed expression, his mind kept churning. Every casual comment, every shared glance between Redmayne and his pet giant, it all meant something.
Rich guys like Redmayne didn't kidnap people for fun. There was an angle here, buried under all those fancy words and million-dollar smiles. Dash just had to find it. He'd survived this long by reading between the lines, by catching the things people thought no one would notice. That talent had kept him alive when smarter men ended up dead. Whatever game Redmayne was playing, Dash intended to see the moves coming before they landed. He hadn't made it this far by being stupid, and he sure as hell wasn't about to start now. "I'm feeling a little left out here," Dash said, waving his beer bottle for emphasis. "I mean, we've got the brilliant doctor over here with her fancy degrees, and I'm just some guy who knows which end of a lockpick to stick in first. How exactly do I fit into whatever scheme you're cooking up?" The smile that crossed Redmayne's face made Dash's skin crawl. It was the kind of smile that said, "I know something you don't want me to know." The kind that made you wonder just how deep the rabbit hole went. "You know," Redmayne said, swirling his wine glass like he was auditioning for a movie about rich people, "I'd almost believe that whole just a dumb guy act. Very convincing. But all this talk about research has to be ringing some bells in that head of yours." He tapped his temple with one manicured finger. "That mind of yours is anything but dumb, Mr. Boone. We both know that." Dash felt his shoulders tense. He kept his face slack, maintaining the tipsy act, but inside his mind was racing. What did this smug bastard know? More importantly, how did he know it? Someone had been doing their homework, and Dash had a feeling he wasn't going to like where this conversation was headed. "We just met," Dash said, flashing his best devil-may-care grin. "Give it another couple days. You'll see." He took another pull from his beer, playing up the tipsy act while his mind raced. Something wasn't adding up here. Redmayne narrowed his eyes, and that casual mask slipped just enough to reveal steel underneath. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "How's your father these days, Mr. Boone?" The question hit Dash like a sucker punch to the gut. His carefully constructed drunk act wavered as memories he'd spent years drowning in cheap booze came rushing back. His mouth went dry, and he fought to keep from swallowing. That dead giveaway tell that had cost him more than one poker game. "We don't really keep in touch," he managed, voice steady despite the storm brewing in his head. The words tasted like ash in his mouth. Leave it to Redmayne to find the one weak spot in his armor and jam a knife right in. Rich bastard probably had a whole file on him somewhere, complete with annotated family photos and psychological profiles. "Ah, what a shame," Redmayne said, swirling his wine glass with practiced ease. "Any particular reason?" The words hit Dash like a slap to the face. His careful act crumbled as rage burned through him hot and sharp. To hell with playing drunk. This smug son of a gun knew exactly what he'd done. The bottle slammed down on the table harder than he'd meant, making the crystal glasses jump. "You know very well, you bastard," Dash snarled, his voice rough with barely contained fury. All those years of hurt and betrayal came rushing back, making his hands shake. He gripped the edge of the table to steady them, knuckles going white. Redmayne's expression never changed, that same practiced smile still firmly in place. His eyes stayed cold and calculating as he took another sip of wine. "Do I? Refresh my memory." The anger hit like a burst of static electricity, making Dash's jaw clench and his fingers curl into fists. But he caught himself, letting out a slow breath through his nose. No, he wouldn't dance to Redmayne's tune like some trained monkey. Rich guys like that got off on pulling strings, watching people jump when they said jump. They collected reactions like trading cards: anger, fear,
Desperation? Whatever got them their kicks. Well, Redmayne could take his mind games and shove them somewhere uncomfortable. The whole setup reeked of manipulation. The fancy boat, the mysterious dinner, the dramatic exit. Please. Dash had seen better theatrics in high school drama class. He wasn't about to stick around waiting for Act 2 of whatever show Redmayne was putting on. Without a word, Dash spun on his heel and walked out. Let them wonder where he went. He'd rather swim back to shore than play another round with these people. The door clicked shut behind him with quiet finality. His own little mic drop moment. Take that, you smug bastard. Chapter 21. Dash. The memory hit Dash like a freight train as he stormed down the yacht's corridor. 15 years melted away in an instant, and suddenly he was 22 again, standing in his father's study while rain drummed against the windows. "You don't have to go," Dash had said, watching his father pack maps into a waterproof case. "Tell this guy to find another guide." Jack Boone barely looked up from his work, his weathered hands moving with practiced efficiency. "It's not that simple, son." "Sure it is. Just say no." Dash picked up one of the maps, studying the careful annotations in his father's precise handwriting. "Since when do you take random jobs from rich guys anyway?" His father's hands stilled for a moment. "Mr. Chen isn't random. He's well connected." "Connected enough to make you nervous?" Dash watched his father's face carefully. Jack Boone hadn't survived 30 years running boats through some of the world's most dangerous waters by being stupid. If something about this job had him on edge, that was reason enough to walk away. "Let's just say he's not the kind of man you say no to." Jack resumed his packing. His movements were different now, less fluid, more mechanical. "Besides, the money's good. Really good." Dash snorted. "Since when do you care about money?" "Since your sister got accepted to medical school." His father shot him a pointed look. "Those bills aren't going to pay themselves." "Sarah can get No." The word cracked like a whip. "No loans. Not for her." Dash threw up his hands in frustration. "Then let me come with you. You always said 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, and I can take care of myself, you know that." "Not this time." Jack zipped the map case closed with finality. "This one's solo." "Why?" Dash demanded. "What's so special about this island that you have to go alone?" His father's silence spoke volumes. Finally, he sighed and turned to face his son fully. "Menchel isn't like other islands, Dash. The locals, they avoid it, half for generations. Your grandparents even had a program to re-educate the people around here that Menchel wasn't some spiritual hell." Dash rolled his eyes. He considered himself a Christian, but knew that he didn't follow the rules of the religion. His grandparents would be ashamed. "Since when do you believe in ghost stories?" he asked. "Since I've seen things that make ghost stories look tame." Jack ran a hand through his gray-streaked hair. "Listen, son. There are places in this world that don't show up on maps. Places that shouldn't be disturbed. Menchel is one of them." "Then why go?" "Because sometimes the price of saying no is higher than the risk of saying yes." He picked up the map case, slinging it over his shoulder. "I'll be back in 3 days, a week at most. Keep an eye on your sister for me." Dash grabbed his father's arm. "Dad, wait." "I mean it, Dash." His father's eyes were intense, boring into him. "Stay here, watch out for Sarah, and whatever happens, do not come looking for me." "What's that supposed to mean?" But Jack was already moving toward the door, his stride purposeful. 3 days,
he called over his shoulder. "A week at most, I promise." That was the last time Dash saw his father. 3 days stretched into a week. A week became 2. No word, no signs, nothing. The authorities searched, of course, but found no trace. It was like Jack Boone and his mysterious client had sailed off the edge of the world. Sarah had thrown herself into her studies, burying her grief in medical textbooks and endless shifts at the hospital. But Dash couldn't let it go. He spent years chasing leads, burning through savings and favors, following whispers and rumors across half of Asia. He'd learned things during those years. Dark things about secret societies and ancient artifacts, about men who would kill to keep certain secrets buried, about islands that didn't appear on any official maps, and always, the name Menchel kept coming up, like a splinter in his mind he couldn't dig out. Menchel. Now here he was, trapped on some rich guy's yacht, and all those old wounds were bleeding fresh again. Redmayne knew something. That much was obvious. The question was, how much? And more importantly, what game was he really playing? Dash stopped walking, his hand pressed against the yacht's cool wall. His reflection stared back at him from the polished brass trim, older now, harder, with lines around his eyes that hadn't been there 15 years ago. But the same fire still burned inside, the same need to know the truth. "Damn you, Dad," he whispered to his reflection. "What did you get mixed up in?" The yacht's engines hummed beneath his feet, a steady vibration that matched his racing pulse. Somewhere above, that mystery boat was approaching, and suddenly, Dash knew with crystal clarity that he wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. Not until he got some answers. He turned back toward the dining room, his steps measured and deliberate. Time to stop playing the drunk fool. Time to start asking the right questions. His father's last words echoed in his head. "Whatever happens, don't come looking for me." "Sorry, Dad," Dash thought grimly, "but that's one promise I never intended to keep." Chapter 22. Dash. There was a knock on the door, but Dash neither rose from the bed nor called out in response. Instead, he lay in the dark of his cabin, flat on his back on the bunk, and stared up at the ceiling. Redmayne's remarks had cut deeply, more deeply than Dash would have expected after all these years. But, as anyone who has ever lost anyone dear knows, the pain never truly goes away. It simply dulls over time, and one learns to live with it. The knock sounded again. It was a gentle, inquisitive knock, not the harsh, demanding sound one would expect from either Redmayne or Jonas. "Dash?" It was Dr. Kirby's voice, Kim's voice. Dash heaved a sigh and rolled to a sitting position. He was still fully clothed and had been lying on top of the sheets. There was a small, childish part of him that wanted to see if she'd knock a third time, as if that would somehow prove something, he wasn't sure what. But instead, he stood from the bed and crossed to the door. When he opened it a crack and peered out, he saw that he'd been correct. Kim Kirby stood there, her face appearing genuinely concerned. And she had a plate of something in one hand, with 2 bottles of beer nestled in the crook of that arm. The other had been used to rap on the door. Dash now felt like a jerk for keeping her standing there. He stepped back, holding the door open for her. She hesitated only a moment before coming inside and glancing around for some place to set down her burden. "The desk is free," Dash said. He reached out and plucked the bottles from her, and then waited as she set the covered plate down on the desk as indicated. "What you got there?" "I asked the kitchen to make some sandwiches,"
she said, smiling. And they were happy to do so. It's crazy. I've been on the healing for a while, yet the kitchen was staffed by 2 cooks who, I think, would have rather jumped overboard if the captain ever let them out of the mess hall, and they made food for like 30 people. Here, there can't be more than 10. Obviously, Redmayne's paying them well. I could get used to having staff.
Yeah, no kidding, Dash replied. And money. What sort of sandwiches?
Kim laughed at his single-mindedness. Roast beef and turkey.
Dash's mouth began immediately to water. He watched her uncover the plate with the attention a man might only devote to something far more risque. He hadn't realized he was so famished. After they chose their sandwiches and opened the beers, Dash broke the silence by saying, I'm guessing you had a purpose for this impromptu picnic? A slight flush appeared on Kim's face, which seemed to become prettier every time Dash looked at it, and he immediately regretted his surly tone. He expected her to say the hell with him and excuse herself, but instead she took the only comfortable chair in the room, a plush sitting chair in the corner opposite the bunk, and took a bite from the corner of her sandwich. As she chewed, she watched Dash, her frank gaze making him increasingly uncomfortable. Okay, out with it, he said finally, unable to take the tension any longer.
I just wondered if you wanted to talk about it,
Kim said, taking a sip from her beer. About what? He said flatly.
Look, Dash, I know we haven't known each other long, but we're being thrown together by some pretty strange circumstances. I suspect that the sooner we see each other as allies, the better off we both will be, no matter our differences.
Dash regarded her with new respect. He had felt sure that she considered him little more than an unwashed bumpkin, and he wasn't sure he disagreed. But she was smart and remarkably quick to adapt.
So what's the story? She asked. Why did Redmayne touch such a nerve with you earlier?
Dash finished his beer. It wasn't really what he said, but how he said it. That smug, know-it-all tone and expression.
He can get that way.
Yeah. I can't quite get a read on the guy, and that bothers me. One minute he seems perfectly nice and obviously generous. The next he's acting shady and playing mind games. I don't like anyone I can't understand, and so far I haven't figured him out.
I haven't completely either, Kim said, although I don't think he's ultimately a bad guy. I do think he's someone who would be willing to do some bad things in pursuit of a greater good, however.
Which can be dangerous depending on whose definition of good we're using.
Well, that's just it, isn't it? Kim said. Everyone's the good guy in their own story. But I don't think that's it with Redmayne, although I could be wrong. But stop changing the subject. Tell me. Is it your father?
Dash nodded.
What about him?
Redmayne obviously knows more about my father than most. How he knows, I don't know. But then again, how does he know any of the stuff he knows? The point is, I not only resented him saying it, but the mere fact that he's aware of the situation.
Kim assumed a slightly annoyed expression. If you want me to make sense of any of this, you're going to have to tell me what you think Redmayne knows.
Right. So Redmayne is not the first person to go on a hunt for this fountain of youth, even down to the DNA source material.
You mean the Somniosis microcephalus?
Yeah, that thing.
And your father was the first?
No, he was the guide for the first. My father was no scientist. He grew up in the region around the Nicobar Islands. His parents were old-time missionaries, and he ended up knowing the area better than many of the natives. He ended up running a fishing outfit for years until he was approached by some rich guy who wanted my father to take him to a certain island, Menchel to be exact.
Kim's forehead wrinkled. Menchel. Why does that sound familiar?
Chapter 23. Dash. It pops up in the news every once in a while. It's famous for basically killing everyone who goes there.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, no one leaves alive, so...
Oh, Dash. Your father.
Dash grimaced. Yeah,
No one ever heard from him or the party he was with ever again. No bodies, no wreckage, not even a beer can washing up on shore. Dash shook his head, old bitterness rising like bile. Just vanished, like they never existed. Hell of a magic trick. His throat felt raw. He hadn't talked about this in years, hadn't let himself think about it sober. Funny how some wounds never really healed. They just scabbed over, waiting for someone to pick them open again. The official report said they probably hit bad weather, went down somewhere in the South China Sea. He let out a harsh laugh. That was a lie. Dad knew those waters better than anyone. Could navigate them blindfolded during a typhoon. No way some storm took him out. The memory of those early days after hit him fresh. The desperate phone calls, the Coast Guard searches that found nothing. The pitying looks from people who thought they understood. His sister throwing herself into med school like she could study away the pain, while he'd chosen a different path, one that led through some very dark places. Took me 3 years to track down Chen's real identity, Dash continued, his voice gone flat and cold. He's the guy my dad was running the op for. Another 2 to figure out what Chen and his team were really looking for. By then the trail was ice cold, but I kept digging. Had to know, you understand? Had to know what was worth my father's life. And the research? Honestly, I don't know how many people knew about it, apart from those who disappeared. The only reason I know is because my father talked to me about it a little. He thought it was all bull, and so did I, until I got swooped up by Redmayne. At first I didn't make the connection, but I've been putting the pieces together, and it's pretty clear now that Redmayne somehow knows about that past expedition and wants my help because of my connection to my father. And history repeats itself, Kim murmured. That's what I'm afraid of, Dash said. While I'd love to find out exactly what happened to my father, I'm not overly thrilled about going to Menchel, if that's actually what Redmayne has in mind. That place has been my #1 nightmare ever since my father disappeared. I've seen him die in my dreams so many times. He broke off, and Kim handed him the rest of her beer. Here, she said, her voice soft. I think you need this more than I do. Dash accepted the drink gratefully, and instead of being grossed out by drinking after her, which he would have been by most people, experienced a weird zing as his own lips pressed against the bottle where hers had touched moments before. Are you going to do it? Kim asked quietly. Dash shrugged. I'm not sure I'll have much choice. There are certainly things about Redmayne that we don't know, things that result in strange men with guns boarding a private yacht. That he obviously lies about. Oh, definitely. He's a big fat liar. Dash finished the beer. You should have brought more of these. I'm not an octopus. 2 hands, remember? And I needed one of those to knock. Next time, make better decisions. Carry the beer, kick the door. She laughed. Okay, I see your point. Dash grinned in return. You know, we might just get along after all. As long as the beer is flowing, Kim corrected good-naturedly. That is how I maintain all my relationships. If it weren't for alcohol, I'd be friendless. You have friends? Dash let out a full-on laugh, delighted that she felt comfortable enough to tease him. No, actually, I don't. The truth is, I just imbibe because I'm a lousy drunk, and then I make up excuses for it. Excuses are how we get through life. Damn straight. Both were startled from their cocoon of good humor by a knock on the door. This one definitely sounded like it might have come from the meaty fist of Jonas. This time Dash didn't hesitate, but instead went straight to the door and opened it. There loomed Jonas, giving Dash the same feeling as always when he found himself face to face with the mountain of a man, that of his entire body shrinking to half its size in an instant. but he hid his discomfort and feeling of all-round inadequacy by adopting a cheery tone and chirping out, "Good evening, and how's the weather up there?" Jonas scowled. Actually, he was usually scowling, so it would be more accurate to say that his scowl deepened and his sour expression fermented yet further.
"Don't want to hear that again," the guard rumbled. "Everyone says it, and it was not funny the first time."
"Well, I don't claim to be original," Dash said happily. "What can we do for you?"
"Mr. Redmayne wants to see you."
"Tonight?"
"Tonight. Now."
"But—"
"Now. Tonight."
Kim stepped forward. "No problem. We'll be right there."
"Now. I will take you. It is easy to get lost on the boat. Very big."
Dash laughed nervously. "Indeed. Any idea why Redmayne wants to see us?"
"I do not know,"
Jonas said, shrugging his massive shoulders with studied insouciance.
"Maybe he wants me to kill you. It makes no matter to me."
"It makes a great deal of matter to me," Dash muttered. While before thought impossible, the scowl on Jonas's face etched even deeper and his eyes narrowed.
"What do you say?"
Dash cleared his throat. I said it makes a dude feel fatter to feed."
"I think you are having some fun on me,"
Jonas accused. "I wouldn't dream of it," Dash lied. "Shall we go?"
"Yes, we go."
Jonas entered the room and sort of herded them toward the door. Once out, he guided them none too gently by the shoulders and pointed them left down the passageway.
"Walk,"
he said. They walked. Chapter 24. Dash. After taking several more turns, changing decks at least once, and walking down seemingly endless passageways, Dash had to admit that Jonas had a point. He and Kim would have almost certainly gotten lost on their way to wherever it was they were going. Giving directions on this boat would be nearly impossible, and Dash could only assume the thing had been designed by a drunk, one-eyed engineer with some sort of love grudge to settle. At last they stopped, and Jonas, who had been lurking a pace or two behind, leading from the rear, moved ahead to knock on a large wooden door.
"Come in,"
a voice barked, immediately recognizable as Redmayne's. Jonas opened the door, pushed it wide, and then stepped back to hustle Kim and Dash inside.
"Ah!"
Redmayne stood from the desk where he'd been shuffling papers and walked around to greet them. He appeared as congenial as ever, perhaps even more than at the bar. He's had a chance to recover himself after the gunshots, Dash thought, because those were gunshots. I'd know them anywhere.
"Thank you both for coming down. I hope Jonas played the perfect host."
"He was insistent," Dash said, allowing just a hint of bitterness to creep into his voice. Redmayne laughed.
"He is that. He becomes a bit invested in his job, but that's what we want, is it not?"
Dash rolled his shoulder muscles where Jonas had gripped to steer him down the hallway. "Maybe he could do it with a bit less squeezing. Guy has hands strong as a python."
"I think that can be arranged,"
Redmayne said, with unfaltering good humor.
"Now, Mr. Boone, I feel badly the way we left things earlier. I overstepped my bounds and was insensitive. You see, like our friend Jonas here, I often consider that the ends justify the means, and so end up taking what I feel may be the most efficient method and not the most conducive to maintaining relationships."
"Is that what we have here?" Dash asked. "A relationship?"
"I'd like to think so, and if not, then I'd like to forge one."
Redmayne walked back around his desk and sat down. He leaned back in the black leather executive chair. He was still smiling.
"Everything I said was true, but I presented it in an unforgivably ham-handed and thoughtless manner. Will you give me another shot at this?"
Dash considered the man. Perhaps unfairly, he trusted the man even less after this olive branch, and his cynical mind was telling him the entire thing was a setup, part of the plan. But if nothing else, he wanted to know what Redmayne's game was.
Sure. Go right ahead. Excellent. Thank you for understanding. As if too nervous to remain seated, Redmayne popped up from the chair again and began pacing behind the desk. Your father was a man of great resources in the Nicobar region and around the island. He knew it all like the back of his hand. And so it was that when he was approached to serve as a guide there, he was understandably resistant. True, he didn't believe the rumors, but even a skeptic is often prudent to be cautious. However, the money was too good, and he decided to accept the job.
Who offered him the job?
Both Dash and Redmayne glanced at Kim, who had asked the question. Pardon me? Redmayne said.
Kim repeated the question, her voice stronger and more forceful this time. Who offered Mr. Boone's father the job?
An old friend of mine, Redmayne said. Lee Chin. He's a couple decades older than I am, but we hit it off, and he told me all about the expedition. Fortunately for Chen, he ended up only funding the project and did not accompany the crew that made landfall on the island. He always intended to put together another go at it, but he never did.
And where is he now?
Dead. And you can guess what killed him.
Cancer.
That's right, a goddamn cancer. Redmayne's good humor flickered, then returned full force. Which brings us back to this expedition. With Dr. Kirby leading the research and Mr. Boone heading up the ground crew as a guide, we stand a good chance of getting to the bottom of all this.
I'm still very much in the dark about this, Kim said. Why this island, and even this region? My research is focused on the Greenland shark, which is certainly not native to those waters.
In part, that's what I need you for.
I'm still not following.
Redmayne went to his desk and bent down to fiddle with a drawer. Dash heard the jingle of keys, then the click of a lock opening. A moment later, Redmayne stood back up with a thickly stuffed folder in his hands. This is the main research file compiled by the research team that was guided by Mr. Boone's father. I don't know enough to interpret it myself, but there does seem to be some connection between the natives on the island and the Greenland shark.
And you've never shown this to other researchers?
Not in toto, no.
Kim raised one brow. May I ask why?
I have to be very careful whom I trust, Dr. Kirby. Anything that can be used for great good can also be used for great evil. And believe me when I say we spent a lot of time and resources looking into you and your background before choosing you to be on the team.
I'm honored, Kim said, but Dash noticed a hint of uncertainty in her voice.
And we are happy to have you.
Redmayne stepped around the desk once more and handed the file to Kim.
And now, I would like you to take this, look it over, and report back to me regarding whatever you find that may be of interest.
Kim's eyes widened. You're letting me take this?
For now. You are to make no copies, although you may take notes for your report. You are to share nothing of its contents with anyone outside this room. In fact, now would be a good time to...
Redmayne nodded to Jonas, who stepped forward and held out one colossal hand.
Cell phones. Wait a minute, Dash said. You're taking our phones? They'll be kept safe, Redmayne said. But now that the research is being shared with Dr. Kirby and yourself, I can't take the chance of anything getting out into the wider world. Not now when we are so close.
Can I at least text my...
Kim began. Redmayne shook his head. I'm sorry, no. Your cell phones, please.
As both Kim and Dash shrugged and complied, Redmayne smiled and nodded.
I know you both think I'm being overly cautious and ridiculous, but I cannot afford one single slip-up. Not now.
Jonas handed the phones to Redmayne, who deposited them in the drawer from which he'd produced the research.
We'll keep your phone safe and secure until the operation is over.
He smiled and picked something from the drawer.
They will be guarded by this.
Kim let out a little gasp as Redmayne displayed an enormous pistol, and the billionaire grinned, enjoying the response.
A Desert Eagle? Dash asked, impressed.
The gun was finished in titanium gold and glowed in the soft light of the office.
Redmayne nodded proudly. A .50 caliber Mark 19. So you can rest assured that anyone who tries to get to your phones will have to go through this first. Dash's hands itched to hold the magnificent weapon, but restricted himself to nodding in acceptance. Okay then, he said. I'm convinced. Redmayne smiled. Very good. And now, he said, giving an exaggerated stretch, I think we should all get some rest. Jonas, if you don't mind. The big guard nodded, grunted, and went to the door, which both Dash and Kim took as their cue to follow. Chapter 25. Dash. Back at Dash's room, they lingered by the door. Kim turned to look up at Jonas, who loomed over them both like a particularly well-dressed mountain. His face was as unreadable as ever. Do you mind if I go in for a nightcap? Kim asked, her voice carefully casual. I can find my way back. My room's just down the passageway. Dash watched the big man's face, waiting for the inevitable shutdown. Jonas wasn't exactly the type to let his charges wander around unsupervised, especially not after hours. The guy took his job seriously, maybe a little too seriously. But to Dash's surprise, Jonas just stood there for a moment considering. Then he shrugged those massive shoulders and turned away without saying a word. His footsteps echoed down the corridor as he walked off, leaving them alone. Well, that was unexpected. Dash watched the enforcer's broad back disappear around the corner, wondering what had changed the man's mind. Maybe even stone-faced giants could be romantics at heart. Or maybe he just didn't get paid enough to play chaperone all night. Good night, Kim called out cheerfully, her voice echoing down the yacht's hallway. No one answered back. The moment they crossed into the cabin, Dash spun around like he'd been shot. He jabbed a finger against his lips, shaking his head so hard Kim thought it might fly off. Her smile dropped away, replaced by confusion that creased her forehead. What? She started to ask, but Dash cut her off with another sharp headshake. His hand dove into his pocket, fishing for his phone. Then his face twisted as he remembered. The damn thing was sitting in Redmayne's desk drawer, probably being combed through by whatever tech goons the rich bastard had on staff. Dash's mind raced. He needed to warn her without making a sound. His hands moved in a writing motion, hoping she'd catch on. Thank God Kim was quick. Her eyes lit up with understanding. She set down the stuffed research folder she'd been carrying and flipped it open. Inside lay a notepad and pen, probably Redmayne's idea of helpful supplies for her report writing. Before Kim could blink, Dash snatched both items from her hands. His pen scratched across the paper in quick, urgent strokes. 2 words that made Kim's stomach drop when she read them. Room bugged. Her eyes got huge, darting around the cabin like she expected to spot cameras and microphones hiding in every corner, which, Dash figured, wasn't far from the truth. Rich guys like Redmayne didn't leave anything to chance, especially not when it came to keeping tabs on their guests. Kim's eyes went wide as she silently mouthed, How? The revelation hung between them like smoke. Dash grabbed the pen, writing in quick, messy strokes. Redmayne assumed we knew name of island, Menchel. Never told us. No one surprised you were in my room. Even said, glad we were getting along. The muscles in Kim's jaw tightened as she read these words. Her nostrils flared slightly, the only outward sign of her rising anger. She snatched the pen from his fingers and scratched out, I'm pissed now, with enough force to nearly tear the paper. Dash couldn't blame her. The pieces were falling into place, and the picture they formed wasn't pretty. He took the pen back and wrote, Lots we don't know, before returning both items to her. Then, making sure his movements looked natural, he stretched his arms overhead and let out an exaggerated yawn. Just another tired guy ready to call it a night. Nothing suspicious here, nothing at all. But inside, his mind was racing. They were being played like chess pieces, and he had a feeling they'd only begun to scratch the surface of whatever game Redmayne had dragged them into. "I'm done," Dash said, pushing back from the table. His chair scraped across the polished floor, breaking the tense silence. "Been a real blast, but my bed's calling." The words came out slurred, just enough to keep up the drunk act. No point in dropping the mask now, even if Redmayne had seen through it. Let him think what he wanted. "Good idea," Kim chimed in, her voice too bright, too forced. She was trying too hard to sound casual. "Big research day tomorrow. Lots of—" She trailed off, clearly unsure what story they were supposed to be selling. "Well, research stuff." "Yeah, maybe I'll see you at breakfast." Dash gave a loose, sloppy wave as he stood. "If I'm not too hungover." He made sure to stumble slightly, catching himself on the chair, selling it right to the end. "Night," Kim called after him as he weaved toward the door. "Night," he tossed back, not bothering to look behind him. Let him stew in whatever scheme he was cooking up. Dash had his own plans to work on. Kim slipped out of the room, her neck craned back as she scanned the ceiling. She looked like someone expecting a spider to rappel down right in front of her face. The door clicked shut behind her with a soft thud. Dash stripped down to his boxers and collapsed onto the bed, his mind still churning. Part of him itched to tear the room apart looking for bugs, check behind every picture frame, unscrew the phone jack, maybe even peek inside the air vents. The folder felt like it was burning a hole in his brain, and whoever had dropped it off probably knew that. But that was exactly why he needed to play it cool. If Redmayne really was listening in, he'd be on high alert right now. Made sense. He and Kim had been alone together. This would be prime time for them to start talking about what was inside, maybe spill some secrets while their guard was down. No way he'd give Redmayne that satisfaction. Let him think he was just another tired schmuck hitting the sack after a long day. Better to keep his paranoia to himself for now. Nothing gave away the game faster than the sound of furniture scraping across floorboards, or the metallic squeak of outlet covers being unscrewed. Besides, if Redmayne or his team was pro, Dash wouldn't find anything anyway. These days, surveillance gear could be smaller than a dime. He'd just end up with a torn-apart room and the same questions keeping him awake. No, let him sweat it out, waiting for something good to drop. He could wait. Dash was going to sleep. Chapter 26. Kim. Dr. Kirby found Dash out on the starboard deck, poking a lean index finger at the inner wall of the outside passage. His fair hair blew in the breeze, but it wasn't just the weather. The yacht was well underway to their destination and making good time. She stopped a few feet away and watched him, not only puzzled by his odd behavior, but intrigued by the man. She found him all manner of things conflicted. Maddening, charming. Frustrating, patient. Caustic, funny. What was even more confusing was the fact that she wasn't sure how she felt about the contradictions. She'd always thought she wanted a man who was stable and even-keeled, predictable and unchanging. Now she wasn't so sure. Not that she was considering Dash to be suitable material. He didn't bathe nearly often enough for that. But he had served to open her mind beyond the stuffy halls of research academia. Mr. Dash Boone was, without a doubt, about as far from that stereotype as possible. He was, and with this thought came a little sting of feminine thrill, all man, for better or for worse. I know people have been known to go mad on sea voyages, but it usually takes much longer than a day, she said. Dash jumped, looking guilty for about 3/4 of a second, then saw who was speaking and grinned. And most of them probably started out entirely sane. I've got a head start on the whole madness thing.
You, Mr. Boone, may be the sanest person I've yet met, certainly among those aboard this yacht.
Except you?
Goes without saying. Now, what were you doing? Talking to the wall?
Dash looked back at the wall. No, I was hoping it would talk to me.
I take it back. You are mad after all.
Does this look like I'm mad? Dash tapped a finger lightly on the wall, and Kim leaned for a closer look. It was then that she saw the neat little hole, as if someone had taken a drill to it.
A bullet hole, she said.
Exactly right. And there are more, and more than one gun.
How can you tell that?
Dash shrugged. Different calibers, at least two. But it's been difficult to do any sort of thorough investigation since I don't want to be seen taking an interest.
Still have doubts about Redmayne?
Well, he did lie about the boat being shot at.
Could be he simply didn't want to frighten us.
Maybe. In any case, I'm still planning to play my cards very close to the chest. He turned to look at her. Speaking of that, how's that report coming? Anything interesting in the file?
Actually, yes.
For a moment, Kim considered keeping Dash in the dark concerning the contents of the file Redmayne had given her, but then thought better of it. They had decided to stick together, and he was upholding his part of the bargain thus far, as much as she could tell. She would have to trust someone in order to make it through this, and her instincts told her that Dash could very well end up being the most reliable of the bunch. Not that she distrusted anyone in particular, except perhaps for Jonas, but that could be simply because she didn't like him. But Dash seemed most likely to come back for her if she happened to need rescuing, even to his own detriment. Well, let's have it then, Dash prodded, shaking her from her thoughts.
Ah, right. Well, it has mostly closed the loop on the whole geographical missing link.
You mean the Greenland shark and Menchal Island?
Exactly. According to the reports, there are shared elements between a DNA sample from the Greenland shark and the inhabitants of Menchel.
Dash held up one hand. Hold on a second. How do we have DNA from a Menchel inhabitant?
To be honest, it's not clear we do. It's simply thought to be the case. A body floated up on shore in the region. Not only was the man unknown to anyone, but his appearance was unlike any known tribes of the area. His teeth were sharpened, and his entire body had been tattooed in a style unfamiliar to anyone who saw it. Samples of his DNA were taken and tested.
And it was discovered that there were similarities to that of the Greenland shark.
That's the short version, yes. The man was estimated by scientists to be well over 100 years old, so it raised some questions.
There are humans who live over 100.
I mean well over, like around 150.
Ah.
Of course, that's just an estimate, Kim hastened to say.
So he could have been a bit younger.
Or a bit older.
Yikes, Dash said.
Kim nodded. Yikes indeed. Of course, he'd been floating in the water for some time, so that always complicates things. And for whatever reason, this wasn't widespread around the community. Only selective groups and teams were privy to the information, but those that did know were keen to find out more and harvest some really solid DNA for further testing and analysis.
And we're right back to my father's expedition. The one he guided, I mean.
Yes, that's right. And right back to us as well. This is what we're doing, gathering DNA.
That makes me feel creepy, Dash said. We don't have to kill anyone, do we? Or hack off a limb or something?
No, silly, we use swabs now, not hacksaws.
Oh, good, because I left my hacksaw back in Bali.
Well, if we need one, I'm sure Jonas has an extra lying around. He seems like the type who'd be stocked up on torture devices.
Dash turned around and leaned his back against the bullet-ridden wall, looking out at the swiftly passing ocean with its swelling surface and endless horizon. Speaking of your report, are you going to tell all this and whatever else you found out to Redmayne?
Kim hesitated. I'm not sure I have much of a choice. He gave me the file with that express purpose in mind.
But you could, for instance, be selective in what you reported.
Those doubts again?
I'm just throwing it out there, Dash said. Yes, I have doubts. Let's not forget that we were essentially kidnapped, which, to my Christian upbringing, tends to cast some shadow on one's character.
Kim laughed out loud.
Your what upbringing? Oh, do I have a godless heathen on my hands? Dash asked, his voice high with self-righteous judgment.
Kim was still laughing. No, hardly. But neither can I see you heading up the local Bible study on Wednesday nights.
Okay, so I've strayed a bit from the straight and narrow, Dash groused. But that doesn't mean I don't have any sense of right and wrong. And kidnapping is not an activity one does to gain the favor of the man upstairs. That's all I'm saying.
Kim sobered almost immediately. Yeah, but I do find his explanation compelling. About how he feels an urgency to defeat cancer before he himself succumbs.
I was going to ask you about that. I noticed you were really tuned in when he was talking about that.
Kim felt tears begin pricking at the backs of her eyes. Let's just say it's personal to me as well.
Someone close to you?
Dash spoke gently, barely audible above the sounds of the waves beating against the side of the boat as they seemed to skim across the water. Kim nodded. My mother. Same story. Cancer.
Dash scowled and shook his head. Goddamn cancer.
He pushed off the wall where he'd been leaning and took the 2 short steps to Kim. Putting both arms around her, he held her close and ran his hand repeatedly over the back of her head. It seemed a silly thing, but it brought an unexpected sense of peace to Kim, and she found herself settling into his embrace. She felt her arms slide around his waist, and her head rest on his chest. Yes, Kim whispered, listening to his steady heartbeat. God damn cancer. Part 3. Chapter 27. Dash. A few days later, they once again reconvened in Redmayne's lavish onboard dining room. Dash once again found himself suffering through Redmayne's forced politeness and Kim's constant questioning. Dash had given up trying to dig more information out of Redmayne. For all his quirks, he couldn't be persuaded to give up any clues or details he didn't want aired. It had become a sort of game. Kim and Dash trying to peel back the layers of their mysterious, so far benevolent host. But there were far more questions than answers. Dash dug through the ice chest, his heart skipping when he thought he'd finished off the last beer. Then his hand found one more, glass so cold it nearly stuck to his skin, and he let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Across the table, Redmayne picked at a crab leg with the focus of a surgeon. Dash didn't know when the poor crustacean had come aboard, but he had seen a couple of Redmayne's crew hauling nets early that morning and wondered if the seafood on the yacht was as fresh as it tasted. Redmayne glanced up, fork paused midair. You okay, Mr. Boone? You looked pale for a moment. It's fine now. Dash pulled the bottle free, droplets of ice water running down his wrist. I thought we'd run out of beer. Redmayne's eyes followed the bottle as Dash brought it to his lips. Most people wouldn't catch the slight change in his expression, but Dash had been studying faces long enough to see it. That tiny shift, like a teacher who just spotted a kid slipping a note across the desk. We're not quite down to the bottom of our stock, but you've made a good dent in it, Redmayne said. His tone made it crystal clear he'd been keeping a running tally of every drink that had crossed the bar. Oh, it was nothing, Dash said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. If I'd been on my game, I would have worked my way through all the beer, the bar's liquor, and the mouthwash. What about the wine? Kim asked from her perch at the end of the bar. She swirled her glass, catching the light. Wine's for snobs. Dash tipped his bottle back again, draining the last drops. Kim's eyes twinkled as she lifted her glass. I'm glad to know what you think of me. She took another slow, deliberate sip of the reddish liquid, making sure Dash caught every moment of her enjoyment. You're an exception, Dash said, keeping his eyes locked on Kim. He wasn't about to let Redmayne off his mental hook, no matter what she thought. The guy screamed old money, from his pressed shirts down to his Italian loafers. Over the last few days, Dash's skin had started to crawl every time Redmayne's name came up. The philanthropist's perfect smile, his calculated generosity, it all felt like a show. What bothered him even more was Kim's stance on the whole thing. She wouldn't budge. Sure, she'd admitted to having doubts about Redmayne. Something feels off, she had said yesterday. But she wouldn't commit to Dash's certainty that the guy was dirty. She kept leaving that door cracked open, and it drove him nuts. Every time Dash thought he'd convinced her, she'd come back with another, yes, but it was like trying to nail jelly to a wall. After all, she had said during one of their many conversations on the topic, what choice do we have but to trust him at this point? And besides, even if he has the odd skeleton in his closet, he still might be the way to solve a good deal of human suffering. Dash had shifted in his chair, fingers drumming against his coffee mug. The steam long since stopped rising, but he hadn't taken a single sip. It's not the odd skeletons I'm worried about, he said. It's those normal ones that come back to bite you. Kim rolled her eyes, and something in Dash's chest tightened. That little gesture, the slight tilt of her head, the way her hair fell across her shoulder, it hit him harder than it should have. And that scared him, made him wonder if his gut feeling about Redmayne wasn't so much about the man's shady past as it was about Kim's unwavering defense of him. He looked away, pretending to check his phone. The last thing he needed was to mix personal feelings into this mess, but there it was, the nagging voice telling him his growing dislike of Redmayne had more to do with the way Kim's eyes lit up when she talked about the guy's vision for humanity than any real evidence of wrongdoing. And speaking of sketchy characters, Dash thought, no one had explained those gun-toting visitors yet. The ones who'd done all that shooting. Actually, scratch that. No one would even admit to any shots fired at all, which was rich, considering the evidence was right there in the walls. He'd gotten bored enough yesterday, while Kim was off studying something related to her work, that he'd done something stupid, cornered Redmayne about it. Dash knew better, but cabin fever made people do dumb things, like poking bears, or in this case, poking suspicious yacht owners who might be involved in who knows what kind of trouble. Look, he'd said, jabbing his finger at the wall where the bullets had torn through. Bullet holes. Plain as day, impossible to miss. The kind of thing that screamed, hey, something shady happened here. Redmayne had just laughed it off, way too casual for a guy whose boat looked like Swiss cheese. Probably one of the crew got trigger-happy and shot at a seagull or something. He'd waved his hand like he was shooing away an annoying fly. I'll have it repaired to the next major harbor. Yeah, right. Seagulls, because that explained everything. They were far out at sea. He wasn't sure of the migration patterns of seagulls, but he hadn't seen a single one since they disembarked. Dr. Kirby's report to Redmayne had one silver lining. She'd kept some crucial details between herself and Dash. It stroked his ego, sure, but it also gave him hope that Kim still had her head screwed on straight. Not that he questioned her smarts. Kim was sharp as they came, but this wasn't just another job for her anymore, not since she'd first brought up her mother. Every time they talked about it now, he could hear the raw emotion creeping into her voice. Dash had been down this road before. When cases got personal, even the brightest minds could get clouded. Logic and reason took a back seat to gut feelings and old wounds.
He'd seen it happen too many times to count. Because at the end of the day, you could have the biggest brain in the world, but the heart always won that fight. Always. "We'll be docking sometime tomorrow," Redmayne said, abruptly breaking into Dash's thoughts and pulling him back to the present. "I suggest we all finish up our dinner and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be a busy day for everyone." Chapter 28. Dash. The yacht's air horn split the morning air, making both Kim and Dash jump. They'd been expecting it, sure, but there was something about that deep blast that got your attention no matter what, like nature's own wake-up call. They made their way to the bow, squinting against the sun as it bounced off the waves. The shoreline ahead was getting clearer by the minute, and both of them leaned against the railing to get a better look. "That can't be Menchel," Kim said, pointing at the bustling docks ahead. Her hair whipped around her face in the sea breeze. "I see signs of life." Dash shifted his weight, watching a couple of fishing boats putter past. "No, and it's way too big. That's the island of Great Nicobar. Campbell Bay, to be specific." He paused, wiping salt spray from his eyes. "Part of a nearby island group, the Nicobar Islands. But as far as I know, people don't die for the privilege of visiting this one." "A point in its favor," Kim said, and Dash caught the hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. After everything they'd been through, the shootouts, the lies, it was good to see her crack a joke, even a dark one. She'd been way too serious lately, and it was starting to wear on him. "Agreed," Dash said, leaning back in his chair. "And you'd think they would make more of that fact in their tourist literature. Come here and not die." He spread his hands like he was painting the slogan across an invisible billboard. Kim's laugh rang through the room, sharp and genuine. It caught him off guard. He'd gotten used to her tight-lipped smiles and business-like nods. "It's catchy," she said, wiping at her eyes. "Is it?" Dash grinned, warming to his theme. "If my career as a drunken bum doesn't work out, I may go into advertising. God knows I've got enough experience with both sides of that equation." "Madison Avenue could have used you," Kim said, shaking her head. Her shoulders had finally dropped from their usual tensed-up position, and Dash counted that as a win. These days, he'd take any victory he could get, no matter how small. "And I could have used an office bar and a busty secretary. Still could, as a matter of fact. No wonder those guys were so creative." The massive yacht swung around and began moving slowly toward a rectangular wharf that was connected to land by a raised road, its sides marked with alternating yellow and black stripes. As they neared the island, life on Redmayne's yacht picked up as well. He saw 4 workers, 2 of whom he recognized, 2 he didn't, working the lines and preparing to dock. Dash reconsidered his impression of how many people Redmayne kept employed on the luxury liner. Not counting his security force, whom he hadn't seen since they picked up Dr. Kirby, Dash guessed there had to be another 10 people, or more, all doing well to stay hidden on the crew decks. Kim surveyed the island with a skeptical eye. "We're not planning to spend much time here, are we?" Before Dash could get a word out, Redmayne's voice rumbled from behind them, making him jump. He hadn't heard the guy walk up. "No, Dr. Kirby, we're just stopping for fuel or whatever supplies we can grab," Redmayne said, cool as ever. He straightened his already perfect tie. "And I need to track down one contact, assuming he's around." "Contact?" Dash's ears perked up. Finally, they'd get somewhere. "Yes, contact." Redmayne's lips curled into that practiced smile of his. "A gentleman by the name of Joe Carville." Dash's eyebrows shot up before he could catch himself. Damn. He'd given away more than he wanted to with that tiny tell. "Ah, you know him," Redmayne said, leaning forward with that predatory gleam in his eyes. The same look Dash had seen card sharks wear right before they cleaned out some poor sucker's wallet. "I've never met him." Dash kept his voice flat, neutral, no more freebies.
But you know of him, then? It wasn't a question, more like a trap being sprung. Dash shrugged, trying to play it cool even though his mind was racing. He'd stepped right into this one. My father spoke of him, he said finally. They were friends in the service and bummed around together in Asia for a while. He left out the parts his dad had told him after too many drinks, the stories that still gave him chills when he thought about them too hard. What was your father's take on Carville? Redmayne asked, leaning forward. Called him rabid dog, Dash said. Redmayne let out a short laugh that didn't reach his eyes. I was under the impression they were friends. That's exactly how you know they were friends, Dash said. He remembered his old man and Carville trading insults over morning coffee, grinning like idiots the whole time. That's how guys talk to each other. The meaner they are, the tighter the friendship. Interesting. Redmayne's lip curled slightly as he straightened his silk tie. I must admit I don't quite grasp that dynamic, though perhaps that's more common among... He paused, choosing his words carefully. Among the sort of men who wear the same underwear for days on end, or punch holes in beer cans with hunting knives. His tone made it clear which category he thought Dash belonged in. The air got a few degrees colder, and Dash had to resist the urge to prove Redmayne right by showing him exactly what he could do with a hunting knife. I feel attacked, Dash said, spitting over the railing. And that must mean you like me very much. He winked at Redmayne and flashed his best troublemaker grin, the one that always got him either punched or kissed, depending on the crowd. Redmayne's lips pinched into what might have been a smile if you squinted hard enough. His whole face looked like it was fighting between amusement and a migraine. And how could one help it? Good, Dash answered, but I'm still not going to sleep with you, so you can stop asking. He winked at Kim, who was doing her best to hide her smile. Redmayne let out a long, tired sigh, the kind parents save for kids who just won't stop asking why. But about this Mr. Carville, he said, clearing his throat with the precise timing of a Broadway actor. Look, he's your contact, Dash shot back. You ought to know more than I do about him. He was getting real tired of Redmayne playing dumb about everything. I have hundreds of contacts around the world. Redmayne's voice took on that practiced, patient tone that made Dash want to throw something. Most of whom I've never met, and a good deal I've met once and never plan to meet again. Dash nodded, letting a smirk creep across his face. I suppose networking is a whole lot easier when you're rich? It is indeed. Redmayne's eyes narrowed just a hair, the kind of subtle tell most people would miss. His fingers found their way to the railing, tapping out a nervous rhythm before he caught himself and stopped. Now, what else did your father say about Carville? He said he was a character, Dash said, making air quotes. That was my dad's way of saying the guy was nuts. But he was a good soldier and a good friend, and that counted for everything in my dad's book. Two fine qualities. Redmayne leaned forward slightly. And is he trustworthy? He was to my dad, Dash shrugged. But they had history. They sort of owed each other. How so? I never got the whole story. Dash's eyes drifted toward the horizon. But from what I gathered, they each saved the other's life at some point. Being responsible for keeping someone on this spinning blue marble tends to create something of a bond. Very poetic, Redmayne said dryly. Dash couldn't help grinning. I have my moments. The yacht's hull kissed the dock with a gentle thud, sending tiny ripples across the glassy water surface. Redmayne stood, smoothing his perfectly pressed slacks with practiced hands. Everything about the man screamed calculated, even the way he cleared his throat. I'd like you both to join me for a meeting with Mr. Carville, Redmayne said, his eyes darting between Dash and Kim. That is, if we can track him down on this godforsaken rock. He adjusted his tie again, seeming to choose his next words carefully.
Dash, maybe you can get him talking about your father, and Dr. Kirby, your expertise might help us decode any scientific breadcrumbs he drops. Kim leaned close, her eyes narrowing. One question. Redmayne turned to face her, that plastic smile of his already spreading across his face. And what is that? What's Carville's connection to the island? The smile never left Redmayne's face. Something flickered behind his eyes. Something that made Dash's stomach tighten. Their host paused for a beat too long before answering. Apparently, Redmayne said, each word measured and precise, he was the last person to visit Menchel. Chapter 29. Kim. A few questions at the dock got them pointed in the right direction. Joe Rabid Dog Carville not only lived on the island, but had apparently taken up semi-permanent residence at the PWD guest house. The dock worker seemed to know him well, trading knowing looks when his name came up. A character indeed, Kim thought. But the Public Works Department house, in this case, was far more than just a simple extra lodging building. Run by the Indian government, it was a juxtaposition against the rest of the island's buildings and infrastructure. Harsh weather and low incomes gave the region a third-world feel. The PWD house seemed to be well kept, at least from the outside, and featured a street-facing restaurant, a visitor center that doubled as the house's lobby and front desk, and dozens of bright, happy palm trees that bent over the two-story building. They made their way up from the waterfront, following a winding path past market stalls and small shops. The guest house sat perched on a small rise, its distinctive octagonal shape standing out against the tropical greenery. Freshly washed blue roof tiles caught the morning sun, giving the whole building a cheerful look that seemed at odds with its occupant's reputation. Kim tilted her head back, taking in the weathered colonial buildings and colorful market stalls. Their faded paint and rustic charm reminded her of the research outpost she'd visited in Burma. It's oddly charming, she said, breathing in deep. The air was thick with a scent of curry and exotic spices drifting from somewhere in the maze of streets. Her stomach growled, reminding her it had been hours since she'd last ate. And I'll bet they've got killer Indian food on this island. Redmayne's face pinched like he'd just bitten into a lemon. His perfectly pressed suit looked ridiculous in the sweltering heat. If you're fancying Indian cuisine, I'll have the yacht's chef prepare it. I plan to spend as little time on shore as possible. He kept glancing around, as if afraid the local color might rub off on his Italian leather shoes. Oh, come on, Dash said, grinning at Redmayne's discomfort. The billionaire stuck out like a diamond in a coal mine, and Dash was enjoying every second of it. It would do you good once in a while to live as the other half do. I do that already, every time I go to accept yet another philanthropy award. Redmayne's voice dripped with the kind of practiced modesty that came from too many PR coaching sessions. That's about all the general public contact I need. Dash squinted at Redmayne, tilting his head like he was trying to solve a puzzle. You know, I think you've become more of an asshole since I first met you, which is impressive considering where you started. The corner of Redmayne's mouth twitched upward, and his voice carried an unexpected note of humor. Maybe I'm just getting more comfortable with you two, he said, straightening his back as they walked as if resigning himself to his fate. Acting more like myself. Hey, Dash spread his hands wide, grinning. Nothing wrong with being an asshole as long as you own it, right? Kim shook her head as they walked, fighting back a smile. She caught the glimmer of amusement in Dash's eyes, the same look she'd grown quite fond of. Quite a philosophy, she said. Maybe I'm just getting more comfortable, Dash said with an easy shrug. She let out a breath, noticing the ease with which she was breathing. There was more humidity here, more oxygen in the air, but the morning heat was already building, making her t-shirt stick to her back.
At least she wasn't wearing a suit like their overdressed benefactor. The PWD house's lobby hit them with a blast of tepid air conditioning as they walked in. Apparently, the facade of the nice, freshly cleaned exterior was just that, a facade. Inside, the place had seen better days. Scuffed floor tiles, water stains on the ceiling, and a dusty plastic plant in the corner that had probably been there since the British left India. Kim couldn't help but notice it wasn't even a plant that would be found in this region and climate. But it was clean enough, and the wooden ceiling fans spun lazily overhead, stirring up whatever cool air they could manage. Redmayne strode to the front desk like he owned the place, managing to look both important and completely out of place in his tailored suit. The clerk behind the counter glanced up from his newspaper, his round face glistening with sweat despite the fans. His eyes widened slightly at Redmayne's pristine appearance. "Yes, sir?" the clerk asked, his English carrying the musical lilt of an Indian accent. He straightened in his chair, folding the newspaper with practiced care and setting it aside. "We're looking for Mr. Joe Carville. Is he in?" Redmayne's tone carried that note of practiced patience he seemed to reserve for anyone who wasn't a billionaire. The clerk's expression shifted from helpful to guarded in an instant. He pressed his lips together, his fingers drumming once on the worn wooden counter. "I am sorry, sir, but I am not allowed to give out guest information." Kim caught the slight twitch at the corner of Redmayne's mouth. The billionaire's tell when someone wasn't playing along. Without a word, Redmayne reached into his wallet and slid a couple of crisp bills across the desk, the movement smooth as silk. The clerk's eyes flicked down to the bills, then back up to Redmayne's face. His expression never changed, and his voice stayed perfectly level. "I am sorry, sir, but I am not allowed to give out guest information," he repeated, as if reading from a script. Still, his hand inched closer to the money on the counter. Redmayne pulled two more crisp bills from his wallet and laid them next to the others. The clerk's fingers twitched, but he didn't reach for them. "I am sorry, sir, but I am not allowed to give out guest information." The words came out exactly the same as before, but there was a new gleam in the man's eye, the universal look of someone who knew they almost had what they wanted. With a tired sigh, Redmayne added one final bill to the stack. The clerk's face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning, though he tried to hide it behind his professional mask. "He is in room 201, he said, sweeping the money off the counter and into his pocket in one smooth motion. The bills disappeared so fast it was like they had never been there at all. "Thank you," Redmayne said, delivering an exaggerated, sarcastic bow that made him look like a stuffed penguin trying to impress its mate. "You've been incredibly helpful." They climbed the narrow stairs, their footsteps echoing off the worn wooden treads. The hallway stretched before them, lined with identical doors that had seen better days. All except one. Room 201 stood out like a sore thumb, not because it was fancy, but because it was the only door that looked like it belonged in someone's grandmother's house. The glass doorknob caught Kim's eye right away. It was the kind you didn't see much anymore, crystal clear and catching the light from the dusty hallway window. Just like the one she used to turn 1,000 times a day back home, racing up and down the creaky stairs of their old Victorian. She could almost smell her mom's apple pie cooling on the windowsill, hear the ancient window unit rattling away upstairs on hot summer nights. The memory hit her hard enough to make her pause. Here she was, chasing who knows what across the Indian Ocean with a smart-ass adventurer and a billionaire who thought slumming it meant flying first class instead of private. And all it took was one old doorknob to send her mind spinning back home, to lazy Sunday afternoons and homework at the kitchen table. Kim shook her head, pushing the memories away. They had bigger things to worry about than childhood nostalgia. Whatever waited on the other side of that door, it probably wasn't going to remind her of home. Chapter 30. Kim.
Redmayne stepped forward and knocked on the door with 3 sharp raps. The sound echoed down the empty hallway, mixing with the distant hum of ancient air conditioning units and ceiling fans. Something about his stance caught Kim's eye. Despite his usual swagger, his shoulders were tight, and his perfectly manicured fingers kept fidgeting with his tie. For all his money and power, he was just as nervous as the rest of them. It was almost touching, in a way, like catching a glimpse of the real person beneath all those carefully constructed layers of wealth and privilege. Kim had always been fascinated by what made people tick. Back in college, she'd seriously considered switching her major to psychology. The human mind was its own kind of puzzle box, full of hidden compartments and secret fears. Sometimes she wondered what Redmayne was really afraid of, probably something deeper than just getting his designer shoes dirty. But before she could follow that train of thought any further, angry shouts erupted from behind the door. The words were muffled, but the tone was clear enough. Whoever was in there was not having a good morning. The door to room 201 rattled with the sudden boom of a voice from the other side. "Who the hell is it?" Heavy footsteps thumped across creaky floorboards, followed by the metallic scrape of a chain lock sliding free. The door swung open hard enough to bang against the wall, revealing a grizzled old man who looked like he'd spent the last decade baking in the sun. His white beard bristled out in all directions, untamed and wild as a homeless man's, but his eyes were sharp and alert, despite the boozy smell wafting from the room behind him. He glared at them through the doorway, his weathered face twisting into a scowl. "You folks better have a damn good reason for pounding on my door in the middle of the night." Redmayne's perfectly manicured hand rose and stroked the non-beard on his chin, more out of habit than necessity. His voice dripped with barely contained disdain. "There was no pounding," he said, "and it's 10 in the morning." The door creaked open wider. The man's beard was wild and unkempt, matching the look in his bloodshot eyes. He wore a Hawaiian shirt that had seen better decades, and his bare feet poked from beneath cargo shorts that might have been khaki once before time and dirt had their way with them. "That ain't what my delirium tremens says," the old man growled, swaying slightly in the doorway. The smell of cheap rum wafted out from him, mixing with the musty hotel air. Redmayne cleared his throat. "Well, as much as I hate to dispute such a reputable source, I was hoping you'd have a few minutes to speak with us." "What about?" The old man's eyes narrowed to suspicious slits. "Menchal." "Nope." The response came quick and sharp as a rattler's strike. The old man started to close the door, but Dash stepped forward and stuck his foot between the door and the jamb. The wood creaked in protest, and for a moment the hallway grew very still. "I think you knew my father," Dash said quietly. His voice had changed, softening into something Kim hadn't heard from him before. It made her chest tighten to hear that note of vulnerability slip through his usual swagger. Carville's weathered face gave nothing away as he studied Dash through narrowed eyes. "I knew lots of people, son. You gotta be more specific." "Jack Boone." The old man's head snapped up at the name, his expression sharpening like a knife's edge. "Blackjack?" Dash nodded, and Kim could see the tension in his jaw, the way his shoulders had gone rigid. She wondered how many times he'd had this conversation, watching people's faces change when they heard his father's name, waiting to see which stories they'd tell. Carville's whole demeanor shifted in an instant. The suspicious squint melted away, replaced by something warmer, almost fond. He leaned back in his chair, a crooked grin spreading across his face. "So, you're old Jack's seed, eh?" The words came out like a long exhale, as if he'd been holding his breath without realizing it.
Kim fought back a grimace at the word seed, catching Dash's eye. His expression mirrored her own disgust, and she could tell they were both thinking the same thing. "That's right," Dash said, crossing his arms. "Or at least that's what my mother told me." His voice carried that forced casualness she'd come to recognize, the tone he used when he was trying to play it cool. Carville's laugh exploded through the hallway like a firecracker, wild and unrestrained. It devolved into a wet, hacking cough that made him sound like he was trying to turn his lungs inside out. When he caught his breath, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Okay, that earned you a couple of minutes. Come on in, but don't make yourselves comfortable or ask for anything to drink, 'cause this ain't no hotel." He paused, considering. "Well, it is a hotel, but I don't own it." They shuffled into the room like awkward teenagers at a school dance, nobody quite sure where to stand or what to do with their hands. Kim found herself fidgeting with her shirt hem, while Redmayne kept shuffling from foot to foot. Only Carville seemed at ease, immediately grabbing a glass of something amber-colored from a nearby table. True to his word and his apparent hospitality skills, he didn't offer to share. Kim scanned the cramped room, taking in every detail. The paint was peeling off the walls in long strips, and water stains mapped continents on the ceiling. Someone had tried to brighten the place up with a faded poster of the Taj Mahal, but it only made the rest of the room look worse. The bed dominated most of the space, a simple metal frame with a thin mattress that had seen better days. Next to it sat a nightstand with a collection of empty beer bottles arranged like bowling pins. The room's only other furniture was a beat-up bamboo chair pulled up to an antique writing desk. The desk's roll top was scarred and dented, but Kim could tell it had once been a beautiful piece. Its surface was dotted with mysterious stains, and dozens of tiny cubbyholes lined the back, perfect for hiding secrets. "So let's hear it," Carville said from his perch on the bed. He leaned back against the wall, looking completely at home in the shabby surroundings. His weathered face and well-worn clothes seemed to fit right in with the room's general state of comfortable decay. Joe Carville had latched onto Dash like a barnacle since finding out whose son he was. Meanwhile, Redmayne might as well have been another fake potted plant in the corner for all the attention he got. Kim watched the whole thing play out with growing unease. Redmayne was used to being the center of attention, probably learned to expect it since birth. Now here he was, getting snubbed by some crusty ex-military guy in favor of his hired help. The billionaire's jaw had that tight look she'd started recognizing, like he was gritting his teeth behind that perfect smile. The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch when Carville slapped Dash on the back, grinning from ear to ear. "You'd look just like him, you know that? Got that same damn troublemaker smile." He barked out a laugh that made Redmayne jump. "Bet it gets you into just as much trouble, too." But Dash surprised Kim then. Instead of basking in the attention, he took a step back, putting some distance between himself and Carville. With a casual wave of his hand, he pointed at Redmayne. "It's his gig," Dash said, his voice easy but firm. "He should probably explain it." The words hung in the air for a moment, and Kim let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Maybe she'd been wrong about Dash all this time. Under that smart-ass exterior and devil-may-care attitude, there actually might be someone worth trusting after all. She felt a laugh bubbling up from somewhere deep inside her chest, the kind that comes at exactly the wrong moment, like a church or a funeral, the kind that's impossible to stop once it starts. Thankfully, Carville broke the silence. "I don't know him," he said, jerking his thumb toward Redmayne. His weathered face creased into a frown. "And I don't really know you either, but at least you got good genes. For all I know, this guy could be kin to Jack the Stripper." Kim blinked, the smile dying on her lips. Her almost laugh caught in her throat like a hiccup. Don't you mean Jack the Ripper?
Nope.
Carville leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. His face split into a grin that showed way too many teeth.
Jack the Stripper, a pimp over in Bangkok that was responsible for taking my virginity.
Oh, God, you mean he raped you? Kim's hand flew to her mouth, horror creeping into her voice.
Certainly not.
Carville waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly.
He set me up with a one-eyed hooker. Ever since then, I can only get turned on by women with a single peeper. Do you know how many one-eyed women there are in the world, little lady?
Kim shifted, suddenly very aware of both her eyes. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times before she found her voice. I can't say that I've thought much about it.
Not nearly enough,
Carville roared, slamming his palm on the rickety table. His wild eyes darted between them as if searching for sympathy.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a decent woman on this rock? My life of near celibacy is all because of this Jack fella, and I've never forgiven him for it.
Kim pressed her lips together, once more fighting back laughter. The old man's rant was heading into dangerous territory, and she wasn't about to encourage him. Next to her, Dash had taken 3 strategic steps backward, clearly wanting no part of wherever this conversation was going. Chapter 31. Kim. Okay, I feel we may be getting a bit off topic. Redmayne stepped forward into the space Dash had vacated, his polished shoes clicking against the worn floorboards. His face wore the strained look of someone who just bitten into something sour. To cut to the chase, Mr. Carville, I understand you were the last person to have visited Menchel.
That's what they say,
Carville said with a slow nod. He settled back in his chair, some of the wild energy draining from his eyes. The sudden shift in his demeanor was jarring, like watching a storm clear and fast forward. Could you tell us about that? I mean, how did you make it out alive? What did you see? Dash leaned forward in his chair, trying not to look too eager. Something in Carville's expression made his stomach twist. The old sailor shifted in his seat, running a hand through his thinning gray hair. His weathered face creased into new patterns of worry.
Well, you see, I didn't actually set foot on the island.
You didn't? The words came out sharp and fast like a whip crack. Redmayne's shoulders dropped just enough to notice, and for once, his practiced smile slipped. Kim almost felt sorry for him. Almost.
Nope.
Carville took another long pull from his beer, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand.
Took some stupid young brats over there. They were making some sort of documentary. Wanted me to sail past the island so they could get some footage.
What happened? Redmayne's voice had gone soft, dangerous.
Well, sir, they ambushed me and knocked me out.
Carville's fingers drummed against the table, tap, tap, tapping out a nervous rhythm.
When I come to, they were all gone. Went to explore the island, I guessed.
He paused, and the room seemed to grow colder. His eyes lost focus, staring through the wall at something only he could see. The silence stretched out like a rubber band ready to snap. Nobody moved, nobody breathed. When Carville spoke again, his voice had dropped to barely more than a whisper. The usual gruff edge was gone, replaced by something hollow and far away.
And I guessed right, too. 'Cause not long after that...
He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing.
Not long after that, the kid's head landed in the boat.
There was another stretch of quiet. His head? Kim asked, her own voice sounding odd to her ears, as if she were hearing someone else speak through her mouth.
Yep, just his head,
Carville said. his weathered hands wrapped around the edge of the table like he was afraid someone might try to take it.
Thing came flying over the side and landed right in the cockpit of the boat. It just lay there, looking up at me, like it was telling me to get the hell out of there while I still had the chance.
Redmayne leaned forward, his perfect suit looking absurd next to Carville's ratty clothes.
So what did you do?
Carville's eyes went wide, and he stared at Redmayne like the billionaire had just suggested they all strip naked and dance in the street.
What do you think? I got the hell out of there while I still had the chance.
No, I mean after that. Redmayne's jaw tightened, and his voice carried that edge it got whenever someone wasn't giving him exactly what he wanted.
Surely the authorities had questions when a group of young filmmakers dropped out of sight.
The change in Carville was instant. His shoulders tensed, and those wild eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal looking for escape routes. He shifted in his chair, the old wood creaking under his weight.
They probably did,
he said, his voice gone quiet and careful.
And what did you tell them?
I said they probably did.
Meaning?
Redmayne prodded.
Meaning I don't know for sure, 'cause whatever question they had weren't asked of me.
The billionaire's face lengthened with shock.
You never told anyone about this?
Course I did. Just not the, what'd you say, authorities.
Then who'd you tell?
I suppose whoever told you, the leaky bastard.
Carville scratched at his stubbled chin, his weathered face creasing with irritation.
It was Blabbing Bill, wasn't it? I knew I shouldn't have confided in him, but I just had to tell somebody.
He stood and paced the small room, his bare feet scuffing against the worn floorboards.
Damn thing was giving me nightmares so bad I couldn't get any sleep at night. Got to the point I was walking around like some fool zombie, not eating or taking showers, just wandering around town.
His voice dropped lower, taking on a haunted edge.
It's a miracle I didn't just mosey off into the ocean where I'd probably fall asleep, drown, and wake up dead.
I don't think you can wake, Kim began, but Carville spun round, jabbing a finger in her direction.
Don't nitpick, young lady. I was in a bad way is what I'm trying to say.
He slumped back in his chair, the ancient wood creaking under his weight.
But I couldn't very well go to the authorities, now could I?
Why not? Redmayne asked. The contrast between the two men couldn't have been sharper. One polished and precise, the other looking like he just rolled out of a week-long bender.
'Cause I'm not Mr. Big Shit with my own floating palace, that's why.
Carville jabbed a crooked finger toward the window, where Redmayne's yacht sparkled in the harbor like a jewel on blue velvet.
Oh, I saw you all float in here like you own the entire Indian Ocean. But I'm just a little guy.
He leaned forward in his worn leather chair, the wood creaking beneath his weight. His calloused hands gripped the glass of whiskey tight enough to whiten his knuckles.
The authorities around here, well, they love to find a scapegoat so they can shut down their investigations in a hurry and get back to taking bribes. And guess who that goat would have been?
His eyes darted between the visitors, dark and intense.
Go on now, guess.
But before anyone could speak, Carville charged ahead, his voice rising.
Me, that's who. Little old Joe. Well, no thank you, I'll pass.
The grizzled older man seemed to deflate then, sinking back into his chair as if this passionate speech had sucked all the fight out of him. The lines in his weathered face deepened and his shoulders slumped forward.
And no one knew who'd taken these people out?
Redmayne's voice cut through the heavy silence that had fallen over the room. Carville lifted his glass, studying the amber liquid inside like it held all life's answers. In one smooth motion he drained it dry, then stared into the empty glass with more sorrow than a single alcoholic beverage deserved.
Let's just say that I found it pays to keep the left hand from knowing what the right hand is doing, if you get my drift."
His voice had gone quiet, almost gentle, but there was steel underneath the words, a warning wrapped in casual observation. "Not exactly," Redmayne said, "but I don't think we necessarily want to know exactly what you mean. Suffice to say that you have spoken to very few people about the incident, which is borne out by the fact that the news reports only said the group had gone missing, but mentioned nothing of the particulars, and certainly nothing about a flying head. The only reason I know for sure it was in relation to Menchel was because of my, source."
"You mean Blabbin' Bill?"
Redmayne's face settled into that practiced smile of his, the one that never quite reached his eyes. It was the kind of expression you'd see on a shark if it tried to look friendly. "The reason I'm able to keep my sources is because they know I will never reveal their identities." Carville let out a harsh laugh that sounded like gravel in a blender. His weathered fist shot out, smacking into his open palm with enough force to make Kim jump. The sound echoed off the walls like a gunshot.
"I know a few folks who could learn that lesson."
His eyes narrowed, and something dangerous flickered behind them.
"And one in particular is going to learn it direct from me the next time I see him."
Chapter 32. Dash. Much to Dash's surprise, their possessive host let them wander much of the day, saying he'd have the yacht's air horn blast 3 times when it was time to board. Also to his surprise, he found he was having a good time exploring what there was of the town, checking out a Yapa temple and Anaki tea shop, then heading north to the Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve. As it turned out, the authorities that Carville was so eager to avoid took the reserve very seriously, almost refusing to let Dash and Kim go inside, finally allowing them to enter under the watchful eye of a Forest Department staff member driving a rattling old vehicle with chipping paint that used to be white, but was now a sort of cream color. The constant supervision aside, however, it was a stunning experience. The reserve was absolutely pristine, and was the home to a couple of native tribes, including the Shompen. The staff member suddenly stopped the vehicle and turned off the knocking engine. He pointed off to the left. "Watchtower, you should see the view." Dash followed the man's point and saw a steep, narrow set of stone steps leading up the side of a hill. He wasn't sure how high they went, but his heart rate increased just looking at it, and he hated it when his heart rate increased. "I'm not sure we—" "Oh, come on, Dash," Kim said. "The view has to be terrific." "You should go," their guide said, nodding way too enthusiastically. "Very nice view. Terrific." Dash huffed and folded under the pressure. "Fine, but if I have a heart attack, I want you both to speak at my funeral and take full responsibility." "Responsibility or credit?" Kim asked, giving him a sly wink.
"Oh, look out. Doc coming in hot with the shade," Dash said,
putting extra sauce on the delivery to hide the fact that her wink had just increased his heart rate much more than the impending climb could ever hope to.
"All right, fine, let's go."
To his credit, and likely the consternation of his superiors were they to find out, their guide let them climb to the tower on their own, although Dash suspected it had more to do with the man's lack of interest in climbing rather than any growing trust in his 2 charges. Up they went, with Kim leading the way and nearly bounding upward like she had all the energy of a gazelle fleeing a hungry cheetah. Dash glared at her back until his gaze drifted, and the glare shifted to something entirely different. He had become increasingly aware of her growing effect on him, both physically and emotionally, and he was not entirely comfortable with it. It wasn't that he was actively fighting it at this point, but there were definite obstacles in the way, other than the little fact that they were currently involved in what could certainly turn out to be a life-threatening expedition. And life-threatening expeditions were not the most ideal place to fall in love with someone, although the movies would have one believe differently.
Dash stopped cold on the steps and, feeling a tad dizzy, grabbed the wooden handrail for balance. Fall in love? Where the hell had that come from? Sure, he was attracted to Kim physically, and yes, he was beginning to feel a little emotional charge whenever she was around, but love? No. That was far over the horizon, if it existed at all for them or anyone. At this point, he would have placed bets against it. Aside from their current involvement in Redmayne's little quest, they were worlds apart. For one, she was brilliant, classy, and beautiful. To his view, he was none of these things. She was obviously motivated and ambitious. He preferred beachcombing and bumming around without any real responsibilities. She drank wine, and he didn't. Could he actually be falling for a wine drinker? "What are you doing?" Kim's shout broke into his whirling thoughts. Dash looked up and saw that she had already reached the top of the steps. "Sorry," he shouted back. "Just taking in the view." "It's way better up here," she replied, either not noticing his double entendre or choosing to ignore it due to her vastly superior maturity level. "Come on, hurry." Dash mentally gathered his loins and, in an effort to demonstrate that he was not the out-of-shape slob that his activity level thus far suggested him to be, took the remainder of the steps two at a time. From below, their guide shouted, "Please do not run on the steps. You could trip and fall, thereby damaging the steps and the railing." Wow, Dash thought. How considerate. And where was your warning when the lovely lady was trotting up these same steps, huh? But he kept silent, as his focus was now solely upon reaching the top in heroic fashion. Having accomplished just that, he arrived at the final step and struck a superhero's pose, body leaning forward, one arm out, as if he was about to take flight. But the silliness dissipated as he became aware of the view. His hero's arm slowly dropped to his side, and he straightened. "It's pretty fantastic, isn't it?" Kim said softly. "And we're not even at the top of the tower yet." To the right of where they stood was an open structure of 2 levels. The first level was reached by a short set of steps, the risers labeled with "Welcome to GNBR Watchtower," written in English. Reinvigorated, Dash led the way up to the second level of the tower, the floor of which was made up of small reddish tiles, with white pillars holding up a green awning roof. The view was spectacular, stretching for miles over the small part of the reserve they'd driven through, over the Campbell Bay Harbor, and out into the open water where the Indian Ocean and the Andaman Sea collide. "Wow," Dash breathed. It took a lot to impress him, but this was a truly impressive view. "It's incredible," Kim said. "And what's even crazier is that behind us are hundreds of square miles of unspoiled rainforest wilderness, populated by only the same indigenous people who've been there all along. It's almost like going back in time." It does have that sort of innately wild feel to it, doesn't it? Not the fake wild of your average camping site in the States, where you can walk half-mile through the woods and find a gas station well stocked with Slim Jims. A few moments of silence fell, and then Kim said quietly, almost reverently, "Would you go?" "Go where?" "Back in time." Dash spoke without thinking, words for once bypassing his carefully constructed defensive filter. And even as the words escaped his mouth, he was trying to claw them back. But it was too late. "Only if you were there." Silence once more reigned, and Dash felt his face begin to heat. Why, oh why had he said that? Stupid, stupid! Finally, he mustered the courage to glance over at her. "Look, I'm sorry." And then somehow their lips had met. It was not a long kiss, nor one overridden by passion, but rather a sweet connection between them, and one that felt more right
than it had any business feeling. They pulled back together, and Dash looked down at Dr. Kim Kirby, feeling a real sense of wonder that had nothing to do with their location or the view. "Are you still sorry?" she asked. Her flushed lips curved in a smile that spoke volumes. "Not one damn bit," he said. Chapter 33. Dash. After completing their day's adventure on the island, Kim and Dash came to a mutual decision to defy Redmayne and stay on the island for their Indian food experience, stopping in at the Suruchi restaurant before heading back to the yacht. "Do you think Redmayne will be angry?" Kim asked, as they seated themselves inside the restaurant with its mango-colored walls and slowly rotating ceiling fans. Dash shrugged. "I get the distinct impression he's used to people following orders, so I can't imagine he'll be pleased. But on the other hand, if eating in a place not ordained by His Majesty is all it takes to condemn me, then I am a doomed man indeed." "I guess that's one reason you and Redmayne have had a somewhat contentious relationship thus far," Kim said. "He's used to telling people what to do, and you're used to not being told what to do." Dash nodded. "Doesn't get more conflicted than that. And I'd like a little recognition for my restraint and overall good humor. The last guy who tried to boss me around ended up in the hospital." "Just for telling you what to do?" "Well, okay, so he followed that up with an attempt to physically force me to follow orders, namely a knife between my ribs." "Ah, so it was self-defense." "Yeah, although I did get a lot of pleasure out of taking him down a few dozen pegs. I'm not sure self-defense should be that fun." "I'm not sure how to feel about that," Kim said, her eyes wide with honesty. "I've been somewhat of a pacifist since college." "People get a lot of bad ideas in college," Dash said, only partly joking. "But aside from that, there's something you should know about me, since well, I don't really know what's happening, to be honest, but still you ought to know that I am an avowed nonconformist. The best way to get me to do something is to tell me to do the opposite thing." "Reverse psychology?" "I have a problem." At that moment, a restaurant staff member came over, and they placed an order. Once the man had left for the kitchen, Kim turned to Dash, a thoughtful expression on her lovely and sun-kissed, and now Dash-kissed, face. "I think I can understand where you're coming from, though," she said. "Much of my time over this last project has been spent warding off criticism and opposition to my research. Lack of funding, critical peer review, all cloaked under the guise of academic standards, of course, but much of it designed to shut me and my work down. And while the opposition didn't push me to do this work, how could it, after all? It certainly steeled my spine and strengthened my resolve." Dash nodded. "Exactly right. And that lets me know something very important about you. There are two types of people in the world. Those who are either dissuaded or persuaded by the amount of criticism they receive. I've always been the latter. I figure if something is important enough that people are dedicating their time and energy to stop me, then I must be onto something." "It's not the worst rule of thumb," Kim said, smiling at him in a strange way that Dash couldn't fully interpret, but that he found he enjoyed. The waiter returned with their food and set down a large dish of steaming biryani and bowl of mirchi kasalan. Kim emitted a little squeal of delight when she saw the food, and the uninhibited expression of pure happiness made Dash's heart do a flip and brought a smile to his face. "My sentiments exactly," he said. "I think we may have been even hungrier than we thought. Oh my gosh, I need to put this in my face immediately." "Well, dig in." Dash gestured to one of 2 wooden spoons the waiter had left with their food. "Although I can't imagine how he pegged us as not being locals and took mercy on us. But if you want, you can eat with your hand. Unlike the snobs back home, You won't get any dirty looks here."
"I'm not sure I understand eating with your hands unless we're talking KFC.
Dash grinned. "Not to mansplain, but just a word of caution that if you do opt for traditional dining methods, you only eat with one hand, the right one."
"I think I'll stick with a spoon so I don't commit some social faux pas. Now let's stop this frivolous blather and eat, for heaven's sake."
And eat they did, savoring the rich spices of the biryani and the heat of the accompanying mirchi kasalan. The low murmur of the surrounding conversation dulled into a steady, comforting hum, and Dash found himself encased in a bubble of warm contentment. The food, Kim's bright eyes, the easy conversation, not to mention the kiss, which he swore he could still feel on his lips, set his mind at ease in a way he had not experienced for way too long. I could get used to this, he thought. The idea providing both a surge of excitement and a stab of uncertainty. I could definitely get used to this. At last, Kim popped the comfort bubble by sitting back from where she'd been leaning toward Dash, her elbows propped on the table. She glanced around the small restaurant.
"You think this place has a little girl's room?"
Dash pointed over her shoulder to a doorway that had the word "wash" written over it. "If they do, that's where I'd check. Just don't miss and go through the door next to it," he said, pointing to a darkened doorway immediately to the left of the first, this one labeled as "No Admission."
"Yeah, that could get awkward,"
Kim grinned.
"Okay, I'll be right back. Wish me luck."
"Good luck and Godspeed," Dash said. He watched her stand from the chair and begin to make her way to the washroom. As she neared the door, he straightened in his chair and blinked. It happened so fast, he almost thought he'd imagined it. One moment, Kim was walking slowly toward the washroom, almost entering, and the next moment, an arm shot from the shadowy, no-admission doorway and grabbed her by the collar. She let out a short, sharp yelp of surprise, and then she was gone. Dash jumped from his chair, knocking the table over and scattering bowls and leftover food all over the floor. The other diners erupted in a mixture of anger and surprise, but Dash ignored them all, his eyes never leaving the last place he'd seen Kim. He was across the restaurant and through the no-admission doorway in a second, finding himself in a kitchen galley that ended at another doorway, this one featuring an actual door that was still swinging back and forth. Throwing caution to the wind in his panic at losing sight of Kim, he charged through the door, nearly ripping it from its hinges. As he plunged into the open air, something hard and heavy crashed into the back of his head, and he saw stars. It wasn't simply a clever turn of phrase, either. Stars literally danced before his eyes as he struggled to stay on his feet. Then, something rough and itchy slipped over his head, a hood of some sort, and another blow put him entirely under. Chapter 34. Redmayne. Greyson Redmayne sat in his smartly appointed office aboard the yacht. His manicured fingernails drummed against the polished mahogany desk, creating a rhythm that matched his rising blood pressure. The room smelled of leather and smoke and money. Lots of it. Jonas had left the cushioned leather chair and now wandered about the room like a caged animal, moving from the wall of windows to the built-in bar and back again. He seemed to sense the coming storm, making himself a harder target for his boss's inevitable outburst. "Where the hell are they?" Redmayne finally exploded, slamming his palm against the desk. Papers jumped and his crystal tumbler rattled. "I thought you had assigned a man to watch them. What happened?" The big Finn stopped his pacing and planted himself near the door, as if planning an escape route. His scowl deepened the scar that ran along his jaw. "He was unable to follow them into the reserve, and before they came out he was distracted." "Distracted? Exactly what does that mean?" Redmayne's voice had gone deadly quiet, the kind of quiet that usually preceded someone having a very bad day. Jonas winced and began fiddling mindlessly with the latch on a nearby porthole. The metal was cold under his fingers, and the repetitive clicking gave him something to focus on besides Redmayne's stare. "Come on, Vertanian," Redmayne growled, dropping his boots off the desk with a thud. "It's not like you to get twitchy. Spill it. What happened?" The big soldier paused his nervous fidgeting. After a moment's hesitation, he made a circle with one thumb and an index finger, then poked his other index finger through it. The crude gesture hung in the air between them as Jonas finally sat. Redmayne's lip curled as understanding hit him. He leaned back in his chair, the ancient wood creaking under his weight. "You know, it would have been less gross had you just said it. So he got busy with a girl and didn't notice them leave the reserve, is that it?" Jonas nodded. "Okay, I'll buy that. Although we're going to have a little talk with this Romeo of yours." Redmayne made actual air quotes when he said the word talk, which caught Jonas off guard. His boss wasn't done. "But still, this isn't a big place, at least in terms of where people are actually allowed to roam free. The reserve takes up the vast majority of the island, and almost all of that is, well, reserved for indigenous peoples only." He leaned forward in his chair. "You mean to tell me he couldn't find them again?" Jonas nodded while his fingers drummed against the chair's arm. The rhythm betrayed his nerves, matching the quick beating of his heart. "He said it was like they simply vanished." Something clicked in his memory, and he straightened up. "He did find out they'd been seen at Suruchi." "I have no idea what that is," Redmayne said, leaning forward. "A restaurant." Jonas wet his lips. "He also said there was some sort of disturbance, but no one could say exactly what had happened." Redmayne's fist came down hard on the desktop, making pins rattle and a stack of papers shift. "I don't like this," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if sharing a dark secret with himself. He ran his other hand through his hair. "I was hoping they were just playing a little hooky, blowing off steam or whatever. But I'm getting a nasty feeling this may be something else altogether." His eyes snapped back to Vertanen, and the concern in them was impossible to miss. Dark circles had formed underneath, a testament to too many sleepless nights lately. "And our Casanova spoke to everyone around?" "Everyone in the restaurant." Vertanen's answer came out flat, rehearsed, like he'd been repeating it in his head for hours. "Not good enough." Redmayne pushed back from the desk, his chair scraping against the floor. His jaw clenched as he studied the scattered papers in front of him. The late hour and dim lighting did nothing to help his growing headache. "People outside may have seen something as well. Someone walking their dog, grabbing a smoke, hell, even the kitchen staff taking out the trash. We can't miss a single detail." He jabbed his finger at the map spread across his desk, leaving a small crease where his nail dug into the paper. "Gather your men. We're going to canvass the area." Vertanen shifted his weight from foot to foot, his hands fidgeting again, the nervous energy rolling off him filling the room. "Who do you think is behind this?" Redmayne's expression darkened. "If I had to guess, it's those idiots who tried to threaten us the other night by shooting up and boarding the yacht." He ran a hand through his hair, messing up what little order remained in it. "And if I'm right, then not only are Dr. Kirby and Boone in danger, but they know I've lied to them." He swore viciously under his breath, already moving toward the door. "Come on, let's move." Chapter 35. Dash. Dash opened his mouth to groan and got a mouthful of something dry and scratchy. At first, he thought he'd ingested a mouthful of sand, but then realized it was whatever his captors had yanked over his head before they turned the lights out in his world. "Take this off of my head!" He tried to shout, but the words came out sounding a lot more like, "Fix this off your head!" There was the sound of men's rough laughter and then a heavy boot connected with his side. That's going to leave a bruise, Dash thought, instinctively curling his body to protect his vitals from any further attack. There was a grasping sensation at his face and neck, and then the hood was removed, leaving Dash blinking in the light emanating from a naked bulb hanging from the ceiling. He glanced round for Kim, but saw only a semicircle of grim-faced men before him. Dash lay on the dirt floor of a wooden structure. It was crudely constructed. Dash could see stars through the gaps in the ceiling. Stars? How long had he been out? He tried to reach up and feel his head, which was pounding like a drum, but his hands refused to obey commands. There was a moment of panic when he thought he might be paralyzed. Then he realized both his hands and feet were bound tightly with rope. "Chair!" one of the men shouted, and another ran to fetch one, coming back seconds later with an ancient wooden folding chair that looked as if Jesus Christ may have sat upon it to deliver the Sermon on the Mount. The man bringing the chair also cut the rope on Dash's feet, but left his hands tied. Then he and one other captor lifted Dash onto the chair and sat him down much harder than Dash thought prudent, given the device's obvious frailty. "Who are you?" Dash asked, his voice coming out much clearer this time. "What do you want with us? And where's Dr. Kirby?" No one answered right away, but then a newcomer stepped through the door of the hut. He was a short man, slightly built, with dark features and straight black hair styled, if one could even use the word, in a very bad bowl cut. The man stepped closer to Dash, stopping only a couple of feet away. He looked down at him. Dash returned his gaze until the entire interaction grew downright uncomfortable. "And you are?" Dash said. The man smiled, as if pleased Dash had broken first.
"That is not important,"
he said, and Dash almost jumped at the man's voice. It was absurdly low and powerful for a man his size, and seemed to vibrate through his entire body. "It's just that I like to know who's kidnapping me," Dash said. "It makes the entire situation less awkward. You know that old saying, what's a little bondage among friends and all that?" The man shook his head and rumbled,
"No, I don't believe I am familiar with that saying, and jokes will not get you out of this situation."
I'm so glad you brought that up," Dash said, "because getting out of this situation is exactly what I had in mind. And whatever our differences may be, I'm sure we can find common ground. So, what is it? You want a free yacht ride? I can make that happen. Buy you dinner? Not a date, mind you, just dinner and dancing. See where the night takes us."
"Quiet!"
the man roared, the noise reminding Dash of a male lion schooling its cubs.
"You do not seem to be taking this seriously."
He turned his head to look at one of his co-kidnappers.
"Dash, please demonstrate the gravity of the situation to our honored guest."
Another man, a Dash apparently, stepped forward with a pair of what appeared to be bolt cutters in his hand, and he continued stepping forward until he stood just in front of Dash.
"Go on,"
said the man with the voice, whom Dash was beginning to think of as Barry White. Dash nodded and then knelt down. He took one of Dash's feet in his hands, and that is when Dash suddenly realized the error of his ways and yearned for absolution. "Actually," he said, "I now understand how rude I have been. Clearly you are all a group to be feared and respected. Please accept my humble apologies." Barry studied Dash carefully, as if trying to decide if this was just another joke, but finally waved Dash and his bolt cutters away.
"I trust we will have no further trouble with you,"
he said. Dash shook his head. "None at all," he said aloud. Silently, he thought, "At least not until I get my hands free, you lunatics."
Good, good. I would hate to have to call Dash back in, because once he gets started cutting, it can be difficult to get him to stop. Just sort of goes into a blood craze. It's a terrible sight."
I am more than happy to take your word for it, Dash said. By the way, and I certainly hope you don't think me impertinent, but where might Dr. Kirby be?
Your friend is well and good. She is valuable to us, and we have no wish to harm her.
What am I, chopped liver? Dash said, with more than a tinge of bitterness. Smart people get all the respect. Don't rugged good looks get you anything around here? Barry held up a warning finger.
Respect, Mr. Boone. Respect.
Sorry. Dash employed his best scolded puppy look. He held it for a few seconds, then relaxed and said, So you know my name?
We know everything,
Barry said.
Your name, Dr. Kirby's name, why you're here, everything.
And I take it you don't approve?
We have no issues with either you or Dr. Kirby. As I said, she can be very useful to us. It is your employer, Greyson Redmayne, who is the problem.
Then why not go after him? Barry smiled.
Because Mr. Redmayne is intelligent enough to keep himself well guarded. You two, on the other hand, have been going around the island without a care in the world.
Well, we didn't exactly know we were being hunted, Dash said. And if that was known to Redmayne, he kept it to himself.
Oh, Mr. Redmayne knew there was some danger, and he did send someone to guard you. Unfortunately for you, it was a simple matter to lead that guard astray.
Dash raised his eyebrows. You killed him?
Oh, hardly. We did him a great favor, you might say, although whether he will survive Redmayne's wrath is an entirely different matter.
So you've been watching us since we got to Campbell Bay?
Before that, even. We even tried to warn all of you away while you were still at sea, but Redmayne is a stubborn animal.
Realization dawned in Dash's mind. The gunshots. The boat. You were the ones who boarded the yacht. Barry nodded.
Indeed. It was our last effort to get Redmayne to turn back. We weren't trying to hit anyone, but we wanted to impress upon your boss that the situation was serious. Is serious.
So you're using us to make your point? That doesn't seem fair, Dash said. I think I can speak for Kim, or Dr. Kirby, that we're both just trying to make the world a better place.
Ah, yes, how altruistic of you both. Unfortunately, my own superiors believe the best way to achieve that is by controlling both the objective and what happens after.
You're talking about the research?
Of course.
But why get in the way? Dr. Kirby
could not be trusted to comply. Had she completed her research, she would have no doubt made it all public and shared it with the world.
Dash frowned. And that's bad?
The public cannot be trusted with this type of breakthrough,
Barry said simply.
But enough about that. It is above my pay grade. My job is to stop Redmayne, and the best way I know to do that right now is by using you both as bait.
Dash frowned again. I'd be lying if I said I didn't resent that a little bit.
It's nothing personal. You are both simply keeping the wrong company at the wrong time.
Ah. Chapter 36. Jonas. Jonas Virtanen moved with astonishing stealth, considering his massive size. Like a giant cat on the prowl, his footfalls barely made a sound as he crept along the shore of the island. The moon hung low and fat above them, casting weird shadows across the sand. He'd brought 8 men instead of Redmayne's usual 4-man detail. The whole situation stank, and he wasn't about to get caught short-handed. Still, he couldn't imagine the job would be all that difficult. Their target was in sight. Well, not literally, but they were close. The island wasn't that big, they had to be close. The tip had come from a grizzled old man who lived in a beaten-down shack across from Suruchi's back entrance. Between sips of something that smelled like paint thinner, the old-timer had told them exactly what they needed to know. Dash and Dr. Kirby hadn't left on their own. They'd been stuffed into the back of a green SUV that peeled out heading east. Jonas needed to move fast. If he failed to retrieve Redmayne's people, there'd be hell to pay. His boss didn't handle failure well, and Jonas had seen too many others learn that lesson the hard way. It had taken them longer than Jonas liked, but they'd managed to track the progress of the SUV. It was one of the benefits of being in a place with a tiny population that noticed everything. The trail had vanished at the edge of town like smoke in the wind. Jonas and his team spread out, moving in precise patterns they'd learned during their military days. Even with the extra manpower he'd brought along, the search dragged on for 2 grinding hours. Without the additional men, they'd still be out there stumbling around in the dark until sunrise. Small favors, at least. But the whole thing left a sour taste in his mouth. Losing targets wasn't something he made a habit of. Then the radio crackled to life. Martinez's voice cut through the static, reporting movement down the beach. He'd spotted a lit-up hut, tucked away behind a screen of trees where the shoreline bent inward. It wasn't much, but right now Jonas would take any lead they could get. Jonas had fought hard to keep Redmayne on the yacht. In the end, he'd won by stroking the man's pride, telling him he was too important to risk. It wasn't entirely true. Redmayne could handle himself better than most rich guys thanks to his time in uniform. That part of his boss's past was a closely guarded secret, and Jonas knew better than to bring it up. The real reason was simpler. Jonas worked better without suits hovering over his shoulder. His team knew their roles, knew how to move and think without getting tangled up in red tape or protocol. Having the boss along meant splitting focus between the mission and babysitting duty. No matter how capable Redmayne might be, he'd still be a distraction. There was another angle, too, one that made Jonas's jaw tighten as he considered it. Sometimes jobs got messy. Sometimes corners needed cutting and methods needed adjusting. Better to keep the boss's hands clean. Let him schmooze with the corporate types, or in this case, just watching from the safety of his luxury cruiser without lying through his teeth about what really went down. In Jonas's experience, being able to honestly say, "I don't know," was worth more than any stack of cash when the questions started flying. Besides, rich guys had a way of getting squeamish when things turned ugly. Jonas needed his team lean and focused, not worried about shocking, delicate sensibilities. What the boss didn't see couldn't keep him up at night, or come back to bite him later. Jonas raised his hand in a quick, sharp motion. Behind him, boots scuffed to a halt on the packed dirt. No verbal command needed. His team moved like a single organism, their training evident in every synchronized stop and controlled breath. The yellow glow from the building ahead cast weird shadows through the trees. Hard to tell what might be lurking in those shadows, but Jonas wasn't worried. He'd served with plenty of units over the years, led more than a few teams into nasty situations. But this group, they were different, special, the kind of men who could handle anything thrown their way. His eyes swept the perimeter of the lit structure, mapping entry points and possible threats. Whatever waited for them inside, his men would handle it. They always did. The thought brought a slight smile to his scarred face as he prepared to give the next signal. Jonas wasn't just about getting the job done. He needed to win every fight, every standoff, every confrontation. But beneath his scary-looking exterior and constant scowl lived something unexpected. He actually gave a damn about his men. Not that he cared much for people in general. Most could drop dead for all he minded. But his guys, they were different. He watched over them like a gruff, overprotective dad who happened to lead his kids into firefights and knife battles instead of Little League games. The whole father figure thing was something he'd never admit out loud, of course. That soft spot stayed buried deep, right next to memories of his own childhood that he'd rather forget. Truth was, Jonas felt the weight of responsibility for each of them, same as he did for Redmayne. Those weren't just hired guns. They were his family, screwed up as that might sound. Not that any of them would ever know how he really felt. Jonas kept that mushy stuff locked away tight. He had one ironclad rule about this secret. If he ever got drunk enough to spill his guts about it, which was severely unlikely considering he didn't drink, whoever heard him wouldn't live to see another sunrise. Soon as Jonas could walk straight again, they'd have an unfortunate accident. Some things were better left unsaid. A wave of his hand was enough to send the men fanning out in a semicircular pattern, and then Jonas brought his arm downward, and the men began advancing once more. Slowly, they moved forward, primary weapons at the ready. What little sound they made was swallowed up by the sea lapping at the beach and the gentle waves offshore. It would have been a perfect night for lovers. Until the shot rang out and spoiled everything. Chapter 37. Dash.
"If I didn't know better, I'd think you wanted your toes cut off,"
Barry said. Sweat trickled down his temple, whether from the sticky air or pure irritation, Dash couldn't tell. "I can assure you," Dash said, wiggling his feet where they were tied to the chair, "that I value each one of my toes as if they were a part of me. Wait." Barry's face darkened to an alarming shade of red.
"Okay, that is enough."
He jerked his head toward his partner.
"Dash, chop, and do not stop chopping until he promises to take this situation seriously."
"But Dash began, though his smirk faded a bit as Dash pulled out a wickedly sharp blade.
"Silence!"
The shout echoed through the small space.
"The next sound I want to hear from your lips is a scream of pure agony."
A pause, and then,
"Dash."
Like an eager puppy shown a fresh bone, Dash sprang forward. The bolt cutters swung in his hands, already moving in a snipping motion as he lunged toward Dash. His face glowed with sick joy in the dim light. Then the gunshot cracked through the night. The sound changed everything in an instant. Dash went from being the center of attention to about as important as last week's trash. The men in fatigue hit the dirt floor like they'd been training for it their whole lives. Someone killed the light, plunging them all into darkness.
"Who is it?"
Barry growled, his voice cutting through the tension.
"If someone accidentally discharged, there will be a head and a pike before the night is over."
A radio crackled in the darkness, static hissing through the speaker like an angry snake.
"Report!"
Barry snarled again, clutching the radio so hard his knuckles went white. Some garbled words came through, impossible to understand from where Dash sat tied up. Whatever the message was, it turned Barry's face into a mask of rage. He let loose a string of curses that would make a sailor blush.
"Men approaching. Armed men. At least 7.
Barry's words came fast now, clipped and harsh.
"Everyone take up a defensive position and fire upon sight. Shoot to kill."
Dash strained against the ropes binding him, feeling the rough fibers dig into his wrists. He held his breath, waiting for the inevitable eruption of gunfire. Each second stretched out like molasses in winter, the ticking of his watch unnaturally loud in the charged silence. Time seemed to have gotten stuck somewhere between one heartbeat and the next, turning what should have been moments into small eternities. Semi-automatics barked back and forth in the darkness, their muzzle flashes lighting up the night like angry fireflies. Dash jumped to his feet, spinning around to make his way toward the back of the room. The overhead bulb had gone dark, leaving him in pitch blackness. He stumbled forward, arms outstretched, until his face smashed straight into the wall with a solid thud. "Damn it!" The word came out as an angry growl. His nose throbbed and he could taste blood on his lip. But then, a familiar voice cut through the chaos of gunfire.
Dash? His pain forgotten, he turned toward the sound. Kim, where are you? More gunfire was crackling through the night, but despite the growing chaos of bullets and shouts, Dash heard a banging on the wall. Where's the door? He called out, squinting in the darkness. I can't see a damn thing. Right where I'm pounding. Dash spun around, his bound hands searching the wall behind him. Nothing but smooth surface met his fingers, until, there it was, a metal handle cool to the touch. He wrapped his fingers around it and yanked hard, but the door might as well have been welded shut. I guess we're doing this the hard way, he muttered, backing up a few steps. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward where he thought the door was, leading with his shoulder. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through his body, followed by the satisfying sound of wood splintering and cracking. The next thing he knew, he was stumbling through the broken doorway like a drunk quarterback. Sharp splinters tore at his clothes and skin as he crashed through. His head spun from the impact, making the darkness seem even darker as he tried to get his bearings. Kim, you okay? His voice came out rough and pained, barely more than a wheeze. Every word sent daggers through his ribs. There she was. He could feel her hands brushing over him, checking for injuries. The touch was gentle but urgent. Yes, I'm okay, she said. Her voice shook a little, but she sounded steady enough. Oh, good. He let out a shaky breath, wincing at the burn in his chest. I was afraid you'd still be standing by the door when I came through. I was still standing by the door. You missed it entirely and went through the wall just beside it. Ah, I see. Well, I meant to do that. No reason to ruin a perfectly good door. Of course not. That's just wasteful. Impressed? Irresistibly. Good. Let's get the hell out of here before these lunatics get tired of shooting at each other and decide we look like better targets, he said, his voice hoarse. Fine with me, Dr. Kirby said, still trying to catch her breath. Her hair was wild, clothes torn and dirty. She looked nothing like the prim scientist who had started this mess, but something about it all screamed determination, and Dash couldn't help himself. You look great. It was a joke, but he wasn't exactly lying. He caught a glimpse of her belly through a wide tear in her shirt. She rolled her eyes, ignoring him. And how are we going to get out of here? The door, obviously. A small chuckle escaped her lips, surprising them both. The sound did something weird to Dash's insides, like someone had let loose a bunch of moths in his chest. He tried to shake it off, but the feeling stuck around. To the yacht? She asked, already moving toward the door. To the yacht, he confirmed, following close behind her. Right now, that floating palace sounded better than heaven, assuming they made it there in one piece. Chapter 38. Dash. Dash perched on the edge of the examining table in nothing but his boxers, trying not to squirm. Every movement sent fresh jolts of pain through his battered body. The yacht's nurse, if you could call her that, wasn't helping matters any. She might not fit his idea of a typical doctor, but she was just one more name on the growing list of employees Redmayne kept trapped on that floating palace of his. Frida looked more like she belonged in a wrestling ring than a medical bay. Her massive hands dabbed at his cuts with all the tenderness of a jackhammer, making him wince with each swipe of the antiseptic. The blonde giant seemed to take a special joy in his discomfort, her stern face betraying the tiniest hint of satisfaction whenever he flinched. Go easy on that, Frida, Redmayne called from his spot by the door. His boss wasn't even trying to hide his entertainment anymore, practically bouncing on his heels as he watched the torture session unfold. The man just ran through a wall. He's got to be feeling pretty beat up right now, and that's just his pride. He looks even worse. Dash shot him a dark look, but kept his mouth shut. The night had already been a special kind of hell. Getting worked over by someone who treated wound care like they were scrubbing rust off an old car wasn't exactly improving things. The antiseptic burned like fire where it hit his cuts and scrapes,
Each swipe of the cotton pad felt like sandpaper against his raw skin. He gritted his teeth, refusing to give anyone the satisfaction of hearing him complain. When he glanced over at Kim for backup, hoping to see at least a little sympathy, he found her failing miserably at hiding her amusement. That smug little grin of hers said it all. She was enjoying his discomfort way too much. The nurse dabbed extra hard at a particularly nasty gash on his arm, making Dash wince. Great. Now they were both getting entertainment value out of his suffering. Some days it just didn't pay to play the hero. Okay, fine, laugh you two, Dash said, his words coming out in rough huffs as he shifted uncomfortably on the bed. His ribs ached with every breath, and the thin hospital gown did little to protect his dignity. I'd hate to be the cause of anyone having a stroke from holding in all that raucous laughter. Go ahead, get it out of your systems. He waved his bandaged hand at them in a weak shooing motion. And then get the hell out of here so I can recuperate without a couple of hyenas ogling me while I sit here in my underwear. Ogling? Redmayne's eyebrows shot up in mock offense. I can assure you that we were not ogling. Appraising, perhaps. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyes twinkling with barely contained amusement. Silently judging, sure, but certainly not ogling. Dash's face reddened. What's to judge? He demanded, trying to puff himself up despite the very stark, revealing light currently illuminating him. I'm the very picture of health, the perfect specimen of the American male. Kim burst out laughing, the kind of laugh that would make her mother cringe. It bounced off the hospital walls and drew curious glances from passing staff members. I think the American male might want to put down the domestic beer and go for a run, she managed between giggles. Dash pulled himself up straighter, looking offended. Okay, first of all, running for no good reason is dumb. It ruins your knees and makes you sweaty. He lifted his shirt, pointing at his stomach with dramatic flair. Second of all, you see there? Say it with me, baby. Washboard abs. And that did it. Kim lost what little composure she had left, doubling over with a shriek that would probably violate several hospital noise ordinances. She grabbed the edge of the rolling nurses' station to keep from falling over, tears streaming down her face as she tried and failed to stop laughing. Frida shot them both a dirty look, which only made Kim laugh harder. I'm so sorry, she gasped. I think I should go to my room. Dr. Kirby's laughter echoed down the passageway as she stumbled out of the examining room, the sound bouncing off the metal walls like a pinball gone wild. Poor thing, Dash muttered, shaking his head. Clearly the trip has been too much for her. Completely lost her marbles. He shot a look at Redmayne, who wasn't even trying to hide his stupid grin anymore. The man looked like he'd just won the lottery and found out his mother-in-law was moving to Antarctica the same day. Dash did his best to ignore his boss's irritating expression. There were more important things to deal with right now. So what's the story? Did Jonas have any more information? Redmayne cleared his throat and gathered himself. Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. They took a couple of the kidnappers alive, and while they at first resisted speaking, once Jonas became more, persuasive, they told him everything he wanted to know. Redmayne droned on, repeating information Dash had already heard from Barry White. The memory of his captor made him pause. Had the man survived the assault? Probably not. A weird feeling hit him then, something like guilt, which made no sense at all. The guy had been ready to start chopping off toes for crying out loud. Good riddance to him and his bolt cutters. But that nagging feeling wouldn't go away. Dash glanced at the door Kim had walked through moments ago, and a horrible thought struck him. Was she rubbing off on him, making him soft? This newfound conscience thing was getting out of hand. He'd have to work on toughening up that moral compass again, get it nice and weathered like an old baseball glove. The last thing he needed was his conscience piping up every time something went sideways. In his line of work, that was a recipe for disaster. And so for the time being, the threat appears to be neutralized, Redmayne droned on, his voice a steady hum in the background. Dash had stopped paying attention somewhere around the 5-minute mark of what felt like an hour-long speech. The whole time, Frida had been poking and prodding at his injuries with all the gentleness of an angry bull. Now she stepped back, wiping her hands on a cloth, and giving him a satisfactory look that said she was done dealing with him. "You will be fine," she announced, already turning away to organize her supplies. She gave him a light shove off the exam table. "Take some Tylenol and have someone fetch me if anything worsens." "Thanks, Free. You're a peach." She gave him a friendly punch on the arm that nearly knocked him over. "Yes, now get out of my exam room." Chapter 39. Dash. Dash found Kim on the yacht's deck, her hair whipping in the wind as they left Campbell Bay in their wake. The dark waters stretched out before them, lit only by the moon and whatever weak lights managed to reach them from the distant shore. For a place that had nearly cost him his toes, the bay looked almost peaceful now. The night air had a bite to it, but Dash barely noticed. His attention kept drifting to Kim, who stood at the railing with her eyes closed, letting the sea spray dust her face. Something about her made him feel like a teenager again, stupidly happy and prone to ridiculous ideas. Like right now, standing here on the deck, watching the bow cut through the waves, he had the dumbest urge to recreate that scene from Titanic, the one where the guy stands at the front of the ship and yells about being king of the world. He almost laughed out loud at himself. Him doing something that corny? Never in a million years. But that was the thing about Kim. She made him want to do stupid, happy things. It wasn't like him at all. Most people who knew Dash would describe him as moody at best, a pain in the ass at worst. But here he was, grinning like an idiot just because she was nearby. The thought should have scared him. It should have sent him running for the nearest exit, maybe even diving overboard to escape. Instead, he found himself walking closer to the railing, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Watching her there in the moonlight, Dash wondered if maybe being a little less doom and gloom wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Hell, look what running through that wall had gotten him. A good laugh and some quality time with the world's most violent nurse. And yet here he was, still breathing, still moving forward. He wasn't comfortable with the knowledge of what was happening to him, but neither was he inclined to fight back anymore. For once, Dash was discovering that it could feel good to relinquish control of every aspect of his heart and mind. It felt like taking off a heavy backpack after a long hike, terrifying and wonderful all at once. And this was with the full understanding that she may not be feeling exactly the same way. Sure, there was chemistry between them. There was no denying that kiss they'd shared. But that was a far cry from what he was beginning to believe he really wanted. Because somewhere between getting his toes nearly chopped off and crashing through that wall, he'd started thinking about commitment. Real, actual commitment, the kind that came with matching coffee mugs and arguing over whose turn it was to do the dishes. As the word popped into his mind, it startled him so much that he almost jumped. "What's wrong?" Dash turned his head to find Kim studying him. The sun had worked its magic on her face over the past few days, giving her skin a warm glow that made her green eyes stand out even more than usual. That observant gaze of hers pinned him down like a butterfly on display. "Huh?" He tried to play dumb, but his voice came out rough, nervous. "You look like you just swallowed your tongue. Are you okay?" The concern in her voice only made things worse. She was doing that thing with her eyebrows, that little crinkle that showed up whenever she was trying to figure something out. Dash glanced around the deck,
half hoping to spot someone else nearby. Anyone would do, really. Even one of Redmayne's crew. But no such luck. They were completely alone. The irony wasn't lost on him that this was probably the first time he'd ever wished Redmayne would show up with his usual terrible timing. But of course, their new boss was nowhere to be found when his interruptions might actually be welcome. He dragged in a deep breath. "Stop being a coward," he chided himself. "The worst she can do is laugh in your stupid face." He looked at her again, caught up in those eyes. They were gray-green, not the dull kind, but the kind that seemed alive, taking in every detail around them like twin cameras. The color stood out against her sun-darkened skin in a way that made his breath catch. He wanted to reach out, but his mind went blank as she waved her hand in front of his face. "Dash? Huh? Are you sure you're okay?" The worry in her voice matched the crease between her eyebrows. "Maybe you have a concussion. Let's go back to Nurse Frida and—" "Oh, hell no!" The words shot out of Dash's mouth like bullets. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. That hospital office, with its sharp chemical smell, could kiss his rear end goodbye. "Then what?" Kim's voice carried an edge of steel beneath the question. Dash shifted his weight, looking anywhere but at her face. His throat worked as he swallowed. I just was thinking." "Yes?" Kim drew the word out like taffy, and a little wrinkle appeared between her eyebrows. She tapped her foot, waiting. "Well, that kiss, the one on the island." As soon as the words left his mouth, Dash wanted to punch himself in the face. They'd been having a perfectly normal conversation until his stupid brain decided to bring that up. Now the words just hung there, making his face burn like he'd fallen asleep on the beach. A smile tugged at Kim's lips, and her cheeks turned a soft pink. "I remember it well." "Oh, good. Well, God, he sounded like a teenager asking someone to the prom. Real smooth. James Bond would be laughing his ass off right now." "I was just wondering if that was something you'd want to, continue." "Dash, are you asking to kiss me?" Her smile grew wider, showing off those perfect teeth that probably cost your parents a fortune in orthodontist bills. "No, I mean, yes, but, oh, hell." His tongue felt like it had swollen to twice its size, making even basic speech impossible. He was blowing this, completely blowing it. But then Kim stepped closer, and his brain short-circuited as her arms slipped around his waist. His heart hammered against his ribs so hard, he was sure she could feel it through his shirt. This is actually happening. Holy crap, this is happening. "I think I know what you're asking," she said, her voice sliding between playful and seductive like silk on skin. "You want to know if you can carry my books home from school." "What is this, 1950? Dash chuckled, but his hands were sweating. He'd faced down corporate sharks and street thugs, but this woman tied his tongue in knots. "But yeah, that's about it." Kim leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. Her smile could have lit up Times Square. "That's what you couldn't spit out? And here I thought I was getting a real manly type who knew no fear." "I'm only afraid of women I like who are smarter than me." The words tumbled out before he could stop them. Real smooth, he thought. Kim stepped closer, the click of her heels echoing in the narrow hallway. Her perfume drifted between them, something expensive and floral that made Dash's thoughts scatter like marbles on hardwood. "Oh, I see," she purred. "So sorry I'm not like one of your bimbos." "I never had bimbos," he said. "None?" She tilted her head, a strand of hair falling across her cheek. "Well," he gave a half smile. "There was this one girl named Rachel, but I broke up with her as soon as I found out she put ketchup on her steak." Oh, the horrors. Kim's lips twitched.
I know, right? And here I thought we lived in a civilized society.
His attempt at humor felt clumsy, like he was stalling. Maybe he was. Dash?
What?
You're talking too much. She was so close now he could feel the warmth radiating from her skin.
Oh, sorry.
Still talking, she sing-songed, reaching up to brush imaginary lint from his collar. Her fingers lingered there, sending electricity down his spine. Now shut up and kiss me, you scaredy cat. Chapter 40. Kim. Kim stared over the yacht's railing at the rising sun, but its cheerful warmth didn't reach her mood. Yesterday had started rough, but ended with drinks, laughter, and that spark of connection she hadn't expected. Now all of that felt like it happened a lifetime ago. Menchal waited ahead, a dark smudge across the horizon that made her stomach clench. The island drew closer with each passing minute, its jungle-covered peaks rising like the humped back of some ancient beast. Dark clouds seemed to seep from the dense canopy, as if the place itself was warning them away. She wished she could tell Redmayne to turn around, to point them back toward civilization, but that wasn't an option. Not anymore. Get a hold of yourself. It's all in your mind. It's just an island. Good morning! Dash's vibrant voice cut through the morning air like a knife through butter, shattering her carefully constructed pep talk. She turned to see him walking across the deck toward her, his boots clicking against the weathered wood. A grin plastered across his face, wide enough to make a cartoon character jealous. The sight of his endless optimism made her want to throw something. Here they were, next to a speck of land in the middle of nowhere, approaching an island that claimed every life that came its way, and he was acting like they were on some sort of vacation. Not a single wrinkle of worry crossed his sun-tanned face. She gave him a half-hearted scowl and crossed her arms over her chest. Your mood is unacceptably cheery. Please go back to your room and don't come out until you've become suitably morose. I don't need to go to my room to do that. I can do that right here. Dash pulled the sides of his mouth down in an exaggerated frown, adding a sniffle for dramatic effect. His shoulders slumped forward as he committed to the performance. She rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward. My, how convincing. You need a pacifier and a diaper change, too? The teasing lilt in her voice only encouraged him to ham it up some more. Not a pacifier, Dash mumbled through his pouty expression, though his eyes sparkled with barely contained laughter. He was enjoying this game far too much to stop now. Gross. Kim's cheeks tinged pink, and she punched him hard on the shoulder. Dash winced and rubbed the sore spot on his arm. Leave the violence to those guys, he said, nodding toward the dock. A group of hard-looking men in combat gear were checking weapons and gear while Jonas helped them sort through equipment. They had been joined by the security crew that had appeared from below decks. These newcomers had shown up an hour ago in a mid-sized boat, appearing from somewhere not too distant, given the vessel's limited range. Their faces were weathered and serious, the kind that had seen real action. These weren't weekend warriors playing soldier. Everything from their movements to their gear screamed professional. The way they handled their weapons with casual expertise made it clear they knew their business. These newcomers weren't part of any plan Kim knew about. That much was clear from the start. She'd memorized every detail, every player. But these guys? Total wild cards. The massive Finn must have felt their stares drilling into him. Jonas looked up from whatever nasty business he was handling, his meaty hands pausing mid-task. When he caught them watching, he broke into a wave that seemed way too cheerful for someone elbow-deep in what looked like serious trouble. I think he wants us to come over, Kim said, trying to keep her voice steady. The contrast between his friendly gesture and the grim scene behind him made her skin crawl. Do we dare refuse? Dash asked. Hardly.
Kim started moving forward, her legs feeling like concrete. When someone Jonas's size invited you over, you didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. Together, they approached the group of soldiers, 7 in all, not counting Jonas. Kim didn't know what was making her more uncomfortable, going to Menchal or going there with these men. Presumably, they were going to be protecting her, while she obtained a sample to add to her research and did some limited observational study of any inhabitants they might encounter. But there was something about the men that set her on edge. And it wasn't only the fact that every square inch of their bodies seemed to be covered in some manner of battle equipment. A rifle, a sidearm, communications devices, at least one bladed weapon, and then other items with purposes that Kim couldn't begin to guess. She wondered if Dash was feeling the same sense of apprehension, or if perhaps he was enamored with the wartime preparations. In her experience, there was something inside most red-blooded males that caused said blood to run redder and hotter at the thought of battle, like some inner ancient warrior was chomping at the bit to face the enemy. Part of her had always thought the tendency was stupid, like little boys playing war, and that there was no purpose in a civilized society for the bloodthirsty. There was another part, though, that knew being able to think such a thing was a luxury afforded in part by those same warriors. And there was yet another part that found the entire thing downright sexy. Not these men in particular, they were just scary and probably smelled of bad intentions, but the idea of, say, Dash, dressed up in fatigues and layered with badass weaponry. Kim shook her head, her dark hair falling across her eyes. This whole situation seemed unreal, like something from a movie rather than her actual life. Jonas stepped forward, all business. His weathered hands held out 2 small devices, each with a thin wire trailing from the earpiece. "You will both need comms," he said, his accent thicker than usual. "This goes in the ear." He tapped one of the earpieces with his finger, then he moved his hand down to the wire. "This goes beneath clothing, so it does not get caught on brush in the jungle." He spoke slowly, like a teacher explaining something crucial to distracted students. He turned toward Dash, motioning at his chest with a quick gesture. "Take off your shirt and I will attach the device." The fluorescent lights overhead cast harsh shadows across his face, making his expression impossible to read. Dash shrugged and yanked his shirt over his head without a second thought. Kim stared, knowing she probably looked like some lovesick teenager, but she couldn't bring herself to care. Her eyes were glued to him. For all his griping about being out of shape and unhealthy, not to mention his insatiable appetite for cheap beer, Dash's body told a different story. Smooth golden skin stretched over gentle swells of muscle across his shoulders and down his back. Nothing flashy, just raw, natural strength built from years of actual work rather than gym sessions. He turned sideways while Jonas attached the connector pack to his cargo pants. The new angle gave Kim an eyeful of his chest and her mouth went dry. He wasn't ripped like those wannabe influencer models plastered over her social media feeds. No, this was something better. Dash had the solid, powerful build of someone who could actually get things done. His chest was broad and firm, dusted with dark hair tapering down to a trim waist. The kind of body that came from hauling heavy objects around and staying alive, not counting reps and mixing protein shakes. Kim swallowed hard and forced her eyes away. The pink that had inhabited her cheeks moments earlier from Dash's juvenile remark had bloomed into a full flush that ran up the back of her neck, making her feel as though she'd been horribly sunburned. Jonas worked with practiced efficiency, his fingers pressing the adhesive strips along Dash's ribs. The wire snaked down, nearly invisible against bare skin. With a soft click, he connected it to the pack and took 2 steps back to examine his handiwork. "That will do," he said, tilting his head to one side. His eyes narrowed as he double-checked each connection point. Dash twisted left, then right, making sure nothing pulled or caught. the wire held tight. Satisfied, he grabbed his shirt from the table and yanked it over his head, smoothing the fabric to hide any telltale bumps underneath. Jonas turned to Kim, twitching one eyebrow up in that way that always got under her skin. Now your turn. What? Kim crossed her arms, already knowing what was coming. I need to attach to comms. He waved the tangle of wires like a dead snake. The electrodes at the ends glinted under the harsh light. You're asking me to take off my shirt? Heat crept up her neck. 3 other agents milled around the room, sorting through gear and checking weapons. None of them even glanced her way. Jonas sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. No one here cares, but if you are shy, you can do it yourself. He held out the equipment, dangling it between them like a peace offering. The sooner they got through this, the sooner they could get moving. Chapter 41. Kim. Kim took a deep breath and gave herself a mental kick in the pants. She was being ridiculous. The plain black sports bra she wore looked about as sexy as a potato sack, exactly what you'd expect from something designed to strap everything down during a workout. It wasn't like she was putting on some private peep show in crimson silk and lace. Besides, Jonas had a point. The soldiers couldn't have cared less what was happening. They were lost in their own world of checking magazines and adjusting tactical vests, probably running through mental checklists of things that would keep them alive in the jungle. Her temporary state of undress didn't even register on their radar. Oh, whatever, she muttered, grabbing the hem of her t-shirt and yanking it over her head in one quick motion. The sooner they got this done, the better. Jonas moved with brisk, mechanical precision, his hands making quick work of the comms setup. The pack clicked into place at Kim's waist, held firm by a plastic clip that bit into her belt. The adhesive strips sent little shivers across her skin as he pressed them along her ribs, each one colder than the last. She fought the urge to squirm as he traced the wire upward, keeping her eyes fixed on a spot on the far wall while trying to pretend this wasn't awkward as hell. In less time than it took to tie a shoe, he had the whole system rigged, earpiece hooked neatly over her ear, wire hidden beneath her clothes, everything connected and ready to go. His movements never hesitated, never lingered, just clean, practiced motions that spoke of someone who'd done this 1,000 times before. There, Jonas said, with a smirk that made Kim want to smack him. Was that so bad? Without waiting for an answer, he spun on his heel and strode back to his men. Kim yanked her shirt down, feeling like an idiot for making such a big deal about it. She fiddled with the earpiece, trying to get it settled just right without jabbing herself in the ear canal. The whole time, she could feel Dash's eyes on her. When she finally looked up, he was wearing that stupid grin again, the one that made her want to either kiss him or throw him overboard. Did you sneak a peek? She asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Not a one, he said, and she was pretty sure he was lying. The bustling deck hummed with the energy of a military operation. Men in tactical gear moved with practiced precision, weapons clicking, equipment clattering. Kim had seen plenty of action movies, but this was different. This was real. These guys weren't playing around, they meant business, and that scared the hell out of her. But underneath the fear, something else stirred. A little spark of excitement, like static electricity dancing across her skin. Her heart beat faster, and not just from nerves. This was the kind of thing most people only saw in movies, and here she was, right in the middle of it. Maybe I have a bit of warrior inside me as well, she thought. The idea surprised her, but it felt true. She'd always pictured herself as the careful, analytical type, more lab coat than combat boots. But standing here among these hardened operators, she felt a pull toward something wilder, more dangerous. You okay? Dash's voice cut through her thoughts. He was watching her with that half-worried, half-amused expression she'd come to know so well. She nodded, taking in the organized chaos of weapons and gear being checked and sorted.
I think so. This, she waved her hand at the scene, struggling to find the right words. All of this is totally new territory for me.
Me too, Dash admitted.
Really?
Kim studied his face, searching for signs he was just trying to make her feel better.
You seem pretty comfortable with everything that's happening.
I mean, all this military-grade prep and teamwork is different, he said with a half shrug. Danger's nothing new. That's basically been my whole career. But an operation like this? He gestured at the professional soldiers moving with practiced precision. That's different. Up until now, I've mostly worked alone. Just me, my wits, and maybe a rusty pocket knife if I was feeling fancy.
Kim leaned against the railing, studying the man's profile. And that's how you prefer it? She spoke with certainty, already knowing his answer. He nodded without turning to face her. You got it. Is that because you're a dyed-in-the-wool misanthrope, or do you simply trust only yourself? She kept her tone light, but genuine curiosity colored her words. After all they'd been through, she still couldn't quite figure him out.
Probably both, he said, running a hand through his hair. But I think it boils down to 3 things. First, I don't like being told what to do. He ticked the points off on his fingers. Second, I don't like the idea of being responsible for anyone but myself in dangerous situations. A hint of a smile played at the corner of his mouth as he raised a third finger. And third, I don't like being told what to do.
Kim rolled her eyes. You're repeating yourself.
But she couldn't help smirking at his stubbornness. Some things about Dash were as predictable as sunrise, and just as unstoppable. That's how important that point is. Dash grinned rakishly, that crooked smile of his doing funny things to her insides. The morning sun caught his hair just right, turning the messy strands into spun gold. She caught herself staring again and tried to look away. It was ridiculous, really. Here she was, a serious doctor with years of research under her belt, going weak in the knees like some lovesick teenager. Kim had always scoffed at her friend's obsession with bad boys and their romance novels. She'd rolled her eyes during their wine nights when they gushed about their latest fictional crushes, those handsome, witty troublemakers who lived life by their own rules. But now, she had her very own rule-breaking scoundrel standing right in front of her, all golden tan and sparkling eyes, and suddenly those romance novels didn't seem quite so silly anymore. The worst part was, he probably knew exactly what effect he had on her. That somehow made it even more annoying and even more attractive. To make herself feel a bit more grounded, she pulled the GoPro out of her pocket and played with the settings. Redmayne had equipped her with it, as well as with every possible attachment ever made for it. She'd spent more than a few hours in her bunk going over the items in her new cache, planning to take along only what she deemed necessary. She was no videographer, but the camera did seem to be easy to use, just point and shoot. She'd left behind the tripod and monopod, but packed a mount and clip that would attach to a headband or her shoulder in case she wanted to document their journey with both hands free. Test call 1,
a harsh voice crackled through the earpiece, making Kim nearly leap out of her skin. Static followed, then cleared.
All members respond.
The soldiers barked out their call signs one by one, their voices clipped and professional. Each response came fast and clean, showing they'd done this 1,000 times before.
You two as well,
Jonas bellowed at Kim and Dash, waving his meaty hands at them like an overexcited orchestra conductor.
Test the comms.
They fumbled through their responses, copying what they'd heard from the others. Kim pressed her finger against the earpiece, still getting used to the foreign object. This is, Dr. Kirby. Over? She cringed at how uncertain she sounded next to the practiced soldiers. Dash chimed in next, managing to sound both casual and confident.
Dash here, reading you loud and clear.
He caught Kim's eye and winked, clearly enjoying himself way too much.
Jonas moved with purpose toward the yacht's railing, his heavy boots thudding against the deck. The sun caught the metal fixtures of his tactical vest, sending tiny flashes across the polished wood planks. Over the side hung a mess of thick rope, knotted at regular intervals to form a crude ladder. Two rigid-hull inflatable boats bounced on the gentle swells below, their black rubber sides gleaming wet in the early light. They were serious vessels, built for speed and stealth rather than comfort. The big fin raised one muscled arm in a broad sweep, like a conductor about to start an orchestra. The soldiers snapped to attention instantly, forming two perfect lines without a word being spoken. Their synchronized movement reminded Kim of a well-oiled machine, each piece knowing exactly where it belonged. These men had clearly worked together before. The way they positioned themselves, always maintaining clear firing lanes, always keeping their team leaders in sight, spoke of countless missions and endless drills. They weren't here to play games. Obviously, they've done this before, Kim thought, feeling both comforted and unnerved. A door banged open behind them, making Kim jump. She spun around to see Redmayne marching across the deck, decked out in military gear that looked fresh from the box. His boots clomped heavily against the wooden planks with each step. Chapter 42. Kim. Jonas! His voice cut through the morning air like a whip crack. The massive Finn's face twisted into a scowl as he spotted his boss heading straight for the rope ladder. He moved surprisingly fast for his size, cutting across the deck in 3 long strides to intercept Redmayne. The two men came nose to chest, Jonas towering over his employer. Even in his combat boots and with his usual confident bearing, Redmayne had to tilt his head back to meet the Finn's glare. The height difference would have been almost comical if not for the obvious tension crackling between them. "Step aside, Jonas," Redmayne demanded, squaring his shoulders as he faced the mountain of a man. His voice carried the weight of someone used to being obeyed without question. "No can do." Jonas didn't budge an inch. He stood like an oak tree, roots planted deep into the deck, arms crossed over his barreled chest. "You will do. I am in command of this expedition." Redmayne's face reddened, a vein pulsing at his temple. He took another step forward, but the move seemed small and pointless against Jonas's solid frame. Jonas shook his massive bear-like head, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "You are in command of the boat. The expedition is mine." "How dare you question my judgment?" Redmayne's voice crackled with rage, his face turning a shade redder than his namesake. His hands balled into fists at his sides, knuckles going white. Jonas didn't back down. The big Fen stood his ground, towering over Redmayne like a disapproving father. "This is why you hire me, yes?" The question hung in the air between them. Redmayne's jaw worked back and forth, grinding his teeth loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. "Yes?" Jonas pressed again, his accent thicker with each word. He crossed his massive arms over his chest and waited, patient as carved stone. Finally, Redmayne's shoulders slumped. All the fight seemed to drain out of him at once, leaving him looking smaller somehow. "Yes," he muttered. "Then you will let me do my job." Jonas's voice softened, but his eyes remained hard as steel. "I cannot have you jeopardizing the operation, not when we're this close." He gestured toward the island looming ahead of them, its dark mass growing larger with each passing minute. "Now hold on just a second," Redmayne cut in. His jaw was set, eyes narrowed. "I served in the military and you would be a liability," Jonas interrupted, his voice flat and cold. "My men would waste time watching your back instead of focusing on the mission. Every second spent checking on you is a second we're not scanning for threats." Redmayne's mouth opened, ready to argue, but Jonas steamrolled right over him. "Besides," the big Fen continued, You are too important to throw into the meat grinder. Any decent soldier knows you don't risk your key assets without a damn good reason. Generals are not on the front lines."
He swept his arm toward the group of hard-faced men checking their gear.
"These guys, how do you say, they eat danger for breakfast. They've seen more combat than most people have seen action movies. They can handle whatever that island throws at us."
The words hung in the air between them, heavy and final. Redmayne's shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining out of him again as cold reality crushed his pride into dust. He stood frozen in place while Kim watched, waiting to see if he'd try one more time to challenge the massive Finn. His jaw worked back and forth, teeth grinding as he weighed his options. But there weren't any options left. Not really, and they all knew it. After what felt like forever, Redmayne gave a short nod and took 2 steps backward. The deck creaked under his feet as he retreated, a quiet surrender in the morning air.
"Very well,"
Redmayne said, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve.
"If my executive experience has taught me anything, it's to hire good people and then get the hell out of the way. Carry on."
He spun around with military precision, walked back through the doorway, and pulled the hatch closed behind him. The soft click of the latch seemed to echo through the bay. When Jonas turned back to face the group, his earlier warmth had vanished like smoke in the wind. His jaw clenched tight, and the steel in his eyes could have cut glass. Gone was the cheerful giant who'd been waving them over. In his place stood someone entirely different, someone dangerous. The change hit Kim like a splash of ice water. Even the other operators seemed to straighten up, their casual postures shifting to high alert in an instant.
"Everyone to the boats!"
Almost before he'd finished barking the command, the soldiers moved with machine-like precision. One by one, they swung themselves over the yacht's side and onto the mesh webbing that hung down to the water. Their gear clinked softly as they descended, the sound nearly lost beneath the gentle slap of waves against the hull. Kim watched them disappear to the small craft bobbing below, her heart thumping against her ribs. These men weren't normal soldiers. They moved like predators, silent and deadly. The kind of guys who got called in when things went seriously wrong. Jonas planted himself between Kim and Dash, throwing out one meaty arm to keep them from following. His face was stone serious now, all traces of his earlier playfulness gone. They stood in tense silence until the last soldier vanished over the side. Without a word, Jonas dropped his arm and stabbed a finger toward Kim. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Their moment had arrived.
"You first."
He turned to Dash with a stern look.
"You will board next, and I will take the last boat. You and the doctor need to be separated. Different boats, different teams."
"Different boats?" Dash scratched his head. "Why split us up?"
"Basic safety,"
Jonas said, his voice flat and matter-of-fact.
"If we lose one boat, we don't lose both of you at once."
Kim's throat closed up as his words sank in. The gentle slap of waves against the hull took on a more sinister tone. Images flashed through her mind. Wood cracking, rafts deflating, the ocean surging up to swallow them whole, her hands clawing at nothing but empty water. She tried to shake off the mental picture, but it clung like seaweed. She looked over at Dash, praying he'd crack wise and break this awful moment. Instead, she found him staring straight ahead, the usual spark gone from his eyes. The color had drained from his face, leaving him looking almost gray under his sun-bronzed skin. Jonas loomed in front of them like some Nordic mountain, utterly unmoved by their reactions. His massive arms stayed crossed over his chest as he waited for them to sort themselves out. The casual way he talked about boats going down, like he was chatting about rain chances or what to have for lunch, made Kim want to crawl right out of her skin. His dead-eyed stare said he'd seen it happen before.
Chapter 43. Dash. The twin boats carved through the waves, each carrying their share of the strike force. In the lead vessel, Kim sat wedged between Jonas and two stone-faced operators, while a third soldier manned the controls. The second boat followed close behind, loaded with 4 heavily armed men and 1 treasure hunter who looked decidedly out of place among all the tactical gear. Dash had claimed a spot near the bow of his boat, letting the salt spray kiss his face as they bounced across the swells. The wind whipped his hair back, and despite everything, a small part of him actually enjoyed the ride. It reminded him of better days, racing speedboats off the coast of Thailand, chasing summer storms in the Caribbean, outrunning pirates in the South China Sea. But the weight in his chest wouldn't let him forget what waited ahead. Each wave they crested brought them closer to the island. The morning sun painted everything in cheerful colors, but it couldn't quite chase away the shadow hanging over them all. Still, there was something almost peaceful about skimming across the water like this. If you ignored the arsenal of weapons surrounding him and the knot of dread in his gut, it could almost pass for a pleasure cruise. Almost. The low rumble of engines died as they approached Menchel's shadowy coastline. Jonas rose to his full height, his massive frame swaying slightly with the boat's motion. One raised hand was all it took. Both vessels went dead silent in an instant. The sudden quiet hit Dash like a physical thing. After 20 minutes of thrumming motors, the only sounds were waves lapping against rubber hulls and his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He gripped the side of the boat harder, fighting down a surge of nervousness. The soldiers moved without speaking, pulling black composite oars from brackets running along the boat's sides. Their motions were perfectly coordinated, like dancers who'd rehearsed the same routine 1,000 times. The oars slipped into the water with barely a splash. Within seconds, both boats glided forward under human power, cutting through the gentle swells as smoothly as knives through butter. The synchronized strokes made hardly a sound, just soft swishes followed by quiet drips as water purled off the blades. Dash watched the island grow larger with each pull of the oars. The jungle seemed darker now, more threatening. Whatever waited for them in those shadows, they were committed to facing it. There would be no turning back. These guys know what they're doing, Dash thought. Clearly, there had been a lot of planning that went into this operation that neither he nor Dr. Kirby had been privy to. At least I don't think she was privy to it. He rolled his eyes at his own paranoia. Kim was just as much along for the ride on this adventure as he was. There was no reason to think she had any ulterior motives. She was as dedicated to her work as Dash was to making money, which made her motivations absolutely unimpeachable. The boats cut through the water with barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the chaos of their departure. The only sounds now were the soft purr of well-maintained engines and gentle splashing against the rubber hulls. A static burst made Dash's head snap around. Through the salt spray, he caught sight of Jonas moving toward the back of the boat, his massive frame surprisingly graceful despite the craft's gentle roll. The Finn reached for a radio handset dangling from its mount, his movements deliberately casual. He was speaking, but not through the comm system he'd made Dash and Kim don. And something about the way Jonas positioned himself, angling his broad back toward the others, sent warning bells ringing in Dash's head. The big man clearly didn't want an audience for whatever conversation was happening. Taking the hint, Dash turned his attention back to their destination. The dark mass of Menchal Island loomed larger with each passing minute, its jungle-covered slopes rising like the back of some ancient beast breaking the surface. He kept his eyes locked forward, pretending total fascination with the approaching shoreline, while his mind raced with possibilities about that radio call. Whatever was happening behind him, he had a feeling it wasn't good news. But right now, the smart play was to keep his nose out of it. Some conversations weren't meant for extra ears. He'd learned that lesson the hard way more than once. From behind, he heard Jonas acknowledge the call. Another burst of static, then he heard another voice, which he was pretty sure was Redmayne. Apparently, Jonas, or someone else, had inadvertently changed the channel back to the same one they were all on previously. "Get the subject, get out. But if there's trouble, we get out at all costs. No messing around with these natives. They're deadly." A chill shot down Dash's spine, making him shiver despite the sticky jungle heat pressing against his skin. Something about that phrase, "the subject," set off warning bells in his head. He'd signed up for, or rather been kidnapped for, this mission knowing the risks, understanding they might run into whatever that island called home. But now those simple words changed everything. The way Redmayne had said it, cold and clinical, suggested something far more specific than just collecting DNA samples and taking notes. Were they there to grab someone? To kidnap a native? The thought made his stomach turn. If they were just after genetic material, Redmayne would have called it what it was, a sample. But the subject carried weight. It meant they had a target. Dash ran a hand through his sweat and mist-damp hair, trying to sort through this new piece of information. He'd done enough shady jobs to know when someone was holding back crucial details. And right now, every instinct screamed that there was way more to this mission than anyone had bothered to tell him or Kim. The idea that they'd walked into something bigger, and probably more dangerous than expected, made Dash's jaw clench tight enough to hurt. He'd been in plenty of sticky situations before, but this felt different. Wrong. Like they were chess pieces being moved around by someone they couldn't see. He hated being played for a fool. That burning sensation in his gut told him they were walking straight into a trap, and he'd let it happen. But what really got under his skin was that he dragged Kim along for the ride. She didn't deserve whatever mess was waiting for them on that island. Dash risked a glance back toward the stern. Jonas had already put down the handheld radio and stood like a statue carved from granite, his eyes locked on the approaching island. The intensity of his stare could have burned holes through steel. Then, moving with the precise, mechanical motions of a robot, Jonas raised one massive arm toward starboard. Both boats responded instantly, their black hulls cutting through the waves as they adjusted course. The coordinated movement reminded Dash of a dance, one where everyone knew the steps except him and Kim. Dash's eyes tracked along Jonas's pointing finger, taking in the island's features as they emerged from the morning haze. Two massive stone pillars thrust up through the dense jungle canopy like ancient sentinels. The rocks stood side by side, weathered twins that dominated the skyline. The thick carpet of trees spread out beneath the stone formations, covering most of the visible landscape in various shades of deep green. Here and there, gaps in the canopy hinted at clearings or ravines hidden below. Along the island's eastern edge, a strip of pristine beach caught the sun's rays. The white sand gleamed like polished silver against the darker colors of forest and stone. Gentle waves lapped at the shore, their foam edges leaving delicate patterns in the sand. The whole scene looked like something off a travel magazine cover. Beautiful, remote, untouched. But something about those looming rock formations sent a chill down Dash's spine. They seemed to watch the approaching boats with ancient, unfriendly eyes. Dash squinted at the dark mass of jungle ahead, trying to gauge how far they still had to go. The beach stretched out like a thin yellow line between the water and trees, probably their target landing zone. He wasn't sure if you still called it an LZ when coming in by boat. His knowledge of military terms came mostly from movies and video games. Not that terminology mattered much right now. They had bigger problems to worry about, like whatever was waiting for them in that thick green wall of vegetation, or whether they'd even make it to shore without something going wrong. His train of thought derailed as a loud splash erupted behind him, followed immediately by shouting from the stern. His heart jumped into his throat as he spun around, already knowing whatever had happened couldn't be good. "Man overboard!" Chapter 44. Dash. The shout cracked through the morning air like a gunshot. One of the soldiers twisted around on his wooden bench, dropping his oar with a clatter. The sudden movement made the small craft rock, sending ripples across the dark water. "Shut up!" Jonas barked. He moved with surprising speed for such a big man, crossing the narrow boat in 2 quick steps. The rubber hull dipped under his weight as he leaned over the side. "Pick up that oar and keep rowing." The gentle swells lifted and dropped them as Dash watched Jonas scan the water surface. Nothing broke the endless expanse of blue-black waves, no head bobbing up and down, no arms reaching toward the sky. Just empty ocean. Jonas spun back toward the soldier who'd raised the alarm. "What happened?" The man snatched up his fallen oar, falling back into rhythm with the others. Seawater dripped from the blade with each stroke as he spoke between breaths. "There was a grunt and a splash," he managed, muscles straining against the current. "I looked back and Charlie was gone." His voice cracked on the last word, fear creeping in around the edges of his professional demeanor. Jonas gave a slow nod, his jaw clenched tight. His massive frame seemed to grow even larger as he drew himself up to his full height. "And then?" And then I called out." The big Finn spun away in disgust, his boots thudding against the deck as he walked toward the radio station. Each step carried the barely contained fury of a man trying very hard not to explode. He snatched up the handset like he wanted to crush it, knuckles going white around the plastic grip. "J49 HQ," he growled into the mic, his accent thickening with anger. "Come in, HQ." Almost immediately, Redmayne's voice responded. "Go for it, Jonas." "Sir, we have lost a soldier." "You're already on the island?" Pause. "No, sir, we have not made landfall." "You lost someone on the boats?" "Yes, sir." "What the hell? Are you taking damn enemy fire or something?" "We are uncertain as to how the loss occurred, sir. A man went overboard." "And there's no sign of him?" "Affirmative. No sign of him." Redmayne was silent for almost 10 seconds. Then through his comms, Dash heard, "I'll keep an eye out for the body from here, and if it shows up, we'll haul it aboard. But you'll just have to carry on. Casualties are unfortunate, but everyone knew what they were signing up for." I didn't, Dash thought. "Understood, sir." "HQ out." Jonas slammed the handset back into its cradle and returned to trying to destroy the island with eye lasers. His jaw clenched so tight it looked ready to crack, pupils burning holes through the distant shoreline like he could set the whole place on fire through sheer willpower. Dash shifted his attention to Dr. Kirby's boat, scanning the backs of heads visible above the rubber sides. His shoulders relaxed as he counted, everyone present and breathing. Relief washed through him, followed quickly by a stab of shame for doubting her even for a second. A familiar figure turned toward his boat, and a small hand lifted in greeting. Dash waved back before he could stop himself, grinning like an idiot despite the tension hanging thick in the air. Heat crept up his neck as he realized how obvious he must look, mooning over her like some love-struck teenager. He made a mental note that if he ever questioned Kim's abilities again, he'd deliver himself a solid kick to the family jewels. She'd more than proven herself capable of handling whatever this mess threw at them. The least he could do was trust her to hold up her end. The island loomed closer with each passing minute, its dark mass swallowing up the horizon. Dash sat alert in the boat's bow, letting the salt spray cool his face as they cut through the waves. The sounds reached him first. A wall of noise rolling out across the water. Birds screamed and insects buzzed, creating a wild symphony that grew louder as they approached. Then the smells hit him. Rich, earthy scents of rotting vegetation and damp soil drifted out onto the morning breeze. Below that lay deeper notes. Mushrooms and mold, dead leaves turning to mulch in the permanent shadows beneath the canopy. It was the smell of secrets, of things hidden away in dark places. Dash drew in a long breath, letting the jungle's perfume fill his lungs. In another life, one without armed men and eccentric billionaires and the constant threat of death, this could have been the start of a real adventure. The kind where one came home with great stories instead of bullet or arrow holes. But this wasn't that kind of story. The weight of his gear and the quiet clicks of weapons being checked reminded him exactly what kind of situation they were headed into. Still, some tiny part of him couldn't help getting excited. After all, how many people got to experience something like this? Dash's eyes swept across the waves one last time, searching for Kim's boat through the morning haze. The dark water churned and twisted beneath her craft, moving in a way that made his stomach drop. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The ocean seemed to swell, like some massive creature was rushing up from the depths. A dome of water pushed upward, lifting the small boat as if it weighed nothing at all. The hull rose higher and higher, suspended in mid-air while time stretched like taffy. For one terrible heartbeat, the boat hung there, perfectly balanced on its keel. Then physics kicked in. The craft toppled backward, turning a slow-motion somersault through the air. Dash could only watch, frozen in horror, as it crashed down with a sound like thunder meeting lightning, a violent schwack that echoed across the water. The noise jolted him back to reality. Where Kim's boat had been, there was only chaos, churning water, scattered gear, and the upturned hull of the inflatable craft bobbing like a dead thing on the waves. Dash lunged for the side of the boat, his left leg already swinging over the edge. His mind was consumed with a single thought. Kim was under there, trapped and drowning. He had to get to her. A meaty hand seized his collar, yanking him backward with bone-jarring force. The grab almost pulled him off his feet, leaving him stumbling and gasping. "No!" The word boomed in his ear as he spun around to find Jonas's face inches from his own. The big Finn's expression was thunderous, his eyes wide with an urgency Dash had never seen before. "Dr. Kirby, she's underneath the boat!" Dash tried to wrench free, but Jonas's grip was like iron. The words tore from his throat in a desperate shout. "You will stay in the boat," Jonas growled, his accent thicker with tension. His massive hand tightened on Dash's collar until the fabric creaked. "There is something in the water." But we can't just..." Dash's protest died in his throat as he met Jonas's stone-cold gaze. "We are only meters away now. We will make landing." The big Finn's voice carried zero emotion, like he was reading items off a grocery list. "If there are survivors, they should be able to swim ashore." "Are you serious right now?" Heat rose in Dash's chest, his hands balling into fists. The waves slapped against the hull, each one carrying some poor soul further from reach. The thought of leaving anyone behind made him sick to his stomach. He spun away from Jonas, ready to vault over the side and into the churning water below. His muscles tensed, preparing to launch, but he never got the chance. A meaty hand caught him square in the temple, sending his world spinning sideways. Stars exploded behind his eyes as pain rocketed through his skull. Jonas's voice reached him as he looked up and saw two of the beast hovering over him. "You will obey orders, or I will make you incapable of disobeying them." Chapter 45. Dash. Dash blinked hard, fighting the darkness that crept in from the corners of his vision. The world tilted and swayed around him as he realized he was sprawled across the rubber floor of the boat. His memories were fuzzy. 1 second he'd been standing, the next he was down. The transition between those 2 points remained a mystery. That Finnish giant sure knew how to throw a punch. The spot where Jonas's meaty fist had connected throbbed in time with Dash's racing pulse. He pressed a hand against his temple and winced as the tender lump already formed there. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up onto shaky legs. Bad idea. The boat's gentle rocking felt more like an earthquake, and his stomach rolled in protest. His knees wobbled as he tried to find his balance, threatening to dump him right back onto the deck. He grabbed the closest solid object, which turned out to be one of the soldier's shoulders, and held on until the world stopped spinning quite so violently. The urge to sit back down was almost overwhelming. Maybe lying down wasn't such a terrible option after all. I hope I never have to face this guy in an actual fight. Dash's vision finally stopped swimming enough for him to think straight. His skull throbbed where Jonas had clocked him, but at least he could see just one of everything now instead of 2. As the boat bounced over another wave, he had to admit the giant fin had done him a favor in a twisted sort of way. That little episode back in Bali suddenly seemed like ancient history. He'd made the right call then, choosing to follow Redmayne's money instead of getting into it with the human mountain. Yeah, picking a fight with someone who could bend steel bars for fun wouldn't have ended well. The next wave sent his stomach lurching toward his throat. Dash dropped his head between his knees, squeezing his eyes shut against another roll of nausea. The wooden bench felt rough under his palms as he gripped it tight, waiting for the world to stop spinning. After what felt like forever, his gut settled enough for him to sit up straight. He fixed Jonas with what he hoped was a stern look, though he suspected it came across more like a seasick grimace. The big man met his glare with cool indifference, apparently unimpressed by Dash's attempt at intimidation. Not that Dash could blame him. Hard to look tough when you'd just been dropped like a sack of potatoes with 1 punch. The boat's hull scraped against sand with a harsh, grinding sound. In an instant, the soldiers transformed from a casual rowing crew into a precise assault team. They abandoned their oars with practiced efficiency and poured onto the beach in a coordinated rush that spoke of countless practice runs. Dash forgot all about his throbbing head and queasy stomach as he stumbled out after them. His boots sank into wet sand while he raised 1 hand to shield his eyes from the morning glare, desperately scanning the waves for any sign of the capsized boat and its passengers. His heart leaped when he spotted 5 heads bobbing above the water, all making steady progress toward the shore. A wave of relief washed over him. They'd survived whatever had flipped their craft. But that moment of hope shattered as he watched one of the soldiers, weighted down by what looked like a heavy supply crate, suddenly throw his arms skyward in panic. The man's face twisted in horror, mouth opening in what might have been a scream. Then, as if yanked by an invisible hand, he plunged straight down into the dark water. There was no gradual sinking, no struggle, just a quick, violent descent that left nothing but spreading ripples where a living person had been moments before. There's something nasty in that water, he thought. Dash bounced on his toes, arms waving wildly as Kim cut through the water toward shore. Her arms carved through the waves in a steady rhythm, eating up the distance between them with each stroke. Relief flooded through him. She was alive and clearly had experience in the water. He wanted to yell out, to let her know they were waiting, but clamped his mouth shut. Making noise right now seemed like a terrible idea, especially after what happened to the boat. Besides, the beach wasn't exactly hard to spot. It was the only stretch of sand for miles. His feet carried him forward without conscious thought, ready to help drag her from the surf. But just like before, Jonas's iron grip locked onto his shoulder, stopping him cold. The big Finn's fingers dug in hard enough to leave bruises.
"We are being watched,"
Jonas muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes swept the tree line as he spoke.
"We must get under cover of the jungle."
Behind them, the dense wall of vegetation loomed. The jungle seemed to breathe, swaying in the hot breeze that rolled off the water. Tree branches tangled together overhead, blocking out most of the morning sun and turning everything beneath it into murky shadow. Something rustled in the darkness between the trees, probably just birds or monkeys, but the sound made Dash's skin crawl all the same. After what had happened on the water, every noise felt like a warning. He had a feeling Jonas wasn't just being paranoid about what might be waiting for them.
"But the others,"
Dash tried again, his voice catching as he watched Kim thrashing toward them, literally swimming for her life.
"They will be fine,"
Jonas cut him off, his tone leaving no room for argument. The big man's fingers dug into Dash's arm like steel cables. Jonas practically yanked him toward the tree line, his grip painful enough to leave bruises. They were almost to the jungle's edge when Dash twisted sideways and yanked free. Without hesitation, he spun around and sprinted back toward the beach, sand flying from his boots. Behind him, Jonas bellowed for him to come back, the words echoing across the empty stretch of sand. Dash kept running, fully aware that he was about to catch another fist to the head for disobeying orders. Right now, he didn't care. He had to know if the others had made it to shore. Kim was almost to the water's edge by the time he arrived, but he still managed to give her a hand as she waded onto the beach, breathing hard and looking like the proverbial mad wet hen.
"What the hell?"
Kim gasped out between heavy breaths, water still dripping from her hair and clothes. Chapter 46. Dash. Dash spread his hands wide, droplets flying from his fingertips. "Don't look at me. Our friendly neighborhood Viking over here apparently left his heart back in Finland." He turned his head to show her the angry red welt rising above his ear. "See what I got for trying to help when your boat went under? The guy hits like a freight train."
"I knew you wouldn't just abandon us."
Kim pushed her soaked hair back from her face, her eyes softening as she examined the growing lump on his temple.
"Though I have to admit, for a second there,"
she trailed off, shaking her head.
"Well, let's just say being trapped under a capsized boat gives you plenty of time to think about who your real friends are."
"Next time I'll take the punch and jump in anyway," Dash said, wincing as he probed the tender spot with careful fingers. "Though I'm pretty sure Jonas would just knock me out cold and tie me to the mast or something."
"No heroics needed."
Kim gave him a tired smile.
"But there wasn't a mast to get tied to, dummy. Anyway, we made it to shore just fine without you playing rescuer, though I appreciate the thought."
Dash flashed a cocky smile. "Never. And now, if you'll excuse me." He splashed into the surf, wading toward an exhausted soldier struggling through the waves. The man's tactical gear weighed him down like an anchor, making each step a battle against the water. The soldier's boots hit sand and his legs gave out. Dash lunged forward, catching him just before he face-planted. They both went down anyway, landing in a graceless heap at the water's edge. For a moment they stayed there. The soldier sprawled across Dash's legs, gulping air like he'd just run a marathon. "Hey, thanks, man," the soldier managed between breaths. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked up at Dash. "You're a man's man." He threw in an exaggerated wink and wiggled his eyebrows, clearly trying to lighten the mood despite their dire situation. Dash shifted uncomfortably, gently pushing the soldier's weight off his lap. The guy was built like a tank, and Dash's legs were starting to go numb. "Yeah, sure thing, buddy." He jerked his head toward the tree line looming ahead of them. "Better get moving into the jungle, though. Your commanding officer looks ready to explode after what happened to his boat." The soldier let out a low groan as he pushed himself up, first to his hands and knees, then all the way to standing. He swayed slightly, taking several deep breaths while water dripped from his tactical gear. When he finally found his balance, he flashed Dash a shaky grin and jerked his chin upward in acknowledgement. Without another word, he trudged across the beach, leaving wet footprints in the sand behind him. His boots seemed heavier with each step, weighed down by seawater and exhaustion. The way he moved reminded Dash of someone who'd had way too much to drink and was trying very hard to act sober. Further down the shoreline, 2 more operators emerged from the waves like creatures from some old monster movie. Unlike their stumbling companion, these men appeared steady on their feet. They marched up the beach with quick, purposeful strides, not even glancing in Dash or Kim's direction. Their faces wore the blank expressions of men focused entirely on the job at hand. Dash studied the soldiers for a few seconds before reaching over to tap Kim's arm. Something about the whole scene struck him as bizarre, like they were background actors in some big-budget military flick, just hanging around until the director called them into action. "You know, I think I can pull them from both sides," he said with a grin. Kim turned to him, eyebrows raised. "Beg pardon?" "Didn't you see the way that soldier I helped looked at me?" Dash waggled his eyebrows suggestively. "I think he wanted my digits." "I think he's probably just not used to common human decency," Kim said, unable to hide her amusement. She glanced over at the group of men checking their gear. "He happens to be in Jonas's troop, you know." Dash rubbed his arm where Kim had hit him and flashed her a crooked grin. "Come on, you have to admit, that was a pretty good one." "Really? Making jokes about almost drowning?" Kim glared at him, but he caught the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "You're impossible." "I prefer to think of myself as adaptable. You know, finding humor in life's little near-death experiences." He gestured at the dense jungle ahead of them. "Besides, we survived. That's worth celebrating, right?" Kim shook her head, sending droplets of seawater flying from her still damp hair. "What we should be doing is catching up with the others. Standing around on this beach feels like painting targets on our backs." She scanned the tree line nervously, as if expecting something deadly to come charging out at any moment. The wall of green vegetation loomed ahead of them, dark and forbidding despite the morning sun. "Point taken," Dash said, his smile fading as he followed her gaze. "Getting picked off by angry locals with blowguns would really put a damper on my day." As if on cue, Jonas's voice boomed across the beach. "Move your asses, now!" The urgency in the big fin's tone had them both sprinting across the sand before conscious thought kicked in. Whatever had spooked their heavily armed guide was definitely something they didn't want to meet. The shout pierced the air like a gunshot, making Dash's heart skip. Without hesitation, every soldier on the beach opened up, their weapons spitting lead into the dense foliage. The sound was deafening, a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very air. Brass casings rained down onto the sand, glinting like fallen stars in the filtered sunlight. Dash didn't wait around to see what they were shooting at. He grabbed Kim's arm and they both scrambled across the beach, half running, half crawling toward anything that looked solid enough to stop bullets. Their feet kicked up sprays of sand as they moved, leaving crab-like zigzag patterns behind them. They spotted Jonas crouched behind a massive chunk of rock, his huge frame somehow looking small against the stone. The big fin had taken up a textbook firing position, one knee planted in the sand, rifle braced against his shoulder. His face was a mask of concentration as he squeezed off controlled bursts into the tree line. Kim reached the boulder first, pressing herself flat against its rough surface. Dash slid in beside her a heartbeat later, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. The rock wasn't much, but right now it felt like the safest place in the world. Compared to the exposed stretch of beach they'd just crossed anyway. The soldiers kept pouring fire into the jungle, their weapons lighting up the shadows with strobing flashes. The noise was deafening, a wall of sound that made Dash's teeth rattle in his skull. Through gaps in the muzzle flashes, he caught glimpses of leaves shredding under the onslaught. Whatever had spooked them was getting absolutely shredded by the barrage. The jungle itself seemed to be coming apart, branches and vines exploding into green confetti. "What is it?" Kim had to shout to be heard over the chaos. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she tried to spot what had set them off. All Dash could see was destruction, plants dying in spectacular fashion, while shadows danced between the trees. The big man didn't take his eyes off the tree line. His stance was rigid, weapon tracked on something he couldn't see.
"Saw something,"
he grunted between bursts. "You saw something?" She stared at him in disbelief, watching another magazine worth of ammo vanish into the forest. "You start shooting just because you saw something?" The words were sharper than she'd probably intended, and Dash noticed panic causing her voice to rise. Jonas stopped firing and rotated his body into full cover. He glared at Kim.
"Are you an expert in battlefield tactics?"
She didn't back down. "Of course not. But is that what this is? A battlefield?"
"I have no desire to end up with my head on a stick, or whatever these natives do for fun on this island."
Jonas's voice carried across the gunfire, steady and clear despite the chaos around them. His frame shifted as he twisted to the side, bringing his weapon up in one practiced motion. The big fin squeezed off 2 more shots, the sound cracking through the humid air like thunder. Each bullet found its mark with deadly precision, as if he could see straight through the thick jungle cover to whatever targets lurked beyond. A cry rang out from somewhere in the dense vegetation. Pain or rage, it was impossible to tell. The sound echoed off the trees before fading into the constant buzz of insects and birds that filled the air. Seemingly satisfied with his handiwork, Jonas raised one meaty hand above his head. His palm faced forward, elbow jutting out at an angle that looked almost comical on his bear-like torso. With quick, sharp movements, he swung his arm up and down in what was clearly some kind of signal. His voice boomed across the battlefield like a cannon shot.
"Cease fire!"
Immediately, the cacophony of gunshots ended, leaving an odd silence that reminded Dash of when the boat motors had abruptly turned off. Only this time, the silence was sporadically broken by the anguished cries of the presumably wounded man. "Sounds like you got one," Dash said sardonically. Chapter 47. Kim. Kim clutched her GoPro camera tightly as she fell into step near the front of the group. The small device was still recording, its tiny red light blinking steadily as they moved toward the dense wall of jungle ahead. She'd chosen her position carefully, wanting to keep a close eye on their heavily armed guide. Something about Jonas didn't sit right with her. The way he'd ordered that attack on unseen enemies, his quick trigger finger, the cold efficiency with which he'd dropped that person in the jungle, it all pointed to someone who might have plans beyond just leading them through the forest. She adjusted the camera's angle slightly, making sure it captured both the path ahead and any sudden movements by their finished giant. The humid air made her palms slick against the plastic housing, but she refused to let it slip. Whatever happened next, she wanted proof of exactly how it went down. The soldiers moved like a well-oiled machine around her, their boots barely making a sound on the damp ground. Their faces remained blank, professional, but she noticed how their eyes constantly scanned the trees ahead, fingers never far from their triggers. They knew something wasn't right here, too. But their indiscriminate firing into the jungle was unacceptable to Kim. The whole scene made her stomach turn. These men were supposed to be trained professionals, yet here they were, blasting away at shadows like trigger-happy amateurs. She knew exactly what kind of people lived on islands like this. Indigenous tribes who'd managed to hold on to their traditions despite the modern world creeping closer every year. The thought of those bullets tearing through their homes, their gardens, their sacred spaces, it was like watching history repeat itself in the worst possible way. The familiar story played out in her mind. White men with guns storming onto shores that didn't belong to them, shooting first
and asking questions, never. How many times had native peoples faced down the barrels of foreign weapons, watching helplessly as their world got shot to pieces, and now here they were, doing it all over again, and she was part of it. The soldiers might wear tactical gear instead of colonial uniforms, but the result was the same: violence against people who just wanted to be left alone on their own land. Kim had never seen herself as someone who went around championing causes. She wasn't the type to wave signs or chain herself to trees, but watching Jonas and his men spray bullets into the jungle like they were in some action movie made her blood boil. She knew better than most that history wasn't black and white. Her years studying ancient cultures had taught her that judging the past through a modern lens was tricky business. People did what they had to do to survive, and those choices often looked awful when viewed centuries later from the comfort of civilization. But that didn't give Jonas and his trigger-happy crew permission to shoot first and ask questions later. They hadn't even been under attack, just saw something moving in the trees. For all they knew, they just gunned down someone's grandfather out gathering fruit. That's why she'd pushed ahead of the group, taking point despite the dangerous terrain. Someone needed to keep these guys in check before they turned the scientific expedition into a bloodbath. They were here to gather data and make discoveries, not rack up a body count. Kim intended to make damn sure they stuck to that mission, even if it meant butting heads with an 8-foot-tall Finnish commando who could probably snap her like a twig. The thought made her stomach tight, but she squared her shoulders and pressed on. Sometimes doing the right thing meant being the most annoying person in the room. The jungle had gone dead silent in the wake of the gunfire, leaving only the soft sounds of their group moving through the undergrowth. Most of the wildlife had scattered, taking with them the usual chirps, buzzes, and calls that filled these forests. Now there was just the slow crunch of boots on dried leaves and twigs. Kim watched her feet as she walked, careful not to trip on the thick vines that snaked across the ground. The rest of the group wasn't doing much better. Their gear rattled with each careful step, breaking the silence in short, jarring bursts. Every now and then, someone would curse under their breath, as some jungle insect found its way under their collar or up a sleeve. She checked her watch for what felt like the 100th time, surprised to see only minutes had passed since they'd left the beach. Time seemed to crawl here under the thick canopy, stretching seconds into hours. The dense leaves overhead blocked most of the sunlight, casting everything in a murky green twilight that made it hard to judge the passing of time. The darkness and quiet were starting to get to her. Each rustle of leaves had her head snapping around, searching for threats in the shadows between the trees. Her nerves felt like live wires, sparking at every unexpected sound. What should have been a quick march through the jungle had turned into a tense crawl, with every step feeling like it might be their last. The jungle symphony crept back like someone cranking up a giant volume dial. Kim couldn't help but notice how wrong she'd been about tropical forests being peaceful, quiet places. This was a concert hall of chaos. Insects buzzed and whirred, birds shrieked and called, while God knows what rustled through the canopy above. She'd been in some of the noisiest places on Earth. Times Square on New Year's Eve came to mind, thousands of people packed together, shouting and celebrating as the ball dropped. But that was just humans making human noise. This was different. The jungle felt authentically, wildly alive in a way no city ever could. As they picked their way through the thickening vegetation, Kim felt something shift inside her. Here on Menchel, surrounded by untamed wilderness, everything seemed to make a weird kind of sense. Nature was doing what nature did best, existing without any need for human interference or approval. The forest didn't care about their guns, or their mission, or their presence. It just was. The deeper they went, the more the jungle seemed to press in around them.
Vines draped across their path like curtains, roots threatened to trip them with every step. And through it all, that constant wall of sound reminded them they were guests here, temporary visitors in a world that had been running just fine without them for thousands of years. Kim's smile was tight, almost bitter, as she gazed into the jungle's depths. Something about this place felt special, magical even. The dense canopy filtered the harsh tropical sun into a soft green glow that made everything look otherworldly. Birds called from hidden perches, while jewel-bright butterflies danced through shafts of light. Even the air felt different here, thick with the scent of flowers and damp earth, which made the soldiers' trigger-happy response even worse. The sound of their gunfire still echoed in her mind, a harsh intrusion that had shattered the island's natural peace. It was like watching vandals spray paint over a masterpiece, or seeing someone kick a puppy just because they could. She shook her head, struggling to understand what could have driven trained professionals to such a knee-jerk reaction. Sure, the island had its stories. Every remote spot did. But unleashing that kind of firepower without a clear target, it went against everything she believed in. The contrast felt wrong on a fundamental level, like oil floating on clear water. That initial incident aside, however, this was an experience Kim would not have traded for anything. It would probably be too much to say she was having the time of her life, but she did feel the pump of fresh blood in her veins, and she could not keep that damn smile off her face. Chapter 48. Kim. "What are you smiling at?" Kim started, and then turned to see that Dash had come up beside her. "Huh?" "I came up to offer words of comfort, only to find you smiling like a loon." Kim let out a giggle that echoed through the trees. The sound surprised her. It wasn't exactly the kind of noise a serious academic should make, but being around Dash had that effect on her. He had a way of making her forget about maintaining her carefully constructed image. The more time she spent with him, the more she felt her usual defenses crumbling. All those walls she'd built up over the years, the professional barriers she'd hidden behind, they seemed to melt away whenever he flashed that crooked grin of his. College hadn't been easy for Kim. While other students relied on their parents' money, she'd scraped by on a mix of scholarships and pure determination. Her family hadn't been against her going to university, but they simply didn't have the means to help. The message had been clear from an early age. If she wanted higher education, she'd have to figure it out herself. So she had thrown herself into her studies with everything she had. Perfect grades, extra credit, teaching assistant positions, anything to keep the scholarship money flowing. While her classmates partied and enjoyed the college experience, Kim had practically lived in the library. All those late nights and missed social events had paid off, though. She had graduated with honors and secured her dream job. But now, with Dash's jokes making her laugh like a schoolgirl, Kim wondered if maybe she'd been a little too serious for too long. Throughout her years of schooling, she'd made regular trips back home. Each time, she noticed subtle shifts in how people treated her. The changes were small at first, a hesitation here, an odd look there. But they grew more obvious as her achievements stacked up. It wasn't exactly resentment she felt from them, more like they'd put up invisible walls, keeping her at arm's length. They acted as if they were waiting for her to start putting on airs or looking down her nose at them. She never had, of course. If anything, she'd bent over backwards to show she was still the same person they'd always known. But something had changed anyway. Some divide had opened up between her and her family, widening a little more with each degree earned and with each professional milestone reached. She still couldn't put her finger on exactly what had gone wrong, or when. But those experiences, piled on top of so many others throughout her life, had taught her to be cautious. She'd learned to guard herself carefully, especially when it came to protecting her professional independence and the reputation she worked so hard to build. And giggling did not pass muster. Around Dash, the usual walls in her mind seemed thinner, more permeable. The rigid control she maintained with others melted away when he was near, like ice cream on a hot sidewalk. Her thoughts flowed more freely, less filtered and contained than normal. She noticed this happening, of course. A tiny voice in the back of her head whispered warnings about letting her guard down. But for once, she couldn't bring herself to care. The relief of relaxing those iron-clad defenses felt too good, too freeing to give up. Besides, what was the harm in dropping the act for a little while? With Dash, she could just be. No calculated responses, no careful masking of her reactions, just honest, unfiltered moments where she didn't have to think 3 steps ahead or watch her every word. That temporary release was addictive in its own way, like taking off tight shoes after a long day, or finally scratching an itch you'd been ignoring. She knew she should probably be more careful, more guarded, but right now she just wanted to enjoy this rare moment of freedom. No pressure, no expectations, just the simple pleasure of letting her guard down for once. Dash was like that all the time, with his cocky grin and casual disregard for what others thought of him. He moved through life like every day was an adventure, unbothered by the sideways glances and raised eyebrows his behavior often earned. Kim envied that about him sometimes. She was independent too, of course, always had been. But her version came with strings attached, professional reputation to maintain, social circles to navigate, constant awareness of how her actions might be perceived. Dash didn't seem weighed down by any of that baggage. He just was, pure and unfiltered, taking each moment as it came without overthinking what it might mean for tomorrow. Maybe that's why she found herself drawn to him, despite her better judgment. He represented everything she wished she could be, if only she could shake off the chains of expectation that had been wrapped around her for so long. "Halt!" Vertanen's command cracked through the humid air like a whip. Kim's muscles tensed instantly, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. Her heart kicked into overdrive as adrenaline flooded her system. The soldiers moved with machine-like precision, freezing mid-step. Their weapons snapped up in perfect unison, muzzles tracking invisible threats through the dense foliage. The jungle seemed to press in around them, every shadow suddenly looking darker and more menacing. "What is it?" Kim kept her voice barely above a whisper, but in the sudden silence it felt too loud. She fought the urge to shrink back as leaves rustled overhead, though it was probably just another monkey or tropical bird moving through the canopy. Jonas kept his eyes fixed straight ahead while he spoke, his words barely audible. "Just look around us. You'll see." Kim twisted in place, scanning their surroundings as the big fin had suggested. The GoPro on her shoulder turned with her, capturing everything in its unblinking electronic eye. She moved slowly, carefully, not wanting to miss anything important. The dense jungle pressed in around them, its countless leaves creating a living canopy overhead. Shafts of morning sunlight pierced through gaps in the foliage, painting everything below in shifting patterns of green and gold. A light mist clung to the underbrush, giving the whole scene an otherworldly quality. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place, just another stretch of tropical forest. Dense vegetation swayed in the hot breeze, leaves rustling against each other while birds called from somewhere in the canopy. But something in Jonas's tone made Kim look closer, made her scan each patch of darkness between the trees with growing unease. The finished giant hadn't survived this long by jumping at shadows.
And then she saw them. Faces. A dozen or more, barely visible in the gloom beneath the leaves. They stared out at the group with unblinking eyes, completely motionless except for the slight sway of the branches around them. The expressions were blank, emotionless, like masks carved from living flesh. But that wasn't what made Kim's heart skip and her breath catch in her throat. They all had the same sharp cheekbones, same hollow eyes, same thin-lipped mouths set in perfectly neutral lines. It was as if someone had copied and pasted the same person over and over, scattering the duplicates throughout the jungle like some twisted art installation. She blinked hard, hoping the identical faces were just a trick of the light or her imagination running wild. But when she opened her eyes again, they were still there, still staring, still wearing those identical expressions that made her skin crawl. Every single face was identical. Chapter 49. Kim. Kim lunged forward without thinking, her hands wrapping around the cold metal of Vertanen's rifle barrel. She yanked hard, throwing off his aim just as his finger tightened on the trigger. The movement almost knocked her off balance, but she held on, desperate to prevent another senseless firefight. "Hold your fire!" Her voice cracked with urgency as she struggled to keep the weapon pointed away from the trees. "Everyone, hold your fire!" The big Finn's face twisted with rage as he tried to shake her grip loose. His muscles bulged beneath his tactical gear, making Kim feel like a child trying to wrestle a bear. But she refused to let go, even when his steel blue eyes fixed her with a look that could have melted stone. Jonas let loose a blistering stream of Nordic profanity that had some of his men wincing. The words might have been foreign, but their meaning was crystal clear. He was not happy about having his authority challenged, especially not by someone half his size who wasn't even part of his command. But Kim had seen that familiar gleam in his eye, watched his trigger finger slide into firing position. She knew exactly what was about to happen. Another spray of bullets into the jungle, another potential tragedy they couldn't take back. She couldn't let that happen. Not again. Not when they still didn't know who or what they were dealing with. Her arms trembled with effort as she maintained her grip on the rifle, silently praying the giant wouldn't simply toss her aside like a rag doll. The fate of whoever was watching them from the trees might depend on these next few seconds. Kim's hands were steady as she unclipped her camera and panned it across the tree line, making sure to capture every identical face peering out from the dense foliage. Her heart raced with excitement. This was the kind of discovery scientists dreamed about. A dozen faces, each one a perfect copy of the next, staring back at them from the jungle shadows. The implications ran wild through her mind. Genetic anomalies, isolated populations, cultural practices she'd never even imagined possible. What does it mean? How is it even possible? Before she could zoom in for a better shot, Jonas's massive hand clamped down on her shoulder. He yanked her backward with enough force to make her stumble, nearly dropping the camera in the process. His face was twisted with rage as he loomed over her, his substantial height casting her in shadow. "You ever do that again," he snarled, jabbing a thick finger toward her face, "and I will give the command to fire on you." Kim straightened her spine and glared right back at him, refusing to be intimidated, despite the way her pulse hammered in her throat. Each word came out sharp and precise, like individual stones dropping into still water. "The hell you will." Kim turned to find Dash a couple of feet away. His face was a mask of control, arms loose at his sides like he was completely at ease. But she knew better. The set of his jaw and the tension in his shoulders told her everything she needed to know. He was ready for trouble. That protective instinct of his should have annoyed her. She'd spent years proving she could take care of herself, fighting against the assumption that she needed a man to watch her back. But something about the way Dash carried himself in that moment
made her feel warm inside instead of irritated. He wasn't trying to take over or push her aside. There was no macho posturing or false bravado. He simply positioned himself where he could act if things went bad, offering silent support without making a big deal about it. The gesture touched something deep inside her that she usually kept locked away. Kim allowed herself a small smile. Being an independent woman didn't mean she had to reject every offer of help. Sometimes it was nice knowing someone had your back, especially when that someone was as capable as Dash. Not that she'd ever tell him that. His ego was big enough already.
I would break you in half, but we don't have time,
Jonas snorted, his massive frame tensing like a coiled spring.
Our heads could be on a stick before the day is done.
You don't know that, Kim shot back, refusing to back down despite the obvious size difference between them. Her voice carried across the humid air, sharp with frustration. We don't know the natives' intentions. This is not a shoot first, ask questions later situation.
Is it not?
Jonas kept his eyes fixed ahead, scanning the jungle where those identical faces still watched their every move. His grip tightened on his weapon until his knuckles went white.
Last I checked, I was in charge of this mission, and I will do whatever it takes to maintain that authority. The lives of my men depend on it.
The threat in his voice was as clear as crystal. Kim felt her shoulders tense, but she pressed on anyway. Someone had to stand up to this trigger-happy giant before things got even more out of hand. So what? You're going to shoot us if we don't do whatever you say? Vertanen's massive shoulders rose and fell in a dismissive shrug.
As I say, whatever it takes.
His eyes scanned the dense foliage one last time before he twisted around to face the soldiers behind him.
Soldiers, open!
The words died in his throat. Where dozens of identical faces had stared out from the jungle moments before, there was nothing but gently swaying leaves and shifting shadows. Not a single branch moved out of place. No rustle of clothing or crunch of feet on dried vegetation. The watchers had vanished as completely as if they'd never existed.
Damn it!
Vertanen's face twisted with frustration, his usual stoic expression cracking. For a moment, he looked ready to throw a full-blown tantrum right there in the middle of the jungle path. His fingers flexed and unflexed around his rifle's grip, while a muscle twitched in his jaw.
They are in the wind.
The big Finn took a deep breath, visibly forcing himself back under control. He raised one meaty hand above his head, gesturing toward the back of their group.
Bricks, come!
His voice carried the sharp edge of someone used to instant obedience. Kim watched with growing irritation as Jonas barked out his order. The way he snapped his fingers made her jaw clench, like he was summoning a pet instead of addressing a fellow soldier. Bricks responded exactly as she expected, hustling over to his commander's side with eager compliance. His, "Yes, sir," came out crisp and automatic, drilled into him by years of military training. When Jonas ordered him to take point and find them a path forward, another robotic, "Yes, sir," followed. She couldn't help rolling her eyes as Bricks pushed into the dense vegetation, moving with exaggerated care as he checked the areas where they'd spotted those unsettling faces. The whole scene felt like bad theater, the devoted soldier jumping to please his commanding officer while everyone else stood around waiting. Minutes crawled by in tense silence. The jungle's usual symphony of birds and insects seemed muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Bricks moved methodically through the underbrush, sweeping back and forth in practiced patterns. But after thoroughly checking the surrounding area, he turned back to the group with a defeated shake of his head. Whatever or whoever had been watching them from those shadowy spaces between the trees had vanished without a trace. Not even a broken branch or disturbed leaf remained to show they'd been there at all. "I see nothing so far."
Very well,
Jonas said, his voice barely above a whisper.
Let's move forward. Bricks will lead.
Chapter 50. Kim. The group inched ahead through the thick jungle, with Bricks taking point. His boots made almost no sound on the damp ground, despite his size. The rest followed his lead, placing their feet with equal care. Weapons stayed up, ready to snap toward any threat that might emerge from the sea of green surrounding them. Their eyes never stopped moving, sweeping from trunk to trunk, branch to branch. Each shadow could hide one of those faces, those identical masks that seemed to mock them with their blank stares. The breath of the jungle whispered around them, birds calling, insects humming, leaves rustling in the hot breeze. Kim couldn't shake how strange it was that the wildlife kept up its normal routines. When they'd fired their weapons earlier, everything had gone dead silent. But these watchers, these copies scattered through the trees, the jungle creatures didn't seem bothered by them at all. It was like they were just another natural part of the forest, as common as the vines or the butterflies that dance through patches of sunlight. After what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 30 minutes, Jonas raised his fist. The signal rippled down the line, and everyone dropped into ready crouches, grateful for the break. Canteens appeared as if by magic, the sound of unscrewing caps barely audible over nature's constant symphony. Kim took a long pull from her own water, the warm liquid still somehow refreshing. Her legs burned from the careful pace they'd been forced to maintain. A glance at the others showed she wasn't alone. Even the highly trained soldiers looked relieved to have a moment's rest. Their faces were streaked with sweat, uniforms dark with moisture where the humid air clung to them. Dash sagged against a thick tree trunk, his shoulder crushing the vines that wrapped around the bark. Sweat ran down his face in steady streams, despite the shade from the dense canopy overhead. His clothes stuck to his skin, soaked through from the oppressive humidity that hung in the air like a wet blanket. "Jeez," he groaned, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. "Moving a yard in this place is like walking a mile in the open. Exhausting." He slapped at his neck as another mosquito landed for a feast. "And these bugs are going to drive me bonkers." The insects seemed to take his complaint as an invitation. They swarmed around his head in an angry cloud, their high-pitched whining adding to his misery. Every few seconds, another one would dart in for a bite, forcing him to keep up a constant dance of slapping and swatting that only made him sweat more. Kim watched him with tired amusement, too worn out to even manage a witty comeback. Her own clothes were just as drenched, and she'd given up trying to keep the bugs away. Instead, she just nodded in agreement and took another long drink from her water bottle. The warm liquid wasn't exactly refreshing, but at least it helped wash away some of the grime that coated her throat. The jungle pressed in around them, a living wall of green that seemed determined to make every step as difficult as possible. Vines grabbed at their ankles, branches whipped their faces, and the ground itself felt like it was working against them. What should have been a simple hike had turned into an endurance test that neither of them had signed up for. Jonas and Brick stood side by side at the front of the group, their voices low as they discussed the path ahead. "No signs?" Jonas asked, his tone carrying a heavy note of doubt. The big Finn's eyes never stopped scanning the dense vegetation, as if expecting trouble to burst through at any moment. Bricks let out a frustrated breath, running one hand through his sweat-dampened hair. "Not that I could see, and I'm no tenderfoot when it comes to this stuff." He gestured at the ground around them, littered with fallen leaves and twisted vines. "There's almost always some kind of trail sign, just a matter of finding and deciphering it, but here," he spread his hands wide, "nothing." "You sure?" Jonas pressed, his voice carrying an edge that suggested he wasn't happy with this answer. The tracker's shoulders tensed slightly at the question. His pride was clearly stinging from having to admit defeat. "Look, Commander, if I could find something, I'd tell you. It's not exactly great for my ego to admit defeat." A wry smile crossed his weathered face. "In the Yukon, we'd say that we were trailing ghosts." "Let's avoid that particular word," Jonas said dryly, his finger tightening slightly on his rifle's trigger. The way his eyes kept scanning the tree line made it clear he was taking no chances. Kim had to agree with the big Finn. Even hearing someone say ghosts had sent an icy tingle down her spine. She knew the identical faces still watched from the shadows, and imagining their unblinking stares made her want to crawl out of her own skin. She wiped her sweaty palms on her pants, trying to focus on anything else.
"We will call them observers for now," Jonas continued, keeping his voice low and controlled.
He shifted his weight, boots crunching softly on the dried leaves.
"Keep moving forward. Watch your sectors."
Brix gave a sharp nod and took his position back at the front of the group. His movements were fluid and practiced as he picked his way through the thick vegetation. Every few steps, he'd pause to check their surroundings, his trained eyes searching for threats both real and supernatural. Less than 2 minutes later, his excited shout echoed through the trees. The sound made several birds take flight, their wings beating dramatically as they escaped into the canopy above. But she knew the faces in the jungle remained perfectly still, watching. She could feel them, always watching.
"Here!"
The soldier's urgent call cut through the humid air. Jonas charged through the undergrowth, his massive frame somehow moving with surprising grace between the trees. Kim and Dash scrambled to keep up, batting aside leaves and vines as they followed in the big Finn's wake. When they caught up, they found the soldier, Brix, crouched next to a cluster of massive elephant ear plants. His expression was grim as he gestured for them to come closer.
"You find something?"
Jonas asked, his voice low and tight with tension. He moved to stand beside Brix, one meaty hand resting on the soldier's shoulder. Brix didn't speak. Instead, he pointed at one of the broad green leaves stretched out before them. 3 distinct drops of blood stood out against the waxy surface, their deep red color almost black in the filtered jungle light. The drops looked fresh, still wet enough to catch the sun and throw back tiny crimson reflections. The sight made Kim's stomach clench. These drops meant someone was hurt, probably the person they'd heard crying out after the shooting. But pointing that out right now seemed like a good way to start another argument she couldn't win.
"Blood," Kim breathed.
Jonas nodded.
"We hit the bastard."
Kim watched Brix carefully as Jonas spoke, searching his face for any sign of disagreement. She hoped to see some flash of anger or resistance in the soldier's expression. These trigger-happy tactics had to bother someone else besides her. For a moment, she thought she caught it. A slight tightening around his eyes, a subtle clench of his jaw. But the reaction passed so quickly, she couldn't be sure she hadn't imagined it. More likely, she was just seeing what she wanted to see, projecting her own moral outrage onto someone who clearly had no issues following orders. The whole situation made her skin crawl. Jonas acted like he was on some kind of seek-and-destroy mission rather than leading a scientific expedition. Every move he made, every cold command he gave, seemed calculated to provoke conflict with the island's inhabitants. But Brix just nodded along, face blank and professional as ever. No hint of conscience or concern showed through his carefully neutral expression. Kim felt her last hope for an ally fade away as she watched him fall in line behind their Finnish commander without question.
"Okay,"
Jonas said.
"Let's move on."
A low groan went up from the troops. "You're the boss," Brix said, "but we've been trekking pretty hard through here. I'm wondering if it might be worth setting up camp. This is about as open an area as I've seen since the beach. We could rest up, have some lunch, and make this home base for a later foray deeper into the island." Jonas looked around at all the exhausted faces and heaved a sigh of resignation.
"Very well, a rest it is, but not too long," he barked,
holding up an index finger.
"We are soldiers, not mice."
"Squeak," Dash muttered, making Kim snort. The soldiers moved with practiced efficiency, stripping off their water-logged tactical gear and spreading it in patches of sunlight to dry. The heavy vests and equipment belts made wet slapping sounds as they hit the ground. Years of training showed in how they arranged everything, neat, orderly, and within easy reach if trouble came calling. Jonas stood in the center of their makeshift camp, barking out assignments in his distinctive growl. A young operator with close-cropped hair approached Jonas. "Sir, request permission to build a fire." His voice carried the carefully neutral tone of someone used to dealing with demanding superiors. "Permission denied." Jonas didn't even look up from the map he was studying. "Rations will be eaten cold." The words came out as a low rumble that left no room for discussion. Everyone groaned, but no one argued. Kim and Dash flopped onto the ground together and spent a few moments just enjoying not moving. "Did you see those faces?" Kim said eventually, turning to look at Dash. He rolled his head lazily to meet her gaze. "I saw way too many pairs of eyes looking out at us, if that's what you mean." "No, well, yeah, that was freaky, but I mean the faces." "What about them?" "You didn't notice anything strange?" Dash shook his head. "Not really. Kim held up a hand and then grabbed her GoPro. She found the file she wanted and then handed the device over. "Play that footage and see if you notice anything weird." Chapter 51. Kim. Dash tapped the tiny screen on the back of the camera with his index finger, squinting at the dim display. Kim had insisted he look, but he claimed all he could make out were shadowy shapes and the occasional flash of pale skin between the leaves. He'd watched the shaky footage for a couple of minutes, trying to see whatever had gotten her so worked up. Finally, he shrugged and handed the camera back. "I mean, it's what I already said. Scary as hell, but nothing super weird." The words came out more dismissive than he'd intended, but his feet hurt and his clothes were soaked through with sweat. Finding meaning in a grainy video wasn't high on his priority list right now. Kim snatched the camera from his hands with an irritated huff. She stared at the tiny screen, jabbing at the playback buttons as if they'd personally offended her. Deep down, she knew she was being a bit unreasonable. The GoPro's display was barely 2 inches across. Trying to spot subtle facial features in that postage stamp-sized video was like trying to read a newspaper through a keyhole. Still, Dash's complete failure to notice what seemed blazingly obvious to her made her want to grab him by the shoulders and shake some sense into him. How could he miss something so impossible, so completely against nature? But as she watched the footage again, she had to admit the similarities between the faces were harder to spot on the small screen than they had been in person. It's tough to tell on this tiny screen, but all of the faces were identical," Kim said, leaning closer so she could point out specific moments in the footage. "Every single one, like carbon copies of each other." Dash's forehead creased as he frowned. "Wait, what?" He shifted the camera in his hands, trying to get a better view despite the glare. The jungle's filtered light made the small screen hard to see clearly. "The faces watching us from the trees," Kim explained, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. "They all had the same features, same expression, same everything. Like someone had photocopied the same person over and over again." He held his hand out, gesturing for the camera again. "Okay, fine, let me replay that." His thumb found the playback button, and he hunched over the screen, eyes narrowed in concentration. The footage was shaky from their hurried march through the jungle. But even through the bobbing and weaving, those faces were clearly visible among the leaves. Kim watched Dash's face intently as he squinted at the tiny screen, looking for any sign of recognition. Her fingers drummed against her leg while she waited, unable to contain her nervous energy. After everything they'd seen in the jungle, she needed someone else to confirm what she'd spotted. "See it?" The words burst out before she could stop them, her voice tight with anticipation. "I mean..." Dash tilted the camera, trying different angles. His forehead wrinkled in concentration as he replayed the footage. "Maybe. It's really hard to tell." Kim let out a noise somewhere between a groan and a snarl. She'd been so sure the video would prove what she'd seen, those identical faces staring out from the shadows like carbon copies scattered through the trees. But watching Dash struggle to spot the similarities made her doubt creep back in. "Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult.
Dash handed the camera back, his expression apologetic.
I'll take your word for it, okay?
He shifted position, trying to find a comfortable spot on the damp ground. Dead leaves crackled under him as he moved.
So what do you think it means? He asked,
clearly trying to smooth over her disappointment.
The question hung in the humid air between them, adding one more mystery to their growing pile of unanswered questions about this strange island.
Kim let her shoulders sag, regretting she'd even brought it up.
Who knows?
I've been spending the rest of the time since I noticed it trying to convince myself I wasn't crazy. She picked at a loose thread on her pants, avoiding Dash's eyes. I thought maybe if you had seen it too. The words trailed off into awkward silence. Around them, the jungle buzzed with life, insects whirring, birds calling, leaves rustling in the hot breeze. But between her and Dash, the quiet stretched out like a physical thing. To their right, one of the soldiers broke the tension with a loud groan. He jabbed his pack spoon into his ration pouch with more force than necessary, stirring the cold contents with obvious disappointment.
Sure could go for some roasted wild boar right about now.
He lifted his head and called out in a sing-song voice.
Here, piggy piggy.
It's a secluded island, another operator chimed in, not bothering to look up from his own meal. He spoke between bites, clearly unimpressed by his companion's theatrics.
I'm guessing the fauna is pretty limited.
His matter-of-fact tone suggested he'd given up hope finding anything tastier than military rations.
Nah, man, the first guy said. Pigs are great swimmers, and they fall off ships all the time.
The soldier's banter washed over Kim like background noise. Her mind kept circling back to those faces in the jungle, identical down to the smallest detail. She knew what she'd seen, but without someone else to confirm it, doubt crept in around the edges of her certainty. Maybe the heat and humidity were getting to her. Maybe her eyes had played tricks in the shifting shadows between the trees. Maybe she really was going crazy after all.
There's got to be something, the first man replied. Yeah, but this is a tiny island. What are the odds a couple of them landed here?
The first man shrugged.
Who knows, but the natives got to eat too.
Maybe they survive on fish, a third man piped up.
Maybe they survive on soldiers who talk too much,
Jonas interrupted, his heavy boots crushing leaves as he stomped into the middle of the emerging camp. His face wore the same stern expression it had since they left the beach.
Less chatter and more work. The sooner we eat, the sooner we can rest and then continue.
The sound hit them like a physical blow. A single high-pitched shriek ripped through the humid air, making birds explode from the trees in panic. The noise was raw and primal, part scream, part roar, with an edge that set every nerve on fire. Kim had heard wounded animals before, but this was different. This sounded like something dying in the worst way possible. Every head snapped toward the source of the bone-chilling cry. The soldiers abandoned their gear and grabbed their weapons in one fluid motion, months of training kicking in automatically. Even Dash, who usually had a smart comment ready for every situation, went dead silent. The sound echoed off the trees, bouncing back and forth until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Just when it started to fade, another shriek joined the first, this one deeper, almost guttural. The two cries tangled together in the thick jungle air, creating a nightmare duet that made Kim's skin try to crawl right off her bones. Her mind raced through possibilities, injured animal, some kind of territorial display, maybe even those identical faces she'd seen earlier. But nothing in her years of research had prepared her for a sound like this. It was like something straight out of the goriest horror films, the kinds she usually avoided watching. Chapter 52. Kim. The screams finally died away, leaving behind a silence so complete it felt artificial. Even the constant buzz of insects had stopped. The whole jungle seemed to be holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, one of the soldiers who had been assigned sentry duties staggered backward, hands pressed against his face.
His steps were unsteady, like a drunk trying to walk a straight line. The man's body swayed dangerously with each movement. Jonas exploded into action, sprinting toward the stumbling soldier. The big man's left arm stretched out to catch his man, while his right hand yanked his .45 from its holster in one smooth motion. His boots kicked up dead leaves as he charged forward, ready for whatever threat had attacked his sentry. But he wasn't fast enough. Before Jonas could reach him, the soldier spun around to face the group. The man's high-pitched screams came in short bursts now, like a wounded animal trying to warn others of danger. His hands dropped away from his face, revealing what had happened. Kim's stomach rolled at the sight. She clapped one hand over her mouth, fighting back the surge of nausea that hit her. Her breakfast threatened to make an unwelcome return as she took in the horror before them. Blood poured down the soldier's face in thick streams, all of it flowing from his left eye. But that wasn't the worst part. A wooden shaft, longer than her forearm, jutted from the ruined socket. The crude spear had punched clean through, turning the man's eye into a fountain of red that wouldn't stop flowing. The sight burned itself into her memory. The soldier's remaining eye, wide with shock and pain, dark blood painting his face like some twisted tribal mask, that awful wooden spike marking where someone's aim had been terrifyingly accurate. She knew she'd be seeing this in her nightmares for years to come.
"Medic!"
Virtanen's shout echoed through the trees as Jones stumbled into view. The soldier's movements were jerky, unnatural, like a broken marionette trying to dance. His boots caught on every root and vine, barely keeping him upright as he staggered toward the group. Another soldier snatched up the med kit, a battered metal box covered in scuffed red crosses, and sprinted forward. The medic's face went pale as he got closer, finally seeing what had Jones moving so strangely. "Jones, stop!" The medic's voice cracked with panic. He lunged forward, arms outstretched. "You're going to—" The warning came too late. Jones's foot caught on a thick root that snaked across the ground. His arms windmilled wildly as he pitched forward, but there was no catching himself this time. The whole group watched in horror as he toppled, face first, toward the jungle floor. Time seemed to slow as Jones fell. Someone screamed, a high, thin sound that didn't seem human. Others turned away, already knowing what was coming. A sick crack of bone meeting wood filled the air, followed by a wet squelch that made even hardened soldiers flinch. When Jones finally stopped moving, the sharpened stick that had been lodged in his eye now protruded from the back of his skull like some grotesque flagpole. Blood and other things no one wanted to identify spread slowly across the ground beneath him, turning the fallen leaves a deep crimson. The jungle fell silent, except for the sounds of retching as several soldiers lost their breakfast in the undergrowth. Even Virtanen looked shaken, his usual stone-faced expression cracking for just a moment before he got himself back under control.
"Shit!"
Virtanen dropped to his knees beside the medic, who was going through the motions of checking for a pulse they all knew wasn't there. The soldier's body lay twisted at an unnatural angle, limbs splayed across the damp ground like a broken doll. His remaining good eye stared sightlessly at the canopy above, already beginning to cloud over. The medic's hands moved with practiced efficiency, pressing fingers against the dead man's throat before lifting his eyelid to check his pupil. But the slight shake of his head confirmed what everyone already knew. Their companion was gone. The jungle's symphony of birds and insects continued uninterrupted, nature completely indifferent to the loss of human life in its midst. Virtanen exploded up from the ground like a compressed spring suddenly released. He whirled toward where Kim and Dash still sat frozen, their faces masks of horror at what they just witnessed. The big Finn's chest heaved with rage as he advanced on them, each thundering step crushing the vegetation beneath his boots.
"Still think I am wrong to protect myself and my men?"
His voice boomed through the humid air, making several birds take flight from nearby branches. Flecks of spit flew from his contorted mouth as he screamed at them. You see what can happen."
His words echoed off the surrounding trees before fading into the constant drone of jungle noise. But the accusation in them hung heavy in the air, impossible to ignore or deny. They'd challenged his methods, questioned his judgment, and now one of his men lay dead as a direct result. The raw pain and fury in Virtanen's voice made Kim flinch back instinctively. She wrestled with conflicting thoughts as they prepared to move out. Part of her wanted to point out how the attack might have been payback for their trigger-happy response on the beach. After all, they had shot and wounded someone without provocation. But another voice in her head admitted Jonas could be right. Maybe these shadowy islanders really did want to kill any outsiders who dared set foot on their territory. The whole situation left a bitter taste in her mouth. Violence breeding more violence, with no clear right or wrong side. Just people reacting out of fear and anger, making choices that would probably lead to even more bloodshed down the line. But now wasn't the time to start that argument, not with one of their own lying dead and emotions running high. Speaking up would only pour fuel on an already dangerous fire. Besides, the last thing they needed was more internal conflict when actual threats lurked in the jungle around them.
"Rest time is done. Everyone on me."
Virtanen's voice came out as a growl, still thick with rage over their lost man. He shoved his .45 back into its holster with enough force to make the leather creak, then snatched up his rifle. Without waiting to see if anyone followed, he charged off into the dense vegetation. The soldiers exchanged weary glances but fell into line behind their commander. Their boots crunched softly on dried leaves as they formed up, weapons at the ready. No one spoke. The weight of what had just happened pressed down on all of them like a physical thing. Kim's muscles tensed as she started to push herself up from the ground, but Dash's fingers wrapped around her arm before she could stand. His grip was gentle but firm as he tugged her back down beside him. "Stop," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. The urgency in his tone made her freeze in place. "I don't think we want to be a part of this." She turned to face him, ready to argue, but the look in his eyes made the words die in her throat. His usual easygoing expression had vanished, replaced by something harder and more serious than she'd ever seen from him before. "But they might—" she tried again, glancing toward where the soldiers were gathering their weapons. Dash cut her off with a sharp shake of his head. "And you think you can stop them?" His voice was low and tight with tension. "You'll just get yourself killed, too." The truth of his words hit her like a punch to the gut. She wanted to deny it, to insist she could do something to help. But deep down, she knew he was right. Racing after a group of heavily armed men who were dead set on violence would only add her name to whatever body count they racked up. "Maybe I can—" Dash's head whipped back and forth as he spoke, his expression deadly serious. "I've seen that look in a man's eyes before. Nothing you can say or do will change Virtanen's mind. Not when he has that look." "What look?" Kim's voice was barely above a whisper, though the soldiers were far enough away that they probably couldn't hear. "Bloodlust." Dash's words came out flat and cold. "Blind, raging bloodlust. He'll go through you and me at this point, like we're made of paper." Kim started to protest. "The islanders—" "Know this island better than anyone," Dash cut her off. His eyes never left the massive Finn who stood, barking orders at his men. "There's nothing we can tell them about staying safe here that they don't already know." He paused, considering his next words carefully. "Besides, we're assuming that the natives are the ones at a disadvantage. So far, the score is pretty even, assuming whoever lost that blood is actually dead." The truth in his words made Kim's arguments die in her throat. She'd been so focused on protecting the islanders that she hadn't stopped to consider they might not need her help at all. These people had survived on this island for generations. A handful of soldiers with guns might not be the unstoppable force she'd imagined. Reluctantly, Kim saw the truth in his words and sank to the ground. "I don't like it," she said, her voice hard, watching the last of the soldiers trot into the brush. Apparently, Jonas didn't care that they were choosing to stay behind. Dash was right. This was a man on a mission. Dash huffed. "Not a fan myself, but right now, we just need to keep staying alive." Chapter 53. Dash. Dash gathered fallen branches and dead leaves, tried to focus on the simple task. The jungle's constant symphony of birds and insects had returned to normal volume, making it easy to forget the violence they'd witnessed earlier. But he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that crawled up his spine every time he ventured too far from their makeshift shelter. Hours had crept by since Jonas and his men had charged off into the trees. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy above, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on tired eyes. More than once, Dash had frozen in place, certain he'd spotted one of those identical faces watching from between the leaves. But it was always just his imagination getting the better of him. He and Kim had stayed put, only moving enough to build a crude barrier of broad leaves and fallen vegetation around their position. The natural camouflage wasn't much, but it helped them feel less exposed. At least now they had some warning if anyone or anything approached their hiding spot. The complete silence from Jonas's group bothered him more than he wanted to admit. No gunfire, no shouting, not even the sound of men moving through the jungle reached their ears. It was like the soldiers had simply vanished into thin air. Dash tried not to think about what that might mean. Kim hadn't spoken much since they decided to stay behind. She sat with her back against a thick tree trunk, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Every few minutes, she'd adjust their leafy barrier, filling gaps neither of them had noticed before. The way her hands shook slightly told him she was just as on edge as he was. Dash shifted his weight restlessly, unable to get comfortable on the damp ground. Sure, hearing the soldiers move away without them meant they dodged what would probably turn into a bloodbath, but something about just sitting here made his skin crawl. He hated not knowing what was happening out there in the jungle. Every rustle of leaves could be those creepy, identical faces watching them. Every bird call might actually be a signal between hidden observers. The whole situation had his nerves dancing like live wires. Going with Virtanen's crew would have been crazy dangerous, probably suicidal given the Big Finn's current state of mind. But at least then he'd be moving, acting, doing something besides waiting for trouble to find them. Dash had never been good at sitting still, and being forced to hide like a scared rabbit really got under his skin. Still, his gut told him they'd made the right call staying behind. Sometimes the smart choice and the comfortable choice weren't the same thing. He'd rather deal with feeling antsy than end up with a spear through his skull because he couldn't keep his ego in check. Didn't mean he had to like it, though. The jungle had grown dark, shadows stretching between the trees like grasping fingers. Dash glanced around the makeshift camp, then made his decision. To hell with Virtanen's orders about no cooking fires. Sometimes a man needed a hot meal. He told himself the small flame might help guide any lost soldiers back to camp. Maybe the light would even keep away whatever animals prowled through these trees at night. Deep down, though, he knew these were just convenient excuses. The truth was simpler. He was tired of cold ration packs and wanted something warm in his belly. Rummaging through the scattered gear, he found a pouch filled with basic utensils. His eyes lit up when he spotted a folding knife tucked among the spoons and forks. It was a decent piece of equipment with two blades, one straight-edged for clean cuts, the other serrated for tougher jobs. Just a sort of tool that would come in handy out here. Dash worked methodically with the knife, its polished blade making clean cuts through the MRE pouches. Each slice released a whiff of processed food that made his stomach growl.
He took extra care not to waste any of the contents. Who knew when they'd get another real meal on this island? After wiping down the blade with a scrap of cloth torn from his shirt, he tested its balance. The weight felt natural in its grip, like the knife belonged there. He didn't kid himself that it would do much good against whatever was hunting them in the jungle, but having any weapon was better than none. The blade clicked shut with a satisfying snap, and he tucked it into his pocket where he could grab it quickly. Time to focus on dinner. He arranged the various pouches and packets from the MREs, trying to cobble together something halfway edible. Military rations weren't exactly five-star cuisine, but years of camping had taught him a few tricks for making them more palatable. As he mixed and heated the contents, a surprisingly appetizing smell began to drift through their makeshift camp. The aroma caught Kim's attention. She'd been keeping her distance, lost in thought about everything that had happened. But as the evening chill crept into the jungle air, she drifted closer to where Dash worked near the small fire. "That actually smells halfway decent," she said, folding her legs beneath her as she settled onto the ground. Her movements were stiff, showing how the day's hike had taken its toll. Dash passed over one of the battered tin plates, trying not to laugh at Kim's dubious expression. "I'll check back in after you taste it. MREs can be pretty hit or miss, mostly miss." "I don't think it'll matter." Kim attacked the mystery meal with her metal spork, scooping up what looked like shredded meat swimming in brownish sauce. "Apparently, high stress makes me ravenous." She popped the bite into her mouth and chewed slowly, her face scrunched in concentration. Dash watched her reaction, one eyebrow raised as he waited for the verdict. When she didn't immediately spit it out, he pressed for details. "Thumbs up, thumbs down." "Thumbs in the middle," she declared after swallowing. "I don't think you'd make any money selling these in any other context, but it's absolutely edible in this context." "We'll call that a win." Dash fixed his own plate and settled down across the fire from her. His first bite confirmed her assessment. Not great, but good enough when you were starving in the middle of nowhere. They fell into comfortable silence, focused on filling their empty stomachs. Chapter 54. Dash. Between bites, Dash found his gaze drifting to Kim. She'd fully embraced the jungle explorer look. Practical clothes splattered with mud, hair pulled back in a messy braid that was collecting bits of leaves and twigs. No trace remained of the polished academic he'd first met. But as the sun sank lower, painting everything in soft gold and red, the firelight caught her features in a way that made his breath catch. Even covered in dirt and sweat, she was beautiful. He quickly looked back at his plate, hoping she hadn't noticed him staring. The last thing they needed was more complications, especially with everything else going on. Still, he couldn't completely ignore the warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the campfire. Kim watched Dash drag his spork across his empty plate, the metal scraping against metal with a soft scratching sound. He'd been at it for at least a minute, seemingly lost in his own world while he pushed around food that wasn't there anymore. "You ate it all," she said, breaking the silence between them. Dash's head jerked up like he'd been caught doing something wrong. His eyes were unfocused for a moment before they found her face. "Huh?" "That spork of yours has been scraping your plate clean for ages now. There's nothing left to eat." "Oh." He set the utensil down and rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. "Sorry, just tired, I guess." The words came out flat, like he was reading from a script. Kim wasn't sure she bought the excuse, but she let it slide. They had bigger problems than Dash zoning out over an empty plate. "Yeah, me too," she said, feeling the weight of exhaustion in her own bones. The jungle heat and humidity weren't helping matters. Everything took twice the energy it should have. The silence stretched, but it was not awkward. It just was. Finally, Kim said, "Dash?" "Yeah." "What the hell is going on?" "I wish the hell I knew." "Something terrible is going to happen, isn't it?" "Something terrible has already happened."
I mean more things, worse things. Things we'll never be able to undo. Things we should know better than to do these days.
Dash took a deep breath, the hesitation clear on his face as he gathered his thoughts. His fingers drummed against his leg while he stared off into the jungle canopy above. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but firm. People like to think we've come so far from our caveman days, he said. But honestly, we're still just tribes fighting over territory and resources. The only difference is our weapons got fancier. He shook his head, disgust pulling at the corners of his mouth. Half the world can't even agree on basic human rights, let alone what counts as progress. Kim watched his face as he talked, noting how his usual easy smile had been replaced by something harder and more cynical. The change made her chest tighten with worry. And then there's this mess, Dash continued, waving one hand at the dense vegetation surrounding them. Those gunshots earlier? Bad news, really bad news. His jaw clenched as he remembered the sharp cracks of rifle fire echoing through the trees. But what bothers me more is how quiet the radio's been since then.
I noticed that too, Kim said, unconsciously lowering her voice to match his hushed tone. It's weird, right? Complete radio silence from the others.
Dash's shoulders rose and fell in a half-hearted shrug. Makes zero sense. It's not like we need to worry about the locals picking up our transmissions. He tapped the radio clipped to his vest. Something's wrong. I just can't figure out what. Around them, the jungle continued its endless symphony of birds and insects, completely indifferent to their growing concerns. The constant buzz of life made their companion's silence feel even more unnatural by comparison. Kim leaned in close to Dash, keeping her voice low.
Jonas could be hiding things from us.
Ah. Dash's face lit up with understanding as he nodded slowly. A knowing smile crept across his features. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's entirely possible.
Which makes me even more concerned about the true nature of this mission.
Kim picked at a loose thread on her pants, her forehead creased with worry. The heat and humidity pressed down on them like a wet blanket as she voiced her fears.
Why would he want to keep us in the dark?
Dash shifted his weight, dead leaves crunching beneath him. His usual playful expression turned serious as he considered her words. It might have something to do with you spoiling his shot earlier. He doesn't strike me as the kind of man who appreciates people grabbing his gun barrel. A hint of amusement flickered across Kim's face despite the tension in the air. She knew Dash too well not to see where this was heading.
You're going to make a joke about that, aren't you?
I wanted to, but I'm going to pass this time. Dash's smile faded as his eyes drifted toward where Jonas had stood, barking orders at his men. He rubbed his stomach absently, like the mere thought of their situation was making him queasy. Thinking about this stuff makes my stomach hurt. Kim chuckled. That's probably the shredded mystery meat. No, pretty sure it's the murder.
Potential murder, Kim corrected. I'm not willing to give in to the possibility of a mini-genocide just yet.
Good. I hope your optimism holds up.
Kim snorted. I didn't say I was optimistic. I just need to believe it.
Fair enough. Chapter 55. Dash. Dash pushed himself up from the ground with a grunt, his joints popping as he stretched his arms overhead. Unable to sit still any longer, he started walking back and forth in a tight pattern, each turn bringing him closer to their leafy barrier before swinging back around. About what we're doing here. He kept his voice low as he paced. That's the real question. On the boat ride over, I heard something interesting. His feet crunched softly on dead leaves with each step. Redmayne called Jonas on the radio, told him to, quote, get the subject and get out. Didn't sound like they were after a simple DNA sample. Kim watched him pace, her eyes narrowing as she processed this new information.
Are they searching for someone specific?
Could be. Dash shrugged, still moving restlessly. The jungle's humid air made his shirt cling uncomfortably to his skin. So either they want one particular person. Kim's voice trailed off as she considered the possibilities. Her next words came out slow and deliberate. Or they just want any islander they can study. Dash froze mid-step, his boots crushing dead leaves beneath them. A cold tingle crept up his spine, making the humid air feel suddenly chilly. His hand strayed to the knife in his pocket, seeking comfort from its solid weight. So, Kim said, we have to think about it. We can't just ignore what we saw. Her voice came out barely above a whisper, like she was afraid the trees themselves might be listening. Dash nodded slowly, his usual cocky grin nowhere in sight. It would certainly explain why they're coming in guns blazing. Jonas probably figures they only need one. Kim's face twisted in disgust. Well, either way, I'm pretty sure it comes down to looking for the fountain of youth or whatever Redmayne thinks he can find. That might be a full subject or a harmless little swab into a plastic tube. Either way, I think a search for immortality is going to come up empty. What makes you say that, besides the obvious fact that it sounds really silly? The islanders, they're afraid. I wouldn't expect immortal beings to run from much of anything. Dash took a long moment to consider Kim's words, his face thoughtful as he absently kicked at the fallen leaves beneath his boots. Finally, he gave a slow nod. I'll buy that. But there is certainly something odd going on here, DNA-wise, Kim pressed, leaning forward to emphasize her point. The jungle's constant drone of insects almost drowned out her words. The identical faces? Dash prompted. He stopped his restless movements, giving her his full attention. Exactly. Kim's eyes lit up, that familiar spark of scientific curiosity breaking through her exhaustion. Whether that would lead to anything positive in Redmayne's search for a cancer cure is impossible to say at this point, but it's promising, or at least interesting. Dash pushed himself up from where he'd been leaning against a tree trunk. His boots crunched on dead vegetation as he began pacing back and forth once more, wearing a path in the undergrowth. After 3 passes, he stopped abruptly and crossed his arms over his chest. When he spoke, his tone left no room for argument. I will tell you this. My interest in the whole science thing is waning at an insanely rapid pace. His eyes darted between the dense trees surrounding them, scanning for any sign of those unsettling faces. We need to get the hell off this island. I say we trek back to the beach, grab a boat, and get our asses back to Redmayne's yacht. The jungle seemed to press closer as his words hung in the humid air between them. Even the constant bird calls felt menacing now, like nature itself was warning them to leave while they still could. Kim stared at him. You want to leave? Yes. We're sitting ducks in this jungle. Neither one of us is armed. We're likely in danger from the locals and maybe even the soldiers who are supposed to protect us. Absolutely I want to leave, and so should you. Watching Kim's face was like watching a tropical storm race into view over the horizon. When she spoke, her voice was low but steady. I realize seeing someone speared through the head is enough to turn anyone against a mission, but Dash thrust his hand up sharply, cutting through the humid air between them. His jaw clenched at the hint that he was just being a coward. I'm not saying that we leave because we're scared little babies running from the dark. I'm saying we leave because it's the only choice that makes any sense. He shifted his weight. Look, you seem like the kind of woman who's the first to call guys out when they do stupid macho stuff that gets people hurt. How is this any different? Staying here is basically signing our own death warrant. Oh, please. Kim's eyes rolled so hard they probably hurt. The gesture carried years of dealing with men who thought they knew better than her. She jabbed a finger toward his chest, though she stopped short of actually poking him. Don't try turning this into some battle of the sexes nonsense. This isn't about proving anything or showing how tough we are. Her voice softened slightly, though the steel behind her words remained. It's about doing what's right. Nothing more, nothing less. Chapter 56. Dash. The jungle's constant symphony of birds and insects filled the silence that stretched between them. Neither wanted to back down, but both knew time was running out to make a decision. Eventually, someone would have to give in, or they'd both end up dead while arguing about it. "Ah, the right thing," Dash said sarcastically. "A lot of stupid decisions have been made throughout history because enough people thought they were the right thing to do." He could feel reason leaving his body as irritation prickled his neck. He knew he was becoming unreasonable, but couldn't seem to care. And what exactly would that entail? Dying, perhaps? And for what? "Damn it!" Kim jumped up and began her own pacing circuit. "We cannot just leave, Dash. Can't you see that?" Her hands gesticulated wildly as she spoke. "At the extreme risk of sounding like an idealist, we have a responsibility to do everything we can to avoid a tragedy here. Those soldiers are going to burn it all trying to get one of them out of here alive. The fact that we're still alive is a miracle, but it's not an accident. They didn't kill us for a reason. Not to mention the fact that, remote as the possibility may be, there's a chance this island holds the key to solving one of the worst scourges on humanity." The words exploded from Dash's mouth before he could stop them, his frustration boiling over like a pot left too long on the stove. "Oh, the cancer argument again. Wake up, Doc. We're not going to cure cancer by putzing around on this island, okay? Give it up already." The moment the last syllable left his lips, shame crashed through him like a physical wave. His temples throbbed with self-hatred, and bile rose in his throat. He'd crossed a line, stomped right over it, really, and he knew it. The look on Kim's face told him exactly how far he'd gone. Her hand cracked across his cheek with lightning speed. The sharp sting felt oddly right, like a punishment he'd earned. His skin burned where her palm had connected, but the pain seemed distant compared to the crushing weight of regret pressing down on his chest. They stood facing each other in the humid air, both breathing hard from emotion rather than exertion. Tears welled up in Kim's eyes, turning them glassy in the filtered sunlight. Dash's own eyes stung, partly from the force of her slap, but mostly from the crushing shame of what he just said. The silence between them felt solid enough to touch. Kim's hands trembled at her sides as she stared him down, hurt and anger warring on her face. Dash wanted to look away, to hide from the pain he'd caused, but he forced himself to meet her gaze. He deserved every second of this moment, every ounce of guilt churning in his gut. Dash let the words slip out like a slow exhale. "Shit." His shoulders sagged as the weight of what he'd done crashed over him. "I'm sorry, Kim. I'm a piece of garbage." He turned away, his feet carrying him a few unsteady steps toward the darkness between the trees. The jungle night pressed in around him, but he barely noticed. All he could feel was the sick churning in his gut, the sharp sting of shame that made him want to keep walking until the vegetation swallowed him whole. "Sorry," he muttered again, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. His head felt oddly clear now, like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over him. The clarity only made things worse. There was no haze of anger left to hide behind, just the raw knowledge of how badly he'd messed up. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to disappear into the shadows and avoid facing what he'd done. But he knew that was the coward's way out. With effort, he made himself turn back around and meet Kim's eyes. The hurt he saw there hit him like a physical blow. Tears tracked down her cheeks, catching the dim light that filtered through the canopy. But there was steel beneath that pain. Her jaw was set, her arms crossed tight across her chest. She wasn't cowering or trying to make herself small. Instead, she stood tall, radiating a quiet strength that made him feel even smaller. Her silence spoke volumes. She didn't need to say a word. Her stance and expression told him exactly how deeply his actions had cut. But she wasn't breaking. Whatever he'd thrown at her, she was going to weather it standing on her own 2 feet. Kim's voice cut through the humid night air, sharp with determination. We're not leaving this island until we've secured the safety of the islanders and a DNA sample for testing. End of story. Her hands balled into fists at her sides as she spoke, knuckles going white with tension. Dash stared back at her, sweat gleaming on his forehead in the dim light. The jungle pressed in around them, alive with chirping insects and rustling leaves. Neither of them moved for several long seconds, both wrestling with the weight of what she was suggesting. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, partly from the oppressive heat, and partly from the emotions coursing through them. The enormity of the situation, armed soldiers hunting unknown natives, identical faces watching from the shadows, blood already spilled on both sides, felt like a physical presence between them. Finally, Dash's shoulders relaxed slightly. His head bobbed in a slow nod as he accepted the inevitable. "Okay," he said, the word coming out soft but certain. He drew in a deep breath that seemed to steady him before repeating, "Okay, first thing in the morning we'll find Vertanen. We'll do whatever it takes to keep him from doing anything horrible." He held out his hand, palm up. "Deal?" Kim hesitated as if testing his sincerity and then nodded. "Deal." "Good." Dash nodded curtly. "Now let's get some damn sleep." Chapter 57. Kim. The gunfire ripped through the pre-dawn silence like thunder, jolting Kim and Dash from their restless sleep. They scrambled up from their bed of leaves and vines, hearts racing as the sharp cracks echoed through the trees. All traces of exhaustion vanished in that burst of adrenaline. Without a word between them, they plunged into the jungle's gray shadows. The humid air clung to their skin as they dodged between massive trunks and ducked under low-hanging branches. Neither one seemed to care about the noise they made, crushing leaves, snapping twigs, batting aside vegetation that whipped back at their faces. Kim couldn't help noticing how quickly Dash had abandoned his careful talk about staying safe. For someone who had spent the previous night arguing they should leave the island, he sure didn't hesitate to charge straight toward danger. She bit back the urge to point out this contradiction, though. She recognized the guilt driving him forward, his need to make up for his cruel words about cancer research. The jungle pressed in around them as they ran, still caught between night and morning. Dash led the way, his form barely visible in the dim light filtering through the canopy above. His feet found purchase on the uneven ground with surprising grace, like he'd forgotten all his earlier complaints about the terrain. More gunshots cracked through the air ahead of them, closer now. The sound sent birds exploding from the trees in panic, their wings beating frantically as they escaped into the lightning sky. Kim and Dash picked up their pace, driven by the urgency in those sharp reports. Whatever was happening, they needed to reach it fast. Kim's lungs burned as she pushed herself to move faster through the dense jungle. The sounds of gunfire urged her forward, each shot making her heart race faster. Apparently, the group had stayed close, or made concentric circles near where Kim and Dash had been camping, because it seemed Jonas's group wasn't far ahead. Branches whipped at her face and vines grabbed at her ankles, but she refused to slow down. Without warning, the thick vegetation ended. Kim stumbled as her feet hit open ground, nearly pitching face first into the small clearing. Her legs trembled from exhaustion as she caught her balance. Dash skidded to a stop beside her, and they both froze at the scene laid out before them, for Tannen and his men had formed a tight circle in the middle of the clearing. Inside their ring of weapons stood a single native, his small frame looking even tinier compared to the soldiers surrounding him. The islander couldn't have been more than 16 or 17. Multicolored paint or dye decorated his bared chest and arms in swirling patterns that caught the filtered sunlight. He crouched low to the ground, moving with the fluid grace of a cornered animal. A crude spear clutched in his hand swept back and forth as he rotated slowly, facing each soldier in turn. His face, identical to all the others they'd seen watching from the trees, she was sure of it now, was twisted into a fierce snarl. A deep animal growl rumbled from his throat as he jabbed his spear toward anyone who shifted position. His dark eyes darted between the soldiers, never settling in one place for long. Everything about his movements screamed of barely contained panic mixed with desperate courage. The young native's chest heaved with each ragged breath, sweat making the paint on his skin glisten. He looked like a wild creature backed into a corner, terrified but ready to fight to the death if pushed too far. Every time a soldier twitched or shifted their stance, the boy's muscles bunched tight beneath his skin. His dark eyes darted between the armed men, tracking each tiny movement like a trapped animal searching for escape. Sweat trickled down his temples despite the shade, leaving clean trails through the dirt on his face. The soldiers kept their weapons trained on him, muzzles following his smallest motion. Their faces were hard masks of concentration, fingers hovering near triggers. The humid air crackled with tension as both sides waited to see who would make the first wrong move. "Vertanen!" Kim's shout ripped through the jungle air. She barely recognized the desperate sound that came from her own throat, raw and primal, born of pure instinct rather than conscious thought. The big Northman turned toward them with deliberate slowness. His broad shoulders tensed beneath his tactical vest as he fixed them with an icy stare. He didn't even try to hide his annoyance at the interruption, his jaw working as he ground his teeth together. The gravelly voice cut through the humid air, making Kim and Dash freeze mid-step. Jonas emerged from behind a massive tree trunk, his rifle hanging loose but ready at his side.
"Ah, so you've caught up to us. I had assumed you both would have made for Redmayne's yacht by now."
Kim couldn't stop herself from shooting Dash a knowing look, her lips quirking up at one corner. Their earlier argument about leaving flashed through her mind, but she kept her expression neutral as she turned back to face the big Finn. No point letting him know about their disagreements. "We didn't even consider it," she said, the lie rolling smoothly off her tongue. "Not with you and your hoodlums loose on the island. What is happening here?" Jonas's face twisted into an ugly sneer. Sweat ran down his temples in steady streams, plastering his short hair to his forehead. His tactical vest was dark with moisture where it pressed against his chest. Jonas Vertanen's massive frame loomed over Kim as he stepped closer, dead leaves crackling beneath his boots. His face twisted with barely contained rage as he spoke, each word coming out in a low growl.
"I do not owe an explanation to you."
The jungle air felt thick between them, heavy with tension.
"And the answer should be obvious. This is the man we shot at when we first arrived. This is the man who killed my soldier with a spear."
"You're wrong," Kim said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt, refusing to be intimidated by the big Finn's aggressive stance.
"Wrong?"
Vertanen threw his head back and let out a harsh bark of laughter that sent birds scattering from nearby branches. His eyes narrowed as he glared down at her, lip curling with disdain.
"Look at him. Identical. I would know this bastard's face anywhere."
Kim stood her ground, despite the way her heart hammered against her ribs. She knew what she'd seen, what they'd all seen if they'd been paying attention. "That's just it," she pressed on. "Haven't you noticed that they all look the same? It's an island full of identical people." The words hung in the humid air between them for a long moment. Vertanen's expression shifted from anger to disbelief, then back to anger again. Finally, his face cracked, and rough laughter burst from his chest, the sound echoing off the surrounding trees. Chapter 58. Kim. When Jonas Vertanen finally caught his breath, he wiped tears from his eyes with one meaty hand. His voice dripped with mockery as he spoke to Kim.
"I have heard many stupid things in my time, but that is one I will remember, and repeat over pints and pubs all over the world."
He jabbed a thick finger toward her face, all traces of humor vanishing.
"Please,
I may not be a doctor, but do not insult my intelligence with these wild tales."
Kim's voice rang out sharp and clear in the humid air, now addressing everyone gathered. "I am telling the truth, and I have the video evidence to prove it." Her fingers tightened around the camera as she held it up like a shield between them.
"Nonsense!"
Jonas spat the word through clenched teeth, his weathered face twisted with rage. She pressed on, determined to make them see reason. And besides, if he is the one who was wounded, where is his injury now? Her words picked up speed as the logic tumbled out. We saw blood on the elephant ear leaves earlier. Why isn't this man bleeding?
"That is—"
Jonas started to reply, but Kim cut him off before he could build up steam. She wasn't done laying out her case. "And the man who killed your soldier left his spear behind." She gestured toward their captive, who stood silently watching the exchange. "This man still has his weapon." The simple observation hung in the air between them, daring anyone to argue with such clear evidence.
"I am sure they have more than one spear each."
"Listen!" Kim's voice cracked as she fought to keep her composure. After everything they'd been through, she couldn't believe she had to explain basic human decency to this trigger-happy giant. "You can't kill this man!" Vertanen spun round so fast, his boots kicked up dead leaves from the jungle floor. His massive frame seemed to grow even larger as he stalked toward her, each step crushing vegetation beneath his feet. Everything about his movement screamed predator, shoulders hunched, hands curled into meaty fists, eyes blazing with barely contained violence. Kim's legs trembled with the urge to back away. Every survival instinct screamed at her to put distance between herself and the approaching mountain of muscle and rage. But she locked her knees and held firm, lifting her chin to meet his glare. Running now would only make things worse.
"Kill him!"
Vertanen's laugh held no humor as he towered over her. His breath hit her face in hot puffs that reeked of stale coffee and protein bars.
"Oh no, I am not planning to kill him."
The way he emphasized those words made Kim's stomach clench. There were worse things than death, especially in a place like this. Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended when she asked, "Then what?" His answering smile showed too many teeth. Even as she asked, Kim knew the truth. They were taking this man back to Redmayne, where he'd be poked and prodded like some lab rat. The thought made her stomach roll. This wasn't about collecting samples anymore. This was kidnapping, pure and simple. She tried to imagine what they'd do to him once they got him back to the mainland. Lock him in a sterile room, run tests day and night, treat him like a specimen instead of a human being. The possibilities made her head spin and her throat close up. All her hopes about just needing DNA samples crashed down around her. A simple cheek swab or hair sample would have been one thing, but this was something else entirely. Something dark and cruel that went against everything she believed in as a scientist and a human being. "You can't," she said, the words bursting out before she could stop them. "This man is free, here on his island." Vertanen's laugh was harsh and dismissive, like he was dealing with a child who didn't understand basic facts. His massive frame seemed to swell with contempt as he gestured at their captive.
"Look at him," the big Finn sneered. "He's a savage. He has lived his entire life on this island, as have countless generations before him. He knows nothing."
A cruel smile twisted his lips.
"Leaving this place may even be an adventure for him."
The casual racism in his words made Kim's skin crawl. She wanted to scream at him to make him see how wrong this was, but the cold look in his eyes told her it would be useless. To Vertanen, their prisoner wasn't even human, just another specimen to be collected, like pressing a butterfly between glass. "Listen," Kim repeated, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "We are not taking him with us. We get a DNA sample and then we leave." Her hands trembled slightly as she spoke.
the weight of their situation pressing down on her. Then she heard Dash's quiet voice beside her. "Kim." She turned toward him, but his attention was fixed on something else. Following his gaze, she spotted two soldiers moving toward the young native, their weapons raised. The way they stalked forward made her stomach clench. They weren't planning to take him alive. "Stop! Don't!" Her warning died in her throat as the native exploded into action. Like a coiled spring suddenly released, he shot forward and drove his spear deep into the first soldier's stomach. The wounded man's scream echoed through the trees, a sound of pure agony that made birds take flight. The native's body moved with fluid grace as he gripped the spear jutting from the soldier. His muscles coiled like a snake about to strike, and then he exploded upward. The wooden shaft bent under his weight, but held firm as he used it to vault himself skyward. His feet cleared the dying man's head, just as the soldier's legs began to buckle. Chapter 59. Kim. Time seemed to slow as the attacker twisted through the air. His body rotated with the precision of an Olympic gymnast, each movement perfectly controlled despite the chaos erupting around him. The jungle itself appeared to hold its breath as he spun, watching this deadly aerial dance play out. The native's feet slammed down onto the falling soldier's shoulders with bone-crushing force. The impact drove both men toward the ground, though only one would ever get up again. Panic took over as the second soldier witnessed his companion's brutal death. His finger squeezed the trigger, sending his rifle into full auto. The weapon bucked in his hands as it spat out a stream of hot lead, but fear made his aim wild and unsteady. Instead of finding their intended target, the bullets tore into his fallen comrade's chest. The dying man's body jerked and danced under the impacts like a grotesque marionette. Each round punched through flesh and bone until, finally, mercifully, he went completely still. The jungle's constant symphony of birds and insects died away, leaving behind an unnatural silence. Only the soft ping of spent brass hitting the ground broke the quiet. The empty shells bounced and rolled across the leaves, their metallic notes seeming to mock the senseless death they just caused. Virtanen spun away from Kim, his massive frame moving with surprising speed as he charged into the circle of soldiers. His voice boomed through the humid air. "Hold your fire, you damn fools! You'll kill each other!" "Too late to play nice now," Dash muttered, shaking his head with disgust. "These trigger-happy idiots." The native's raw scream ripped through the humid air, primal and fierce. Before anyone could react, he twisted and shot into the trees, moving with the fluid grace of a jungle cat. His bare feet barely seemed to touch the ground as he disappeared between the massive trunks. "After him!" Virtanen's bellow echoed off the dense canopy above. "Don't let that bastard get away!" His face had gone red with rage, spittle flying from his lips as he screamed. The whole group surged forward as one, crashing through the undergrowth in pursuit. Vines snapped and branches whipped at their faces as they ran. Kim's legs burned with effort as she tried to keep up, her boots slipping on the damp ground. As she passed the fallen soldier, she couldn't help glancing down at his broken body. His eyes stared sightlessly at the jungle canopy, chest crushed and still. No help needed there. He was already gone. Virtanen took the lead, plowing through the vegetation like an enraged elephant. Leaves and branches exploded in his wake as he charged forward, leaving a path of destruction for the others to follow. His guttural swearing mixed with the sound of splintering wood as he barreled deeper into the jungle's shadowy heart. The rest of them struggled to keep up, gasping in the thick air as they ran. Dead leaves crunched beneath their boots while thorns snagged at their clothes. Branches whipped their faces, leaving stinging welts across exposed skin. The jungle seemed determined to slow them down, throwing every obstacle it could in their path. But Virtanen's fury drove them onward, deeper into the emerald maze of trees and vines. The Finn charged ahead like a raging bull, crushing vegetation beneath his massive frame. His breath came in angry snorts that reminded Kim of a locomotive building up steam. She watched his broad back as he plowed forward, her mind racing. He's out of his mind, she thought. The question of how to stop someone twice her size, armed to the teeth and clearly unhinged, kept spinning through her head without finding an answer. Each thundering step he took made the problem more urgent. Just as she was sure they'd lost whatever Vertanen was chasing, Kim's nostrils twitched. A new smell cut through the heavy jungle air, making her slower pace. The others must have caught it too. Their footsteps faltered as everyone tried to identify the strange scent. The jungle pressed in around her with its familiar cocktail of smells. Rotting leaves filled her nostrils, mixing with the earthy dampness that never seemed to fade. The sour stink of unwashed men drifted on the humid air, a reminder of how long they'd been trudging through this endless green maze. But something else tickled her nose, a scent that didn't match the steamy world of vines and scattered sunlight. It felt wrong here, out of place among the natural aromas of the rainforest. Dash materialized beside her like a ghost, his boots making no sound on the damp ground. His shoulder brushed against hers as he leaned in close. "You smell that?" The words barely carried past his lips, barely louder than a breath. She gave a short nod, keeping her own voice equally soft. "Yeah, I was just noticing. What is that?" "Smoking fish. We're near a village." The words hit her like a punch to the gut. After everything they'd seen, after the blood already spilled, she knew exactly what being near a village meant. Her throat went tight as she whispered two simple words that carried the weight of impending tragedy. "Oh no." Dash's face twisted as he considered the situation. "Yeah, I think this is where we're going to need to stop whatever's about to happen, if you catch my drift." "I caught it," Kim said, shifting her weight on the damp ground. "And I'm hanging on for dear life. Did you see Vertanen? He's like a madman." She couldn't keep the worry from her voice as much as she tried. "He's always been one," Dash said, keeping his voice low despite being well away from the others. "But yeah, I know what you mean. I think we—" His words faded as something caught his attention, making him lean forward and squint into the dense vegetation. Kim watched his face carefully, trying to read whatever had made him stop mid-sentence. The jungle's constant buzz of insects filled the silence between them as Dash processed whatever he'd spotted through the trees. His expression shifted from confusion to recognition, eyes widening slightly. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "There it is." Chapter 60. Kim. Through the trees, Kim spotted the village. Her heart skipped. While she still felt the threat this island presented, it was incredible to experience something like this. The collection of primitive shelters sat in a natural clearing, like nature itself had carved out this pocket of civilization. But this was just the beginning. As her eyes tracked up the mountainside, she spotted more clusters of huts, their thatched roofs barely visible through the thick canopy. Dozens of settlements, all connected by thin trails that snake between the trees. Some perched on natural ledges, others tucked into valleys, all of them scattered across the slope like seeds thrown by some giant hand. The nearest village was their target, but knowing there were so many others terrified her. How many people lived up there? How many eyes might be watching them right now? The mountain suddenly felt more crowded than she'd imagined, and a lot more dangerous. The structures looked like they could be torn down in minutes, just 4 poles jabbed into the earth with single slanted roof. No walls, no comfort, no permanence. They formed a neat half-circle, as if huddling around the massive fire pit at its center. Smoke twisted up from the pit in lazy ribbons, carrying a scent that made Kim's mouth water instantly. The aroma of seasoned fish hit her like a punch to the gut. Those clever wooden pyramids towered over the flames, looking like some ancient cooking contraption with their ladder-like rungs running up each side. Fresh fillets of fish hung across every level, dripping fat that sizzled when it hit the coals below. The meat was turning this perfect shade of golden brown, and the smoke swirling around it promised the kind of meal people dream about. Kim's stomach let out a loud growl, and she pressed a hand against it. That sorry excuse for dinner at the clearing, some kind of mystery meat that could have been anything, felt like ages ago. But she couldn't think about food right now, couldn't let her guard down for even a second. The hunger would have to wait. She narrowed her eyes and forced herself to focus on the scene playing out in front of her. One slip up here, one tiny mistake, and she wouldn't have to worry about being hungry ever again, because she'd be dead. Half-naked bodies moved through the village center like bronze sculptures come to life. Women crouched over cooking fires, the smoke rising in thin wisps against the afternoon heat. Kids darted between the simple thatch-roofed huts, their laughter echoing across the clearing. These people were tiny. Kim had never seen adults so small. The tallest among them barely reached her shoulder, maybe 5.5 feet if she was being generous. Most wore nothing but simple cord belts around their waists, their skin darkened and weathered from a lifetime under the jungle sun. A mother scooped up a crying toddler, balancing the child on her hip as she stirred something in a clay pot. 2 older women sat cross-legged in the dirt, weaving what looked like palm fronds into baskets. It was like stepping back in time, watching these people living exactly as their ancestors had for countless generations. "Insular dwarfism," she muttered, her eyes locked on the villagers across the clearing. A creepy thought had clicked in her brain. How small everything was here. The houses, the people, even their damn livestock. "What?" Dash whispered next to her, shifting behind the thick trunk of a banyan tree. She waved her hand to shut him up, not wanting to risk being heard. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the trees, giving them decent cover, but sound carried far in the jungle. The men gathering for their evening meal moved with a practiced grace, their weapons held loose but ready. Most gripped wooden spears tipped with what looked like sharpened bone. A few had simple bows slung across their backs, quivers of arrows riding at their hips. She couldn't tell if they were ready for trouble or if this was just how they lived, armed and watchful even at dinner time. Either way, it made her nervous. She couldn't help but notice how fit they all were, not a single heavy person among them. Their skin gleamed in the sunlight as they moved, every one of them looking like they'd stepped out of a fitness magazine. Muscles rippled beneath that skin, speaking of lives spent in constant motion. These people might have been primitive by Western standards, maybe even savage if you listened to what some folks said. But looking at them now, she could see the truth. They were doing just fine without all the trappings of civilization. She didn't know if these people would attack them now or wait until after their visit ended, but judging by the history of the place Dash and Joe Carville had given her, an attack was imminent. Perhaps not. Perhaps they had miraculously escaped death because they made it past the beach. It was possible these people didn't like visitors and killed anyone who came too close to their island, but didn't kill those who made it onto land, a rite of passage of sorts. The thought hit her hard. This was their turf, their home. If she and her team were now just visitors here, temporary guests on an island these people had lived on for generations, they needed to start acting like it and fast. The sooner everyone understood that, the better their chances of getting through this alive. Virtanen crashed through the trees like a runaway freight train, his massive frame breaking into the clearing without a hint of stealth or common sense. So much for playing it cool. Chapter 61. Kim. Dash jerked forward, ready to chase after the big idiot, but Kim's fingers latched onto his wrist. He shot her a look that said it all. "Weren't you the one pushing to stop this whole thing? Now you're hitting the brakes?" "Let's see what he does first," she whispered, keeping her voice low. Maybe Virtanen would surprise them. Maybe he'd show an ounce of subtlety for once. But watching him storm across the open space like an angry bull, Kim wasn't counting on it. Following his rather dramatic entrance, Virtanen slowed upon entering the village. His boots kicked up little puffs of dust with each step, and the villagers scattered like spooked chickens. Once he reached the center of the village, near the massive cooking fire, he stopped altogether and looked around, assessing the situation. The way his head snapped from side to side reminded Kim of a predator searching for prey, not exactly the diplomatic approach they'd discussed. Virtanen spun in place, taking in every detail of the village square. His stomach dropped as the horrible reality sank in. She was right. These people weren't just familiar, they were carbon copies. Same height, same build, same vacant stare that seemed to look right through him. Even their clothes matched, down to the worn spots on their shoes. He completed his turn. The villagers moved like puppets on invisible strings, their faces a sea of identical masks, and now all those masks were turning toward him. Kim watched, frozen in place. A very pregnant woman walked right past Virtanen like he wasn't even there. No glance, no hesitation, nothing. Like he was invisible. Virtanen's jaw dropped. His eyes tracked the woman's every move, and he didn't seem to notice or care that the village warriors were closing in on him, spears raised and ready. His whole world had narrowed to this one impossible thing happening right in front of him. The soldiers snapped into action, rushing to form a protective circle around their leader. Every muscle in Kim's body screamed at her to run out there, to do something, anything. The same impulse she just stopped Dash from acting on minutes ago. But she stayed put, forcing herself to think instead of react. Kim's heart skipped as the pregnant woman darted into the shelter, one of those rare safe spots with 4 solid walls. Smart move. At least someone had their head on straight in this mess. The soldiers fanned out with practiced efficiency, weapons trained on the warriors who'd formed a loose circle around them. Cold steel met primitive spears in a deadly standoff, and the air crackled with tension. But Virtanen was caught in the middle of it all, and Kim could see the problem clear as day. The native warriors had him nearly boxed in, and if bullets started flying, he'd be cut down in the crossfire. There'd be no clean shots, just chaos and bodies hitting the ground. "Put down your spears," Virtanen ordered. He clearly knew they wouldn't understand the words, but perhaps hoped the authoritative tone of his voice would be enough to get the message across. But no one moved to obey. The standoff dragged on, sweat rolling down faces in the humid jungle air. Seconds stretched like minutes. From the shelter behind them came the first screams. The pregnant woman's labor had started. More screams pierced the air as the sun crawled higher. The warriors didn't flinch. But Kim saw several of them shift uncomfortably as the woman's cries grew more intense. A minute passed, then 2. The screaming continued, punctuated by periods of eerie quiet. Virtanen kept his cool, an incredible feat to Kim considering how vulnerable he currently was. But every small step he tried to make in one direction was matched by the villagers. It seemed the standoff would continue forever. The shelter fell dead quiet, like someone had hit a cosmic mute button. Kim spotted movement. The woman was coming out of the hut now, holding something small. The baby. The sun caught the child as the woman turned it over, studying it with care. Her face dropped and she frowned. Whatever she saw, it wasn't good. Dash jabbed Kim with his elbow, keeping his voice low. "Do you have any idea what's going on here?" "Not the foggiest," Kim whispered back, her skin crawling. "But I can tell you one thing, I don't like it, not one bit." The whole scene had Virtanen and his soldiers on edge too. These weren't the confident troops who'd stormed in earlier. Now they were shifting around like nervous school kids, their eyes bouncing everywhere at once, as if expecting trouble to jump out from behind every corner. Not good, Kim thought. Nervous people do stupid things. The pregnant woman drew every eye in the clearing as she walked. Her movements were deliberate, purposeful, as if performing a ritual rather than simply crossing the village. The morning sun caught the sweat on her skin, making her glow as she moved through patches of light filtering through the jungle canopy. Her attention stayed locked on someone at the far edge of the clearing, a weathered man who stood slightly bent like a tree that had weathered countless storms. Though his posture suggested age, his body remained strong and lean, a testament to the villager's healthy lifestyle. Deep wrinkles mapped his face like dried riverbeds, and his hair had gone mostly gray, but his eyes were sharp and alert. Kim studied the group, gathered around the old man more carefully. The children huddled close to him like ducklings to their mother, but there was something deeply unsettling about their appearance. Their feet caught her attention first. Crude wooden shoes that made hollow clicking sounds as the kids shifted their weight from side to side. But it was their faces that really made her skin crawl. Several wore strange wooden squares strapped on like masks or shields, clearly handmade and ill-fitting. The children kept reaching up to adjust them, squirming against the rough edges, but each time they did, the old man would quietly push their hands away. The longer Kim watched, the more pieces started falling into place. It wasn't like a cartoon light bulb appearing over her head or some mystical vision, just the slow dawn of understanding as her brain connected the dots. Her heart started racing as the implications became clear. She spun toward Dash so fast her dark hair whipped around her face. Her eyes were huge, like she just discovered something amazing. "I think I know." "Huh?" Dash kept his eyes on the scene unfolding in the village, barely glancing her way. The excitement made her voice shake. "I think I know the answer." "Babe, we're on the verge of a massive showdown here. I don't think this is the time for—" "Wait." Kim's hand shot out and grabbed his arm, squeezing hard enough to make him look at her. "What did you just call me?" Chapter 62. Kim. Dash's forehead wrinkled in confusion, his attention split between her strange behavior and the chaos in front of them. "I don't know. Kim, I guess?" "No," she said, smiling despite the tension. "No, you didn't call me Kim. But like you said, we need to focus. Right now, we've got to shut this whole thing down and get everyone back to the yacht before it turns ugly." Dash shifted his weight from foot to foot, glancing between Kim and the village. His jaw was tight, and she could tell he was fighting the urge to charge straight in. "Yeah, getting out of here sounds great, but there's no way Virtanen's gonna—" "Stay back!" The shout split the air like thunder, making them both jump. Through the leaves, Kim could see the situation in the village spinning out of control and her stomach twisted in knots. They were running out of time. Kim and Dash both jumped at the sudden, vicious roar from Virtanen. The sound cut through the tense silence like a thunderclap, making birds scatter from nearby trees. Without warning, Virtanen moved with surprising speed for such a big man. He sidestepped the nearest warrior, who was too shocked to react, and lunged toward the group near the old man. His meaty hand shot out and snatched one of the children who'd been peacefully eating fish moments before. The metal of his .45 caliber gleamed in the filtered sunlight as he pressed it against the child's temple. The kid went rigid, eyes wide but silent. Virtanen began backing away, dragging the small body with him as he moved toward the jungle where his soldiers waited. "No one come any closer or the kid gets a bullet," he shouted. His voice cracked slightly, whether from fear or rage it was impossible to tell. Sweat ran down his face in thick rivulets, and his finger trembled against the trigger. The child dangled from Virtanen's grip, head tilted in curiosity at the strange metal thing pressed against its temple. The warriors, though, they knew. Maybe they'd seen guns before, or maybe animal instinct told them this thing meant death. Either way, their reaction was instant and chaotic. The village exploded into motion. Warriors bounced between attack and retreat, unable to commit to either. Some charged forward with raised spears, only to skid to a stop and scramble backward. Others just shouted and pointed, their voices mixing into a wall of noise that echoed through the jungle. A few seemed frozen in place, paralyzed by indecision. Through it all, Virtanen kept moving. Each backward step was measured and slow, the child locked tight against his chest like a shield. His face was a mask of determination, but his eyes darted left and right. He was playing this by ear, and it showed. His soldiers moved with him, an awkward dance of shuffling feet and raised weapons. They formed a rough circle around their leader, trying to watch every direction at once. Their training was good, but this wasn't anything they'd prepared for, not by a long shot. The gap between them and the village grew wider, foot by precious foot, but it didn't help. If anything, the natives got more worked up with each step. Their shouts grew louder, their movements more frantic. The warriors gripped their spears tighter, muscles tensing for action. This wasn't going to work. Not for long. Virtanen might have bought them a few minutes, but that was all. Something had to give, and when it did, it wouldn't be pretty. Not for anyone. "I don't see this ending well," Kim groaned, watching the chaos unfold before them. Her stomach churned as she watched Virtanen stumbling backward, dragging the confused child with him. "Nope," Dash agreed, his voice tight with tension. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, scanning the tree line. And oddly, right now is probably the safest moment we're going to get. He gestured toward the agitated warriors, their spears glinting in the morning light. "Once we all head back into the jungle to get back to the boats, we'll be fair game. These people know the jungle so much better than we do." He swallowed hard, then added, "They'll pick us off basically at their own pleasure." Kim chewed her lower lip as she watched the chaos unfolding before her. Her stomach churned at what she was about to suggest, but they were running out of options. The natives were getting more agitated by the second, and Virtanen's trigger finger looked mighty twitchy. "Maybe we can trade the kid for safe passage," she said quietly, unable to meet Dash's eyes. The words felt like acid in her mouth. "Whoa, look at you," Dash said, raising his eyebrows. "That seems pretty hardcore." Kim's shoulders tensed. "Look, I just want to get out of here without anyone else getting killed. I'm willing to stretch my principles a little, okay?" She ran her fingers through her hair, trying to push away the guilt already creeping in. "Fine by me," Dash said with a shrug. "But good luck getting Virtanen to agree and then make that understood by the natives." He gestured toward the clearing where spears were being brandished with increasing intensity. "They're pretty pissed. Oh, and they don't speak English." "Good point. Okay, here's the plan then." Kim's mind raced as she formulated a strategy, her fingers drumming against her thigh. The sun's heat pressed down on them both as they crouched in the undergrowth. Dash's lips curled into that cocky grin she usually found infuriating. Right now, she didn't have time for it. "It's sexy when you take charge," he said, his voice low and teasing despite the chaos unfolding before them. Kim shot him a look that could have melted steel. "Shut up. I need you to stall them for a few minutes. Cause a distraction or something." Her eyes darted along the tree line as she worked out the angles, the distances, the best path through the chaos that was about to unfold. "And you?" Dash leaned closer, pressing his shoulder against hers. The teasing note in his voice from earlier had disappeared, replaced by that edge of worry she noticed creeping in more and more since they'd first stepped foot on this damn island. "Don't worry about it." She kept her voice low, still focused on mapping her route through the village. "I think we've progressed a little beyond me not worrying about it." His fingers brushed against her arm, trying to get her attention. "Just do it." She refused to look at him, knowing if she did, she might hesitate, might second-guess what needed to be done. Dash let out a low growl that rumbled in his chest. "Fine, I'm in." Chapter 63. Dash. Dash watched Kim vanish into the jungle shadows, and his gut twisted into knots. He hated not knowing what she was planning, but there wasn't time to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath,
He stepped out of his hiding spot and into the clearing. "Ladies and gentlemen!" His voice boomed across the village like a carnival barker's. "What an amazing turnout we have here today!" He spread his arms wide, playing up the showman act as he moved closer to Virtanen and the hostage child. The natives froze, spears half raised, clearly thrown off by this strange new development. A few exchanged confused glances, while others kept their weapons trained on the intruder who just appeared from nowhere. "And boy, do we have a show for you!" Dash continued his slow approach, keeping his movements casual and non-threatening. "Direct from the far corners of the civilized world, we bring you the spectacular display of—" He trailed off as he reached for Tannen's side. His voice dropped to a harsh whisper as he grabbed the larger man's arm. "What in God's name are you doing?" He tightened his grip, forcing Virtanen to meet his eyes. "You're a professional. You do jobs for money. Since when did that include grabbing kids?" The muscles in Virtanen's jaw twitched as he glared at Dash, but he didn't loosen his hold on the child. Sweat ran down his face in thick streams, and his trigger finger was white from pressure. Dash could only hope Kim's plan, whatever it was, would work fast, because right now, they were one wrong move away from everything going straight to hell. The tension hung thick in the humid air, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Virtanen jerked away, the big man's face twisted with disgust as he rounded on Dash, his massive frame blocking out the filtered sunlight. The child still dangled from his grip, silent but wide-eyed. "And what would you know about being a soldier, eh?" Virtanen's voice dripped with contempt. His free hand balled into a fist at his side, knuckles going white. "You think you know about war? About fighting for something?" He took a menacing step forward, and Dash had to force himself not to back away. Virtanen's eyes were wild now, darting between Dash and the warriors who watched their every move. "I know who you are," he spat. "Your daddy was a soldier, but you were never anything." His lip curled into a sneer as he looked Dash up and down. "Now get away from me before I break you in half." Dash's voice hardened as he stepped closer to Virtanen. Gone was any hint of his usual smart-ass attitude. His words came out slow and deliberate, each one weighted with pure ice. "This isn't right, Virtanen. You do this, and I will make sure the entire world knows it. You'll never be a free man again. Your face will be known by billions as the piece of shit who killed it." The big man's reaction was explosive. Virtanen's massive hand shot out like a striking snake, catching Dash square in the chest and sending him stumbling backward. The pistol left the child's temple, swinging around to point directly between Dash's eyes. "I have heard more than enough from your stupid mouth," Virtanen snarled. His finger tightened on the trigger and a thin smile spread across his face. "You are going to return to the dust you came from." This was not the first time Dash had looked down the barrel of a gun. He'd lost count of how many times he'd stared into that dark circle of death over the years. But this was the first time he'd gotten distracted while someone was pointing a weapon at his head. Usually, having a gun aimed at you tended to focus the mind pretty sharply. Everything else just faded away until your whole world narrowed down to that single point of metal that could end your life in an instant. But right now, Dash couldn't keep his eyes from darting past Virtanen's shoulder, because there was Kim, sliding out from behind one of those simple thatch huts like a ghost, gripping a spear in her hands. She moved with the kind of fluid grace that came from years of training, each step careful and precise. Jonas let out a harsh bark of laughter that made Dash's skin crawl. "Nice try, but it's not going to work." "Beg pardon?" Dash kept his voice steady, casual even, as if they were just having a friendly chat. "Looking over my shoulder." Virtanen's lip curled into a sneer. "You're trying to make me think that someone is sneaking up behind me." Commander?" One of the soldiers spoke up, his voice tight with worry. "You might want to—" Dash could only watch, frozen in place, as Kim charged toward the group with a spear held out like a lance. Her face was twisted in a grimace as she drove the weapon into Virtanen's broad back. The sharp point punched through his combat vest, making the fabric bulge outward the other side without quite breaking through. A weirdly calm thought drifted through Dash's mind. Man, that's nasty. He felt strangely disconnected from the violence playing out in front of him, like he was watching it all on TV. Kim, though, her face told a different story. She looked ready to lose her breakfast all over her boots. Virtanen's expression shifted like a kaleidoscope as the spear found its mark. First came the wide-eyed shock, then burning anger, followed by confusion as his brain tried to process what had happened. Finally, raw pain took over as his massive frame started to crumple. His knees hit the dirt first, sending up little puffs of dust. As his body folded in on itself, Virtanen managed to force out 3 final words through clenched teeth. Each one came out like a death rattle. Kill them all. Chapter 64. Dash. The clearing erupted in violence. Soldiers opened fire as warriors charged forward with spears raised, their war cries mixing with the sharp crack of gunshots. Blood misted the air, painting dark patterns across leaves and grass. If Dash had thought the scene was crazy before, this was pure mayhem. Bodies slammed together in desperate hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers' training meant nothing now. Their guns were useless at point-blank range, and the warriors pressed in close enough to smell their sweat. Women burst from their huts wielding stone knives, clay pots, even spears. They moved like demons, darting between the larger combatants to slash and stab wherever they found an opening. One soldier went down screaming as a pot shattered against his skull, ceramic shards slicing deep. The warriors knew their business. They'd closed the distance so fast the soldiers never had a chance to form up properly. Now it was just scattered clusters of men fighting for their lives, the jungle air thick with powder smoke and the copper stench of blood. Through the chaos, Dash watched a soldier empty his rifle into a charging warrior at point-blank range. The native dropped, but 2 more took his place instantly, their spears finding gaps in the soldier's body armor. The man's scream cut off in a wet gurgle as he fell. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was a slaughter. I think it's time we got the hell out of here, he thought. Dash sprinted toward Kim, his heart hammering against his ribs. She stood frozen in place, her face a mask of horror. An arrow whistled past his ear, close enough that he felt the wind of its passing. He dropped his head instinctively, but kept running. A warrior stepped into his path, brandishing a wooden club that looked capable of caving in skulls. Dash didn't slow down. Instead, he pulled off a move straight from his college football days, a quick step left, then cutting hard right. He'd worried these guys might be too quick to fall for something so basic, especially after watching one of them spear that soldier earlier. But apparently nobody had introduced them to American sports. The fake-out worked perfectly. The warrior bit hard on the first move, leaving himself completely exposed. Dash drove his elbow into the guy's ear as he blew past, not even breaking stride. A quick glance back showed the man crumpling to the ground like his strings had been cut. When he reached Kim, Dash grabbed her arm, trying to snap her out of whatever trance she was in. She didn't react at first, just stood there, staring ahead with glassy eyes. He tightened his grip and shook her harder than he meant to, but they didn't have time to be gentle. "Hey!" he shouted in her face. "We have to go!" She looked at him, her face twisted in anguish. The expression hit him like a punch to the gut. He'd seen Kim scared before, seen her angry, but this was different. This was raw pain, the kind that comes from watching your worst fears play out right in front of you. "Dash, this is what we didn't want to happen." Her hand swept toward the clearing where chaos had erupted. Warriors darted between trees, spears glinting in the filtered sunlight. Screams and shouts echoed through the jungle, mixing with the sharp crack of gunfire. I know, he said, trying to keep his voice calm and steady, even though every nerve in his body screamed at him to run. He wanted to grab her shoulders and shake her, to yell that they needed to move now. Instead, he forced himself to speak softly, like he was talking to a spooked animal. "But there's nothing we can do now. Come on." The attack came without warning. A warrior burst from the underbrush behind them, launching himself through the air with incredible speed. He landed on Dash's back, wrapping around him like a living straitjacket. Dash stumbled forward under the sudden weight, struggling to stay upright as strong arms locked around his throat. Kim's scream pierced the air. She lunged forward, her fists flying in quick jabs at the warrior's sides. Her knuckles connected with solid muscle again and again as she tried to dislodge their attacker. "Get off!" she shouted between punches. "Get off!" Dash felt the warrior's arms snake around his neck from behind, muscular limbs constricting like pythons. He drove his elbow back, trying to connect with anything vital, but the man moved like water, flowing around each strike while maintaining that deadly grip. Stars began dancing at the edges of Dash's vision as his throat compressed. Pure survival instinct took over. Dash stumbled backward until he found a tree trunk, then slammed himself against it as hard as he could. The impact crushed his attacker between bark and body, forcing a sharp grunt from the warrior. Again and again, Dash rammed backward, each collision weakening the chokehold bit by bit. With a final wheeze, the warrior's grip broke. The man collapsed, sliding down the rough trunk to sprawl in the dirt. Dash didn't waste time checking if he was conscious. He spun around, grabbed Kim's hand, and started running. They crashed through the undergrowth together, branches whipping their faces as they fled deeper into the jungle. Their feet pounded against the damp earth, every step carrying them further from the fight and closer to what they hoped was safety. Neither dared look back to see if they were being followed. After running longer than either of them thought possible, Kim and Dash finally slowed to a stop. Their lungs burned, and sweat ran down their faces in thick streams. The sounds of fighting still echoed through the trees behind them, but at least no one seemed to be giving chase. Kim doubled over, hands on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. "Where?" she gasped out, each word a struggle. "Are we going?" Dash slumped against the nearest tree, his chest heaving. He closed his eyes and focused on getting his heart to slow down before it burst right out of his chest. After a few deep breaths, he opened his eyes again and looked around, trying to make sense of the dense jungle surrounding them. The thick canopy overhead blocked most of the sunlight, casting everything in a murky green glow. Trees stretched in every direction, their trunks wrapped in vines and their branches heavy with leaves. It all looked the same. No landmarks, no signs, just an endless sea of green. "Well," he said, wiping sweat from his forehead, "there's been a lot of moving around, and my strategy just now was mostly let's run this way. But while I don't know much about Menchel, I do know one thing." Kim straightened up, still breathing hard. "And that is?" "It's an island, and a small one at that." He gestured vaguely through the trees. "I'm pretty sure we're going in the generally correct direction, but even if I'm off, we'll still come to water. Then we can just follow the shore around until we find the boats." "If we're not found by islanders before then." "Ah, yes, well, that would certainly be unfortunate. Those dudes can fight like hell. I mean, listen." "The gunshots are fewer." "Exactly." "Fewer villagers to shoot?" "Or fewer soldiers." Kim shuddered. "Either way, it's absolutely horrific. I cannot believe this just happened. Any of it. That damn Vertanen." "Well, you fixed him," Dash said. "I never got a chance to thank you." "And I don't want you to. I did what had to be done, and now I never want to think about it again." Dash pulled away from the tree trunk, his whole body aching. Every muscle begged him to just lie down and sleep for about 1,000 years, but that wasn't happening. Not on this island. Not with these people hunting them. "Understood," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Let's keep moving." He gestured toward what he hoped was the right direction. The faster we find those boats, the better shot we have at getting out alive. They pushed through the dense jungle for what felt like forever. The sun climbed higher, turning the air thick and steamy. Just when Dash thought they might be completely lost, he heard it, the distant crash of waves against the shore. Their pace quickened, driven by that beautiful sound. 20 long minutes later, sunlight sparkled off blue water through the trees. Kim bounced on her toes, unable to contain her excitement. "You did it, Dash!" She grabbed his arm, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. He wanted to celebrate too, but experience had taught him better. "Hey, don't get ahead of yourself," he said, holding up his hands. "As much as I want to accept that trophy, let's see how far off I am from the boats first." Dash's internal compass turned out better than expected. While they didn't walk straight to the boats, they caught sight of them through the trees, a welcome glimpse of escape after everything they'd been through. Kim lit up at the sight. Her "thank you" came out soft and genuine, followed by a hug that caught Dash off guard. He wrapped his arms around her, breathing in the smell of salt air and jungle that clung to her hair. "Okay, now you can say it," he said, unable to hold back his grin. She smacked his arm but couldn't hide her own smile. The walk along the shore felt lighter somehow, their steps quickening as they neared the original landing zone. Working together, they shoved one of the boats back into the waves. The familiar purr of the engine starting up washed over them like a lullaby. As they pushed off into deeper water, the island seemed to shrink behind them. Neither of them looked back as the boat carried them toward the safety of open sea. Chapter 65. Dash. "I'm not going to pretend to be happy with how this turned out," Redmayne said flatly, after Kim and Dash recounted their time on Menchel. His weathered face looked even more lined than usual in the yacht's overhead lighting. "If anyone ever finds out about this, it could end my philanthropic endeavors, not to mention create some very inconvenient international tensions." They were sitting in Redmayne's office aboard the luxury yacht, a room that normally radiated power and wealth. Right now, though, with Kim and Dash slumped in the leather chairs, tracking jungle dirt onto the imported carpet, it felt more like a principal's office after a schoolyard fight. The air conditioning whirred softly overhead, but Dash could still feel sweat trickling down his back. His clothes were stiff with dried mud and other things he didn't want to think about. Next to him, Kim looked just as rough, her hair matted with leaves and debris, dark smudges under her eyes. All he wanted to do was to step into a shower and let steaming water wash away the grime and horror of the past hours. But Redmayne had insisted on an immediate briefing, promising to keep it short. The man's stern expression suggested this wouldn't be a comfortable conversation, no matter how brief. He drummed his fingers on the polished desktop, waiting for one of them to respond. The steady tapping seemed to grow louder with each passing second. Dash fought the urge to grab those drumming fingers and hold them still. His whole body ached for sleep, but here they were instead, getting grilled like naughty schoolchildren. "Blame it on Virtanen," Kim said. Her voice came out flat and tired. "His actions basically caused everything. Assuming..." She trailed off, leaving the thought hanging in the air between them. Redmayne's forehead wrinkled as he leaned forward in his chair. "Assuming what?" Kim met his eyes, and Dash could see the wheels turning in her head as she chose her next words carefully. "Assuming he was acting beyond orders," she finished. The implied question hung heavy in the room. Had Virtanen gone rogue, or had someone higher up authorized his actions? Dash didn't like either option, but he kept his mouth shut. He knew it was better to let Kim handle the talking. "Are you suggesting I might have sent those soldiers with the intention of wiping out the islanders?" Redmayne's voice came out sharp and cold, like ice breaking. Dash leaned back in his chair, keeping his face neutral.
He'd learned long ago that staying calm drove people crazy faster than any accusation. "Did you?" Red crept up Redmayne's neck as he glared across the desk. His perfectly pressed suit seemed ready to split at the seams from tension. "I resent having to answer that question, but no, I certainly did not." "And kidnapping?" Dash kept his tone light, almost casual. He could see the muscle twitching in Redmayne's jaw now. "What?" "Bringing a native back for study, research, and experimentation," Kim clarified. Dash watched Redmayne's face closely, looking for any crack in that polished exterior. The man was good at hiding his thoughts, but nobody was perfect. Everyone had tells if you knew where to look. Despite the horror in Kim's words, Redmayne threw back his head and laughed. The sound bounced off the stark white walls of his office, making Dash's skin crawl. "Oh, Dr. Kirby." Redmayne wiped at his eyes like Kim had just told the funniest joke he'd ever heard. "Pardon me for saying so, but you've been watching far too many movies." He leaned forward in his chair, spreading his hands on the polished desk between them. "Look, I am not the villain here. I am attempting to cure one of the world's most prolific killers." "People can do terrible things in pursuit of a good cause," Kim said. Her voice stayed steady, but Dash noticed her hands were balled into tight fists in her lap. She wasn't buying Redmayne's act any more than he was.
"Very true," Redmayne nodded, his smile never wavering. "But not in this case." He gestured between Kim and Dash like a teacher explaining something simple to slow students. "I sent you and Mr. Boone here in search of a DNA sample that might aid you in your research. Vertanen and the soldiers were there to keep you both alive. That was the extent of their orders." "And what about the directive to bring the subject back?" Dash asked. The words tasted sour in his mouth. He'd been holding on to that question since they'd first heard the transmission, letting it roll around in his head until he couldn't take it anymore. Redmayne nodded, his weathered face impossible to read. "Ah, so you heard that radio transmission." A heavy sigh escaped him as he leaned back in his leather chair, making it creak under his weight. The man's eyes had that far-away look they got when he was choosing his words carefully. "Well, I think we've got a lot more to talk about." Redmayne drummed his fingers on the polished desk, a habit Dash had noticed usually meant bad news was coming. "But first, let's get you cleaned up and fed." He pushed himself up from behind the desk, his movement clearly signaling the end of the conversation. The dismissal was obvious, typical Redmayne style, deciding when and how information would be shared. "Go to your quarters and shower. Dinner in 2 hours." The man's tone left no room for argument, though Dash had about 1,000,000 questions fighting to get out. But he knew better than to push. Redmayne would talk when he was good and ready, not a second before. Kim and Dash bolted from the office like they'd been shot from a cannon. Part 4. Chapter 66. Dash. Dash could feel the tension rolling off Kim in waves. She'd been quiet since the debriefing, which wasn't like her at all. Usually she'd be picking apart every detail, but now she just walked beside him, lost in thought. "Do you believe him?" she finally asked, breaking the silence. "About Vertanen acting beyond orders?" She nodded, her dark eyes searching his face for any hint of what he was thinking. Dash noticed she was walking closer to him than usual, like she needed the proximity for what was coming next. Dash shrugged, his mind still trying to piece together the puzzle of their target. "I have no idea. I haven't totally gotten a read on him yet. He's a bit of an enigma. He's absolutely right about his philanthropy. The guy gives away a ton of dough, but that doesn't make him a hero, or even a good person." He turned back to face Kim. "I think some rich people give money away for the tax benefits, but also to soothe a guilty conscience." "Of course, that raises our own moral conundrum," Kim said, her voice cutting through the tension in the room.
Dash said nothing, leaning back against the wall. He knew Kim well enough by now. She'd keep going without any push from him. Like clockwork, she continued, ready to launch into one of her trademark analytical deep dives. Like Redmayne said, if he was found to be responsible for what happened on the island, he'd become a pariah, whether or not there were legal ramifications. If we blow the whistle, we could be unintentionally depriving the many organizations who currently rely on Redmayne's money to continue their work. Easy, Doc, Dash said good-naturedly. You're getting perilously close to that whole greater good argument. Is that a bad thing? I have absolutely no idea. I'm no ethics scholar. My strategy right now is to hope we don't have to decide that issue. It's perfectly reasonable at this point to assume Virtanen acted alone, or, at worst, overinterpreted what Redmayne told him. Kim nodded slowly. Okay, we'll assume that for the time being, pending our more in-depth briefing after dinner. Besides, I feel so dirty and gross that it's difficult to even think clearly. And I'll want to be thinking clearly then because he's probably going to want to know what I've pieced together about the research. So you've put some things together? I think so, yes. It's all making more sense to me now. Dash wanted to ask something else, but they'd reached his door. His hand wrapped around the handle, hesitating. On impulse, he bent down to give Kim a quick peck on the cheek. Friendly, casual, safe. But Kim turned her head right then. Maybe by accident, maybe not. Their lips connected. And just like that, Dash was back at the watchtower in Great Nicobar, his heart racing just like it had that first time. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to hold on to the moment. A small whimper escaped Kim's throat. That tiny sound hit him like a shockwave, making his knees weak and his mind go blank. He jerked back, knowing if he didn't stop now, he wouldn't be able to stop at all. We should, the words came out rough and shaky, barely more than a whisper. Kim nodded reluctantly. Okay, but that was really nice. The nicest. The word floated through Dash's spinning head as he stumbled toward his door. His fingers slipped twice on the handle before he managed to get it open. He half fell into his room, barely keeping his balance as the door swung shut behind him with a soft click. His heart hammered against his ribs, and he could still feel the lingering warmth of the kiss on his lips. The growing tightness in his pants made walking awkward, but he managed to make it to the bathroom. A cold shower, that's what he needed, or maybe a hot one. Any kind of shower. He reached past the curtain and cranked the tap, then pressed his forehead against his arm on the cool tile wall. The pipes groaned to life, and water started to drum against the tub. His thoughts refused to settle, playing the kiss over and over like a broken record, while steam began to curl around him. Her hand landed soft on his shoulder, and Dash didn't jump. Maybe he'd caught her footsteps without really hearing them. Maybe some part of him had known she'd come looking. The warmth spread through him as Kim pressed against his back. She stretched one bare arm past him, dipping waters into the running water of the shower. "We need to make it hotter," she whispered, her breath tickling his ear. The bathroom was already steamy, making it hard to think straight. The temperature wasn't really the issue. It was everything else. The way she felt against him. The way his skin tingled where she touched him. Dash wasn't sure he could handle hotter. But damn if he wasn't willing to give it a try. Chapter 67. Kim. They gathered again in Redmayne's office after dinner. No one had said much while they ate, just passed dishes around and kept their eyes on their plates. The weight of everything still hung over them, making small talk impossible. Redmayne walked straight to his desk and sat down, settling into his chair like a king on his throne. The man had cleaned up well in the hours since their last meeting. His new outfit, charcoal sport coat, light slacks, and black tee, probably cost more than most people made in a month. The casual but expensive look seemed calculated, like everything else about him. The office felt different now than it had earlier. The evening sun slanted through the windows, painting golden stripes across the polished wood floor. But the beauty couldn't hide the tension crackling through the air. Everyone knew this wouldn't be a pleasant chat over coffee and dessert. "Look, I'm so casual," Kim mocked in her head. "All right, then," Redmayne said, leaning back in his chair. His suit rustled against the leather. "I think it would be best if we were all just completely forthright with one another. No secrets, and just let the chips fall where they may. Agreed?" Dash and Kim both nodded, though Dash's eyes never left the billionaire's face. "That's all we ever wanted," Kim said. Her voice was steady. She was tired of the games, too. Redmayne spread his hands on the desk between them, his gold cufflinks catching the light. "Excellent. Why don't you begin by telling me what you discovered on the island?" "Not much," Kim said. The words came out too quick, too casual. Dash shot her a look, but she kept her eyes forward. Whatever game she was playing, she wasn't sharing it with him yet. "I have some things to think about, but I'd like to do it in a laboratory setting." Redmayne said, looking at her with great concentration. "Interesting." He opened his mouth as if to continue that line of thought, but then appeared to change his mind. He cleared his throat and changed topics. "Let me take my turn, then." Redmayne reached into the top drawer of his desk, the wood scraping as he pulled it open. His movements were deliberate as he withdrew a photograph and slid it across the polished surface. Dash snatched it up first, his eyes widening slightly before passing it to Kim. She took it with hesitant fingers. The image hit her like a punch to the gut. A man stared back at her from the glossy paper, his features unmistakable, the same dark skin, the same broad nose and high cheekbones she'd seen on every face in the village. This was definitely one of the Menchal natives. Her heart did a wild dance in her chest as questions exploded through her mind. Why did Redmayne have this photo? When was it taken? And most importantly, what had happened to this man? She tried to keep her face neutral as she studied the image closer, fighting to control her breathing. The last thing she wanted was to give Redmayne any hint of how much this discovery rattled her. "Who is he?" Dash asked. "I do not know his actual name, but he is known simply as Paul. Many years ago, a group of fishermen came across a lone canoe just floating on the open sea, miles from any land. Inside were two people. One was this man, exhausted and dehydrated, whom they called Paul, probably because they couldn't discern his actual name or were unable to pronounce it. And the other? The other was a baby, a newborn." Kim gasped, but said nothing. After a moment, Redmayne continued. "Either way, they began to work out that he was from an island somewhere in the area." "Menchal." "Yes, although they didn't know that right away. Anyway, through a mixture of hand signs, drawings, and a lot of trial and error, they finally realized that the man was not trying to return to his own island, he was trying to escape from it. They returned with the man to Great Nicobar, where there was a missionary outpost at that time. Over time, the man learned some basic English and was able to better communicate a story." Redmayne went quiet, staring down at his hands. The silence stretched until Kim wanted to scream, to shake the words out of him. Next to her, Dash leaned forward in his chair, both of them hanging on whatever would come next. When Redmayne finally spoke, his voice came out rough and tired. "Paul's tribe had some dark customs. They checked every newborn for specific genetic markers, things they could spot just by looking. And if those babies didn't have what they were looking for..." He trailed off, shaking his head. Kim's stomach turned as she pieced it together. The implications made her feel sick. They
Killed them? She whispered.
Yes. Redmayne's face had gone gray. The baby in that canoe was Paul's child. It didn't have the traits they wanted. They'd already killed its mother when she tried to save it. He took a shaky breath. Paul knew what would happen next. He grabbed the baby and ran for the coast, tried to escape in that canoe. The room spun a little as Kim processed this. She could picture it all too clearly. A desperate father, a tiny baby, the open ocean. Her chest felt tight as she spoke.
But a newborn can't... Without its mother...
The words stuck in her throat. No. Redmayne's voice was barely audible. The baby didn't make it.
Kim felt tears pricking at her eyes. She blinked them back hard, not wanting to cry.
Exactly, Redmayne said, leaning back in his chair. No one knows why this particular couple went against what must be many generations of this awful tradition, but they did. At least that's how Paul told it.
Kim watched his face carefully, trying to read between the lines of his careful words. The man had a way of drawing out his stories that made her want to grab him by the shoulders and shake the rest of it out of him.
Not long after Paul's story got around, another group decided to check it out, Redmayne continued. They weren't connected to any government, just a bunch of do-gooders who wanted to stop what was happening. They brought Paul along to show them the way and help them talk to the locals.
He stopped talking again, letting the silence stretch out. Kim could feel her fingernails digging into her palms as she waited. The pause felt deliberate, like he was testing her patience. She couldn't take it anymore. And what happened? The words burst out of her before she could stop them.
They were never heard from again. Killed, everyone assumed. Not too much longer after that, the Viceroy of India signed a proclamation that prohibited interference into islander affairs, effectively ending any further expeditions. However, over the years, fishermen and explorers would occasionally report catching glimpses of Paul. Some even obtained pictures, like this one. It became something of an area legend like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot.
Except this one is real, Dash interrupted. What makes it legend?
Simply put, the inexorable march of time.
I don't follow.
Well, remember I mentioned the Viceroy of India. That is a long-defunct title. The floating canoe was discovered many years ago.
How many?
I don't know the exact year, but it was shortly after the turn of the century.
And by century you don't mean the 21st,
Dash assumed. No, it was early 1900s. Assuming Paul was even as young as 20, he'd now be closing in on 150 years old.
Chapter 68. Kim. Kim leaned forward in her chair, the pieces finally clicking into place. After their shower and a change of clothes, she felt more clear-headed, more able to put the scientific puzzle together. And that is why you thought the Menchal Islanders might hold the secret of immortality, she said, watching Redmayne's face carefully. Or at least greatly extended lifespans.
Correct.
Redmayne's nod came quick and sharp, like he was pleased she'd caught up to his line of thinking. He settled back in his leather chair, looking more relaxed than he had during their first meeting. The dinner had been good, some kind of fish he couldn't name, and the wine had taken the edge off everyone's nerves. Next to her, Dash shifted in his seat. The fabric of his clean clothes rustled as he leaned forward. You can't blame them for that assumption, though, he said, scratching at his freshly washed hair. It is a pretty freaky coincidence. He stopped mid-sentence, his whole body going still. Kim felt the change in his posture before she heard his words. Something was wrong. She watched as Dash's eyes narrowed, his casual expression hardening into something more calculating. Hey, wait. Dash's voice came out low and dangerous. How did you know about the similarity in appearance? We didn't tell you that at the first debriefing. The room went quiet except for the soft whir of the air conditioning.
Kim held her breath, watching Redmayne's face for any reaction. The man's poker face was good, but not perfect, and she caught the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his fingers gripped the armrests just a little harder than before. "Ah, well, that brings us to the next part of my attempt at complete honesty." His words dripped with false warmth as he reached into his desk drawer, the same one that had held the picture. Kim's fingers dug into the arms of her chair as she watched him pull out what looked like a TV remote. He aimed it at the far wall and pressed his thumb down. The wooden panels slid back without a sound, making Kim jump slightly in her seat. Behind them sat a row of dark screens that reminded her of every spy movie she'd ever seen. Of course, Redmayne would have a secret command center hidden in his wall. The wall of monitors flared into life, bathing the room in an eerie electronic glow. Her eyes locked onto the familiar shape sprawled across the screens. Menchal Island, viewed from high above like some cosmic eye peering down at their recent nightmare. The image was crystal clear, showing every fold of jungle canopy, every break in the tree line. Even the remains of the burned-out compound were visible as an ugly scar on the pristine green landscape. Kim felt her stomach clench at the sight, memories of smoke and screams threatening to surface. Next to her, Dash shifted in his seat. "Is that what I think it is?" His voice had that forced casual tone he used when trying to hide his unease. Kim knew him well enough now to hear the tension underneath. "Probably," Redmayne said, his weathered face illuminated by the screen's glow. He gestured at the high-tech equipment, filling his office with an almost proud expression. "I've been watching the entire operation from right here. While Menchel isn't exactly equipped for modern communications, it does have a clear line to one of our satellites." Kim's skin crawled as the implication sank in. Every step they'd taken, every horrifying moment, Redmayne had been watching it all unfold like some twisted reality show. She wondered if he'd been sitting here in his comfortable chair, sipping expensive scotch while they ran for their lives through that jungle hell. Kim felt the blood rush to her head as rage built inside her. The words burst out before she could stop them, her voice rising with each sentence. "Then why didn't you tell Vertanen to stand down? Why didn't you do more to protect us?" She couldn't keep the tremor of anger from her voice as the memories flooded back. The man held a gun to Dash's head and started a battle with innocent islanders. She'd half risen from her chair while speaking, and Redmayne now waved a hand dismissively, telling her to sit. That patronizing gesture broke something loose inside her. Instead of sitting, she pushed herself up straight, drawing herself to her full height. "All your talk about Vertanen going rogue? It's all nonsense, isn't it?" She glared down at him, watching his smug expression falter for just a moment. The words poured out now, hot and sharp like broken glass. "Are you even capable of telling the truth? Or is everything you say, your entire life, just one big lie?" Kim watched Redmayne carefully, waiting for his reaction. She expected him to explode with anger, to call security, or to put on that smug mask he wore so well. But he surprised her by doing none of those things. Instead, he settled back into his leather chair and nodded. "You're right to be angry," he said, his voice level and controlled. He spread his hands out on the desk between them, like a teacher about to explain something to a slow student. "But I am telling you that I did not direct things to go the way they did. I was not looped into the comms on the island, so I had no way of sending a direct order to anyone once you were all off the boats." Kim let out a sharp laugh, more of a bark than actual humor. She lowered herself back into her seat. The leather squeaked beneath her, breaking the tense silence that followed. "More lies?" she said, shaking her head. She could feel sweat trickling down her back despite the air conditioning. "All this high-tech equipment and you can't send a message to your commanding officer?" "Believe it or not, and what you believe is entirely up to you," Redmayne said, still annoyingly calm. I will admit one thing, however. Your distrust in me was not completely one-sided.
Meaning? Kim demanded.
Meaning, Redmayne said, stretching the word like taffy as his cool facade finally cracked. His fingers tightened on the remote, knuckles going white. That I didn't trust either of you. Not completely. He stood up from his chair, looming over them. The shift in his posture made Kim's stomach tighten. Gone was the grandfatherly philanthropist. This was the real Redmayne, sharp edges and all. Yes, Virtanen and his men were there to keep you safe, he continued, pacing behind his desk. But they were also there to watch you, to make sure you didn't try anything stupid, to make sure you didn't turn on me.
Chapter 69. Kim. Kim felt her face grow hot. She'd known they were being watched, of course, but hearing him say it out loud made her blood boil. Next to her, Dash had gone completely still, like a cat about to pounce. Redmayne jabbed at the remote, and the screens around them flickered to life. Kim's heart skipped when she recognized the footage. Her hands curled into fists in her lap as Redmayne's lips curved into a cold smile.
Speaking of turning on people, he said, settling back in his chair, why don't we watch this part together?
The words dripped with fake pleasantness, but his eyes were hard as steel.
I think you'll find it very educational.
The silence pressed against Kim's ears as they watched the video feed. Her stomach churned with each passing second of the overhead footage, crystal clear and damning. There was no audio, but she could imagine the sounds that must have filled the air during those moments, the shouting, the chaos, her own ragged breathing as she'd moved through the scene. She watched herself on the screen, creeping around the back of the hut like some kind of predator. The spear looked tiny from this angle, barely visible as she gripped it in her hands. Her heart hammered as she saw herself step out into the open, breaking into a run. One of Virtanen's men spotted her, shouting and pointing, but it was too late. The spear drove deep into Virtanen's broad back, and Kim had to look away for a moment.
Well, that's awkward,
Dash muttered beside her. His voice sounded strained, like he was trying to lighten the mood but couldn't quite manage it. The footage continued rolling, showing their desperate sprint into the jungle. Kim watched as their figures grew smaller and smaller, finally disappearing off the edge of the frame. Part of her wanted to follow them, to escape into those digital trees rather than face what came next. But she forced herself to keep watching as the camera zoomed in on the village, bringing the horror into sharp focus. Her worst fears played out in vivid detail on the screen. The soldiers moved through the village with mechanical precision, leaving destruction in their wake. Tears burned hot trails down Kim's cheeks, but she didn't bother wiping them away. She owed it to the villagers to witness this, to carry the weight of what had happened. The sickness in her gut told her this footage would haunt her dreams for a long time to come. The gunshots are fewer. She remembered them saying in their flight through the jungle. Fewer villagers to shoot. The soldiers moved with cold efficiency, their boots crunching on the jungle floor as they went from hut to hut. Gunshots cracked through the air, followed by terrible silence. They were finishing off anyone they found hiding. She wanted to look away, but couldn't. Her muscles had locked up, frozen by the horror playing out before her. Next to her, she could feel Dash trembling with rage or fear, maybe both. The soldiers kept moving, kept shooting, until the only sounds were their boots and the occasional bark of commands. When it was finally over, the squad regrouped around Virtanen's fallen form. The medic broke away from the others, dropping to his knees beside their leader. He pulled supplies from his kit and began working on the wound with quick, practiced movements. "What's he doing?" Dash whispered beside her. His voice was rough with disbelief. "Why is he working on a corpse?" Kim's breath caught in her throat as the medic grabbed Virtanen's shoulder. With a grunt of effort, he rolled the commander's body onto its back.
In that moment, Kim felt her world tilt sideways, reality shifting beneath her feet like quicksand. The satellite image zoomed closer and closer, making Kim's stomach twist into knots. The display sharpened till she could make out every detail of the fallen Northman's face. His features were slack, lifeless, like a doll tossed aside by a careless child. Then he rolled over. Those ice-blue eyes stared straight up, seeming to lock onto the camera lens floating miles above. Kim couldn't look away. It felt like he was staring directly at her, seeing past her skin and muscles right down to her bones. The chill that ran through her had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Those dead eyes bored into her, accusing, judging. They stirred up all the guilt and doubt she'd been trying to bury. Every questionable choice, every compromise, every dark thought she'd pushed away. His empty gaze dragged them all back to the surface. She wanted to turn off the display, to look anywhere else, but her body wouldn't move. The Northman's unseen eyes held her captive, forcing her to face everything she'd been running from. And then he blinked. Chapter 70. Kim. Kim's head spun as she tried to process everything happening around her. The screens, Redmayne's smug face, the damning footage, it all blurred together into a nauseating swirl. Her brain felt like an overloaded circuit, sparking and shorting out as it tried to handle too much input at once. The horrors they'd lived through on the island had been bad enough the first time. Watching it play out again on these screens, seeing it all from this cold, distant view, that was another kind of torture entirely. She could still smell the smoke, still hear the screams, even here in this luxurious office with its expensive furniture and perfect air conditioning. But the worst part, the thing that made her want to curl up in a ball and hide from the world, was seeing Virtanen alive. She'd felt the spear sink into his flesh. She'd seen him fall. She'd believed with every fiber of her being that she'd killed him. Finding out he was alive sent her mind spinning off in 100 different directions all at once. Nothing made sense anymore. Every time she thought she understood what was happening, the ground shifted beneath her feet again. Part of her wanted to shut down completely, to close her eyes and pretend none of this was real. It would be easier than trying to face what it all meant. For her, for their mission, for everything she thought she knew. But she couldn't afford to check out now, not with Redmayne watching their every move, waiting to see how they'd react. No, she scolded herself. Get a hold of yourself. She drew in several slow, deep breaths, releasing each in turn very deliberately. That was... She hesitated, struggling to find the right word. Failing miserably, she said simply, "That was something." No one answered her. It wasn't a statement that necessarily required an answer, but there was something odd about the silence. Kim's head moved away from the screens in slow motion, her muscles stiff from sitting so tense. The first thing that hit her was Dash. He'd already turned back to face the desk, his jaw clenched tight and his shoulders rigid. She'd seen that look on his face before, right before things went sideways. Then she saw why. Redmayne stood behind his desk, gripping what looked like a desert eagle in his weathered hands. The massive pistol seemed too big for his frame, but he held it steady, aimed right between Dash's eyes. The overhead lights caught on the polished metal, making the weapon gleam with deadly promise. "Mr. Redmayne!" The words burst from Kim's throat as she started to push herself up. Her chair scraped against the floor, the sound harsh in the suddenly silent room. Redmayne's finger twitched, a small gesture that froze her halfway out of her seat. The message was clear: stay put. She sank back down, her heart hammering against her ribs. This couldn't be happening. Not after everything they'd been through. Not after they'd survived that hellish island. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Her voice came out steadier than she felt,
though fear made her words shake at the edges. "We're on your side." Redmayne laughed. "You don't even know what the sides actually entail, Dr. Kirby. When I first hired you, I was worried that you'd turn out to be a little crusader, and your reaction to everything that has happened has unfortunately confirmed these worries." My reaction? How else does one react to cold-blooded murder of innocent islanders? Oh, that again. No, I'm talking about your little discussion with your boyfriend here as you were returning to your quarters for some cozy shower time. You were listening to us? My dear doctor, I have the ability to listen to any corner of this craft at any moment I please. Kim gave a little quiver, remembering her time in the shower with Dash. Any corner? Any. Redmayne's voice cut through the room like a knife. But not to worry, I gave you to the privacy one might want at such a time. I was more interested in the conversation in the corridor, specifically your talk of having figured something out. His lips curved into a knowing smile. It's all starting to make more sense, I believe you said. Kim felt her stomach drop. She'd been so stupid, talking freely in the hall like that. They should have known better, should have been more careful. Her mind raced back to their conversation, trying to remember exactly what they'd said. Then again, what difference would it have made? If Redmayne was telling the truth about bugs being everywhere on the boat, there wouldn't have been anywhere safe to talk. They'd known about the one in this room, thanks to his slip-up before the Menchal trip, which was why they'd been so quiet when they first came in from the hall. But the whole boat being wired for sound? That was next-level paranoid, even for someone like Redmayne. Her skin crawled as she thought about all the private moments that might not have been so private after all. A shiver ran through her as she remembered the shower again. She'd felt so safe there, wrapped in steam and warmth, letting her guard down completely. Now that memory felt tainted, knowing unseen ears might have been listening the whole time. It is now your turn to begin speaking, Redmayne went on. And I want everything. Kim swallowed hard. I don't know everything. I wasn't lying when I said that I need to get back to the lab to really put things together. Yet you know more than you were going to tell me before, yes? Kim nodded. I'll admit to that. Why? Well, I think we still have a bit of a trust problem. Redmayne sighed. That's what I was afraid of. And after all my talk of everyone being completely forthright, I've told my side, including the real genesis of this expedition, and the reason I thought the secret of extended life might lie within the jungle of Menchel. And you repay me with, at best, half-truths. He reached out with the hand not holding the pistol's grip and pulled back the slide, chambering around. I am tired of playing games. I have neither the time nor the patience. Tell me what you know right now, or your boyfriend goes to sleep forever. Wow, that was really dramatic, Dash said. And no jokes, Mr. Boone. You are not nearly as funny as you think you are. Geez, fine. Kim took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. She needed to get this right, to make Redmayne understand without setting him off completely. Okay, you're right that I wasn't telling you everything. I didn't exactly lie. I really don't know all the answers yet, and I will need proper lab time to confirm my theories. But I did figure some things out when we were on that island. She paused, watching his face for any reaction. The man's expression had gone hard as granite, his fingers white-knuckled around the gun. Still, she had to continue. My work on the healing wasn't random, she said, choosing each word carefully. I'd been studying the Greenland shark specifically because it lives longer than any other creature with a backbone. Some of them make it past 500 years old. I wanted to understand how. A low animal sound rumbled from Redmayne's throat. The pistol in his hand trembled slightly, making Kim's heart skip. She could practically see the rage building behind his eyes, like storm clouds gathering before a hurricane. But she couldn't stop now. She had to make him see the connection. The villagers aren't immortal, she pressed on. but something in their genetics was similar to what I found in those sharks. Something that let them live far beyond normal human limits. That's what you were really after, wasn't it? The gun shifted in Redmayne's grip as his scowl deepened. Kim held her breath, praying she hadn't pushed too far. "Yes, Dr. Kirby," he said through gritted teeth. "That is why you are here in the first place." Kim leaned forward in her chair, feeling more confident now that they were discussing the science. This was her element, piecing together biological puzzles that had stumped others for centuries. Chapter 71. Kim. "The diet connection is pretty basic," she said, gesturing with one hand as she warmed to her topic. "Both the Greenland shark and the Menchel native subsist almost entirely on fish. There's not much else to eat on that island. No large animals, no fruit-bearing plants, just fish and lots of them." She paused, gathering her thoughts. The similarities had been nagging at her since they'd first arrived on the island. Something about the way the natives moved, the careful way they conserved energy. It reminded her of watching sharks glide through the depths, every movement calculated and precise. "But it's more than just eating habits," she continued, watching Redmayne's face for any reaction. "The isolation plays a huge role, too. Both species developed in complete separation from outside influences. The sharks in the freezing Arctic waters, the natives on their hidden island. Perfect conditions for unique adaptations to emerge." Redmayne nodded slowly, but she could tell by his expression that he wanted more. "That's an interesting start," he said, drumming his fingers on the desk. "But there must be—" The radio's harsh crackle made Kim jump. She watched as Redmayne spun toward the charging station on the credenza behind his desk, keeping the gun trained on Dash with practiced ease. 3 sleek black radios sat in their cradles, their status lights blinking steadily. The sudden noise felt jarring after the tense silence that had filled the room moments before. Redmayne snatched up the nearest radio with his free hand, his movements quick but controlled. The weapon never wavered from its target as his thumb found the transmit button. Kim's heart pounded against her ribs as she waited to hear who was on the other end. "Redmayne here." His voice came out sharp and businesslike, a stark contrast to the grandfatherly tone he usually affected. This was the real Redmayne showing through, the one who gave orders and expected them to be followed without question. The response crackled through immediately, distorted by static, but still clear enough to make Kim's blood run cold. "I have them, sir. Permission to come aboard." Fresh adrenaline surged through her system. She didn't need to ask who "them" might be. The pieces were falling into place now, revealing a picture she didn't want to see. "Permission granted. I'll be right there. Redmayne out." The billionaire nestled the radio back on its charger and finally lowered the pistol. "It appears our conquering heroes have returned," he said sardonically. Kim felt her blood turn to ice. Her mouth went dry as she forced out the name. "Vertanen?" "And his soldiers, yes." Redmayne smoothed his tie, looking far too pleased with himself. "I sent a member of the yacht's crew out immediately after your return to assist with the troops' return. Looks like he got the job done." He strolled around his desk with the casual confidence of someone who knew they held all the cards. Each tap of his expensive shoes on the hardwood floor made Kim's skin crawl. When he reached the door, he pulled it open with an exaggerated sweep of his arm, like a showman finishing his grand finale. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to help them all aboard." His lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Don't run off now." He let out a low chuckle that echoed off the walls as he disappeared into the hallway. The door clicked shut behind him. The sound jolted through Kim like an electric shock, snapping her out of her frozen state. Before she could process what was happening, Dash sprang from his chair like he'd been launched from a cannon. "We can't let Vertanen get anywhere near us," he said. "Especially you. I mean, I don't know the guy all that well, but I'm guessing being speared in the back isn't something he's likely to let slide." "Agreed," Kim said. "You have any ideas?" Kim watched as Dash strode purposefully around Redmayne's desk. His movements were quick and confident, like he'd done this before. When he reached under the desk's polished edge, she heard a soft click and a hidden tray slid out smoothly. A wireless keyboard and mouse sat nestled in the expensive wood. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice tight with worry. Breaking into Redmayne's computer system seemed like a terrible idea right now, especially given everything that had just happened. Dash grabbed the mouse and started clicking through screens, his eyes scanning rapidly. Redmayne mentioned he could listen to any corner of the boat. That means there has to be some kind of simple system to access it. His fingers flew over the keyboard. No way he'd make his surveillance network so complicated that you need serious tech skills to use it. Kim's stomach churned as she glanced nervously out the door. Every second they spent poking around in Redmayne's private system felt like playing with fire. "Dash, this really isn't the time to start snooping around," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "We need to focus on getting out of here." The soft click of mouse buttons filled the air as Dash ignored her warning. Kim's heart hammered against her ribs as she imagined armed guards bursting through the door at any moment. They needed to move, to run, to do anything but stand here while Dash dug through files that could get them both killed. "Not trying to," he said. "I just need to... Ah!" Kim stared at a bank of monitors as they shifted to display the yacht's layout. The design resembled an architectural blueprint with clean white lines traced against a dark blue background. Little dots of light pulsed across the drawing like electronic heartbeats. When the cursor moved over them, small windows popped up showing where each dot was and whether it was working properly. "This must be it," Dash said under his breath. Kim had to scoot her chair closer to catch his words. "I bet if we click any of these nodes, we'd get a live audio feed from that location." She frowned, trying to follow his thinking. The exhaustion from their ordeal still clouded her mind, making it hard to keep up. "Dash, I'm still not following. Why do we need an audio feed?" "We don't. I just needed a layout of the boat and didn't have time to root around Redmayne's filing cabinets." His eyes stayed fixed on the screens, scanning back and forth like he was memorizing every detail. After what felt like forever, he turned to face her. "I need you to do something." "And that would be?" "Do you know how to drive a boat?" Kim stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "This boat? Hell no. I wasn't even super comfortable with the one we took from Menchel." Kim stared at the screen, watching Dash's finger trace their route through the yacht's layout. His confidence was infectious, making her almost believe they could pull this off. Almost. "Perfect," Dash grinned. "People who think they can drive one of these always get overconfident and do something stupid. All you'll need to do is point it straight and floor it." She tried to memorize the path he showed her, but her stomach did a nervous flip. The idea of piloting something this massive made her hand shake. "Floor it," she repeated, her voice coming out smaller than she meant it to. "When?" "I'll let you know." Using the cursor as a pointer, he wiggled it around an area on the boat's layout. His movements were quick and precise, like he'd been planning this for hours. "This is us. And here," he shifted over just an inch or so, "is the bridge. It's just down the passageway from here. Head there and wait for my call on the radio. Once you do, give this floating tub all it's got." Kim nodded, trying to project more confidence than she felt. The bridge wasn't far, just a short walk down the corridor, but standing at those controls, responsible for steering this massive vessel, that thought made her dizzy. Still, she couldn't think of a better plan. They were running out of options, out of time. Dash ran behind the desk and grabbed the radios from the charger. He switched to a new channel on each and then threw one to Kim, which she caught deftly. He moved toward the door but paused after opening it to say, "Oh, and lock the door to the bridge after you're inside." The door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 72. Dash. Dash pushed himself harder, his legs burning as he sprinted down the yacht's plush corridor. Every step sent jolts of pain through his tired muscles, reminding him how little time had passed since their escape from the island. But he couldn't slow down, not with Virtanen and his men about to board. The thought of the Northman made Dash's stomach clench. He pictured those ice-blue eyes, now filled with murderous rage after taking a spear to the back. Once Virtanen got aboard, both he and Kim would be dead, or worse. The commander didn't seem like the forgiving type. Dash shook his head, trying to stay focused on the immediate problem. He'd only gotten a quick look at Redmayne's screens, but he was pretty sure the soldiers would be coming up through the ocean dock on the yacht's lower level. That gave him maybe 5 minutes tops before all hell broke loose. His other worry gnawed at him as he ran. Kim sitting alone in that bridge, waiting for his signal. He hadn't been able to tell her much about the controls or layout, since he'd never actually seen them himself. For all he knew, she'd be facing a wall of switches and dials that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. But there hadn't been time for a better plan. They'd have to wing it, and hope her science brain could figure out the basics of go fast and turn. At least she was smart enough to adapt quickly. He just prayed she'd be able to handle whatever came next, because his part of the plan was about to get really messy. Just trust her, he chided himself. She's way smarter than you, and she has good instincts. She'll figure it out. Dash took a deep breath and forced himself to think straight. The fear and doubt trying to cloud his mind would only get them killed. He needed every scrap of focus he could muster to pull this off. For once in his life, his own skin wasn't his only concern. The thought of Kim getting hurt, or worse, made his chest tight in a way he wasn't used to. It was strange, caring this much about someone else's safety. Usually he only looked out for number one, but somehow Kim had wormed her way past his defenses. But he couldn't dwell on that now. Wouldn't do either of them any good if he got distracted, worrying about her instead of focusing on the plan. She was smart and capable. She could handle her part. His job was making sure they both got out of this mess alive. He squared his shoulders and started moving. Time to get to work. The next few minutes would determine whether they lived or died, and he intended to stack the odds in their favor as much as possible, whatever it took. Using his memory of the boat's layout, he quickly found his way to the location that had been marked computer room. It was located near the stern of the boat, far too close to where Redmayne almost certainly was, but Dash knew it would be prudent to disable the electronics as soon as possible. Besides the extensive eavesdropping capabilities, there was no telling what other security measures were built into the craft. Cameras, gates, alarms, and rendering Redmayne electronically deaf and blind could end up being essential to successfully carrying out his own plan. The blueprint guided Dash exactly where he needed to go. He ran through the winding corridors of the yacht, counting doorways until he reached his target. When he tried the handle, it turned without resistance. Wait, Dash thought, that seemed way too simple. Then he saw why. A guard sat in a wheeled office chair, spinning around to the sound of the opening door. His eyes went wide with shock, hand dropping toward the gun at his hip. "What the?" The guard jerked upright, his face turning red. "Who are you?" Dash didn't give him time to finish standing. He lowered his shoulder and charged, throwing his whole body into the tackle like he was back on the football field. The impact knocked them both backwards, the guard still trapped in his chair. Wheels clattered across the floor as they shot toward the far wall. They hit hard enough to rattle Dash's teeth. The chair tipped, spilling them both onto the ground in a tangle of limbs. The guard was strong, but Dash had surprise and momentum on his side. They rolled across the floor, each fighting for control until Dash managed to lock his forearm around the other man's throat. The guard thrashed and bucked, trying to break free. His fingers clawed at Dash's arm but couldn't find purchase. Dash planted his feet wide for leverage and squeezed. Not enough to do permanent damage, but enough to send a clear message. He didn't want to hurt the guy, but he couldn't risk him raising the alarm either. "Easy now," Dash muttered as the guard's struggles began to weaken. "Just take a little nap.
Everything will make sense when you wake up. After what seemed like far too long, the guard stopped resisting and went limp. Dash lay his head gently on the floor and jumped to his feet, breathing heavily, but there was no time to rest. Moving swiftly around the room, he began ripping out everything that looked important: wires, plugs, cables. Screens blinked and died. A rack of humming servers, which had been full of merrily blinking green lights when he'd entered, fell dark and silent. Dash knew the carnage, as impressive as it appeared, wouldn't slow Redmayne down for long, but he didn't need a long time. He just needed enough time. Dash burst into the engine room, his shoes skidding on the metal floor as he rounded the corner at full speed. The massive space hummed with machinery, but no crew members were in sight. Perfect. Chapter 73. Dash. He yanked the radio from his waistband, nearly dropping it in his rush. His hands shook with adrenaline as he jammed his thumb down on the call button. Now! The word exploded from his lungs. Do it! The yacht's engines roared to life, throwing him off balance. The deck lurched beneath his feet as raw power surged through the massive vessel. He stumbled backward, catching himself against a bulkhead as the boat picked up speed. A wild laugh bubbled up from his chest. His plan was actually working. Kim had done it. She'd gotten to the bridge and hit the throttle just like he'd hoped. Pride and relief mixed together in his chest as he steadied himself. "Babe, I love you!" he shouted into the radio, still grinning like a maniac. "Dash out!" Dash spun the radio onto his belt and scanned the office, looking for anything that might help. His eyes landed on a metal pane mounted on the far wall. He sprinted over and dug his fingers into the edges, trying to pry it loose, but the damn thing wouldn't budge. 4 slotted screws held it tight, one in each corner. He stepped back, running a hand through his hair as he thought. Then he remembered. The knife. His hand went to his pocket and found the worn handle of the folding blade they'd picked up on the island. A grin spread across his face as he pulled it out. "I knew this would come in handy," he muttered, flicking the blade open. The metal gleamed in the office lights as he lined it up with the first screw. Not exactly the right tool for the job, but it would have to do. They were running out of time. Dash's fingers worked quickly as he removed the last screw. It fell to the floor with a soft plink, joining its brothers scattered across the metal deck. He gripped the edge of the panel and yanked it free, revealing the rat's nest of wiring hidden beneath it. The tangle of cables and wires reminded him of urban telephone poles back home, the ones where decades of additions had created a chaotic web that only made sense to the technicians who maintained them. Thin wires were bundled together with zip ties, while thicker cables snaked through the mess like mechanical pythons. His eyes locked onto the largest cable, wrapped tight in black electrical tape. That was the one he needed. He grabbed it and pulled it outward as far as the cramped space would allow. The folding knife felt cold and familiar in his palm as he flicked it open, exposing the serrated edge. Sawing through the outer layers was harder than he expected. The tape was old and stubborn, clinging to the rubber coating beneath. His arm ached from the awkward angle, but he kept going, knowing they were running out of time. Finally, the last layer gave way, revealing the thick copper wires inside. They gleamed dully in the dim light, waiting for whatever he had planned next. The yacht thundered across the waves at full speed, leaving a white wake stretching back toward the horizon. Dash pressed his back against the wall and tried to catch his breath. His legs felt shaky, like he'd just run a marathon instead of sprinting down a few hallways. He closed his eyes and forced himself to take several deep breaths. The last 5 minutes had been pure chaos, all snap decisions and gut reactions. Now he needed to slow down and actually think things through. No more running on instinct alone. His mind raced as he tried to put together what came next. They couldn't keep running forever. The yacht would need fuel eventually, and Redmayne didn't seem like the type to just let them steal his multi-million-dollar boat without consequences. Those satellite feeds he'd shown off meant he could probably track them anywhere they went. Dash ran a hand through his hair, grimacing at how sticky with sweat it felt. They needed a real plan, and fast. But first, he had to find Kim and make sure she was okay. Everything else could wait until they were back together. Redmayne would be livid about losing control of his precious yacht. The man was probably still on board somewhere. They'd gunned it before anyone else could climb aboard, but that just meant they were trapped in here with him. The initial chaos would buy them some time, but not much. Redmayne wasn't the type to sit around feeling sorry for himself when things went wrong. Once the billionaire got his act together, his first move would be charging up to the bridge to take back his boat. He'd find the doors locked tight. Kim was too smart to forget that detail. That would send him running to his private office next, trying to override the controls through his fancy computer system. Dash allowed himself a small smile at that thought. He'd made sure that entire room was dead as a doornail. Redmayne would figure that out pretty quickly, then head straight for the server room to cobble together enough working equipment to get back online. But that would take time, an hour at least, maybe more if they got lucky. By then, they could be safely docked at Campbell Bay. Redmayne's last stop would likely be the engine room to shut everything down, since he would certainly want to keep the yacht from making dock at the island of Great Nicobar. And there, Dash thought, snickering to himself, I will be waiting. Chapter 74. Dash. Dash froze mid-step as the door exploded inward. The sound rang through the engine room like a cannon blast, making his ears ring. His brain needed a full second to process what his eyes were seeing, but when it clicked, his blood turned to ice in his veins. The massive figure filling the doorway wasn't Redmayne's slight frame, it was Virtanen. The commander's face was twisted with rage, his ice-blue eyes locked onto Dash like targeting lasers. A fresh scar ran down his neck, disappearing beneath his collar. He seemed to be favoring one side of his body, and Dash could see a portion of his fresh shirt was stained with a circular spot of blood, probably where Kim's spear had struck through. Dash's mind raced as he tried to make sense of it. How was he moving at all? He thought he'd seen Kim skewer the guy, but maybe the wound hadn't been as deep as he thought. Or Virtanen was even tougher than he looked. How the hell had he gotten aboard so fast? They'd floored it the moment Kim reached the bridge, before anyone could climb up from the ocean dock. Unless Virtanen had already been on board when they made their move. The thought made Dash's stomach turn. They'd assumed they had more time, that they'd beaten him aboard. Now that mistake might cost them everything. The Nordic giant took up nearly the entire doorframe, his shoulders so broad they almost brushed both sides. Even after everything they'd been through on the island, he looked fresh and ready for a fight. His combat gear was pristine, like he just stepped out of an army supply catalog. The only sign of his recent death was that angry red stain on his shirt and the murderous gleam in his eyes. Dash's hand instinctively went to his belt, but he already knew it was pointless. He had nothing but a small folding knife against whatever artillery Virtanen was packing, and judging by the way the commander's lips curled into a predatory smile, they both knew it. This was about to get really, really bad. Dash groaned aloud. "Not you," he said. "You know, if a spear in the back doesn't make you understand you're not wanted, I just don't know." Virtanen burst toward him like an angry bull. His massive frame filled the doorway for a split second before he charged forward, moving faster than any man his size had a right to. Dash stood in the center of the room, his heart hammering as he watched the giant barrel toward him. He barely had time to throw up his left forearm as a guard, while slashing down with the knife with his right hand. It was a desperate move, more instinct than planning. The blade never came close. Virtanen's hand shot out, catching Dash's wrist in a grip like iron. With a casual flick that seemed almost lazy, he twisted hard enough to make Dash's fingers go numb. The knife clattered to the floor, spinning away across the metal decking. Before Dash could even process what happened, Virtanen's boot lashed out in a vicious kick. The knife went skittering across the floor like a hockey puck, finally disappearing under a utility shelf several feet away. The metallic scraping sound it made seemed to echo forever in Dash's ears. Dash's stomach dropped as he watched his only weapon vanish. He'd known Virtanen would be tough, but this was something else entirely. The man moved like a trained killer, every motion precise and brutal. This wasn't going to be a fight. It was going to be a slaughter. The two men began circling, each looking for an opening. Dash was not a man who went looking for a fight, but neither was he a coward. He'd been in his fair share of physical altercations, and he typically held his own. Dash stared at Virtanen and felt his confidence wavering. This wasn't some bar fight or street scuffle. This was life and death against a trained killer who'd already shrugged off what should have been a fatal wound. The smart play here was to run, to get the hell out while he still had working legs. Living to fight another day wasn't cowardice. It was survival. But something in him bristled at the thought of turning tail. That macho pride he could never quite quash down kept whispering that real men stood their ground. His muscles tensed, ready to throw down despite what his brain was screaming at him. Reality checked that impulse quickly enough. Dash's eyes traced the massive frame of the man in front of him, taking in the barreled chest and tree-trunk arms. Virtanen wasn't just big. He was built like a damn tank. Those failed punches earlier might as well have been love taps for all the damage they'd done. The guy probably had abs you could bounce bullets off of. Dash edged closer to the door, knowing he was running out of options. He could punch himself exhausted trying to bring this monster down, and that was assuming Virtanen just stood there taking hits like a training dummy. The moment the Northman started swinging back, this fight would be over fast, and not in Dash's favor. No, running wasn't just the smart choice here, it was the only choice if he wanted to stay breathing. His ego could take the hit. Better a bruised pride than broken bones, or worse. The Northman charged with another thunderous roar, his eyes blazing red and wild. Spittle flew from his mouth as he barreled forward like an enraged bull. Dash tried to spin away like he had before, but his foot caught on something, maybe a pipe or loose board, and he lost his balance. Before he could recover, a massive hand clamped onto his shoulder, squeezing with crushing force. The grip was like being caught in a python's coils. Pain shot through Dash's arm as those thick fingers dug in deeper. He let out a bellow of his own and twisted his body violently, desperate to break free. The sudden movement worked. Virtanen's grip slipped just enough for Dash to wrench away, but he was still off balance from the earlier stumble. Chapter 75. Dash. His feet went out from under him and he crashed hard onto the metal floor. The impact knocked the wind from his lungs as he rolled sideways, slamming into a row of barrels. They were held in place by a rickety arrangement of 2x4s that creaked ominously under the sudden weight. Now Dash found himself flat on his back, feeling exactly like a turtle that had been flipped over. Through blurry vision, he saw Virtanen gathering himself for another charge. Those mad eyes locked onto him with predatory focus. There was no time to get up, no space to roll away. Acting on pure instinct, Dash pulled his knees tight to his chest. He braced his shoulders against the barrels behind him, muscles tensing as the huge man thundered forward. Just before impact, Dash kicked out with both legs as hard as he could, putting every ounce of strength he had left into the desperate move. The collision knocked the wind from Dash's lungs as Virtanen drove him backward. His spine slammed into the row of barrels, snapping the wooden railing that had held them in place. His neck bent at an ugly angle, sending sharp pain shooting down his shoulders. Loose boards rained down, pelting his head and shoulders as he tried to get his bearings. But even as he gasped for air, Dash knew he'd scored a hit. His boots had caught Virtanen square in the chest, right where Kim's spear had torn through him. The big man's agonized howls echoed off the engine room walls, drowning out even the constant mechanical rumble around them. Virtanen stumbled back, both hands clutched to his chest. The commander's face had gone chalk white, his teeth bared in a grimace of pain. It was the opening Dash needed. He shoved the broken boards aside and pushed himself up, his legs still wobbly from the impact.
His eyes darted around, looking for anything he could use. The barrels. Dash lunged for the nearest one, wrapping his arms around the cool metal. Every muscle in his body screamed as he heaved upward, but adrenaline gave him the strength he needed. The barrel tipped slowly at first, then picked up speed. It hit the deck with a thunderous crash that made Dash's ears ring. The wooden plug shot out like a cork from a champagne bottle. Dark fuel gushed across the metal floor, spreading in a growing pool that reflected the harsh overhead lights. The sharp smell of diesel filled the air as the puddle crept toward Virtanen's boots.
"You clumsy fool!"
Virtanen's voice boomed through the engine room, bouncing off metal walls. He acted like Dash had actually tripped and spilled the fuel by accident, which almost made Dash laugh. The sharp smell of diesel burned his nose as it spread across the floor, creating rainbow patterns on the surface of the growing puddle. Dash's shoes squelched with each step as he snatched up one of the fallen 2x4s. His heart hammered in his chest as he bolted for the door, trying not to slip in the slick mess he'd created. The fumes made his eyes water, but he forced himself to keep moving.
"Come back here,"
Virtanen bellowed behind him.
"Only a coward runs from a fight."
The words echoed off the walls, mixed with the splash of the big man's footsteps as he gave chase. "That's me," Dash called over his shoulder, not daring to look back. "Just a big old coward." He could practically feel Virtanen gaining on him with those massive strides. The door was right there, just a few more steps. Dash burst through the doorway and spun around, throwing his weight against the heavy metal door. It slammed shut with a resounding clang just as Virtanen reached it from the other side. The impact rattled Dash's teeth, but he held firm, jamming the 2x4 under the handle. The wood groaned as Virtanen yanked and twisted the latch, trying to force his way through. Virtanen's scream echoed off the metal walls, his face turning an ugly shade of purple.
"You will never get away with this."
"Any more bad guy cliches you want to spout off before I leave you to choke on those fumes?" Dash asked. The chemical stink was already getting stronger, making Dash's eyes water. He'd done what needed to be done, disabled the engines, trapped the psycho soldier, bought them enough time to get clear. Now came the hard part. He turned away from Virtanen's thrashing form, not bothering to wait for whatever threats came next. The clock was ticking, and he had more important things to worry about. Kim was waiting for him, probably wondering what the hell was taking so long. Dash broke into a run, his footsteps clanging against the metal deck. He had to get to her before Redmayne did. Nothing else mattered now. Chapter 76. Dash sprinted down the corridor, his lungs burning as he pushed himself toward the bridge. The yacht's engines still roared beneath his feet, which meant Kim was okay. She had to be okay. His hands were trembling when he finally reached the heavy door, grabbing the handle and shaking it with desperate force. "Kim, babe, let me in." The words burst from his chest between ragged breaths. He rattled the handle again, praying to hear her voice on the other side. Instead, his stomach dropped as the handle turned smoothly under his grip. No resistance, no locks engaged. That could only mean one thing. The door swung open with an ominous creak. Dash's worst fears materialized before his eyes. Redmayne stood at the yacht's controls, but his attention wasn't on steering. The man's weathered face held a triumphant smirk as he kept his oversized desert eagle trained on Kim's head. She sat rigid in the captain's chair, her hands gripping the armrests so tightly her knuckles had gone white. "Come on in, Mr. Boone." Redmayne's cultured voice dripped with false warmth. "Pleased you could join us." He shifted his stance slightly, making sure to keep Kim firmly in his sights while watching Dash's every move. The message was crystal clear. One wrong step and Kim would pay the price. "Redmayne," was all Dash could manage through clenched teeth. His mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. But with that cannon pointed at Kim's head, their options had shrunk to zero. He'd failed her. Failed them both. Redmayne's smooth voice drifted through the doorway, dripping with condescension. "It is I. Surely you didn't think your little stunt would keep me away for long, did you? I know this boat inside and out." The man's silhouette filled the frame, backlit by harsh lights. Even in shadow, his posture radiated smug confidence. Dash's stomach turned at the sight. He'd hoped their escape attempt would have rattled the billionaire more, but Redmayne looked as calm and collected as ever. "I was hoping the force would throw you off the back and you'd be eaten by sharks," Dash said. He kept his tone light, not wanting to give away how much Redmayne's appearance had shaken him. Getting caught this soon wasn't part of the plan. Redmayne stepped into the room, his expensive shoes clicking against the metal floor. The overhead lights caught the silver in his hair, making him look more like a disappointed grandfather than a ruthless killer. But Dash knew better now, had seen what lay beneath that grandfatherly mask. "Sorry to let you down," Redmayne said, straightening his tie. "But now that I'm here, I really have to tell you just how disappointed I am and how pathetic your little heroics have been." He paused, lips curling into a thin smile. "I suppose I should be mildly gratified, since my suspicions about not being able to trust you two have proven correct. But still, I thought you'd come up with a better plan than this." The words stung more than Dash wanted to admit. He'd known their escape attempt was risky, maybe even desperate, but hearing Redmayne dismiss it so casually made his face burn. Still, the man's arrival changed everything. Whatever came next, Dash knew he'd have to think fast to keep them both alive. Dash kept his voice light and casual as he moved deeper into the bridge, even though his heart was racing. The sleek control panels and blinking displays surrounded him on all sides as he inched forward, trying to look casual. He needed to get closer to those controls without spooking Redmayne. "I didn't think it was that bad," he said, shrugging like they were just having a friendly chat. "If you hadn't found a way into the bridge, we might have docked in Campbell Bay by now." His eyes darted around the room, taking in every detail while pretending to be completely at ease. Each step brought him closer to the main control panel, though he made sure his movements were slow and natural. Redmayne's lips curved into a smug smile. "There's a back hatch that provides access." He gestured with his free hand while keeping the massive Desert Eagle trained on Dash. To the good doctor's credit, she had locked that as well, but a shot from my .50 caliber quickly removed that obstacle. "Wow," Dash said, whistling in exaggerated admiration. He was nearly at the panel now, just a few more careful steps. "50 caliber, huh? That's a real man's round." Keep him talking, Dash thought. The longer Redmayne spent showing off about his fancy gun, the better chance Dash had of reaching those controls without getting shot by it. Redmayne frowned. "You know, Mr. Boone, I did not choose you for your brains, but you've really shown to be remarkably stupid. How in the world an explorer as intrepid and insightful as your father had such a moronic child, I will never know. Must have been your mother's sullying influence. Oh well, the good news is that by dispatching both of you, I'll be able to continue my work. Of course, I'll have to start over again, finding a lead researcher, thanks to the treachery of you, Dr. Kirby." "Oh, right," Kim said. "We're the bad guys here." Redmayne let out a derisive sputter. "I long ago decided I no longer wished to associate with anyone who had overly sharp lines between good and bad. Life is too complicated for black and white issues. It leads to zealotry and misguided activism." Dash stared at Redmayne, watching the man's face grow redder with each passing word. The billionaire was on some kind of power trip now, ranting about duty and sacrifice and the price of progress, all the usual garbage people like him use to justify doing horrible things. The hypocrisy of it made Dash's head hurt. Here was Redmayne screaming about necessary evils and moral compromises when those were the exact excuses he'd used to justify slaughtering an entire village. The same tired lines about the greater good that Rich men always trotted out when they wanted to do something awful. Dash kept inching toward the control panel, moving slow and steady. So far, Redmayne was too caught up in his own speech to notice. He just kept going, waving his hands around as he explained why he alone could be trusted with such terrible choices. The island of Greater Nicobar had appeared on the horizon, growing larger with each passing minute. They were still barreling straight toward it at full speed. Dash felt his stomach tighten as he watched their approach. He couldn't figure out Redmayne's plan. The guy seemed determined to prove he was still in control, but smashing his multi-million-dollar yacht into a dock wouldn't help anyone. Then again, trying to apply logic to a madman's actions was probably pointless. Redmayne clearly thought he could still salvage this disaster somehow. He was acting like a man who expected to walk away from all this, maybe spin it into another self-serving story about hard choices and bold leadership. The thought made Dash's skin crawl. Dash kept his movements casual as he crept closer to the panel. If it held what he hoped it did, they might have a chance. If not, well, he tried not to think about that part too hard. "Speaking of you, Dr. Kirby," Redmayne said, pausing to adjust his grip on the pistol, "I admit to developing a soft spot for you." He took a few steps closer, and Dash fought the urge to jump between them. The man's face had softened into an almost grandfatherly expression that made Dash's skin crawl. "In fact, I probably would have let you live and continue working had you not so completely joined forces with this fellow." Redmayne waved the gun in Dash's direction, his features twisting with obvious disgust. The weapon gleamed under the overhead lights as it moved, reminding them all just how deadly this conversation could become. Redmayne let out a long sigh and settled back against his desk. "You know, a man in my position becomes used to things like betrayal. When you have as much money as I do, you become a magnet for bottom feeders, people who just want to get as much as they can before they're found out." His voice took on a harder edge as he continued. "I've been cheated for millions over the years, until I became ruthless enough that at least the small-time operators decided it wasn't worth the risk." The man's eyes locked onto Kim, and Dash saw something almost like regret flash across his weathered face. "But even so, I had high hopes for you, Dr. Kirby. I really thought you'd be able to see that our overall goal was worth a little inconvenience to your admirably sensitive moral code." And here we go full circle, Dash thought. Back to that greater good thing. I'm getting dizzy just trying to keep up with this guy's inconsistencies. Chapter 77. Dash. Redmayne continued. "But I see now that I'll have to remove both of you from the equation. You simply cannot be trusted. However, out of respect for Dr. Kirby, I will allow her to make the final decision." "I can't wait," Kim said, her sarcasm blowing Dash's respect for her right off the damn chart. Redmayne sighed. "I can see that Mr. Boone's influence has seeped into your very pores, my dear. That is unfortunate. Since meeting him, your attitude has become quite unbecoming." "Listen, you self-important douchebag," Kim said, whirling around to face the pistol's muzzle. Her eyes blazed with fury as she jabbed a finger toward Redmayne's chest. "I don't need a paternal lecture from the likes of you." What came next was unlike anything Dash had ever heard. Kim unleashed a typhoon of creative insult that would have made a sailor blush, her words cutting through the air like verbal daggers. She called Redmayne everything from a knockoff Bond villain reject to a discount store megalomaniac with daddy issues. Each barb seemed carefully crafted to strip away the businessman's carefully maintained veneer of sophistication. Dash tried not to grin as she tore into their captor. Some of her more colorful phrases made him want to take notes, especially that bit about where Redmayne could store his overpriced yacht collection. He'd never heard someone use corporate parasite and delusional man-child in the same sentence before, but somehow Kim made it work. As she ranted, Kim inched sideways, wondering if Kim had noticed his movement. Her tirade seemed perfectly calculated to keep Redmayne's attention locked on her face rather than anything happening around the room. Then again, maybe she was just really, really angry. Either way, it was working. Redmayne's knuckles had gone white around the gun's grip as his composure cracked under the verbal assault. The entire display left Dash torn between admiration and the urge to never ever get on Kim's bad side. He thought he knew how to cuss someone out, but this was next-level stuff. After hearing some of the phrases she invented on the spot, he considered giving up swearing altogether. There was no way he'd ever match this performance. She wasn't trying to make him angry. That much was clear from the raw emotion in her face. But each word she hurled hit Redmayne like a physical blow, making his face darken to an alarming shade of purple. His hands gripped the edge of his desk so hard his knuckles went white. Kim didn't seem to notice or care. She just kept going, her words growing sharper and more venomous with each passing second. The quiet, reserved scientist Dash had first met was gone, replaced by someone who radiated pure rage. Her shoulders shook as she leaned forward in her chair, jabbing a finger at Redmayne's chest to emphasize each point. "And if you ever speak to me in that condescending voice again," she roared, her face inches from his, "I will take the dullest knife I can find, saw off your privates, and feed them to a Greenland shark while you watch." Dash felt his eyebrows climb toward his hairline. He'd seen Kim angry before, but this was something else entirely. Her next words made even him wince. "And you'll have to watch," she snarled, "because I will have first sliced off your eyelids so you can't even blink." The threat hung in the air between them like smoke after a gunshot. Dash held his breath, waiting to see how Redmayne would react. The man looked ready to explode or have a stroke, maybe both. Redmayne loomed over them, his skin taking on a mottled, purple-red color that made him look like he might explode. The Desert Eagle trembled in his grip as he struggled to contain his rage. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft hum of the yacht's electronics and Kim's ragged breathing. When Redmayne finally spoke, his voice came out eerily calm and controlled. He turned to face Dash directly, bringing that massive pistol around with him. The barrel looked huge at this range, like staring down the wrong end of a cannon. "I was going to give Dr. Kirby the choice of who would die first," Redmayne said, each word precise and measured. "But that display of childish behavior has changed my mind." He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. His eyes flicked between them, studying their reactions with cold calculation. "Clearly you two have quite hit it off during our little adventure. It's my opinion that she harbors deeper feelings for you than perhaps you even realize, Mr. Boone." Dash's stomach dropped as he realized where this was going. He wanted to look at Kim, to try to reassure her somehow, but he didn't dare take his eyes off that gun. "And so," Redmayne continued, his lips curling into a cruel smile, "as punishment for her outburst, I believe I will kill you first and have her watch." "Hey, what?" Dash said. He'd reached the control panel now and prayed he remembered where the lever was located, because he couldn't risk a look in that direction. "That doesn't seem fair. I've just been standing over here minding my own business, keeping my mouth shut. Why should I—" Redmayne's voice cut through the air like a knife, sharp and deadly. "That's enough!" His weathered face twisted with rage as he leveled the gun at Dash's chest. "I've become unspeakably weary of you both." The man's finger tightened on the trigger. Any trace of his earlier friendly grandfather act had vanished, replaced by cold fury. His eyes were hard and dark as he took aim. "So much so that, departing from convention, I'm not even going to give you the courtesy of any final words." Dash's heart hammered against his ribs as he watched death staring him in the face. Everything seemed to slow down, each second stretching out like taffy. He could see every detail: The way Redmayne's hands trembled slightly with anger, how the overhead lights caught on the gun's polished barrel. "Goodbye, Dashford Boone." Redmayne's lips curled into a cold smile. "It was rather irritating knowing you." Pure instinct took over. Dash's left hand shot out, grasping wildly in the dark until his fingers found the smooth metal of the lever. He wrapped his hand around it and yanked with every ounce of strength he had left, not caring if the whole thing broke off in his grip. A dull clunk echoed through the yacht's hull, followed by a grinding mechanical whine that seemed to come from everywhere at once. For a split second, nothing happened. Then the world exploded. The blast hit like a hammer, throwing them all off their feet as the yacht bucked underneath them. The deck pitched violently, sending loose items flying across the room. The thunder of the explosion rolled over them in waves, drowning out even Redmayne's startled cry. And then everything went black. Chapter 78. Kim. The impact hit like a sledgehammer, launching all three of them through the shattering bridge windows. One moment Kim was standing in the climate-controlled cabin, the next she was airborne, tumbling end over end as glass and metal exploded around her. The world spun in a blur of sky and sea before the ocean rushed up to meet her. Her feet slammed into the water hard enough to rattle her teeth. The force drove her deep beneath the churning surface, salt water burning her eyes and nose. For a terrifying moment, she couldn't tell up from down as bubbles swirled around her. Her lungs screamed for air, but some still functioning part of her brain made her hold her breath. Two desperate kicks sent her rocketing upward. Her head broke through into blinding daylight, lungs heaving as she gulped down huge gasps of air. Water streamed from her hair and clothes as she treaded water, trying to get her bearings in the chaos. The yacht's hull loomed behind her like a metal cliff, smoke pouring from the gaping hole where the bridge windows used to be. Kim shook her head violently, trying to clear her vision. Pain exploded behind her eyes, making her wince. Something warm trickled down her face, and when she reached up to touch it, her fingers came away red. Looking down, she watched droplets of blood fall from her chin, creating expanding crimson circles in the turquoise water below. Her head throbbed in time with her racing pulse as she scanned the waves around her. Pieces of the yacht bobbed nearby, chunks of fiberglass, scraps of metal, fragments of what used to be the expensive navigation equipment. But she didn't see any sign of Dash or Redmayne in the debris field. The thought sent fresh adrenaline coursing through her system, pushing back the pain as she spun in place, searching desperately for any sign of movement in the churning water. Kim jerked at the loud splash nearby, her heart racing as another chunk of the yacht crashed into the waves. All around her, pieces of metal and wood rained down from the sky like deadly confetti. The explosion had torn the boat apart, scattering debris across the Indian Ocean's calm surface. Above, a massive cloud of black smoke stretched toward the heavens, its edges ragged and wild. At its base, angry red flames still raged, their heat so intense she could feel it even from where she bobbed in the water. Patches of fire dotted the waves around her, probably from leaking fuel tanks or burning pieces of the yacht. The whole scene looked like something out of an action movie, except this was terrifyingly real. None of that mattered, though. Only one thought consumed her mind, driving everything else out. Where was Dash? "Dash!" Her voice cracked as she screamed his name into the chaos. Water splashed into her mouth as she spun in circles, searching desperately for any sign of him. But there was nothing. Just endless waves, floating debris, and that massive pillar of smoke reaching toward the clouds. The deep rumble of the flames filled her ears, mixing with the gentle slap of water against floating wreckage. From somewhere in the distance, a siren's wail drifted across the water, help coming from Campbell Bay, but maybe too late. Kim treaded water, her legs already growing tired as panic clawed at her chest. She had to find him. She had to. Dash! Kim's voice crackled with desperation as she treaded water, scanning the waves around her. The salt stung her eyes, but she forced them to stay open, searching for any sign of movement. Something dark bobbed in the water about 20 yards away. Her heart stopped as she made out the shape of a body floating face down in the gentle swells. The acrid smell of burned flesh and hair reached her even through the ocean spray, making her stomach lurch. She pushed through the water with powerful strokes, trying to ignore the growing dread in her chest. The closer she got, the worse the burns looked. Angry red and black patches where skin should have been. Please don't be Dash, she silently begged as she closed the distance. Please, please don't be him. The yacht loomed behind her like a massive torch, flames reaching toward the sky. Kim couldn't remember if it had been burning when the explosion threw them through the bridge windows. Everything after that blast was a blur of noise and chaos. Her ears still rang from the impact. When she finally reached the body, her trembling hands managed to grab what remained of the person's shirt. The fabric crumbled at her touch, blackened by heat and flames. Fighting back bile, she rolled the corpse over in the water. Relief flooded through her so intensely that her legs almost stopped kicking. The face was too damaged to recognize, but the scraps of military fatigues clinging to the body told her this wasn't Dash. Not Redmayne either. One of her Tannen's soldiers, caught in the explosion that had torn through the yacht's hull. She let the body slip back into the waves, already turning to continue her search. Dash was still out there, somewhere. He had to be. Dash! She listened, and heard a weak voice. She began swimming again, this time with renewed vigor. Dash! Kim heard his voice, weak and ragged, barely carrying over the slap of waves against debris. Her heart leaped at the sound. Over here. Relief flooded through her as she spotted him, his head bobbing up and down with each swell. But that relief turned to ice in her veins when she got closer. Blood covered half his face in dark streaks that hadn't quite dried, making thin ribbons of red trail down his neck. His eyes looked glazed and unfocused, like he was fighting to stay conscious. Can't hang on much longer, Dash managed between chattering teeth. He'd somehow found a seat cushion to cling to, but his grip looked weak and unsteady. His fingers kept slipping on the waterlogged fabric. Kim pushed through the choppy water, fighting to reach him before his strength gave out completely. When she finally made it to his side, she grabbed for his arm, trying to sling it over her shoulders. The touch made him cry out in pain, the sound sharp and desperate against her ear. Whatever had happened during the explosion, he was hurt worse than she'd thought. Her throat tightened as she treaded water beside him, trying to figure out how to help without causing more damage. They needed to get out of these waves fast, before hypothermia or blood loss made the decision for them. But first, she had to find a way to move him that wouldn't make his injuries even worse. Kim's hands trembled as she tried to examine Dash's injuries in the dim light. His face was pale beneath the streaks of blood, and the way he held his arm made her stomach clench with worry. Is it broken? She asked, running her fingers gently along his bicep. The skin felt hot and swollen under her touch, but she couldn't detect any obvious breaks. Dash shook his head, then immediately winced at the movement. I don't think so, he managed through gritted teeth. Dislocated my shoulder. Her eyes moved to the nasty gash running along his hairline. Blood had matted his hair and was still trickling down his temple in thin rivulets. That gash on your head doesn't look great either, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. Banged yourself up pretty good, you dummy. I know. Dash's words came out in a pained gasp that made her heart ache. Very careless of me. The emergency siren from Campbell Bay continued its piercing wail across the water. Kim was about to suggest they try swimming closer to shore when another sound cut through the chaos, the steady rumble of an approaching boat motor. Her pulse quickened as the craft drew near, its bow cutting through the gentle swells. Relief flooded through her as a familiar face appeared over the gunwale, peering down at them floating in the water. Maybe their luck was finally starting to turn around.
"Well, hang me from a pine tree and call me an ornament, if it ain't you two. Where's your rich friend?"
Kim gaped upward at the grizzled face of Joe Carville.
Never mind that now," the old man said. "Let's get you out of that water before the sharks get you."
Chapter 79. Dash. Dash and Kim huddled together on the sagging bed in room 201 of the PWD guest house, wrapped in musty blankets that had seen better days. The ancient ceiling fan wobbled overhead, doing little more than pushing the humid air around. Dash's nose wrinkled at the faint smell of mildew coming from the bedding. But after everything they'd been through, he wasn't about to complain about creature comforts. Joe Carville moved around the small room with surprising grace for a weathered old sailor, retrieving glasses from his duffel bag and pulling out a bottle of something that looked strong enough to strip paint. As he poured generous measures for all of them, Dash and Kim took turns filling him in on the nightmare they'd lived through on Menchal Island. The old man's bushy eyebrows climbed higher with each new detail. Dash shifted position and immediately regretted it as pain shot through his shoulder. Getting it popped back into place had been pure hell, nothing like the quick fix action movies had led him to believe. Carville had known what he was doing, but that didn't make it hurt any less when the joint snapped back into its socket. Dash could barely lift his arm above chest height without wanting to scream. The whole one moment of pain and then everything's fine routine from movies was complete garbage, as it turned out. His shoulder felt like it had been worked over with a sledgehammer, and trying to move it sent hot needles of agony shooting down his arm. Just one more souvenir from their island adventure that he'd rather have done without. Carville handed them each a glass of mystery liquor, his weathered face creasing with concern as he studied their battered condition. Dash accepted his drink gratefully. After the day they'd had, he figured they both earned whatever was in that bottle, questionable origin or not. "You'll probably need physical therapy," Kim said. "You'll probably need physical therapy," Dash mimicked in a high-pitched voice, accepting a glass of brown booze from Carville's outstretched hand. Kim rolled her eyes as she accepted the glass from Carville's weathered hands. The old boat captain had been generous with his own pour, filling his glass nearly to the brim, while giving them more modest portions. He settled into the creaky bamboo chair by his writing desk, the ancient wood groaning under his weight.
"Well now,"
he drawled, swirling the amber liquid in his glass.
"Can't say my heart broke watching that fancy yacht go up in flames."
He took a long sip before continuing, his bushy eyebrows furrowing as he searched for the right name.
"That fella you were here with afore, Redfern or Redbrain?"
"Redmayne," Kim supplied, her tone making it clear she'd rather forget that name entirely. She hadn't touched her drink yet, just held it loosely while staring out the window at the darkening sky. The events of the day seemed to weigh heavily on her shoulders. The way she said Redmayne's name, like it left a bad taste in her mouth, made Dash want to reach out and squeeze her hand.
"Yeah, that guy,"
Carville said, taking another long drink from his glass.
"Total jackass, if you want my honest opinion. Rich folks usually are, but he took it to a whole new level."
He shook his head, ice cubes clinking against the sides of his tumbler. The old man's weathered face twisted into a scowl as he settled back in his chair.
"Can't say I'm too broken up about how things turned out for him. World's probably better off without another billionaire throwing his weight around."
"Why did you come get us?" Kim asked, leaning forward. Her eyes were sharp and focused, studying Carville's face for any hint of deception. After everything they'd been through, Dash couldn't blame her for being cautious. Carville let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly.
"Things got pretty dicey after you folks left. Some nut job came barging into my room waving a gun around and demanding to know where you'd all run off to."
He took another sip before continuing.
Now, I may not have liked Redmayne much, but at least he pretended to be civilized. This other fella," he trailed off, shaking his head.
"Which guy are we talking about?" Dash asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew the answer. There weren't many options, after all. Their little adventure hadn't exactly been crowded with friendly faces. Carville's weathered shoulders rose and fell in a casual shrug.
"Never properly introduced himself to me."
"Can you describe him?" Kim leaned forward, her eyes intense.
"Not really."
Carville's voice dripped with sarcasm.
"I was too damn mad at him barging in here that I forgot to take notes on what he looked like."
He paused, scratching at his stubbled chin.
"Although, now that you mention it, there was one thing that stuck out."
Kim's hands gripped the edge of the table. "Yes?"
"Guy had this real deep voice, like he'd been gargling gravel. Thought it was strange since he wasn't much bigger than me."
Carville's bushy eyebrows drew together as he recalled the detail. The name hit Dash like a thunderbolt.
"Barry!"
Chapter 80. Dash. The other two looked at him. "The guy who kidnapped us from Suruchi Restaurant. His men did, anyway. So good old Barry survived, huh?" Dash looked at Carville.
"What did he say?" "Wanted to know what we talked about, where you all were, when you were expected back."
"And what did you say?"
"Not a damn lot, but all true. Said you wanted to know about the last people to visit Menchel, those film crew fools. Said I didn't know where you were or when you'd be back."
"And then?"
"And then I ran the little shit off with my sidearm."
"So he was alone?" Dash asked.
"Yep."
Dash nodded. "He must have been the lone survivor."
"Survivor of what?"
Carville raised his brow. "Oh, nothing. Have you seen him since?"
"Nope. But didn't see him leave, neither. He seemed awful put out, so you two might want to watch your backs while you're here in Campbell Bay."
"Thanks, Mr. Carville," Kim said, setting her empty glass on the bed. "And now I think we should probably get Dash to the hospital."
"Ain't one," Carville said. "Just something they call a primary health center."
Kim stood up. "Then we'll go there."
"Well," Carville drew out the word, "you might just be better off taking it easy for a few days."
"Dash might have a concussion," Kim said. "Look at that cut on his head."
"Look, I'm just trying to save you some hassle. Nothing against the clinic, but it's not exactly state-of-the-art. A while back, the tuberculosis patients were sharing toilets with a patient gin pop. Then the water purifier broke, and, well, I don't even know if that's fixed yet. Basically, they're always in need of everything and always understaffed. If you're worried about that gash on your boyfriend's head, I can give that a good wash and bandage with my own little med kit, and you'll be just as well off."
Kim opened her mouth to protest, but Dash cut her off. Dash shifted, wincing as the movement pulled at his battered muscles. His whole body felt like one giant bruise, but his curiosity wouldn't let him rest. "That sounds good to me," he said, watching Carville carefully. "Besides, you still haven't totally explained why you came out to get us." The old sailor pushed himself up from his seat with a grunt, his hands moving to the desk drawers. One by one, he pulled them open and began laying out supplies: a brown bottle of disinfectant, some kind of ointment in a dented tube, and a battered box of adhesive bandages. Each item made a soft thud as it landed on the scarred wooden desktop.
"Well, I didn't know I'd find you out there," Carville said,
not meeting their eyes as he continued rummaging through the drawers. His voice had taken on a defensive edge that made Dash's suspicions grow.
"To be totally honest, I kind of thought I might find some stuff to, repurpose."
"You mean steal," Kim said flatly, crossing her arms over her chest.
"Oh, now, steal is a really harsh word," Carville said,
motioning for Dash to come sit in the desk chair.
"It's not stealing, it's recycling. But it don't matter, because by the time I got my boat underway, that yacht was totally engulfed, so I knew there weren't nothing to be repurposed."
But you came out anyway, Dash said. He'd risen from the bed on command and now seated himself in the chair, letting the blanket fall around his shoulders. Carville huffed, and Dash realized the man was feeling embarrassed by having come out to rescue them. He struggled to stifle a grin. "It was on my way," the man said finally. "Besides, figured the least I could do for old Black Jack was to save his stupid kid from whatever mess he'd gotten himself into." This time Dash couldn't hold back a smile. "That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me." "Don't get used to it," Carville snarled, abruptly pouring disinfectant over Dash's lacerated head. "Damn it, that stings!" "Shut your hole." The old man roughly but efficiently cleaned the wound. "There, that's about the best I can do without a needle and thread. I'll patch up the biggest cut on your forehead, but for the others, we'd have to shave your head." Dash's eyes widened, and he reached up to clutch protectively at his golden locks. "You wouldn't dare." "I would." Just put some of that antibiotic cream on the smaller ones, and I'll just comb tenderly for a few days," Dash said. "There will be no shaving of the head." "Suit yourself." Carville finished wrapping the last bandage around Dash's arm with surprising gentleness for such weathered hands. Then he gave Dash a solid punch on his good shoulder, which Dash took as his cue to vacate the old man's favorite chair. "Now, one thing you might do at the health center," Carville said, running his fingers through his salt-crusted beard. "They got themselves a sat phone there for emergencies. Been there since that big tsunami back in '04. You can use it to call whoever needs calling. Police, government folks, whoever might come fetch you to." Dash pushed himself up from the chair, trying not to wince as his muscles protested. His shoulders still felt like someone had taken a baseball bat to it, and the cuts across his face and arms stung like hell, but at least he could think straight now. Amazing what a stiff drink and some basic medical care could do for a guy's outlook. He glanced over at Kim. Despite everything they'd been through, she looked collected and focused, already planning their next move. The sight of her made something click in his mind. "You know what I just realized?" Dash said, the thought hitting him like a splash of cold water. "That you should probably take it easy for a few days?" she responded hopefully. "No, silly. That I'm starving. Let's go eat." Kim wanted to argue, but she decided against it for 2 reasons. First, and most importantly, she knew such an exercise would be utterly pointless. The second reason, of course, was that she was also absolutely ravenous. "Fine," she said. "We eat. Then you can take it easy for a few days." Of course," Dash said, his voice insincerely, obnoxiously soothing. They both offered their sincere thanks to Carville, who waved it off in his brusque manner. They offered to buy him a meal, but he curled his lip, saying, "Nah, I might see other people there." As they were leaving, however, he did call out, "Remember what I said about watching your backs."
Chapter 81. Kim. Kim and Dash settled into their familiar corner table at Suruchi, the same spot where their wild adventure had begun just days ago. The restaurant looked exactly as she remembered it. Warm yellow lights, colorful tapestries on the walls, the constant hum of ceiling fans fighting against the tropical heat. Even their server was the same, though he didn't seem to recognize them. They ordered the same dishes as before, trying to recapture some small piece of that earlier, more innocent evening. Back then, their biggest worry had been whether the curry would be too spicy. The memory almost made Kim laugh out loud at how quickly everything had spiraled out of control. When the server returned with their beers, Dash let out a sudden snort of laughter that made her jump. He was staring at his bottle like it had personally offended him, shaking his head in disbelief. "No way," he said, still chuckling. "This can't be real." Kim raised an eyebrow, wondering what could possibly be so funny about a beer bottle after everything they'd been through. "What?" "Check out the label," Dash said, turning his bottle so she could see it better. Kim leaned forward to read the text, and felt a bubble of hysteria rise in her chest. There, printed in bold letters across the brown glass, were the words, "Forbidden Island IPA." "A little too on the nose?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. But she could feel her smile wavering at the edges as memories of their time on Menchal threatened to overwhelm her. That beautiful, terrible island that had nearly killed them both still felt too close, too real. "Very," Dash said, taking a sip. "But it's good, so—" Kim watched Dash shovel another forkful of curry into his mouth, his movements still stiff and awkward from their earlier ordeal. Even after nearly drowning and getting blown up, he'd managed to keep his sense of humor intact. Sometimes she wondered if anything could actually dampen his spirits. The tiny restaurant was almost empty this late in the evening, just a few locals lingering over cups of coffee in the far corner. The ceiling fans spun lazily overhead, doing little to dispel the muggy heat that seemed to hang over everything in Campbell Bay. Still, after the day they'd had, any chair that wasn't actively trying to kill them felt like luxury. Kim pushed her rice around her plate, gathering her thoughts. There were about 1,000,000 questions bouncing around in her head after everything that had happened, but one in particular kept coming back to the surface. Now that they finally had a moment to breathe, maybe she could get some answers. "So there's something I've been meaning to ask you about, but there just wasn't the time until now," she said, setting down her fork. Dash's eyes sparkled with mischief as he dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. "Well, I guess it's just good genes and solid self-care," he replied with an exaggerated hair flip that made his bandages shift. Kim blinked, momentarily thrown off track. Huh? "Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to ask how I maintain my flawless complexion." He gestured at his face, which was currently sporting several impressive cuts and bruises, not to mention Carville's somewhat creative bandaging job. Kim fought the urge to roll her eyes. Even after nearly dying multiple times today, he couldn't resist turning everything into a joke. "You can't be serious for a moment, can you?" "Sorry," Dash said, grinning in a way that suggested he was not at all sorry. "I'm just feeling pretty happy to be alive right now." "That's fair. But no, I was going to ask whether or not you'd noticed the little name you've been calling me." "Name?" Kim smiled and nodded. "You've been calling me Babe. More than once." "No, I haven't." "You have." "Oh. Do you mind?" "Not especially." "Okay, good, because I think I might keep doing it." "Your terms are acceptable." They fell back into eating for a while, lulled by the low hum of the rotating ceiling fans. Kim's mouth burned pleasantly with the heat of the mirchikasalan, and she thought absently about how close she and Dash had come to never enjoying these simple life pleasures ever again. And what had it all been about, anyway? Part of her wanted to shrink inward a bit over her naivete, but if she had to do it again, she probably would. It had been too good an opportunity to pass up, and had she not gone along with it, she would have always wondered, what if? And regret was something she did not want in her life. Thoughts of close calls prompted her to ask, "Tell me something. What exactly happened on the boat? Why did it blow up like that?" Chapter 82. Kim. Kim watched Dash take another bite of his curry, seeming completely at ease despite their recent brush with death. He chewed thoughtfully before answering her unspoken question about the explosion. "I used to be a boat guide," he said after swallowing. "You pick up all kinds of random knowledge in that line of work, including about 50 different ways to wreck a vessel. Not exactly the kind of expertise you'd put on a resume, until suddenly it comes in handy." He went on to explain about the cable he'd found in the engine room, and how spilling the diesel fuel had created the perfect conditions for the blast. His eyes lit up as he described the technical details, clearly proud of his improvised demolition work. "The only part that didn't go according to plan was for Tannen showing up instead of Redmayne,"
Dash admitted, his expression darkening slightly. That almost ruined everything. Actually, you stabbing him earlier probably saved my life in there. If he hadn't already been hurting from your spear, I doubt I could have gotten away from him. I mean, I'm incredibly manly and tough and all that, but that guy was just... He shook his head. It was kind of like fighting a brick wall that wants to kill you. Kim noticed how his hand trembled slightly as he reached for his water glass. Despite his casual tone, the memory of that confrontation clearly rattled him. She couldn't blame him. She'd seen firsthand just how terrifying Virtanen could be. The fact that Dash had survived a close-quarters fight with him at all was pretty remarkable. Your spear throw helped more than once, actually, Dash continued. If Virtanen hadn't been nursing that wound, he probably would have caught us before we even made it to the bridge. The guy was like something out of a video game. Way too powerful for a normal person to deal with. Dash took another long pull from his beer bottle, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Anyway, the damage I did to the wiring caused a short when I pulled that lever on the bridge, which in turn ignited the spilled fuel. Kim stared at him across their tiny table at the dhaba, the rich aroma of spices wafting around them. For a man who'd nearly died a few hours ago, he seemed remarkably casual about the whole thing. I'm actually really impressed, she said, meaning every word. The technical aspects of his improvised explosion were quite clever, especially for someone who claimed he was just winging it most of the time. How did you know that would work? I didn't. He shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled at his injured shoulder. In fact, the odds were kinda slim. But hey, you gotta play the hand you're dealt. A shiver ran up Kim's neck as the full weight of his words sank in. They'd been even closer to death than she'd realized. One wrong move, one crossed wire, and they'd both be lying at the bottom of the Indian Ocean instead of sitting here enjoying their mirchi salan. The thought made her stomach twist. But Dash was already moving on to another topic, his voice animated as he gestured with his beer bottle. My turn for questions, he said. Why'd you lie to Redmayne? About what? It eats fish and they eat fish, Dash said, making his voice high-pitched and a little squeaky. Kim laughed. First, that voice sounds nothing like me. Second, I'm surprised you remembered that. But you are right. It wasn't the truth. At least, not all of it. In fact... It's CETP, right? Dash interrupted. A mutated form of it? Kim felt her jaw drop. How did you... Kim stared at Dash in disbelief as he quoted her words. I just needed the mapping and sequencing information for chromosome 16, including all known instances in each location, and the NCBI updated annotated release for the long arm. Her mouth opened and closed several times before she could form words. That day felt like it had happened years ago, though it had only been a matter of weeks. Back when she'd been convinced he was nothing but a shallow playboy, more interested in surfing than anything meaningful. She remembered how defensive she'd felt, scrambling to come up with a cover story that would sound appropriately scientific. Why, how... The words caught in her throat as her brain tried to process what she was hearing. The fact that he'd memorized her exact excuse word for word was surprising enough, but the knowing look in his eyes suggested he'd understood far more than he'd let on at the time. That was your excuse when I caught you sending that message, back when you still hated me and thought I was just a beach bum, he said. You obviously had your suspicions even then. Okay, that much I remember, Kim said, recovering from her shock. But as I recall, you called it a bunch of bullcrap. Dash gave a casual shrug, but Kim could see the thoughtful look in his eyes. I was just being a jerk because you were blowing me off, he said. But it kept bugging me, so I did some digging later. His voice took on an excited edge as he continued, like a kid who just discovered something amazing. Turns out all that science stuff wasn't nonsense after all. The CETP, that's the cholesterol ester transfer protein, it can actually get mutated by accident. He was on a roll now, gesturing with his hands as he explained. Kim watched in fascination as this new side of him emerged. Gone was the cocky adventurer act, replaced by genuine enthusiasm. See, it's all about how the body handles cholesterol. This protein helps break down the lipoproteins and converts cholesterol from HDL to LDL before sending it to the liver for processing. And here's the wild part, he said, leaning forward slightly. If that protein mutates, it could theoretically do its job way more efficiently than normal, like superhuman efficient. His eyes lit up as he made his point, clearly proud of having done his homework. Kim felt her earlier assumptions about him starting to crack. Maybe there was more to Dash Boone than just a pretty face and a talent for getting into trouble. Kim maintained eye contact with Dash for several long seconds as she drained her IPA and set the bottle down with an empty clunk on the tabletop. Then she said, "I don't know if I should be annoyed, impressed, or flattered. How about adoring?" Wasn't one of the options. Seriously, though, that's everything in a nutshell. I mean, there's a lot more on the periphery, but you've distilled it down pretty damn well. And that's the exact mutation I found in the DNA of the Greenland shark. Similar to what I've seen in human DNA, but I could never quite put my finger on it. "Well," Dash said, his grin demonstrating he knew exactly how annoying he was being, "then I'm glad I was here to help." "Dash?" "Yes?" "You're an asshole." She smiled at him across the table. "But a lovable one." Dash sighed. "Yeah," he said. "I get that a lot." Epilogue. Joe Carville awoke to the unpleasant sight of a gun barrel pointed directly at his face. In the dim light of his room, he could just make out the features of the little man who'd visited him earlier.
"Get up,"
the gunman said, in as quiet a tone as such a deep voice could manage. Carville thought longingly of the sidearm he kept under his pillow, but knew there was no chance of grabbing it before receiving a bullet to the head. Normally, he was a light sleeper, and anyone entering his room would have awakened him immediately. Must have been that extra booze. After those kids had left for the restaurant, Carville had continued drinking, feeling unusually jolly after learning of their successful escape from Menchel. That was something to be celebrated after all, and celebrate he had, until the booze had finally done its work and removed him from consciousness. "That's what I get for a moment of happiness," he groused inwardly. "Never again."
"I said get up,"
the gunman hissed. "Oh, the hell with it," Carville said aloud, and thrust his hand beneath the pillow. There was nothing there. Instead of firing, the gunman backed away a step and raised his other hand, which Carville now saw was holding the missing sidearm. Holy hell, I really was out of it. For one moment, Carville considered the possibility that perhaps instead of swearing off happiness, he should swear off booze, but he quickly realized how silly that was, actually shaking his head to rid it of such nonsense. Slowly, with great theater, he sat up on the bed, all the while glaring at the gunman. What had Blackjack's kid, Dash, called him? Barry? "I feel like recycled monkey vomit," he groaned. "What time is it?"
"Early evening,"
the man said.
"And I ask the questions here. Where are Dr. Kirby and her assistant?"
Carville almost chuckled. He didn't think Dash would appreciate being known as the good doctor's assistant. "They're not here," he said.
"I can see that,"
the gunman said, clearly annoyed.
"My question is, where did they go?"
Carville thought about how easy it would be to just tell the truth, that he did not know where they were, and then a small lie that he had no idea where they were. And it wouldn't even really be a lie because he'd just be guessing. But the odds were pretty good they'd finished dinner by now and were up at the health center asking about the sat phone. Maybe they'd made the call by now and were waiting at the helipad to get picked up. He could just tell Barry the truth and get back to sleeping off his drunk he was currently in. But that's not what Carville was going to do, because even though he was a drunken fool and what many people would consider a useless bum, He was not a coward, and he was not a stool pigeon.
"They headed back out toward Menchel," he said, his tone so sincere that he almost believed himself.
Barry frowned.
"And why would they do that?"
They left something on the island, some sort of research thing the doc found while they were there, but got left behind because they were left in such a hurry. Barely got out alive."
It was just true enough to be convincing, but Barry hesitated.
"And they went out there today?"
"Kinda time sensitive, I guess," Carville said, shrugging as if the whole thing was way over his head. "Why do you care so much anyway? No offense, but you don't strike me as someone who cares much about this type of thing."
"I don't. But the people I work for care very much."
"Working for the man, eh? And who might that be?"
Barry growled.
"Did I not just say I was the one asking the questions here?"
"Sorry," Carville said, shrugging. "Just making conversation. Seems weird is all. Might help my own motivation, you know."
Barry waggled the gun.
"This should be all the motivation you need," he said. "And I can only say that, while Redmayne is only one man, I represent the interest of a group of well-to-do individuals, a consortium, if you will."
"Wow, a consortium," Carville said. "Sounds important."
"I know you are trying to mock me, but you are actually correct. This group has been involved in many great humanitarian projects around the world. Unlike Mr. Redmayne, they do not do so for the glory and recognition, instead preferring to work in private. I am one of those who helps ensure their privacy remains,
Private?
Exactly."
Barry coughed and then turned businesslike.
"But enough of this idle chatter. Let's go."
"Huh?"
"I said let's go. You'll take me to the island. It's important that I stop those two and recover their research."
Carville let out a giant moan. This wasn't exactly how he'd hoped things would go, but he was becoming increasingly impressed with his own acting skills.
"Listen," he said. "I don't need to be going out there. By the time we get there, it'll be dark."
Barry waved the gun dismissively.
"With any luck, we'll pass them on the way and won't even have to make landfall on the wretched place."
He paused and let out a meaningful cough.
"Ahem. Of course, I could always just kill you and steal your boat. Completely up to you."
Carville heaved himself to a vertical position.
"And it seems I got no choice," he said. "Let's get boating."
Once on the boat and underway, Barry's attention to security dropped to near nil as he stood at the bow and stared out the darkening waters with a pair of Carville's binoculars clamped to his eyes. He scanned the horizon, rotating slowly.
"See anything?"
Carville called out from where he stood in the cockpit. He knew Barry was looking for a boat carrying Dash and Dr. Kirby, and he also knew they wouldn't find one. Those two kids were morons, but they weren't dumb enough to make another trip to Menchel.
"Ocean's a big place," Carville said. "Could have missed 'em. Let's head on back."
"No. We'll go to Menchal and circle the island. If they've docked, we'll see their boat."
"Suit yourself,"
Carville said, gunning the engine. It was almost completely dark by the time they reached the shore waters of Menchel. Carville brought the boat to trolling speed and began making a circuit of the island as Barry had ordered. He'd also illuminated the spotlight that was perched on the hardtop and used that to play a beam of light along the shoreline.
"There!"
Barry shouted.
"Slow down!"
Carville slowed the boat to a crawl, and as he did, used a knobby finger to casually poke a button on the cockpit side panel. There was a low whirring sound, but Barry was too excited and too far forward to hear it.
"What you see?" he called out.
"It looks like small craft and equipment on the beach,"
Barry replied, leaning out over the gunwale as if that would make him see better. Carville knew from hearing the kid's story that all the stuff was from the previous expedition, but he feigned interest as he left the cockpit and walked to join Barry at the bow.
"Huh," he said. "You think that's them?"
Barry considered this.
"Those craft look a bit small,"
he admitted, his excitement waning.
You sure you didn't see a boat on our way here?
Hey, you were the one with binoculars, Carville said. I was just driving the dang boat. As he waited, Carville thought he heard disturbance in the water around and below the boat. Thought he felt the boat rock a bit more than would be normal at their current low rate of travel. They were barely moving through the water now. Barry sniffed.
What's that smell?
Couldn't say, Carville said, but his acting must have finally reached its peak, because Barry turned suddenly, his hand gripping one of the two pistols he'd shoved into his waistband. Carville knew it was now or never. He lunged forward and used the heels of both palms to drive Barry back and over the side of the boat. As the man fell, he pulled a gun free and fired. The bullet zinged past Carville's head and he ducked, scuttling back toward the cockpit. More shots rang out, and he heard at least one hit the boat with a dull thunk. He hoped fervently no holes were being punched below the waterline. Wouldn't that just make my night, he thought. Reaching the cockpit, he increased the boat's speed and pulled away from where Barry was struggling in the water. Another shot rang out, but the bullet went wide. And then Carville heard a shriek of terror from the darkness behind him. He swung the boat wide and came around, the spotlight's beam skating crazily along the dark surface of the water that was now churning with more than just prop wash, water that was oily and odorous with the chum slick he'd released from the automatic dispenser. The spotlight flashed in a wide arc as the boat heaved to and sat bobbing on the newly turbulent water. Barry's face illuminated in the light, twisted with terror, his mouth opened wide in a now noiseless scream. As Carville watched, the churning water took on a new sense of turmoil, almost like something big was rising quickly toward the surface and pushing a great volume of water up with it. He didn't stay to watch what happened next. Instead, he gave the boat some power, put the helm hard to port, and set a straight course back toward Campbell Bay. In the darkness behind him, he heard one more scream, one that seemed to go on forever, fading away finally in a slowly descending gurgle. Once he was far enough away to feel secure, Joe Rabbit Dog Carville propped his legs on top of the boat's side rail, heaved a sigh into the darkness, and let his old muscles relax. He pulled a ragged stogie from the front pocket of his shirt, along with a waterproof torch lighter, chomped off the bit, and spat the bit of tobacco leaf onto the worn and weathered deck of the ancient vessel. He took his time toasting the foot, giving only moderate puffs until the cigar's end glowed with a vibrant red cherry. Then he let it settle for a few moments, and finally took his first luxurious puff. Yes. Now he remembered why he was here. This was The Forbidden Isle, written by Nick Thacker and Craig A. Hart, narrated by Craig A. Hart. Copyright 2024 by Nick Thacker. Production copyright 2024 by Nick Thacker.